Okay. Master P, nigga. Yeah. Big. Yo, ahead of my time, y'all niggas should've left with my 9. Bust a shot, hit the cop, and that's a federal crime. But before I go to jail and do the federal time, eat my wife's pussy, incredible edible dime. Petro said, fuck it, you can do it again. Let the sket blow, fucking now I'm losing the frame. Sean Price is the best around. Niggas Ray Charles with it, doing the damn mess around. I will back out the iron and press this clown. I will smack fire for lion and wet this clown. No joke, rock him all law. Fucking drive by me and I'ma pop at your car. Listen, push that crack, push that rap, good. When I push that lack, you look at that hood. Wanna know who the fuck I'm signed to? What difference do it make, bitch? Listen to the tape dick.
Bitch, I give a fuck what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch you now.
Yeah,
and bitch you now.
Listen, I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane. I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga.
The sun, the rain, the moon, the stars and the mountains. I'll give you the world and all that you wish for, and even more. Girl, I'll love you more than you could know, and that's for sure. I climb the highest hill, across the widest sea. Nothing could discourage me, and I pray that you'll be always there for me forevermore. Oh, ready or not, I'll give you everything and more. All that I've got is yours. My heart, my soul, my time, my love is a fountain. I will be your earth, ooh, and all that you need for, and even more. 'Cause girl, I love you more than words can show. My love is pure. I walk 1,000 miles, sail 1,000 seas. Nothing will discourage me, and I'll pray that you will be always there for me forevermore. Ready or not, don't you know, you should know. I'll give you everything, ooh, and more. I'll give you more, you got to know it, baby. All that I've got, baby, is yours, little girl. I'll give you everything, every little thing, all that you're looking for. Whoa, everything is not anything if you're not here to share my dreams. You don't know what it means to me if you'll accept my love.
Just remember, the doors to my heart will always be open to you.
Look for the light if you're lost in the night. I'll write your name on my door. If you ever need warmth or comfort, darling, I'll be here to hold you near. All I demand is you be my security. Love is a house, you got the key. To take me where I wanna be. Open me to your heart. Ooh, just look and you'll see. Love is a house and you got the key. Open me to your heart, baby. Look in my eyes, there'll be no surprise. You'll find a window to love, and I'll do anything in my power to welcome you and please you too. But deep in my heart, I know you're the one for me. Love is a house, and you got the key. Take me where I wanna be. Open up and let me into your heart. Ooh, yeah. Just look and you'll see. Love is a house, you got the key. Open up and let me into your heart. Love is a house, love's a home. I don't wanna be alone. Ooh, yeah. I need to be. Open up. Love again, you got the key. Give it to me. Yeah. When the night meets the morning, I'll hear you calling my name, DC. And baby, you know if I answer, things will never be the same. Never be the same. Deep in my heart, I know that you're the number one for me. You got the key. Ooh, baby, take me where I wanna be. Open up and let me into your heart. Ooh, just look and you'll see that you got the key. Love is a house, you got the key. Love is a house, love's a home. I don't wanna be alone. Open up, baby. Open up, snap me in. I'm hungry for your love again. Open up, baby. Oh, love is a house, you got the key. You got the key. Oh, love is a house, you got the key. Oh, you got the key to take me where I wanna be. Love is a house, love's a home. I don't wanna be alone in your home. I'm happy to be. Yeah. Open up, baby. I'm hungry for your love. Yeah. You got the key. Give it to me. Love is a house. Your love is a house. Love is a house. Your love is a house. Love is a house. Love is a house. You got the key. And you got the key. You got the key. Just come on home.
we should control the politics and the politician in the community where we live. We should control the businesses and create employment opportunities for ourselves. And the social philosophy of black nationalism only means that we should do something to uplift the standard and the level of our own society and put it on par with others.
We want black power.
How can you tell black people to be nonviolently and at the same time condone the sending of white killers into the black communities? It's something wrong. We are going to control our communities by any means necessary.
It's the midweek madness, here the news unfold. Political tactics to sell me BS, but none sold. Psycho hits hard in a system that's dumb old. When he speak, it gets heated, so we gotta come cold. Soldiers going through life with stories untold. Introspective journeys begins after the sun rose. Hood tales of the city echo through one soul. Strapped with knowledge, so watch black power unload. Logic and reason breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo. Black power in his veins. No gods or masters for breaking heaven's chains. Break city born, but conscious thoughts collide. Speaking black empowerment, the truth he never hides. Straight not crooked, because he never been on. In the summit keeps it 100 just like 10 dimes. Psycho echoed ancestors who thought this was the end times. Revolution won't be televised but written in rhymes. Logic and reason breaking through the door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo. Logic and reason breaking through the door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo.
Alright. Peace and black power family. It's your boy Psychopath Black Action. Now I mean, with another midweek madness. Was really hood out there, family. Let me get some ones out there. Let's make sure everybody can hear me clearly before I get into this. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Let me see. All right, let me scroll up a little bit. All right. See, let me give a shout out to New Kim. Shout out to you. Let's see. Lou, what it do? Mika was good with you, sis. Cynical one was going on. Q Hefner was hood. Thurman was going on with you. Demi was good with you, sis. Ryan, you already know what's up, sis. Let's see who else. Who else up in here? J Cal was going on with you. Shatira was good, sis. Who else? Ron was going on. Aisha Baz was good with you. It's almost time. I'm gonna keep reminding you. It's almost time. Let's see who else. Razuki, Rauzika. I am fucking that name up. Shout out to you. I am fucking that name up. I already know I am. Cellular was going on. I have no idea what you're talking about doing better fact checking. What didn't I fact check? What did I do wrong? Tell me what I did wrong. I don't know what I did wrong. Tell me what I did wrong, girls. Mr. Quint was good. Who else? Arthur was going on. Let's see. Mika, did I say something to you already? If I did, my bad. Was good with you, sis. Let's see. Oh, Stu, it was good. Regular Joe, you already know. Regular Joe hating. How you gonna be hating on the Force MDs, son? You can't be hating on the Force MDs. You can't. Stop. You can't be doing that. What we doing around here? Lay's on time. Shout out to her. What's going on with you? Who else up here? Who else? Sweet D was good with you, sis. Let's see. Oh, real quick. Let me give a special shout out real quick. Special shout out to Didi. Shout out to you, Didi. I appreciate the cash app. Shout out to you.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
Shout out to Didi. I appreciate that. Let's see. Who else? Stephanie's in the building. Was good. Let's see. Okay, y'all hear me good? All right. That's good to know. I'd have been real mad if y'all didn't hear me the last 5 minutes. Marley was in the building. Marley in the building. What up? What up? Let's see. Who else? I've done that before too, by the way. Shout out to everybody else out there that might be listening. I slide through. If I missed you, my bad. What's up, family? What's going on, family? We got a lot of fuckery going on a political landscape, right? Right? There's a lot of motherfucking tension and drama going on amongst MAGA recently. You know what I mean? Like, and when I say drama, I'm talking about a lot of infighting, right? A lot of infighting going on, you know, and yeah, I just want to cover some of this as well as put y'all on to some of the shit that went down the other day. You know, the other day I went live. They called for a ceasefire, right? That night, right before I went live, Donald Trump had made a tweet and said that Israel and Iran agreed to a ceasefire, right? And he said it might be some fuck shit going on in the next 12 hours, but after that 12 hours, they both agreed that it was going to be a ceasefire. It wasn't going to be no more missiles getting launched and buildings getting destroyed and hospitals and shit like that. Akasha, what's going on, sis? Right? Like, you know, that kind of what was said the other night when I went live. Now, since then, you know, like I said, he said 12 hours of fuck shit was going to happen, and I'll be damned if 12 hours of fuck shit didn't happen, right? You know what I mean? Because right after he made that announcement, right, Israel dropped a whole bunch of motherfucking bombs all over motherfucking Iran and shit, you know what I mean? Them motherfuckers like, this shit is over when we say this shit is over, right? They dropped a whole bunch of bombs on the motherfuckers. Then Iran, of course, you know, they, you know what I mean? They had their asses back, right? You know, so they hit them motherfuckers with a bunch of fucking missiles, right? So, you know, so there's a whole bunch of fuck shit going on. And then, so Donald Trump had a meeting yesterday, I believe with NATO, if I'm mistaken. Had a meeting with NATO, right? So while he's going to this meeting with NATO, right? Of course, the press is out there, you know, doing what the press do. You know, pressing motherfuckers, right? You know what I mean? That's what the press do, right? They press people, right? So they up here pressing this motherfucker. The second he walks out the motherfucking building and shit, right? Got to head to the helicopter so they can take him to the fucking NATO meeting, wherever the fuck that shit was. And on his way to the chopper, right? He was trying to get to the chopper. And on his way to the chopper, they, like I said, they bombarded him with questions. They had the mic on his face, Paul. And, you know, the shit ended up being some classic ass motherfucking sound bites, to say the least. I mean, these sound bites was classic. Like, leaving it Donald Trump to leave classic sound bites and shit as a president. Like this, nobody got more sound bites than this motherfucker as a president. Let's keep it a fucking buck. This motherfucker is a whole. He's a whole walking sound bite. Like that's why his ratings go. That's why he bring the ratings up, right? Like so let's get to this motherfucker and what happened when they ran down on him. Let's get into this real quick.
I don't think so, but I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. There was one rocket that I guess was fired overboard. It was after the time limit, and it missed its target. And now Israel's going out. These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous. I didn't like plenty of things I saw yesterday. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. They didn't have to unload. And I didn't like the fact that the retaliation was very strong. But in all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot. And now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. All I do is play both sides. I'm going now, as you know, to NATO. Some of you are going with me, and I think it's going to be successful. We'll see. I'll let you know.
Are you going to see the agreement? It's a new dawn in the Middle East. Thanks to the agreement you managed to achieve. What are your future plans for the region, for Saudi Arabia, Israel, Gaza, the hostages?
Look, you're asking me about women in the Middle East. It's getting a lot better. Things are happening at a high level. As you know, Saudi Arabia's done a really good job. It's coming out far faster than I thought. So we're very happy about what's happening with women in the Middle East.
No, I'm talking about a new dawn in the Middle East that you managed to achieve last night.
Yeah.
The region is going to a new place with this agreement. Can you tell us what's your future plans for Gaza, for the hostages?
Yeah. It's a new dawn. I appreciate the question. You're very nice. Who are you?
Thank you. I'm Neria Kraus from Israeli Channel 13.
Donald Trump don't know what the fuck she talking about. He thinks she coming at him with some basic feminine shit. He like, yeah. Oh, you talking about the women in the Middle East? Oh yeah. You know, things are so much better with women in the Middle East now. You know, they're allowed to get divorces now, and they not getting they genitalia sliced off anymore. They brought the percentage of grape down 2% over the last year. They doing great out there. Women will be fine. She's like, nah, motherfucker, that ain't what the fuck I'm saying. Yeah, oh, my bad. What are you saying again? And then she tried to further elaborate on what the fuck it is she was saying, and that motherfucker was like, oh, I'm so happy you asked that question. That was a great question. What's your name? I like you. What's your name? Oh, okay, yeah, true. That's what's up. But like I was saying, it's so much a better situation for women in the Middle East, and yeah, we're working on that, and it's coming along faster than I thought. If that wasn't the most bullshit motherfucking answer, he gives zero fucks about what the fuck she talking about right now. I promise you he do. Zero fucks is given.
Far faster than I thought. So we're very happy about what's happening with women in the Middle East.
No, I'm talking about a new dawn in the Middle East that you managed to achieve last night.
Yeah.
The region is going to a new place with this agreement. Can you tell us what's your future plans for Gaza, for the hostages?
Yeah. It's a new dawn. I appreciate the question. You're very nice. Who are you?
Thank you. I'm Neria Kraus from Israeli Channel 13 News.
Well, we have to have Israel calm down because they went on a mission this morning. I got to get Israel to calm down now.
Did you get to speak with the Prime Minister? Did you talk to Prime Minister Netanyahu last night?
I speak to everybody.
You urge both sides not to violate the ceasefire, but reports coming from the region suggest that the sides accuse each other for violating the ceasefire. So
I think they both violated it. I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it, okay?
Have you spoken to him this morning? How confident are you that Iran is going to take the whole?
I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those B-2 pilots did an unbelievable job. And the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, they're.
That motherfucker never misses an opportunity to throw these news networks under the fucking bus. He got a hard on for news networks the way FBA got a fixation about Fat Joe and shit. Like they gonna find a way to talk shit about that. Like he gonna slide. He gonna find a way. He gonna flip it. And the funny thing is, the motherfucker said, "Yes, CNN is scum." And then the motherfucker said, "Yeah, they not the only ones. MSDNC is scum too." The motherfucker said MSDNC out this motherfucker. MSDNC? Yo, this motherfucker's nuts, yo. This
trying to, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean.
That Iran can rebuild its nuclear program?
Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers.
Israel says that they violated the peace.
You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if...
Wow. When I heard this the first time, I said, wow. I ain't never heard a motherfucking president go ham on Israel before. This is some new shit. I mean, he's scolding them motherfuckers like they Ukraine or some shit, right? Like, he gave them motherfuckers a Ukraine scolding and shit. I'm used to him talking to Ukraine like that, not Israel. That's different. That's different. Yeah, that was an Ayo moment. Like, he talking about Israel dumping loads and shit. Like, yo, man, what are we doing right now? Like, what? Chill out with that shit, Trump. I don't know what the fuck that shit was all about, but you know.
But Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Yo, was he wrong? I mean, shit, is he wasn't lying right there. You know, you do got these two countries that has been in war with each other for an eternity. And yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say neither one of them know what the fuck they motherfucking doing. Like, I'm not used to hearing presidents quite worded these type things that way. Like, not only am I not used to hearing presidents call out Israel, I'm not used to hearing the verbiage that he chose to scold them motherfuckers with and shit, right? Like, maybe coming for somebody like me and say some shit like that, nobody bat an eye. But Donald Trump saying that shit, that's a different ball game, right? Like, and he said that shit with vigor. That was like, yo, these motherfuckers do not know what the fuck they are doing. You understand that? Did you get that part? Record it, rewind it, play it back, and make sure you hear it again. They don't know what the fuck they are doing. You understand? All right, then he just walked off.
Happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Oh yeah, he meant that shit. He meant that shit.
You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
And there you go, family. There you go. Nothing else happened right there. He just walked off. That's, he dropped the mic. Motherfucker said they don't know what the fuck they doing. Dropped the mic and just walked off. He was done. Right? And so that happened early yesterday. Right? And like I said, he was on his way to have a meeting with these NATO motherfuckers. And this shit was kind of strange. Right? But he was bragging. Of course, he's taking all credit for all this shit. And he's sitting up here at this meeting or conference, whatever the fuck this shit was. And they interviewing him, and he's taking all the credit for bombing shit and everything, and being the reason why there's a ceasefire. Because up to that point, the ceasefire is holding up. It's still holding up technically now as I speak, unless somebody just got flamed within like the last hour. Pause. You know what I mean? Unless somebody, up to the time I started this live stream, the ceasefire was still holding up, right? So he's taking all credit for this shit and everything else. And yeah, he was at the spot. They was interviewing him. Of course, this was the topic of conversation. So let's listen to some of the sound bites.
Be fighting each other. They've had it. They've had a big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes, then it's easier to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
You have to use strong language. Every once in a while, you have to use a certain word.
Not entirely.
Yeah, well, they said it was actually, the report said it could have been they don't know. I mean, they did a report. I could have Pete talk to it because his department did the report. They really don't know. I think Israel's going to be telling us very soon because Bibi is going to have people involved in that whole situation. We hear it was obliteration. It was a virtual obliteration.
And given the 30,000 pounds of explosives and capability of those munitions, it was devastation underneath Fordo. And the amount of munitions, 6 per location, any assessment that tells you it was something otherwise is speculating with other motives. And we know that because when you actually look at the report, by the way, it was a top secret report, it was preliminary, it was low confidence, all right? So this isn't, you make assessments based on what you know.
And it said it could be very devastating, very serious.
Moderate to severe, and we believe far more likely severe and obliterated. So this is a political motive here.
Was there a leak investigation?
I would argue that the political motive would be that the goddamn spot got obliterated, right? To me, that seems more likely to be the political motive. Like, I don't know. I could be wrong. But, you know, politically speaking, if Donald Trump says that thing was anything other than obliterated, then the mission will look like a fail. And that's not a good look politically, right? So I don't know, because, you know, now we going off hearsay, right? Nobody has footage of what actually is going on underneath that structure, right? Because it's like, I believe I know it's underground, right? You know, it's a fucking bunker, right? It's a fucking bunker. They had to use bunker busters to get up in there and EPMD, EMP the fuck out of that spot. You know, they cause explosions, all types of shit, ways these bombs work, right? And yeah, from what I'm hearing, conflicting reports. Of course, Trump and them is saying the shit got obliterated, and there's other reports coming out saying that it caused low damage, right? And it only set Iran back a few months and trying to set up nuclear arms, right? So, yeah, it's conflicting reports. As of right now, you know, it's all hearsay, and nobody really knows for certain. But let's continue.
It could be very devastating, very serious.
Moderate to severe, and we believe far more likely severe and obliterated. So this is a political motive here.
Was there a leak investigation?
Of course, we're doing a leak investigation with the FBI right now because this information is for internal purposes, battle damage assessments.
But had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. That hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Hiroshima. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki. But that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war. If we didn't take that out, they'd be fighting right now.
The conversion facility, which you can't do a nuclear weapon without a conversion facility. We can't even find where it is, where it used to be on the map. You can't even find where it used to be because the whole thing is just blackened out. It's
right.
Gone.
It's wiped out.
It's wiped out. Then we dropped 12 of the strongest bombs on the planet right down the hole in 2 places. Everything underneath that mountain is in bad shape. And I refer you to the statement of the IAEA, Mr. Grossi. You know what he said? He said there was Iran, the way it looked the day before the attack, and what their nuclear program looks like now. 2 very different things. They are way behind where they were just 7 days ago.
The last thing they want to do is enrich anything right now. They want to recover. And we won't let that happen, number one. Militarily, we won't. I think we'll end up having somewhat of a relationship with Iran. I see it. Look, I've had a relationship over the last 4 days. They agreed to the ceasefire. And it was a very equal agreement. They both said, that's enough. They both said it. I mean, they just went through hell. I think they've had it. The last thing they want to do is enrich. They've been trying to do it. By the way, it's hard to enrich. And, you know, when you look at a site like that, very, very hard to build. Very, very hard. Very expensive. They spent trillions of dollars trying to do this thing, and they didn't come up with it. And we're actually getting along with them very well right now.
The great thing is you took out the nuclear capability of Iran. This was crucial. You did it in a way which is extremely impressive. But the signal sends to the rest of the world that this president, when it comes to it, yes, he is a man of peace, but if necessary, he is willing to use strength, the enormous strength of the American military. So I think that signal to the rest of the world, this is far beyond Iran, is
Okay, family, that was the end of that. part. That was about to stop. So let's get rid of that. And oh, this is the awkward shit right here. This is what I wanted y'all to see. I wanted y'all to see this awkward shit right here, family. Listen to this crazy shit right here before we get to the next part, because this shit is hilarious.
Yeah. White jacket? Yeah. Go ahead, give my mic. Hello.
Deborah Haynes from Sky News.
Good.
Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No? He did it very...
These motherfuckers is calling Donald Trump Zaddy? Who the fuck is doing... Motherfuckers is calling this motherfucker daddy, son. Like, wow. Wow. That's crazy.
News. Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No? He did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children, and they're obviously listening to you and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that, but do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own?
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning, and I think they'll be able to, and I think they're going to remember this day. And this was a big day for NATO. You know, this was a very big day. They took it. One of the gentlemen said, you know what? We've been trying to raise the rate for 30 years, he said, 20 years, from almost the beginning. And he's been there for a long time. He said, until you came along, it never happened. What you did is amazing. It's been sort of an amazing day for a lot of reasons, but also for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think they can do it without you, though, in the future? Can they do it without
Well, ask Mark.
States?
I mean, you have to ask Mark, okay? So we're heading back. I want to thank these two gentlemen behind me. They're incredible people, both of them. They've done a fantastic job. And Susie's in the front, and she's done great. And Monica, thank you very much. It was quite an exciting time. And we're going to be heading back. We'll be back soon, and we'll...
All right, so there you go, family. I just wanted y'all to hear that wild-ass statement. And that was a wild-ass statement. So, well, because of all this fuck shit that Donald Trump got going on with this Israel/Iran conflict that's currently at a ceasefire, right? In the midst of all this, right, we are seeing a huge and major divide within the MAGA movement. You have your typical neocon, warhawk Republicans, right? That's all pro-Israel and ready to bomb the fuck out of Iran, right? You got that side of MAGA. Then you got the other side of MAGA, right? The racist, white nationalist, white supremacist side of fucking MAGA that despise the motherfucking small hats and anything that's related to motherfucking Israel. You know, the neo-Nazis of the world, you know, the tiki torch carriers, you know, those motherfuckers, right? Very anti-Israel, right? They don't give a fuck about no goddamn Israel. They give three shit. they don't care. They do not care, right? You know, the Tucker Carlsons of the world. You know, the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world. You know, the Kanye West of the world. You know, the Kundis Owens of the fucking world. Yeah, these motherfuckers don't give a fuck about no goddamn Israel. They fuck them small hats. That's where they at with it, right? These are a bunch of Nazis, right? These are a bunch of motherfucking, you know what I mean? These are a bunch of swastika wearing ass motherfuckers, right? So like, y'all hear how Kanye and Kundis be talking about them fucking small hats, talking about going DEFCON 3 on the small hats and all that other shit, this, that, and the third. So you know them motherfuckers ain't cool with America bombing motherfuckers in the name of the fucking small hats, right? So these motherfuckers is out here calling out Trump and the administration for bowing down to the small hats and kissing their ass and doing exactly what Netanyahu said they better fucking do months ago, right? So here we are, and now we got this split in the MAGA movement, and I just like the split I see on the left. I said there's both parties are fractured. I have been talking about this for quite some time, and it's only rearing its ugly head again right now. But I just like the fractured party on the left, I'm finding all this shit very amusing here on the right, watching all the infighting and everything else. This is quite refreshing to see, and I'm just here for it. I'm here for all this shit. So let's get into some of this real quick, shall we? Because your girl Kundis Owens was on Piers Morgan, of course. They go Piers again. They go that fucking name again. He always in the middle with something and shit. But hey, he the new Vlad TV. Everybody want to go sit on his couch. So this week on his couch, he got Kundis Owens giving an exclusive interview where she's being critical of her former motherfucking boy, Donald motherfucking Trump and shit. So let's listen to some of this, shall we? All right, let's go.
It's about the Iran debate is that President Trump has faced more backlash from America First conservatives than the foreign policy class which reviles him. General H.R. McMaster, Ambassador John Bolton and Chris Christie are among those on TV praising the president, all of whom have previously described him as unfit to be president, and much more unflattering things than that. But the strongest opposition to the US attack came from within the MAGA base itself. Those on the Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon wing of the movement believe the no more foreign wars principle is not only integral to the MAGA movement, but the entire reason it started in the first place. I interviewed three prominent conservatives, very different takes on this vexed debate at various different stages yesterday, including as news of the Iranian retaliation was breaking. Candice, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you. It's good to be back, just in time for World War III.
Well, yes. Well, before we get there, how is motherhood treating you?
Motherhood is treating me great. I'm exhausted, as is to be expected with the newborn, but always a blessing.
Well, indeed it is, and I wish you all the very best with that. Okay, let's talk about impending World War III, as you put it. You are implacably opposed to what both Israel and now the United States have done here. Why?
Yeah. Because, well, first and foremost, just on the MAGA movement level, Trump came out and he gave us a promise that we were not going to be involved in wars. And I'm going back to 2015. Why did people get so excited about Donald Trump, who was then an unlikely candidate, who was being smeared by the media as being Adolf Hitler? Well, it was because he recognized that the American people were being forgotten while we were giving billions of unaccounted billions, by the way, for these never-ending wars. And so it's one of the earliest reasons that people got behind him and got behind his vision. And so we're opposed to a regime change because America as a country has a lot of problems that need to be fixed here first. It's that simple.
Right, but it's not quite that simple. And I'll explain to you why. Because Donald Trump I think he's not been inconsistent in the sense that in his first term, he wasn't a pacifist. You know, he killed General Soleimani, he killed Baghdadi, the head of ISIS, and went after them ferociously. He attacked Syria when they killed American troops. He dropped a massive bomb in Afghanistan. It wasn't like he never deployed the American military. And again, here, what he would argue, and has been arguing, is he's not declared war on anybody. What he's done is very specifically target Iran's nuclear capability because of latest reports coming out which said they had taken the enrichment of their uranium stocks from 3.5% to 60%, and that therefore the leap to weaponization was moving at a pace that couldn't be tolerated. I gotta say, I kind of agree. Now, if he suddenly commits, troops on the ground, then that becomes a different thing altogether. But even when Trump talked about regime change, I think he meant from within, as we saw in Syria in December, where the people themselves rise up. And if that was to happen, why would that be a bad thing?
Okay, so you're asking a lot of questions here. So first and foremost, the idea that you have to formally declare war on like a piece of paper in order for war to happen is a little bit ridiculous. I mean, he dropped bombs. He dropped bombs in Iran. So yes, we are a part of this war, whether we like it or not. Iran is now speaking and saying that they're going to shut down the Hormuz Strait. There's going to be impact on oil.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that when the main victim of doing that would be Iran? I mean, 50% of China, of the traffic of stuff through there is for China, which is one of their allies.
Don't care, not my business. The point that I'm making here is that to make the assumption that you can just drop bombs on a country and then say, well, you know what, we didn't formally declare war is patently ridiculous. I think that is just patently ridiculous.
But what about when he killed General Soleimani, one of Iran's top military commanders?
Sure, an assassination, a strike, and that, of course, came with some risk. It's a little bit different to be flying out B-6 bombers in the middle of the night and dropping bombs at the behest of Bibi Netanyahu, which brings me to the second point. The reason that America wants a regime change in Iran is because Bibi Netanyahu is demanding it. And that answers the question as to why there is this split in the MAGA movement. What we are seeing right now is the infiltration of Israel first people, the neocons, people who have always wanted never-ending wars, and the people who have recognized that following Israel's foreign policy initiatives has led to America being on the decline. And so that's where I stand. I am with the MAGA people who grew up, I call us Generation 9/11, who were told that America was going to be rendered safer, cleaner. All we had to do was agree to go to, well, ironically, war with Iraq because of weapons of mass destruction. It's all of the same rhetoric dating back to 9/11, all of the same tactics of trying to smear people who are against this war as supporting jihadists. It is not my business to affect a regime change in Iran. It's simply not our business. It doesn't impact us one way or the other. And we also are completely done with the idea that with these decades-long idea that we're doing it to spread democracy because we believe in international liberalism. There was no imminent threat to the United States when Trump made this decision to do what Bibi wanted. And I want to be clear here. This was not Trump's decision. It was Bibi Netanyahu's decision. And that is the reason that he did it. And we're
Yeah, Kundis is cooking right now, and she's completely on point. Now, her motives is something completely different. Her motives is, I already kind of explained what her motives is. But what she's actually saying right now, I don't know how anybody can argue with it. I don't know how anybody can argue against anything she's saying right now. She's totally on point.
Regime change in Iran. It's simply not our business. It doesn't impact us one way or the other. And we also are completely done with the idea that with these decades-long idea that we're doing it to spread democracy because we believe in international liberalism. There was no imminent threat to the United States when Trump made this decision to do what Bibi wanted. And I want to be clear here. This was not Trump's decision. It was Bibi Netanyahu's decision. And that is the reason that he did it. And we're very aware that Israel is dictating our foreign policy, and we would now like that to stop.
Okay, but you wouldn't disagree, presumably, that Iran has been the main sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East through the Houthis, through Hezbollah, through Hamas. I mean, that's widely accepted and recognized. Things
widely accepted. Now, that's just kind of...
Really? You don't think they have?
has been a terrorist state. Okay, Israel right now is imparting a genocide and a Holocaust on the Gazan people. So I'm really over this idea like somehow Israel has the moral high ground and we have to get behind them.
I didn't say
because
that.
We've got to go after the bad guys.
I wasn't saying that.
But we have.
No, hang on. Look, we can come to Gaza where I think we'll reach agreement about what Israel's government's been doing there in the last few months. Without
But it's
any
relevant.
question.
If you're going to call Iranians terrorists, if they right now had an open concentration camp where they were mass killing their own people, we would all be saying this is ridiculous. So it's rich to me that people are concerned about Iran having nukes. What I'm concerned about Israel, who won't even admit that they have nukes, having nukes, while at the same time they are executing a genocide and a Holocaust in Gaza that the world is watching. So who's the bigger terrorist is the question today. I would say as an American that if we're going to get behind a regime change, it should be in Israel first. So that would be my position. I think the position of a lot of people who are waking up to the fact that Zionism has brought us nothing but grief in America. Can you name one positive thing that Zionists have contributed to America? That us fighting these perpetual wars on behalf of Zionism has contributed to America?
But can you also recognize that Israel, placed where it is as a tiny thumbprint in the middle of a region where you have massive countries full of a lot of people that want to wish them harm, and in the case of the terror groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, actually want to get rid of Israel and all Israelis altogether, can you accept that if you have a huge nation like Iran with 90 million people, and they are facilitating these terror groups to that purpose, that Iran has to defend itself? Now, I would not disagree with you about what has been going on in Gaza in the last few months. I've been very vocal in my criticism of that. Nor do I disagree, by the way, that it wouldn't help Israel if they did have regime change and Netanyahu wasn't prime minister anymore. So on those points, I think we have agreement. But I come back to the fact that the reason Trump has done this, I think, is that he has for a long time said Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. I think he's absolutely right to believe that would be a pretty terrifying escalation of the power of a country that's been so wedded to terrorism in the region. And I think he took the action for that reason. So I don't really agree that he's only doing it because Bibi Netanyahu wants him to go along and do it. I think he's doing it because he believes it's in America's strategic interest that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. Enough about 9 to 5. What about the most important second?
It is not in America's strategic interest. There was no imminent threat. He could have taken this to Congress and he could have allowed the people's representatives to vote on whether or not
nobody does
it was
that.
in the American people.
No president in living memory has, with almost zero exceptions, has bothered to get congressional pre-approval for military strikes. We know that. You know that.
Yeah, we know that. And that's not okay. By the way, that's not okay.
Obama did more strikes than anybody, right?
Yes,
I mean, Obama never asked anybody for any permission.
I'm not an Obama supporter. Yeah, that doesn't make it okay. By the way, like that argument, just so we're clear, saying, well, we've been doing it wrong forever, so we should just keep doing it wrong, is not an argument that it's right.
I don't disagree with you about that.
Okay, so I disagree with Obama doing it. I disagree with Trump doing it.
Enough.
And especially when what we're talking about is what could rise to be a nuclear war, right? We should have done things the right way. And he had indicated that he was going to wait 2 weeks, and then he didn't wait 2 weeks because Bibi Netanyahu, at least according to the Israeli press, if you believe it, said, we're not waiting 2 weeks, we want this done immediately. But I will say, you are correct. He's not just doing this because Bibi Netanyahu demands it. He's also doing it because Miriam Adelson demands it. He took $100 million from Miriam Adelson. It was very clear what she wanted. She was clear that she wanted to annex the West Bank. So there was an imperialist plan that was put into place. And unfortunately, when you do a deal with the devil, you're going to have to eventually deliver the pound of flesh. And that is what Trump is doing, in my opinion. And more evidence of that is the fact when he tweeted that there could be a Trump hotel in Gaza. I mean, that was truly, in my opinion, the most inhumane thing he's ever tweeted.
Well, I think it was pretty clear I think what he was doing there was pretty clear. He's saying,
so that was the most inhumane thing you've ever heard him fucking tweet or ever seen him tweet? That, huh? Interesting. So you got more compassion for those Muslims out there than you do black people in this country? And you think that was the most inhumane thing he's ever done, huh? But all the fucked up shit he said about black people, that shit, you agreed with all of it. That was not inhumane. But this was. And it's only because the small hats are the ones that's benefiting from it. Ain't that right, Kunis? You always gotta appease your neo-Nazi crowd, right? You gotta appease them. You gotta make sure you don't bite the hand that feeds you, right? Like, I get it. I think, Kunis, that was the worst thing you ever heard. Got it.
Evidence of that is the fact when he tweeted that there could be a Trump hotel in Gaza. I mean, that was truly, in my opinion, the most inhumane thing he's ever tweeted.
Well, I think it was pretty clear I think what he was doing there was pretty clear. He's saying he wants a better life for Palestinian people, a life where they have beaches,
well, when you
and they
pair
have
that
hotels,
with Jared
and they have golf
Kushner
courses.
and Jared Kushner's private equity firm and their ties to what's happening in Israel, and Jared Kushner being on camera shortly after October 7th saying, wow, that property could be worth a lot of money, it makes me a little bit uncomfortable. It makes Americans a little bit uncomfortable. Now, you've asked me to come onto your show to explain to you how the now very fractured MAGA movement is feeling, and I'm telling you that, right?
No, it's really. Honestly,
I find
the split in the conservative movement in America genuinely fascinating because it really is a genuine schism now.
Yeah, there's a genuine schism, and it's only going one direction. And by the way, we shouldn't even call this a schism, because trying to dress this up and delude us into believing that the MAGA movement is what has Meghan McCain cheering, John Bolton cheering, has Mark Levin cheering. The literal faces of the Never Trump movement are saying this is real MAGA. Yeah, we're not going to be that delusional.
But you're on the same side as Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. How do you feel about that?
You're asking about the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement has always been a movement that explicitly did not want to keep involving our sons and daughters in the Middle East. So we have not changed that position. If AOC was always anti-war, then she should have thrown on a red hat in 2020 and in 2015 and joined the MAGA movement. That would have been fantastic.
But are you saying America should never use any military action? You're on the same side as
Greta Thunberg when it comes to the Palestinians being
but are you saying,
murdered every day.
are you saying,
I am. I'm aligned.
Okay, but are you saying that America should never use any military action then?
No. I'm not saying America can never use any military action. In fact, what I said earlier was I could get behind a regime change in Israel because I think it would fix a lot of issues that are happening and that has been happening to America over time. Like I said,
why
America
wouldn't you want it in Iran? I mean, I'm reading an Amnesty International report from 2024.
Because Iran is not negatively impacting. I'm answering your question because Iran's regime is not negatively impacting America on a day-to-day basis.
When the leader of Iran says death to America, why doesn't that concern you?
That's a chant. And by the way, I want to be very clear. Why are they chanting death to America? Why are they chanting that? That's kind of a random thing. Like, I don't wake up one day and go like,
dead?
But why are they specifically chanting as opposed to saying, I don't know, death to China or death to Russia? What is it specifically about America?
Well, they say death to America, death to Israel, death to the United Kingdom, actually.
Oh, okay.
Death to pretty much anyone that wants to stand up to them.
Could have had something to do with our actions in the Middle East is why I'm saying that we need a change in foreign policy. It maybe has something to do with just like killing 1 million Iraqi civilians, because Bibi Netanyahu got on a congressional stage and said there are weapons of mass destruction, and we took that to the bank and there actually were no weapons of mass destruction, so we just killed 1 million. It could have something, I could be crazy, it could have something to do with our actions in the Middle East. The fact that we have 2,000 troops stationed in Syria right now under the guise of saying that we're fighting ISIS, while at the same time we know that Bibi Netanyahu funded the Al-Qaeda adjacent front because he wanted to overthrow Syria, and they again expand their borders, immediately take on territory and sell us absolute nonsense. We're talking about funding Hamas. Bibi Netanyahu funded Hamas. There is footage of Bibi Netanyahu saying this stuff on camera. So it's just so ridiculous to me to pretend that they're in some predicament, that they may be eradicated soon, which is why they have to keep funding all of these terrorist groups and then pretending that they're victims of terror, when in fact they are the people that are imparting it worldwide. You know, I just think that, like I said, Generation 9/11 has grown up, and I think that our eyes are very clear here, and we recognize that our relationship with Israel has become increasingly problematic, and it always was problematic. So I'll again ask the questions, Piers. I'm asking you because we're having a conversation. Name something positive that our Zionist AIPAC foreign policy has brought to America.
Well, I think the positive side of, if you want an answer about that, is that America has been Israel's steadfast ally because it recognizes as a country that Israel has been under an almost unique, multifaceted threat on its border for a very long time from people that want...
Cut the shit, dog. Cut the fucking shit. Kundis is cooking you. Cooking you. First of all, you avoided her actual fucking question, motherfucker. You avoided the question. She asked you, how did America ever benefit from being Israel's bitch? And you started talking about how they benefit because Israel went through all these things for all these decades on that landmass and shit like that. What? What? The fuck is you talking about? So they going through something. I'm gonna get in that in a second too. They're going through something. Benefits America how? Because that's what she asked you. She asked you how does it benefit America. You didn't answer that question. You started going into wigger babble. You started wigger babbling. And that wigger babble ain't going to help you none. And then let's get into all this torment that these motherfuckers went through over the decades out there in fucking Israel. You know, with this Zionist movement, this fuck shit. Where you got a small portion of fucking small hats that made up about, I don't know, at best, about 20% of the population in that area in 48? Or was it 47? No, it's 48. I'm pretty sure it's 48. In 1948, them motherfuckers held like 20% of the fucking population. Motherfuckers said, we gonna carve y'all out your own land to call your own. Right there in this landmass that 20% of you motherfuckers live at. My bad. Not 20% of small hats live at, where they make up 20% of the fucking population. We gonna take this land right here, right? And we gonna split this shit off, and we gonna call this half Palestine, right? And this half over here, you know, you 20% gonna get your own half. 20% of the population got 50% of the motherfucking landmass. And then turned around and called that shit Israel. And guess who helped make that shit happen? This Zionist ass fucking country is what made that shit fucking happen. Let's keep it a buck. Right? Don't talk that dumb shit to me, son. What the fuck are we talking about? You sound crazy over here. All this shit they went through out there. What the fuck they went through? 20% of the population got half of the fucking land. You talking about all this shit they went through out there. Man, you don't get the fuck out of here.
Want to destroy it as a country that Israel has been under an almost unique, multifaceted threat on its border for a very long time from people that want to destroy it. And you know that you may not see that as a benefit, but Israel has been very supportive to the United States in many ways, right? So why shouldn't America...
I just want something concrete that has been benefit. Like, we got better in America in this way. Just name something. Gas prices, just something that the average American can relate to.
Well, you're not going to have a correlation between Zionism and gas prices in America. Of course you're not.
No, I'm just giving you an
there
example.
are,
To just tell
there
me
are
one
obvious
thing that they
tangible
appreciate. Because what your
benefits.
argument here is like, well, you get a pat on the back and you can say that you helped this country, which was formed in 1948 by pretending to be refugees, if you will, and being invited into the homes of Palestinians, the horrific story
Well, they weren't
of what
pretending to be
happened.
refugees. They were people fleeing a Holocaust.
Let's be clear. Let me finish my statement.
What do you mean
When I say
pretending to be refugees?
Let me finish my statement. When I say pretending to be refugees and being invited into the home, you would think that these people were helpless and were going to be grateful to the people that hosted them. People like Muhammad Hadid, Bella Hadid and Gigi Hadid's father, who was an infant at this time in his mother's arms. She had just given birth. They had invited these refugees because of the goodness of their heart. And then one day they return home and their doors are locked and they are told that if you try to enter, you are going to be shot and killed. That is the reality of how Israel was established as a state. Okay, that is not a stain that you can wipe from history. Most Americans growing up actually believe what happened was that, okay, it was a little messy. That's what happens after wars. Borders get changed. But at the very least, they were given money. I mean, you've lived here for hundreds of years. Here's money for your property. No, that's not what happened. They were forced out of their homes at gunpoint.
Listen.
And it's wrong. So we get to be the nation pat on the back. According to you, the thing that let me finish. I'm going to let you finish. It's your show. We can, but let me finish. Your argument is that what we get to be is that nation that keeps supporting it as they continue to move their borders in this way. Now we're seeing that incursion into Gaza, and we are certainly going to see it by the end of this administration in the West Bank, because like I said, that is why Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million.
Look, as you know, I oppose what the Israeli government is doing now in Gaza. I oppose the expansion of settlements on the West Bank. I think all of that is completely wrong. I do think America supports Israel because it remains the only democracy in the Middle East, and that's an important...
They're not a democracy. Stop saying that, Pierce. You know better.
Well, they have elections.
It's not a democracy.
They have elections.
But who gets to vote in those elections? Do the Gazans get to vote in that election?
Well, the Israelis get to vote in Israel, obviously.
Okay, so you're basically saying America had a democracy, we had
Israel
laws that said Black Americans couldn't, Black Americans
Israel
couldn't
moved
vote.
out. It is indisputable that Israel moved out of Gaza in 2005, and there was an election, and Hamas got elected. Right now,
I agree with you. But Bibi Netanyahu was on camera saying that they were going to fund Hamas into power. So they orchestrated that because they wanted to create the solution.
I agree with you that Netanyahu wanted to cause a split between the Palestinian Authority and Hamas. It was divide and rule. It was a catastrophically bad strategy, and it led to what happened on October the 7th over a 20-year period. There's no doubt it was a terrible thing that Netanyahu did, one of the many reasons I think he should go. But there was no doubt that the Israelis pulled out of Gaza and allowed them to have elections, and they elected Hamas, and the rest has been disastrous history.
Because the Israelis funded, because Bibi Netanyahu, they funded Hamas.
I don't disagree with you, but they still had elections.
So it's like we rigged an election, but look what the election results show is that they wanted to put Hamas into power. And so when we talk about who is funding these terrorists, the answer is Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't want to get into his corruption trials, but every single person watching this right now should go pursue the documentary, The Bibi Files, because it is absolutely stunning to understand.
I believe one of the reasons. I believe one of the reasons. Let me answer
the question, because you still haven't given me anything other than like you guys get a pat on the back for supporting this created nation in the Middle East. I also just like to say all of the bad things that we have gotten because of our continued relation with Israel. First and foremost, the open borders. And you can relate to this. People in the UK, they just can't seem to connect the dots.
All right.
Oh my gosh, what's happening here?
Let me get a word in.
But I want to say this. Okay, we don't understand where all these refugees are coming from. Oh my God, where are all these refugees coming from? Who's funding them coming over into these borders? Well, this is what you get when you keep supporting these nonstop wars, when you keep bombing where these people live. And it's not even just a conspiracy, by the way. If you're like, oh, well
actually, you're wrong about this, because the vast majority of people coming into the UK illegally are not coming from war-torn countries in the Middle East. They're actually economic migrants. So it's not true.
Okay, but let's connect that. when you say economic migrants, are we talking about like
people who literally want to come to the UK for a better life?
And when Gaddafi was heading up Libya and the country was on the up and up and he was working with the United Nations, and then all of a sudden he warned that if you collapse Libya and turn it into a place where refugees are escaping, that this is going to be your problem, Europe. He warned that. So then it actually happened. And now we're just calling them economic migrants. We're going to pretend
I'm not
that we had
talking
nothing
about
to
people
do.
coming from Libya.
Okay, where are you speaking about?
Well, for example, I think it was last year, a third of all the people who came into the UK on the border on the small boats illegally, it turned out were young economic migrant males from Albania, which last time I checked, we hadn't invaded. So look, let me pull you back to something you said, which has caused a lot of controversy, which is this issue of dishonorable discharge. Let's take a listen.
I do believe that if war in Iran is on the agenda, and that appears so, get dishonorably discharged. Who cares? Who cares? Why should you go die in a foreign land? You now have the benefit of 2020. You can see, think about those men and those women who died because they were pitched that they were serving their country because there were weapons of mass destruction, right? They were serving their country because the Taliban, they were serving their country, whatever, and these people gave up their lives. And ask yourselves, for what? And the answer to that question is for the elites. They're like toy soldiers.
When you said that, were you aware of the repercussions if people dishonorably discharged?
So just to put this into context, this is like the Q&A, live Q&A portion at the end of my show. And being facetious, but also being completely honest, that they should begin to consider, and that was somebody asking, what should we do? Like, should we leave the military? Because they also
do you regret
are recognizing that. No, I don't regret saying that. I don't regret
you know the
having
repercussions if you do
think
discharge dishonorably.
Okay, well, I would imagine that the people that are in the military who were going to, if they were going to listen to my podcast and they were going to dishonorably discharge, that they would know the consequences. So it's completely ridiculous. And again, we see this over and over again where people can't answer the broader questions. They try to suddenly peg in, well, you said this one thing. No, the broader conversation that we are having.
It's not a small thing.
No, let me finish. Let me finish.
You're basically, you're encouraging US servicemen and women to dishonorably discharge.
You play a clip and I'm trying to answer it. You know, you can't do that. You ask a question.
Well, you're trying to downplay it.
And I'm responding. No, I am. No, you're trying to upplay it is what the issue is. This is exactly.
I'm just repeating what you said.
No, you're not. You're playing what I said, and I'm responding to it and telling you that the broader piece of that conversation, when you have troops that are now asking that question, is they are recognizing that America is in steep decline, that our military comes back and they are treated like dirt, that a lot of these men, and we're talking about decades, white American males come back and they're told that they're racist and they're treated like crap, that they're white supremacists, that they have a different vision for this country. So why are they dying in these overseas wars for Bibi Netanyahu? Okay, and let me again try to answer that question that I asked you at the beginning, which is, what has Zionism won America?
I'm not going
what
to keep
have
coming
these
back
never
to the
ending?
same thing.
No, let me finish. Why won't you let me answer that? Why won't you let me
answer it.
Yeah, Kundis is cooking him. She got him buck dancing, running from the same question. She asked this question about 15 minutes ago. She asked it again about 5 minutes ago. And she's about to repeat the question again because Pierce has yet to been able to answer that one simple fucking question. What has America gained from being Israel's bitch since 1948? What the fuck did they gain, motherfuckers? What did they gain? He can't answer. And then he starts filibustering. He not letting her finish. She is cooking his ass. He's like, no, I don't want to go back to that question again. I know you don't want to go back to that question again, motherfucker. I know you don't. Because you ain't answer it the third time she asked you that fucking question. So the last thing you want to do is hear it the fourth time after you spent 3 other times avoiding that motherfucker. Didn't even do a good job in doing it either, because like I completely saw right through that shit. You know what I mean? That shit crazy. What are we talking about? But she cooking him though. She cooking him. Give him that work. I can't even stunt. When she do right, I gotta give it up. She cooking him.
racist and they're treated like crap, that they're white supremacists, that they have a different vision for this country. So why are they dying in these overseas wars for Bibi Netanyahu? Okay, and let me again try to answer that question that I asked you at the beginning, which is, what has Zionism won America?
I'm not going
what
to keep
have
coming
these
back
never
to the
ending?
same thing.
No, let me finish. Why won't you let me answer that? Why won't you let me actually say what people are recognizing? You come back and there are open borders and you're told that you are racist, okay? You come back and you're told that you are racist if you don't want open borders. Meanwhile, you're sent overseas to defend Israel's borders. It's a nonsense. And who's funding these open borders? According to Barry Weiss, and I quote, Barry Weiss said this verbatim, the Jewish connection to the refugee is not a conspiracy. That's something that we are very proud of. And she was referencing the organization XyayX, and she says it explicitly, which she said what was started by them in the 1880s, which includes immigrants that have come in like Sergey Brin. They are still the organization that is operating at our border right now, okay? That is problematic, that we have open borders while we continually and routinely are told that we have to defend somebody else's borders, okay? And again, these never-ending wars in the Middle East at the behest of Israel. Bibi Netanyahu is the one that called for Americans to invade Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, and now Iran, and we've done it. We're told Israel can defend itself, okay, but why do we have currently 2,000 troops that are in Syria under the guise of fighting ISIS? And like I said, we know Israel themselves fund terror-adjacent militants like they did to overthrow Assad. And we're done with the BS of, okay, well, they weren't really involved, Israel, in Afghanistan, because even when we fight those never-ending wars, Israel wins. Everybody knows that our boys were out there in Afghanistan guarding poppy fields, okay? And do you know what happened after we allegedly, quote unquote, lost in Afghanistan? What happened to all those poppy fields, those poppy flowers that our military was guarding? Well, the opioid crisis hit America via the Sackler family, who quite literally built the School of Medicine at Tel Aviv University.
Yeah, she cooking with hot grease right now. I gotta say, like, she cooking with hot motherfucking grease right now. You know what I mean? She deep frying this motherfucker. She is deep frying motherfucking peas on this summer bitch. Like, she is cooking. Like, she really took it there. She really took it there. And she's spot on. She's spot on. You know what I mean? Like, she is like, Pierce is upset. Look at Pierce. Look at his face. Look at his face. He know this is an L. This is a rapid fire round that he know he getting his ass whipped in. He like, God damn, I done already lost my opening wasn't that great. My previous round could have been tighter. She probably got me in those two. I gotta make up for it on my rebuttal with my rapid fire. Shit, she cooking your ass here too, motherfucker. She cooking your ass right here in this rebuttal round too. Hey, motherfucker, your closing ain't gonna be that good to win this fucking debate. I promise you it's not. I promise you that closing ain't gonna save you, motherfucker. It's not gonna save you. Because she is cooking you right now. Hot grease. Deep fried. Straight up.
And like I said, we know Israel themselves fund terror-adjacent militants like they did to overthrow Assad. And we're done with the BS of, okay, well, they weren't really involved, Israel, in Afghanistan, because even when we fight those never-ending wars, Israel wins. Everybody knows that our boys were out there in Afghanistan guarding poppy fields, okay? And do you know what happened after we allegedly, quote unquote, lost in Afghanistan? What happened to all those poppy fields, those poppy flowers that our military was guarding? Well, the opioid crisis hit America via the Sackler family, who quite literally built the School of Medicine at Tel Aviv University. So we're just done, okay? And there's no way that we're gonna go backwards. We're not going to allow you guys to emotionally condition us to go, oh, well, we gotta protect Israel because of the Holocaust. It is over. They're imparting a Holocaust. America would like off this crazy train.
Okay, for the benefit of viewers who don't know what I was talking about, under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Article 90, dishonourable discharge can result in forfeiture of all pay and allowances up to 5 years confinement, which is a pretty heavy penalty to pay.
Yeah, I'd want my kids to go to jail before they fought for Israel. I'll say that honestly.
Okay,
I would. I have 3 sons, and I'm going to be honest with you, Pierce. I'm glad you told me that consequence. I take that consequence any day to them being sent back over in a coffin because they died for Israel. So.
Okay, but I think the one thing you're missing, look, I come from a big military family, a lot of military in my family, and a lot of people fighting wars on behalf of the United States are not doing it because they think Bibi Netanyahu wants them to. They're doing it because
some of them do that, and they write into my show and I answer the question.
But many of them won't, and they might be offended by you suggesting that's the only reason they're doing it.
And they can watch your show, and they can be offended all they want, but I think it's more offensive the way that our military is treated, the veterans are treated, and the gaslighting that takes place when we're told that we have to defend everybody's borders. But I
actually think America treats its veterans better than almost any country in the world.
I mean, this has always been an open conversation, and I'm just saying that if my boys were being drafted to fight this war in Iran, I would be like, you know what, honey, take the other option. And that's not because it's cowardice. It's because when you sign up for the military...
Okay, but I would say that the pilots...
Who is this person? Who is this person? She up here sounding like Ali and shit up on this motherfucker, right? Like, she like, yeah, man, my son got a letter from the government the other day. He opened it and read it. It said they were suckers. They wanted him for the army or whatever. Picture me giving a damn. I said never. Here's a land that never gave a damn about a brother like me and myself because they never did. I wasn't with it, but just that very minute it turned to me. These suckers had authority. What? As I sit there, as I dwell in my cell, how long has it been they got me sitting in the state pen? Yo, she got her public enemy shit, dog. She went Chuck D on these motherfuckers, son. She ain't put... What the hell is going on with my... Yo, she's like, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that, motherfucker. Dodge, motherfucker. If you get drafted, dodge. Dodge that motherfucker. Fuck that shit. Take the other option, motherfucker. Take me to jail.
And not doing it because they think Bibi Netanyahu wants them to. They're doing it because
some of them do that, and they write into my show and I answer the question.
But many of them won't, and they might be offended by you suggesting that's the only reason they're doing it.
And they can watch your show, and they can be offended all they want, but I think it's more offensive the way that our military is treated, the veterans are treated, and the gaslighting that takes place when we're told that we have to defend everybody's borders. But I
actually think America treats its veterans better than almost any country in the world.
I mean, this has always been an open conversation, and I'm just saying that if my boys were being drafted to fight this war in Iran, I would be like, you know what, honey, take the other option. And that's not because it's cowardice. It's because when you sign up for the military...
Okay, but I would say that the pilots...
You are pledging that you are doing something that is going to better your country.
Candace,
like I said, our country has been in steep decline since we have been part of this foreign policy, which is just whatever Israel wants.
Okay, but you made that point. But what I would say to you is the only people so far that have been involved from the American military were the extraordinarily courageous and skillful pilots who flew these B-2 bombers and attacked the nuclear sites and got back safely. So there's been no troops on the ground committed at all, no declaration of war by the United States. We can quibble. Listen, I don't disagree with you. You bomb somewhere, you probably are at war with them. But there is no official declaration of war, just as Trump, when he took out Soleimani and Baghdadi and he attacked Syria and so on, he didn't declare war on those places. And actually it turned out that the apocalyptic warnings of those actions never materialized. So we shall see. I can't let you go without asking. Let me ask you just quickly about the Tucker Ted Cruz debate. What did you make of that?
Fantastic. It is finally the debate that needed to happen in America, because a part of this nonstop policy is this belief, as you said, Ted Cruz, that if we just do whatever Israel wants, that God's going to bless you. And it's quite ironic because it comes from Protestants, and their normal argument is that the reason why we had to have this fracture in the church was because of indulgences. Well, there's nothing more indulgent than I'm going to be blessed if I just do whatever Israel says. And so because we are finally having that spiritual conversation, which is more important, I suspect there's going to be major changes in the United States going forward, and that is why you're seeing this fracture in the base already.
Tucker, according to Donald Trump, Tucker rang Trump to apologize for some of the more strident rhetoric he's used against him recently. Are you done with Donald Trump, or could you see a way that you would end up perhaps voting for him? Oh, yeah, you can't run again, obviously, but would you support him publicly again?
So I want to be clear. I don't regret voting for Donald Trump above Kamala. I think he was the better candidate, certainly a better candidate above Joe Biden. But what I will say is that he's been a chronic disappointment. And I feel embarrassed that I told people to go vote for him because this wasn't going to happen and it is happening.
She said she is embarrassed that she promoted and told motherfuckers to vote for Donald motherfucking Trump. That's what she said. Embarrassed. Let's continue.
Support him publicly again.
So I want to be clear. I don't regret voting for Donald Trump above Kamala. I think he was the better candidate, certainly a better candidate above Joe Biden. But what I will say is that he's been a chronic disappointment. And I feel embarrassed that I told people to go vote for him because this wasn't going to happen and it is happening. But I just think that the picture of politics in America is going to look very differently because of his actions. So I don't know where we go from here. I really don't. But this is not the candidate that I voted for.
If it turns out that his instincts were right, that by doing what he did, it brings Iran to the negotiating table and they do a deal on their nuclear plans, would you admit that you were wrong in that circumstance?
Yeah. I will always admit when I'm wrong. Anybody that listens to my podcast knows that. It just so happens to be that, especially if I come on to the Piers Morgan show and I make some predictions, that it ends up that I'm right. So I'm feeling lucky, but I will of course admit I'm wrong if that is the result.
Candice, always good to have your views on Uncensored. You know that. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
So there you go, family. There you go, there you go. Right? So let's listen to this one thing real quick, and I'll get ready to put the link out there. Let's listen to a response from that interview. All right, some responses happened at this interview. This is one of them. Let's listen to this. Let's listen to Dr. Richie. Let's go.
Candace Owens regrets voting, but Donald Trump regrets telling other people to support Donald Trump. Hell of a thing. Here it is.
Are you done with Donald Trump, or could you see a way that you would end up perhaps voting for him? Oh, yeah, you can't run again, obviously, but would you support him publicly again?
So I want to be clear. I don't regret voting for Donald Trump above Kamala. I think he was the better candidate, certainly a better candidate above Joe Biden. But what I will say is that he's been a chronic disappointment. And I feel embarrassed that I told people to go vote for him because this wasn't going to happen and it is happening.
That means she regrets voting for him. Put it up full mass. Candace, you are talking out of both sides of your ass. If you are embarrassed about voting for somebody and you regret, basically, because of this embarrassment, telling other folk to support said person because they broke the promises they made, that means, Candace, come with me, you regret voting for Trump. This is not about Trump over Biden or Trump over Kamala. That's not what this is about. This is about the guy that you supported breaking every single promise he made, which we've been saying it indisputable since he started breaking all the promises he made. Okay, let's get into it. Candace Owens turns on Trump, saying she's embarrassed. She told people to go vote for him. This was a comment during Piers Morgan show. I'm glad Piers posed the question the way he did. Trump's base has faced division in recent days over Trump's handling of the Israel-Iran conflict. Owens added, quote, "This was not Trump's decision. It was Bibi Netanyahu's decision," Owens told Morgan, referring to the Prime Minister of Israel, quote, "and that is the reason that he did it. We're very aware that Israel is dictating our foreign policy, and we'd now like that to stop." Let me remind everybody that Donald Trump is, in fact, an adult. He's a grown human being. He's a grown-ass man, and that means that his decisions as commander-in-chief are his decisions, regardless of what was the catalyst, or the influence for said decision. When will Trump supporters simply do one thing? Allow Trump to be completely, holistically accountable for his own decisions, rather than continuing to provide a level of measure or be an apologist for his blunders. So another quote, it's all the same rhetoric dating back to 9/11. All of the same tactic, trying to smear people who are against this war as jihadists. She said, adding that the war between Iran and Israel is simply not our business. Yes, you've been saying that. Trump said he agreed with you. As a matter of fact, when President Obama was in the White House, it was Donald Trump who said Obama will go to war with Iran because he's weak. He doesn't know how to negotiate. He went on and on. You all championed the position of the con artist rather than champion the position of the individual who actually gave a damn about the country. There's more. Quote, there was no imminent threat to the United States when Trump made this decision to do what Bibi wanted. She said, referring to Israel's prime minister, quote, this was not Trump's decision, it was Bibi Netanyahu's decision, and that is the reason that he did it. We're very aware that Israel is dictating our foreign policy, and we'd now like that to stop. So Candace, if it's not Trump's decision, but it was actually Netanyahu's decision, that means that Trump is being controlled by a foreign entity. So maybe that foreign entity is not Russia. That foreign entity in this case, in your proclamation, is Israel, it's the Israeli government. When we talk about biblical context for Israel, I want to remind everyone the biblical context was not the government or the military war machine, Israel. We're talking about people. We're talking about individuals. We're talking about the collective. And last time I checked, the majority of those in Israel actually opposed Benjamin Netanyahu. Last time I checked, there were soldiers and former soldiers of the Israeli military who signed a document stating that Netanyahu is out of control and that this war is out of line. So Candace, at some point, Trump has to be responsible for Trump, period. Full stop. If Trump is not responsible for Trump, that means that you're okay with bypassing who should be the leader and blaming others who are controlling that leader. It doesn't end with Candace Owens, however. Marjorie Taylor Greene accuses Trump of, quote, bait and switch over Iran strikes. It feels like a complete bait and switch to please.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Don't tell me he lost Marjorie. He lost Kundis and Marjorie? These are like two of his bottom bitches. You know you fucking up when your bottom bitches stop acting right and ready to start going somewhere else. You lose your bottom bitch, you fuck it up. He ain't just lose one of those motherfuckers. He lost both. He lost two of these motherfuckers in the same week. Yeah, he fuck it up. He fuck it up. How you lose both your? How you lose two bitches in the same week, dog? What is you doing? You have got to be fucking up. You have got to be. This is crazy. Margie too. Man.
Greene accuses Trump of, quote, bait and switch over Iran strikes. It feels like a complete bait and switch to please the neocons, the warmongers, military, industrial complex contracts, and neocon TV personalities that MAGA hates and who were never Trumpers, she wrote on X. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Trump is a never Trumper. Do you understand? Trump don't believe in Trump. Trump created a character to make you all fall for a con. Trump is not MAGA. Trump is not a Republican. Trump is not a conservative. Trump has never been any of these things. He doesn't believe in anything. He has no integrity. He goes where the wind is flowing. According to his last administration, he literally will make decisions based on the last person that had a conversation with him. All right, so she also defended herself, quote, contrary to brainwashed Democrat boomers think and protest about Trump is not a king, MAGA is not a cult, and I can do and have my own opinion. You can. The cult has some words for you by doing so, but it's fine. I actually appreciate the fact that you're starting to have some independent thinking. Maybe Cenk rubbed off on you. But the reality is this, you all supported a con artist, and we told you it was a con artist. You all supported an individual who could care less about black folk and brown folk, undocumented individuals that he would call illegal. As long as the war was them, it was fine with you. And I want you to understand the context that's being created. So we can all agree that a false context was created in order to drop bombs in Iran. We know that. This whole fear-mongering about Iran is dangerous to the United States never happened. It was never real. There was no imminent threat based on the Security Council and the National Security Advisor. So all of this was made up as a way to justify the attack in Iran. So we all agree on that. That's how they do it internationally. Marjorie Taylor Greene, that's also how they do it nationally as well. Fear-mongering, creating a false pretense, telling you that the enemy are folk who are black and folk who are brown. And they utilize that fear-mongering to then launch an attack. While that attack may not be in bombs, that attack comes by way of raids in the middle of the night. College students who write an opinion piece, and all of a sudden they're not able to enjoy their student visa because they had an opinion protected by the US Constitution. That is the pretext for this war domestically. Understand, these individuals are not very inventive. They are taking the same policies, washing it a little bit to apply it domestically. You fall for it domestically. Why would you not fall for it internationally? She also posted on X, quote, I'm 51 years old. I'm a Gen X, the Congresswoman wrote on X. Quote, I've watched our country go to war in foreign lands for foreign causes on behalf of foreign interests for as long as I can remember. I was in 10th grade when Desert Storm started, and my father, before me, was sent to Vietnam, another senseless foreign war. Foreign wars have cost the U.S. trillions of dollars, quote, that have never benefited any American, she wrote, noting the multi-trillion-dollar national debt. You have Donald Trump to thank for that. You have Donald Trump to thank for not taking care of the military-industrial complex, as he once said and you all proclaimed you believed in. Trump has failed to tackle any of the actual problems that you said, as MAGA, you cared about. He's tackled none of them. But what he will do is he will give you red meat. He will make sure cameras are positioned just perfectly so that ICE can arrest a doctoral student from Columbia University because that makes you happy. And while he's giving you these racist nuggets that you love to have, he's destroying your nation from the inside out, and you all are allowing. All right, Jackson, thoughts here.
You know, Candace Owens has always been more than disingenuous, and just the idea that, you know, Donald Trump, he's been a disappointment this go round, but the last time he was totally great, the way that he gave the largest tax cut to corporate America that they've ever received. And he's getting ready to do the same thing, take away millions of people's health care. Told the Senate that y'all better not go to recess until you pass my big, beautiful bill. The man who completely bungled the COVID response before COVID happened, he dismantled our response system. And now, whether it be going after all the benefit programs, we know what this man does. But as you pointed out, Donald Trump is an empty husk who doesn't believe in anything. And even before we had to deal with him in the public eye, he was a known con artist. We knew that he didn't pay people. We knew that he was just a hype man. We knew that he was just a reality TV show host. So at the end of the day, either Candace Owens is completely disingenuous or she's not that bright. I personally think it's both. And also at the end of the day, I mean, she can't really deviate from the brand that she's made for herself. Like, I guess she's trying to escape the Trump train a little bit by saying, oh, well, we shouldn't be going to war. And he's been a huge disappointment. And I'm ashamed that I told people to vote for him. But like, what did you think that we were going to get? Like, he's doing everything he said he would, too. Like, yeah, he said all lower prices and whatnot. But and also to get back to Marjorie Taylor Greene, this also ties to people like Candace Owens, like, oh, he did a bait and switch. Like, no, he didn't. The Republican parties wanted to go to war with Iran for decades. This is nothing new. And Donald Trump is as establishment as they come. As you pointed out, he's not a conservative. He's not a Republican. He's not even MAGA. He's just a charlatan and a con artist. And he's a billionaire. And he's always had a silver spoon in his mouth. He's never been a man of the people.
Yeah, that's right. And he would not have sat down to eat with a member of MAGA if his life depended on it, period. We'll bring you updates as to come.
All right, that's it, family. I'm about to get ready to drop the link. Just wanted to catch y'all up with some of this MAGA drama that's been happening. So let me get ready to put this link out here. I done held y'all up long enough with the stories. I had to show y'all the Kundin shit, though. I had to show y'all the Kundin shit. That shit was great. And yeah, so family, I'm about to get ready to play this commercial. Then I'm going to come back with the link. And y'all can come up, holler at me, let me know what's good. And y'all already know what it is. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
I'm probably a psycho. Crazy, split personality. Don't know who wished to blame for the sickness in my brain. Maybe I'm a psycho. I'm probably a psycho.
All right, family, links out there. Come one, come all. First come, first serve. You already know what it is. Let's see, we got Pastor up here. What's going on, Pastor? How are you?
What it do? So
You are
man,
ready with the word.
so I think that everybody has been bypassing over, like, there's like an elephant in the room that like nobody is kind of talking about. And it was this declaration called the Balfour Declaration. And it was written in like 1917 by this dude named Arthur Balfour. And he was the Secretary of State for Lord Rothschild in Britain. And he was the lead. The Rothschild guy, he was like the lead Jewish guy in Britain, in Britain at the time. And they wrote this thing called the Balfour Declaration. And it was written in 1917, and it was pretty much saying that the Jewish state had to be created, or it had to be the Jewish state had to be created. And that's what started that whole Arab-Palestine beef, is because they wanted that land, and they started pushing for that land before even World War I, and then they got it after World War II, and that's how America got pulled into this stuff because America
They actually
worked.
pushed for it during World War One. Before, like you said, before World War One, they wanted that area. During the World War One, after they took out the Ottomans, the process started with them trying to take over the area. But they didn't carve the land out until after World War Two.
After World War II, yep. But they started it. They started the push in World War I.
Right. After they took the Ottomans out, and then when Palestine and everything else wanted to become an independent state.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And then that's when America came in during the World War II, when it actually became a real thing. And that's how. So America, I don't know if we can pull out this shit, man. We've been a part of this since World War II, but I believe we was a part of it, of the drafting, even in World War I. When you go back and like read about the Balfour Act or Declaration, and it's crazy because they didn't go with like a Civil Rights Act. They went with something called like a resolution, what was called like a declaration, and they they were able to get that land, and it ties into what's going on in America right now, because the Balfour Act was about small Jewish immigration to a Palestinian nation, to Palestine. The Palestinians were always worried, and the reason why they did not agree with the Balfour Declaration, because they was always worried that it was going to cause mass immigration, and it was going to change the demographics of Palestine. And what they were afraid of actually happened. And you see that even happening in America right now with mass immigration, and how it just completely turns the country or the nation. And so what they did was, what the Jewish people did is they practiced mass immigration with this declaration that they just wrote. They just wrote a declaration. Not even they. In particular, Jewish family wrote the declaration, and then they all just used it. And America helped make it real, and we've been tied in this Balfour Declaration ever since. So I don't even know how we get out of that contract, or how we get out of that. I don't know how we get out of that. How do we get out of that declaration? I don't know how we get out of it. I don't know so I can't even really blame Donald Trump, because he couldn't get out of it. Obama couldn't get out of it. Bush couldn't. None of the Bushes, Reagan, um, none of these, Clinton, none of the presidents that I remember, or even before, can get out of that declaration.
Yeah, this country just kisses that. They kiss Israel ass. This country is Israel's bitch. That's very apparent. The people don't realize that by now. They just blind.
I think this country is Britain's bitch, because Britain is the one that actually wrote the bill for. You wouldn't have the nation of Israel without Britain, without the Rothschilds from Britain. So if America is doing all of this, is it Israel's ass we're kissing, or is it Britain's ass we're kissing?
Israel.
I
They the
think,
chosen people. Britain ain't the chosen people. Britain kissing their ass too for the same reason America kissed their ass. These are the chosen people. Keep it a buck. Keep it a buck. This got everything to do with these little spook books. These are spook wars. Got everything. That's this whole shit. That whole land is over. Muslims feel like that's their holy land. The Israelites are saying that's theirs. That's what all this shit is really all about. Because Israel don't need the land. They don't need the land. They want the land because they feel like it's their land. They're the chosen people. It's their chosen land.
well, they feel like they deserve the land because they've been kicked out of every other country, and so-called mistreated or kicked out of every country. So eventually they felt like they needed their own land because if they kept coming to other lands, they were gonna be kicked out. So they wanted their own.
Whatever. They going on scriptures. This shit is all about scriptures. The scriptures say they supposed to have that land.
I went back and read. I went back and tried to look at it, look for it in the scriptures, and try to find it. It doesn't technically say that, but it. I can see
Israel. They were stuck in the desert for 440 years. They were stuck in the desert for 40 years looking for Israel.
I can see the interpretation. I can definitely see where it can be interpreted that Israel is the chosen land. And I think when it comes down to Christians, I think it's more about Jerusalem. Well, Christians support Israel because of Jerusalem.
Because Jesus was a Jew.
Yeah. He was the ultimate one though. And the one that came and died for all our sins. You know how that goes.
Most Christians in this country, most, not all, because I ran into some that isn't, but most though, the vast majority of Christians in this country are Zionists.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And that's because they believe that they are the chosen people of the Bible.
But see, there's a side of Christianity that believes in spiritual warfare. See, this is the crazy thing about Christian Zionists. We know that the Jewish people don't believe that Jesus is the Savior. So what happens is we know that Jesus will come back and pretty much he will destroy the synagogue of Satan, which is that evil Jewish land, and the Christians pretty much will ride with Jesus. So pretty much it's like one of those things where like, yeah, we do understand that that's the chosen land, but we also know that it will be destroyed as well because of the evils and the blasphemous fake Jews that are there now, and that land will be destroyed, and we gonna ride with these.
Small hats feel like that already happened. It's them getting back that destroyed land. They already feel like that happened. That's their interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah, that is their interpretation of the Bible. So they're waiting on their Savior, which will.
They don't believe there's Jesus.
Yeah, and then they want to rebuild the third temple. They want to rebuild the third temple.
That's all this stuff is religious, dog. It's all religious. It's the reason why the Vatican, there's like about an 8 mile parameter. Let's say 8 miles. Excuse me, 8 block parameter. Vatican's like about 8 blocks. It's a whole country.
Well, eventually,
the whole motherfucking country. Why they do that? Because of religious bullshit.
Well, eventually, we're going to have to face the fact that the Catholics are just as dangerous as the Jews, but we're not ready for that. We're not ready for that conversation.
I'm not somebody who takes the Catholics off the hook. Everybody be all this small hat shit. Everybody act like the small hats is the Antichrist and all this other shit. Everything else. I'm like, Catholics did way more damage to us than the fucking small hats.
Yeah. Eventually,
Catholics did way more damage to black people than the motherfucking small hats. I promise you, they did.
But Candace Owens don't want to have that conversation. She's a Catholic, and she don't want to have that conversation. She don't want to do that. But yeah, the Catholics don't really like the Catholics don't really like the Jews, but they work with the Jews into the Catholics, and the Jews will end up butting heads. I think the Catholics are actually more diabolical than the Jews. I think the Catholics actually have more numbers.
They get a pass, dog. People don't come at the Catholics the same way they come at the Jews because this Jews is low hanging fruit. Small hats low hanging fruit. Everybody got issues with them. It was easy to muster up that small hats are destroying the world and everybody go after. That's easy. What's hard to do is go after those goddamn Catholics who outnumber the fucking small hats and motherfuckers scared to go after them. They the big bad. People don't got nearly as much smoke for the Catholics who are bigger colonizers. These motherfuckers are actual colonizers. Like the small hats wasn't out here. They might have funded some shit. But actually going out here doing the colonizing, like actually, that would be the Catholics.
Well, the Catholics. They did technically colonize Palestine because when
Oh
they
yeah,
left,
you can say
when they
Palestine.
left,
Yeah, I get it.
when they left Nazi Germany, they went to Palestine and
Fucking
did the
Palestine.
same. They did the same thing. They
But
were
but the Catholics that colonized everywhere on the planet, not just one little, not one spot over here, by the Levant. No, these motherfuckers they spread their wings. Like the Crusades is real. Like
yeah.
they the reason why most motherfuckers in the world are Christians.
Yeah,
Them.
yeah, that's true. But so the Catholics are diabolical. Like they on another level. I honestly like like you're right. We do go in on the Jews a lot, but one day somebody's gonna do a deep dive on these Catholics and what they have done, and I just don't think the world is ready for that conversation. Like we're struggling with the Jewish conversation, and they have been but they have been off the chain too. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't think that they are at the Catholic. They got a while to go for they catch it to the Catholics.
Catholics ruthless in history. Ruthless.
Mm-hmm. They really are, and but the Jews are trying to catch up. Definitely, they are definitely trying to catch up to the Catholics. I just don't think that I don't think the Jews have the firepower of the Catholics. That's just why the Jews have to keep relying on Britain, America.
Yes,
No,
you said wait. You said they don't got the fire. Oh, you said the small hats don't have the same firepower as the Catholics. You said
no, they don't have the same
Oh, I
firepower.
agree with that.
Catholics.
That I agree with. Yeah, yes, I agree.
They don't.
I thought you said it the other way around. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they don't have they don't have the
Catholics
they don't
got
have the
more.
they don't
got
have the
more.
weaponry.
Right. Now see, but the Catholics are protecting the motherfucking small hats though.
Yeah, the Catholics are protecting the small hats because the small hats are a buffer class for the Catholics. Because before we ever go after the Catholic Church, you will have to go after the synagogue of Satan, which is the Jewish people. So they are a buffer. Because you got to think about it, the guy that created.
I think they the final boss, nigga. I think they the final boss. I think like what you call it, the Catholics, they go rogue, nigga. They ain't saying something. They go rogue. They not the final boss. You got to go through the Catholics to get to the final boss.
Who's the final boss?
The small hats are the final boss.
Like
They're the ones that being protected. They're the ones being protected, right? Like everybody's forms like Voltron to protect them, right? Like everybody does they bittings. Like I said, they the chosen people, so they must be protected at all costs.
I think that they are a buffer. I think they are a buffer class. I agree. I see your sentiment, but I think it's the other way around. Because like you say, even though we talk trash about the Jews and if that were the case, the Jews would have the same firepower as. Honestly, I think the Jews have worked.
Small hats don't care. Listen, small hats don't care about Christians, bro. Small
They
hats
don't-
talk about Christians because they don't gotta heed to anything Christianity talks. As a matter of fact, they tell all they people that shit is all bullshit. Like Jesus was a false prophet. You know, this, that, and third. Like we don't fuck with that. They don't do all that Christmas shit and everything else. Like they don't heed to Christianity for nothing. But Christians though. Christians got to heed to the goddamn small hats. They got to acknowledge that shit. They acknowledge the Torah. They acknowledge the Old Testament. They got to abide all that shit. They go with all these Mosaic laws and everything else. Like they believe all this stuff. So Christians always got to bow down to small hats, not the other way around. Small hats never got to bow down to them. Small hats, they the top of the pecking order when it comes to that Abrahamic faith.
I agree with you that they were. You got the Talmudic Jewish people, then you got Catholicism, then you have your Muslims, and then you have your Christians and Muslims.
Christians don't gotta bow down to the Muslims, right? They tell Muslims kiss our ass. Muhammad's full of shit. Muhammad's a fake prophet. This, that, and third. That's a false god you follow. And anything else, like y'all ain't gotta acknowledge nothing about Islam. But Islam though has to acknowledge the small hats. They have to acknowledge Christianity. They got to acknowledge Jesus was at least a prophet. They might not feel like he's divine, but they have to acknowledge that he's at least a prophet. They heed to all those stories that y'all heed to. So, like I said, so they the bottom of the pecking order. When it comes to Abrahamic faith, and the small hats are top of the pecking order.
So when you put it that way, I see what you're saying. The only thing is the Jewish people will be used to bring in what the Catholics and Christians see as what spiritual warfare or Armageddon, the years of tribulation, and that's gonna be brought in. That's and so the Jews are gonna bring in that. The Jews are gonna bring in that, and that's what the Christians believe. So the Christians can't really back away from Jews because they're gonna help bring in that in the time gospel, that revelations that we believe in. And I say we because I'm a AME Zion. I'm a black Zionist. I'm an African Methodist Episcopal Zionist. So I grew up under these same doctrines, and I I ain't gonna say I ain't gonna really step away from it because I grew up on it. So I'm gonna stick with it. I mean, I'm gonna stick with it. I know I'm just gonna stick with it. I mean, I grew up on it. That's what I learned my whole life. So I'm gonna stick with it.
Damn, Psycho, let me find out you've been in Candace on inbox, man.
I mean, she was cooking, man. She was cooking, son. I ain't in the inbox, but she was cooking though.
Hey, she sounded like a revolutionary up there, motherfucker.
Hey, she surprised me. I was like, hold up now. What you saying?
The Catholic Church sent her on a mission. They sent her on a mission.
I was like, I don't know who this motherfucker is.
Big up Psycho, big up everybody on the panel. What you going?
What up, stupid?
What up, man?
I am here. Are you ready to die for the Jew? Are you ready to sacrifice your children for the Jew?
You here to sacrifice your children for the Jew?
Yeah, of course. Now what you doing? When you send thousands of black soldiers over to Iran, you're sacrificing them for the Jew.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to take that back because when did the Israeli became the Jews of the Bible? When did these blonde-haired, blue-eyed people became those same people from 2,000 years ago?
But they're not arguing. Honestly, that's an argument that we're making against them. They never made that argument. They have always said that, look, we deserve this land. We want this Balfour Declaration, and we want that land. Now we're saying that they want that land because they're the chosen people. I don't even think they even said that shit. I just think they're gonna just do it.
They said it's their ancestral homeland. That's what they say. That's what they say. That it's your ancestral homeland. When even during the time of the Romans, before the Romans kicked them out, most people who consider themselves Jewish did not live in that land that is Palestine. The land was never known as Israel on a whole. We're calling all of this now Israel because, but they're claiming ownership based on their own fairy tales. Abraham didn't exist.
Well, there's an argument that Palestine, there's a Palestine down here in Texas, and there was an argument that Palestine that they have is not the real Palestine. Like that, like there's other Palestines in this world, and they were like, those are just as relevant to being the real Palestine as the one that they chose. The one that they chose to be the actual Palestine, you're right, is not their native land, but it is the perfect geographical area for Jewish Christian control over Muslim territory. That's a lot of Muslim territory in that area. So you kind of have to, actually you have to, but it will be in your interest to break up that Muslim territory with Christian ideology, I would say.
Why? Tell me why. Justify why they can't believe in their own fairy tales. Why? Why Arabs? Because not all Muslims are Arabs and not all Arabs are Muslims. Arabs are those people that come from Saudi Arabia who branched out. Because Iranians are not Arabs. You know that, right? The Iranians are not Arabs.
No, they're Persians, they're Iranians.
Egyptians are not Arabs, right? So, no. Are you saying that Arabs or people of Muslim faith should not get a nuclear weapon? Is that your argument?
No, they. I don't think they should get nuclear weapons. No.
Palestine has nuclear weapon.
Palestine
Palestine is a
has
Muslim. Yes.
Palestine has missiles. I
Not
don't know if they have
Palestine.
nuclear weapons.
Not.
Israel has nuclear weapons. I don't know about Palestine
No,
has
but the
nuclear
thing.
weapons. I think your mic messed up, fam.
Yeah, he going out.
Yeah, but no, I don't think Palestine has nuclear. I think Israel has nuclear, but I don't think Palestine has nuclear weapons. And I don't and honestly the only reason why there's a big push for there are Muslim countries with nuclear weapons. Like let's not act like every Muslim country does not have nuclear weapons. It's just that they don't want certain Muslim countries that have.
Non-white, they want non-white people, non-Aryan white people to have nuclear weapons.
That could be argued because that you could argue that but Pakistan got them. They're not white, but they're kind of white leaning or white adjacent. You have to definitely agree with Caucasian people.
Non-Aryan white people having nuclear weapons make Aryan white people uneasy.
Yeah, it's almost like black people having guns, right? Black people having guns do make white people feel uneasy. I remember like every time I go to buy ammo or go to buy like anything, anything like that for whatever I have, the white people always look at me funny, and the guy always asks a bunch of questions. But it is what it is. I do think that when you can match their force, I do think that puts a level of fear, or they're forced to respect you. And I don't know how, and I don't know if these white settlements are ready to respect all these other brown geographical areas.
So I'm back. Can you hear me better now? Am I much better?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is what I'm saying. Stupid saying this. The views and opinion expressed is solely those of Stupid. Psycho has no contribution to my views and opinion. They are solely and solely mine. White people over the last 100, 200, no, let's go back. From they decided to call themselves white because they weren't white in the 15th century. They weren't white in the 15th century. When they decided to classify themselves as white, all of a sudden develop a savior complex. Right? When you talk about the white man burden, is to go out there and civilize the savages. Who were the savages? The savages were never other white men. They were those people from the Philippines, from Africa, from Australia. And they never consider anybody else their equal. And when confronted with facts, the dumbest of white people, I'm talking about down south, Kentucky, never graduate elementary school, will call Kamala Harris dumb. And black people would agree with them. Right? And black people will agree with them. They will call Obama dumb. And black people will agree with them. And Spanish people will agree with them. Especially the Cubans here in Miami. Because of the proximity to whiteness. When we agree with white people, we think we're bright. When them is not the most brightest people in the world. They were better skilled at warfare for a couple hundreds of years. But when confronted with an opponent that is equal to or slightly less than, the white man has never won. He has never won. He has never triumphantly won. Like when say, I won in Japan or I won in. The only reason why he won is because I'm stepping up the game and bomb the nuclear weapon. They had to have a force multiplier. But if they were supposed to fight conventional war without nuclear weapon, they probably would still be fighting Japan up until this day. Just like how you have a North Korea and a South Korea. There was never a truth or armistice. They're still fighting up to this day. It might not be the same kind of confrontation. They're not somebody who is equal to or less than them. And that's the fear that they have of these people who decide to take on the Muslim faith. The Christian faith ain't not any different than the Muslim faith. And if you interview Jews and you go on YouTube and hear Jews talk about the Palestinians, you would not believe that these people were exposed to almost eradication by the Germans in the 40s. I dare you to go back and listen to some interviews. How they describe the Palestinians as almost human. So when we talk and we think and we look at it and we say, oh no, we can't give these people the weapon because they're animals. Only white people have ever dropped a nuclear weapon on other people. And it wasn't on people. But it was on close people to white people, the Japanese. But tell the nuclear weapon that anybody else that is non-white, Pakistan, has ever dropped on anybody else. Never. And they have had the bomb for the last 20, 30 years. If not longer. But they have never used it. But we see white people use it, and who they use it on? Non-white people. So because they're more civilized than anybody else, that's why they should have the bomb? Because we trust them with it? Ask all of the governments in Africa that had troubles in the 70s. Who was interfering in their country's well-being? Let's go to South America. Let's go to Nicaragua. Let's go to Venezuela. Let's go to Argentina. Let's go to Brazil. Who was interfering in their politics? Was it other South Americans? No, it was white people. But white people brainwash it to say, oh, these Arabs shouldn't have the bomb because they're going to cause Armageddon. Huh? Tell me one. You follow the propaganda and say, oh, these Arabs threaten to take. No, that's over, but they're taking over different. No, but they're taking over with the population, the multiplying, they're having children more than the Europeans. The birth rate higher. In England, the birth rate higher than the white persons in England. In Switzerland, the birth rate higher. That is how they're taking over countries. They're not taking over countries with war. They're taking over countries with seed. They're planting human beings.
But that is an act of war, though.
What? Planting human beings?
Mm-hmm.
How is it an act of war?
Well, that's what we were fundamentally talking about when we talk about that Balfour Declaration. When all those Jewish people flooded into Palestine, and they changed the demographics of the country due to immigration and childbearing, anchor babies in Palestine, that was a declaration of war.
That's not how they did it.
Huh?
That's not how they did it. That's not how they did it.
That is how they did it.
No, how they did it is that they upped and pushed out the Palestinian with force.
They did that too. They did that too.
Pushed them out with force. With guns by the Europeans. With weapons that were provided.
He talking about before it even got to that point, when they first started migrating there. after World
No,
War
the,
One.
the Palestinians welcomed them there when they had trouble. During World War II, they had nowhere to go. Ships with Jewish people
They,
who were
they,
fleeing the
they didn't
Holocaust
welcome them. They didn't welcome them there, bro.
came to the United
They
States.
welcome small numbers. They
No,
thought they thought, they thought it was gonna be
what up?
small numbers.
What up, Psycho? What up, everybody, bro? They
What up,
did
bro? What
not
up?
welcome. They did not welcome those people, bro. They was invaded because you got to remember, bro. They had North Africa. They set out. They wanted to get these fake people a homeland, right? Who were converts, and so they set out Africa. They had, I think, like 4 or 5 different areas they wanted to put these savages, right? So what they did, they decided on our homeland. Well, I won't say our homeland, which we call Jerusalem or Israel, right? So they said let's put these people here, Palestine, whatever you want to call it. So they agreed to put these people there, and when they put these people there, the Palestinian was like, "What the fuck are y'all doing?" Basically,
Palestine was occupied during that time by the British. People need to understand how powerful the British was. The British Empire was the biggest empire that ever existed in the world prior to World War II, before World War II. They had colonies all over the world. The sun never set on the Union Jack. Many colonies in Africa, in Asia, that was biggest empire ever. And they controlled it. During World War II, the British played both sides. They said to the Palestinians, if you help us fight the Nazis, because the Nazis was down there, that's why if you watch a movie Lawrence of Arabia, it would tell you that they were there. We will give you independence. But at the same time, those Jews who had no interest in Africa, no interest in Palestine, that's what they call themselves, so we're going to call them that. We're going to call them that. Those converts. And if they even convert and they're no Jews, because they converted.
you can't become a Jew by convert, bro. You can become Jewish. That's just like you saying, just because I hang with black people, I'm black. No, nigga. It don't work that way. I mean, I understand the point you're making, but go ahead.
Right, we're just using it. We're not getting into all of the intricacies. Those people now had a separate group they call the Zionists. The Zionists were the ones that were interested in Palestine. Jews on the whole weren't interested in Africa. There was no money there. Most Jews at that time in that part of the world was in Babylon. Iran had one of the largest Jewish populations outside of Palestine ever. People don't know that. When they're talking about Iran, is non-tolerant. Iran has Christians. There's churches in Iran. synagogue.
Iran been invaded several times. You know, Iran was.
It's not a matter of invasion. When they were kicked out of Rome, they went to Babylon. Yeah, Babylonian Jews. Go and look it up. Thousands of Jews. When they left Iran is after the 7-Day War. They all left Iran. Not all of them. A few still remain. A couple of thousand still remain in Iran. You have Jewish.
So what's your point? What's the point you trying to make, Stupid? That's why I'm lost there. I'm trying to figure the point.
Sorry, I went all around. My point is that we have been manipulated by the Zionists, who now manipulate white people with their money to send brown people to die in Iran. Because Trump should not be able to say he's going to war without one of his sons enlisting.
Well, well, when we look at Benjamin Netanyahu, right? Benjamin Netanyahu make Hitler look like Dr. Phil when it comes to murder and all that, bro. That's just a fact. You know what I mean? And I'm surprised Trump let this motherfucker manipulate him. But I'm glad Trump came out and said he don't know what the fuck going on.
No, he knows. His daughter is married to a Jew. His daughter is a Jew. Trump don't the one that is married a Jew. lot of the money that he got to run the election was given by the Jew, the APAC, and other Jews contributed heavily to him. So Trump, one thing with Trump, you get what you pay for. If you want a pardon, you pay for it. You're getting a pardon and don't give a flying F who wants to say anything. He's pardoning you because you paid for it. You get what you pay for. And they paid for him. So he's going to give them what they want.
Well, Trump has had a wake up call. You know what I'm saying? I tried to warn him. Other people tried to warn him. But you know, he got bad advisors. You know, he got people in his ear that's playing both sides. You know what I mean? So they fooled him up, man. You know what I mean? But hopefully he can get his stuff together and don't fall for the banana in the peel.
What wake up call he got? What wake up call he got? What wake up call he got?
That he got that some of his advisors who giving him advice, who advising him on war and all the foreign policies and stuff. A lot of them are against Trump, so they give him bad advice. That's why they give him bad advice, and then he go out to the public, and when he make a statement, he look like an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Or look like a contradiction, right? Because he got bad. You gotta. Only time that can happen to a president is you gotta have bad advisors, right? People give you bad advice. So that's why when he come up forward and then he speak on Iran and all that, he look like a total idiot because the people who give him information, they're giving him half truths. But I mean, you know, that's his prerogative, that's his business. But that's still my news.
But the plan to attack Iran is over 40 years old. Iran was supposed to attack the same time Iraq was attacked.
But you see how Iran punked them, right? Soon as Iran attacked, what was it, Qatar or something like that, one of the biggest U.S. biggest military bases over there, they called for a ceasefire. You know what I'm saying? That goes to show you that to me.
He called for a ceasefire. They didn't call for a ceasefire.
Right, I'm saying Trump didn't call. Iran didn't call for a ceasefire. Trump called for a ceasefire.
He called for a ceasefire.
Yeah, Trump called for a ceasefire. Yeah, because he realized he was being fooled and manipulated, and that Iran would have fucked that region up, bro.
He called for a ceasefire. He went into a fight. I'm not saying that Iran can beat the United States. No, they can't.
I'm not saying they can beat the United States. I'm saying where they at. Iran is big as hell, contrary to common belief, but by them holding weight with the Strait of Hormuz and stuff like that, man. To me, you don't want to make war with people that's oppressed.
It's about a quarter the size of the United States and a quarter of the population, 92 million people. It's a big ass country, right? And the thing about it is that he's saying that America would beat Iran hands down, but at what cost? Those dead bodies and those 20 soldiers who committed suicide will be a joke to what happened after the Iran war. Matter of fact, the American military is exhausted now. Anybody would tell you that. Who they're going to get to enroll? To go sign up? Who they going to get to sign up now? You think anybody running to enlist? No, in America. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got them white boys. They always gonna join, and then you still got some black people because of finding. Black people ain't gonna join because they want to go. Yeah, I want to fight for America. No, black people join because of the benefits of the military. You know, all that GI Bill, and you know what I mean. You do 10, 15 years in the military, you can parlay for the rest of your life if you get out with an honorable discharge. I know a lot of black men down here, one at in Bama. They went to the military and they well off. They don't work no more. They get their government check every month. They living a nice life. They don't have just a meager existence. You know what I mean? They got, you know what I'm saying? They productive citizens.
But nobody not running to any list anymore like they did 40, 30 years ago.
Say what?
Enlistment is down. Go and check it out. The enlistment is down.
It's back up though. It's back up. Well, it's down from where it historically been, but it's up from where it's been the past couple of years.
It's back up.
It's back up because when Trump became president, and when it had a bump, but now those same kids that went in because Donald Trump was the president, they now scared because of this whole conflict.
Well, they scared of what? What are they actually scared of?
They scared that they might have to actually go to war, not just be in the military.
See,
But the
that's
average person in the military is not going to see combat time though.
well, see, that's the thing that you shouldn't be in the military if you're scared, right? In the first place, if you're scared, you shouldn't be nowhere near the military. You ain't got the heart to fight. You fuck around and commit friendly fire and shoot one of your own.
Well, that happened to Tillman. Remember that guy that played football. The guy that played football.
He got knocked off.
Yeah, that was friendly fire. However, it's a good job. It's a good job for people that don't have a job or don't have skills.
Oh, for sure. That's a fact. That's a
No,
fact,
that's
bro.
why it's back up. That's why it's back up. Because a lot of people went in there as a job or a career.
But see, that's how the devil works, right? That's how the devil works, right? The devil puts you in a position to where your outlets is his inlets, basically. Meaning, what I mean by that is that these devils keep you in a poverty-stricken area where you confined, and your outlets are what? Regular 9 to 5 or the military. You know what I mean? That's the way the devil set it up. And that's why a lot of our men and women that join the military, yeah, it's got great benefits, but at the same time, you're not building your own army. You know what I mean? And that's what the devil do. He keep you from building your own. Join his. He gonna give you all the benefits, the trinkets, all that. He gonna decorate you. You know what I mean? It's gonna feel good. But we know that even crack feel good to a crackhead. That don't mean the shit is good for you. But that's all I'm saying. That's how the devil set it up.
Huh? Okay, never mind.
Basically, all I'm saying is this. Let me put it in a more anti-religious term. The white man set up his military, and he set up black communities and put black people in poverty and keep black people in poverty. So they had the best choice they have is join his military. Hey, come join my military. I give you these benefits and everything. They made it that way. Yes, you can reap benefits, good shit. But I think that's how they set it up.
They pumped them little kids' heads up with that nonsense, and they fell into the trap. But that's because again that's how it's promoted. The recruiters they fight dirty. They getting these young kids' heads and everything when their minds are still developing and they don't know too much.
Yeah, they tried to get me.
What a recruitment video.
I was 17 when I was in Pittsburgh. Dude came in. He was. Yeah, my name is Staff Sergeant Smith. Man, you want to join the Marines? Now, it sounded good. He told me the money I'd be making it, but you know me, I'm a wise thinker. I stepped back at the crib and did the math. I said, yeah, the benefits is good, but going in back then in 97 or 98, I forgot what year it was only making $8 an hour. Mm-hmm. I was like, man, I ain't gonna go here, bro. I'm gonna go to Texas. I went to Texas.
Yeah, but you know what? So the military is a minimum wage job, especially if you go in as a private. If you go in as a commissioned officer, you can do a little bit better.
I was just going in as like a regular,
as a regular
F1.
private. Yeah.
What was it? F1, I think the A1, F1, or whatever you start off.
You gotta work your way up.
It can be like E what? E4, E5?
Yeah, E1. I think it's an E1. You start off as an E1.
E1, yeah. But you know what? The military's recruitment videos are good again. They were sorry at one point. They were all inclusive and all of that. Now the military has good recruitment videos again. You remember the ones like we used to see when we were in high school to get you all pumped and shit? Yeah, they got the same. They got those again. So I mean, they trying to make a push to rebuild the military. Because something's coming up.
I was fortunate enough to hear the words of Malcolm, and that's another reason I didn't join the military, because Malcolm, the way they laid that out, saying joining the white man military and giving the history behind it and all that. I was all, I had got to the point, it was like, oh, hell no. But I'm understanding the benefits is good. It's amazing. The benefits is phenomenal.
One thing the military, one thing I will say the military is good for, you can stack your money.
Right.
You stack your money with the military because you ain't got to pay for no room or board. you ain't going nowhere. You stuck on a base for most of the time, or the ship, or wherever the freak they put you out. You stuck there for months at a time. You're getting paid constantly, but again, you ain't got to pay no rent. You ain't got to pay no board, no food. You ain't got to pay for your food and none of that, right? So you just get to just stack your bread, right? So that's why a lot of people be straight when they get off or whatever, when they get out or whatever, because they was able to stack their bread for so long.
The only issue is if you get a dishonorable discharge, you're fucked. That's the only you can't. If you get a dishonorable discharge from the military, it's almost like the reason why I didn't go in the military. And I thought about I came from a military family, and I was thinking, man, you know what? Every now and then, I like to roll. I like to smoke a blunt every now and then. Like if they fuck around and give me a dishonorable discharge because some dumb shit, I ain't gonna be able to have. I ain't gonna be able to live a decent life as a civilian. So brothers got to be careful with that shit. You got to be careful with it though, because even though it does have benefits, you can't stack your bread. You can't see the world. You can get hemmed up.
And don't say you get some type of injury. Like I got a cousin, right? He got his full 100%. Like when you get your 100%, that means like your check every month is fucking nice. I mean, you got it. I mean, you can do whatever damn near you want almost when you get your 100%. You know what I'm saying? That's what a lot of niggas go in that know that about getting their full 100% and shit like that. Yeah.
But that's because they
But a lot of people get a full 100% are really injured. Some people are not, but many people are really injured.
Yeah,
they really injured. They really like these like you ought to see the bulging disc in the spines and the spinal issues that these soldiers have from their loadouts, because the loadouts are getting they're getting heavier and heavier. Our load the soldiers are not getting lighter and lighter. The shit that they putting on them is getting heavier and heavier. Them vests, them carry plates, all that shit is getting heavier and heavier. And they jump out of Humvees and doing this and doing that. By the time they do 5 years in the military, their spinal column is done.
Yeah, I think Domo made a point the other night, which I agree with, which I've been noticing for the last 5-6 years, that the man and women is not. I mean, the military still need bodies like men and women, but I think it's going more to a technological with drones and shit like that. Because the way they show these drones, man, that shit is devastating. Not Dev that be on here, but real devastating.
Always need boots on the ground.
But you need You need drone operators. Obama actually did this.
Right, but you can do that from here.
Obama had a drone operating program that was doing very well. Unfortunately, all of them went crazy.
The shit they got now, like I be watching the Science Channel and the Tech Channel, the drones and shit they got now, my nigga. Bro, they can send a fleet of 500 drones with missiles and machine guns on them now.
But the people that are behind those drones end up having psychological problems when they find out that they killed all those people just acting like they were playing a video game. Like I said, Obama done this, and we've already seen the side effects of doing it. It's the same. You get the same. The side effects are the same as putting boots on the ground and having a man shoot a rifle at another man.
Why?
The effects are the same. The mental effects are the same.
You know why the effects is like that? It's because most Americans that join the military are Christians. So that is God punish me. Is God gonna punish me? Is in their psyche, right? And you can't get around that. You know what I'm saying? That's some karma.
Down, go.
What up, Q? Go ahead, bro. I ain't gonna go down that one.
Yo, deity, son, I'm about to crash out, son. What the fuck is you doing wearing that boat? First of all, don't you ever wear that bow tie again, son, with no motherfucking shirt on, son.
Hey, man, this is me, man. It's my stilo, man. It's my style, huh? You know, I got this.
Now, what the hell happened, son? This nigga sent me the mess. I'm like, what happened? So I thought this nigga Damo said, I'm like, man, what the fuck, son? Y'all gotta stop shooting at me and then they get mad at me and come to Psycho Crib. I'm gonna let y'all know that you can't come to Psycho Crib after y'all curse me out and I'm not even around.
Damn.
Yeah, man. It's just
You a Muslim? You a Muslim guy? You a guy? You a Muslim?
Nah, he got the old name. That shit, you know, you sent me one of them angry crash out voice texts, man. You probably one of only 2 motherfuckers that sent me a voice text on that level, son. Nah, son. You
Is
got
that from
the
earlier? I know Deity was hot earlier, bro. when
I don't know what happened. I looked
Ain't
at my
nobody,
phone. I
ain't
listened
nobody
to
pay
that
to boot me, so I feel like nobody should be booting me. Like, don't boot me because you disagree with me. Ain't nobody pay to boot me. Don't boot me.
Yeah, that's real shit.
I didn't pay. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, see, yeah, you said
Yeah, your commissary is stacked.
Boot me. Exactly. That's some hater shit, bro. So I don't. Nah.
Nah, nigga, you crashed, bro. Niggas on the panel ain't even say shit. You like, fuck all y'all niggas. All y'all
You put me in the back. Put me in the back, and then I was up out of here, bro. You could have.
Wait. Who put you in the back?
Could have
that was Domo.
Dabo could have beauty be whoever. You could have beauty be. You want me to say that? I mean, they doesn't mute somebody.
But the crash out is when you shoot the whole club up.
Man, I didn't even crash out. That was not even a crash out. That was a very subtle. That was nowhere near me being combusted. That was not a combusted episode.
But I didn't want to get shot.
You
crash out. That was not even a crash out.
Y'all done spoke up.
Hold on, what you talking about? I don't know about the show. I'm talking about the text message.
Yeah, I said what I said, but I did say I feel like you do, bro. You what's the word? You extend preferential treatment when it comes to Damo. I stand on what I said, bro. I said to everybody, you do. I feel like you damn get on there. He's super authoritative. He wants to let it be known that nigga, I'm running shit. Oh, go ahead, you can talk. Like, nigga, damn, nigga, like, all right, we understand you're running things, okay, buddy? We understand you got it, buddy. You can have all the leeway, all the latitude, buddy. Freeway. Latitude is freedom. You got all the latitude, buddy, to do whatever you want to do. That's okay. So I just told him,
Damo a Jew.
That's the first. I ain't gonna lie. I've been
accused
of that with Taz for years and shit. But that's the first I ever had somebody say that with Damo.
But let's be. This is what I'm saying though. Like, this is where I feel like
at least he spoke from the heart.
Hold on. This is where I feel like. Hold on, Q. Because this is where I feel like niggas is being completely disingenuous, bro. And if we're gonna be men, let's be men. You know, I didn't put you in the back because we disagree. I put you in the back because I said let's talk like men. We not doing all. If ain't nobody else doing all getting that hype shit with you, and nigga, and you constantly like nigga like, oh, I'm just gonna talk over you. I'm just gonna yell and talk over everybody. Like, I don't care what nobody else is saying. And then niggas let you do that for a minute. And I respectfully said, bro, let me get in here with you. Let me talk to you. I'm asking, like, come on, let's have a conversation. And all you want to do is keep yelling and keep yelling and keep yelling. Nigga, that ain't even about me or me disagreeing with you. This like shit. If me and Q were talking, and me and Q having a disagreement, and Q is trying to talk, and I'm like, nah, nigga, nah, because it ain't like I ain't never did that before. And I'm constantly saying, and he's like, bro. And I'm not.
So
he will mute me. Q. Yeah, now I'm saying if the nigga if me and Q going, because we've done this before, where we going back and forth, and I'm hype about shit, and I'm talking big shit, able to get in. Hold on, I'm gonna call. Hold on.
So look,
yeah.
But just right quick though, this is what I'm saying though, Diddy. I feel you though, bro, because like I felt like that myself. But here's what you got to remember though, you one of them niggas too though, bro. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna come on that motherfucker, kick you off. Anybody like you just talking over a nigga that had the panel at that time. And so I'm like, you got to realize different people run the panel different ways. Some niggas like, nah, chill, and when you don't, it's gonna drop you in the back. But it ain't to say don't come back. It ain't no beef shit. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm saying that to you as a nigga that's done crashed out over that shit. As a nigga that's done said, hey, bro, fuck these niggas. They run your show, but they don't run me, nigga. Fuck them. Fuck all that. You know what I'm saying? I did all that, bro. You know what I'm saying? And in hindsight, again, we're on a channel, though, that nigga there all the time, bro. He started streams. He got the show running, bro. Sometimes I agree he over the top, but at the end of the day, fam, he fam just like you. So don't take none of that shit personal, bro, because it's not meant to be. You know what I'm saying? We all gonna crash. We're gonna have our issues. I done did it, bro. So I'm telling you as a nigga that's been did it. But like, don't take that shit out on niggas though, bro. 'Cause it ain't meant to be that way.
No, that's real talk. That's
No,
that
don't
motherfucker.
no, no,
Hey, hold on, and look,
That's that
Danny, hold on. He wasn't even, hold on. And he wasn't even down for like 5 seconds. I paused it so we like, nigga, hold on, let somebody else get in the conversation.
You acting like a Jew, nigga. Gummo, you acting like a Jew. You going to authoritative Jewish brother. You should not turn your
that ain't no authoritative
You
shit,
acting
bro.
like a
Everybody
goddamn Jew.
Bro, like listen, it'd be one thing if me and Didi was yelling. It'd be one thing if me and Didi was yelling at each other and I dropped him. And if we both loud, if we both hype and I dropped him, that would have been fucked up. Cause I'm yelling too. I'm talking over him. But niggas is politely asking to get in the conversation with you. Nigga, that ain't no slight to you. That didn't happen to everybody.
Nigga, you're abusing your authority, nigga.
Yo, bro, first of all, I wasn't even
That's
there.
right.
So I don't know
And
how
you
I
ain't
could
Big
be
Taz.
showing. I wasn't even there, so I don't even know how I could be showing preferential treatment. I didn't even know the show was on.
Bro, you know you get blamed for all that shit. I blame you for everything.
You know you're gonna get blamed in the end.
Look, I blame that Q Butter for
No, it ain't
everything.
your fault. It ain't your fault.
No. I don't think he was blaming Q. I think
Oh,
you know, he
hell no, that nigga
recognized the real story.
DT made a
He
formal
recognized Q
complaint.
as the
That nigga Q was like,
No.
Q, I don't think you're running your panel effectively. And the management that is on your team, I don't agree with the policies that they have been exchanging on the platform. And I think that you need to change the way in which your program is being organized. It's highly not professional, and I expect better from you. And I'm highly disappointed, and I'm going to speak to someone above you, the governor. I'm like, oh, shit. No.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's it.
He said, Q, where your wife at, man? Let me talk to her, because you ain't ready shit right.
You ain't rocking it right.
Then he shot the whole panel up. He's like, oh, fuck all the niggas, man. Brooklyn.
Yeah, that shit is
Seattle.
That's that nigga Domo, man. I paid the money to get the nigga out the panel. He kept coming back up, man. I told him he fucking with the integrity of the motherfucking channel.
Nah, bro, fuck that, cause y'all niggas be moving without integrity, nigga. Y'all be on some groupthink shit.
No, nigga.
Y'all niggas be on some let's all attack. Nah, fuck that. Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. Cause that's where it's like, nigga, I deal with all of you niggas teaming up and doing all this other shit, nigga. No, fuck that. Y'all niggas don't be moving with integrity, nigga.
Nigga, we moving.
It don't be like it ain't niggas going back and forth, but y'all niggas be on some like let's all get Damo type shit, nigga. Fuck is you talking about?
We move with wisdom.
No, y'all niggas don't. Y'all fuck up the integrity. What do you mean?
Fuck it up, nigga.
If anybody fuck up the integrity, it's how you niggas be moving. Y'all got me fucked up.
Stop the cap, nigga. We make this, nigga. We get on, it get lit. When we get on, it get lit, nigga.
That nigga said, let's all get Damo, man. Yo.
Let's jump him.
Bro, y'all the trash. You know how it's been since I've been in this motherfucker. Stop playing, nigga.
What movie that was?
Like niggas done created whole motherfucking hashtags. What that nigga Anonymous said? That nigga created a whole hashtag.
Oh shit.
Anybody but Damo.
I'm still not at Taz level yet, though. I done had niggas email me talking about, yo, Q, you ain't no Pan-African. That nigga Taz on your panel. Like, nah, son, I see that nigga Taz in real life, Q, son. I'm like, yo, son, it's the fucking internet, bro. Like,
right. I ain't gonna do shit.
Man,
no, Taz used to have niggas angry, son. Taz is quitting. Yeah, niggas angry.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Psycho, what movie was that? Man, let's jump.
Bad. It was some bad time. It was some bad time. I took all that shit out on Q, though. That's why, you know what I'm saying? Again, I always say I was wrong for that shit because some shit was happening. And I listen, fam, we on Q channel. Yeah, he's not here, I know. But whenever he come back, nigga, I'm going to tell him and y'all. You know what I'm saying? That was, and you know, some of that shit is like, nah, nigga, he ain't even here. Stand up for yourself, nigga. This the gladiator school. Let's fight.
That's what I tried to do. I tried to make. And I offer hosting. DG was like, nah, fuck that. I ain't hosting that shit. Nah, hold on. He said it professionally. He said, and I would prefer. No, no. What's the word he said? Hold on. What's the word he said? I gotta think of the right word. What's the right word when you do? I declined.
I respectfully declined.
I respectfully declined your request for me to be a host on your unorthodox panel.
Yeah. You gotta give me the key. You gotta give me the keys back, Q. But I'm gonna get this shit straightened out, man.
So y'all know it's a text message. Whoever responded to text, my bad, DT. I gotta look. Just email me. Psycho is the only host on YouTube I fuck with. Psycho's a real media head. I record shit, but Psycho's a real media head. Taz is a real media head. I'm not.
Right.
Yeah, and certain niggas gotta stop letting their cape come out and go full staff when when some women get on the panel sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I see some niggas cape size of goddamn Texas. I'm like, goddamn.
Niggas gonna defend them women, so you might well sit your pussy ass down, nigga.
Bro, I'm just saying, bro, if I'm having a dialogue, ain't no need for you to. If I'm having a dialogue, ain't no need for you to come in like, Captain, can I, you know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn.
Well, I admit the women have a hard time getting a word in.
That is not true, bro. Stop.
It is true, yo. It shit is true.
Not on our panel.
So earlier though, what was happening though is you got a woman up there telling her story and talking about some shit to do with Boyce Watkins, and Madonna's trolling instead of just.
Bro, I was talking about 19 Keys.
Whoever they are,
I was just saying I haven't seen. I was just saying how I haven't seen no evidence, right? Me personally, of him swindling the people, because my thing is, if you got black people paying and being in attendance, they getting something from it, whether it's some type of inspiration, aspiration, whatever it is. That's all I was trying to say.
I can't front. 19 Keys is just pseudo. I can't put him in the box. He just been around the niggas, like he got pulled in, but I don't put him in the Dr. Boyce Watkins box or the Inky box. He just a pseudo that, they do events and shit, but he boxes. I can't put him in the other box. Like Boyce Watkins is a whole nother beast. Like that nigga take your website, then he only fuck with, I said that female shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that, you could fuck with females, but you only fuck with females? Like, oh nah, that's pimpish to me. I don't know.
Nah, cause niggas too hard. Niggas on YouTube are too harsh for Boyce Watkins. If I was Boyce Watkins and I had his personality, I wouldn't deal with you niggas either. Cause
he sit to piss and shit. Anybody that sits to pee and shit ain't gonna be cool. If you a dude and you sit down to pee, it gonna be problems.
Man, if I want to hear economics, I'm going to Claude Anderson. I mean, that's Powernomics. That's where he get his schooling from. You know
19 Keys did give a couple.
Dr. Claude gave me permission back at what was that, 06? And that's why he's on one of my songs from 2006.
Ain't nobody heard that shit.
Yeah, I mean, it got, they suppressed it. You know what I'm saying? They suppressed it. It's been sitting on 908 views for what, I think 20 years. I gotta, it's 908 for 20 years. They suppressed my shit, so I ain't tripping. I take it as a bad honor.
You gotta study Madonna, man. Madonnaism is, my son got the responses, man. I've never seen Madonna lose his cool though, son. Like,
nah, man. I studied college, man. College showed me how to keep your posture, man, and just know how to attack whoever on all sides and have Negro repellent on your side at all times.
That's E40, nigga.
Nah, stoicism don't always work, yo. Stoicism don't always work. Sometimes you gotta get to these niggas' level. Sometimes, yo. Being stoic don't always. It work a lot of times, but not all the time.
When Madonna got the comebacks, no matter what you say, he gonna have a respect. It don't bother him. That shit is just next. I heard niggas call Madonna.
Nah, King. That's what I'm saying right here, though, King.
Yep.
Yeah, man, because
I ain't never seen him share his screen, read a source.
Nope.
Hey, man.
Shit like, no, this how we do it, King. People how we do it. Keep it real. It's penitentiary still.
Right, because I know the people is more important, so I said I gotta let them do the crash out. But as long as the people, I stay clear, calm, and cool, the people gonna hear my message more than they hear his. So I said, hey, that's
the black hand side, motherfucker.
That's right.
I disagree with that, yo. People hear your message when you. Some of the most prolific speakers did not give a calm, nice message. If you look at
when I'm on here, I'm talking about when I'm on the panels. When we on the panels and we going back and forth, that's what I'm talking about.
Nah, even on these panels, people still hear the loudest, more aggressive sounding nigga gets heard more than the nice nigga. I fundamentally believe
that's what you would think. You would think that, bro.
I believe. I know that.
I promise you,
that.
the longevity shit. I promise you, bro. Because
Nah,
I have people in the
long
chat. I
time,
have people in the chat repeating shit I said years ago or months ago, bro. I'm like, damn, they remember that shit. I'm like, god damn.
But you on the internet, you can say you can disrespect people with a nice tone and they won't even catch it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the internet is about tone, and that's something that that Q Butter likes to express to me, as if I don't know it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, a lot of this shit is about tone.
Yeah, Q Butter do be tone policing. He do be tone policing.
Because remember, Tom was up here.
Yo, whatever, Pastor, son.
You be tone policing.
Yeah, I do hate tone policing.
Damn, Psycho, come on, son.
Big Q be on my heels about tone. Hey, that nigga's my tone probation officer, nigga.
He done got on me about that shit before, so yeah.
But it ain't what you're saying.
I think I might have said it to Psycho once, and I don't think I've ever really said that to you, Psycho. Nah, Taz is different because it be the art. Because I be trying to have people understand that Taz be just like, yo, they don't even be toned. Taz was straight disrespectful.
No, I disagree.
Yo, you would walk you would come on the panels and like, yeah, fuck that nigga, this scamming ass. What these scamming ass Pan-African at, man? Y'all leader, man. What's up? Africa.
Now, yeah, somebody up there, if one of them niggas up there, because yeah, I mean, I do think people need to be called out. So if you got some fraud ass nigga up there, like that Cyber Lion nigga was up there that one day, nigga, you ain't gonna come hang around us, fuck nigga. Get your bitch ass out of here. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we don't fuck with you.
Call out need to be called out. Yeah.
Call out be the shit, bro. You gotta nigga what?
I be hoping the conversation. Come on, I'm the only one that got a video on communication, y'all. And I'm gonna do an updated version of that shit. Man, hood. I'm gonna do the hood version of communication skills. You feel me? I'm gonna do the whole acting scene. Yeah, come on, man. We gotta communicate better as niggas, man.
Conflict resolution.
That's right, too.
I remember when you was pushing that shit. You were pushing that hard about 2-3 years ago. I remember that shit. But niggas still communicating the same and it's still effective though. I think this yelling and screaming and cutting niggas off, I think it's effective.
I gotta soundbite that shit. I gotta record that shit.
I think it's effective. It's intriguing. It gets the people going.
That's what I'm saying. Like you said, they have a
running the Thunderdome rules. I think be having some rules with the Thunderdome shit. I do be listening. Psycho just be like, Psycho just walk away and let niggas go.
He definitely do.
Yeah, that shit get annoying after a while. Like, that niggas gonna let one each other speak.
Yeah, referees get punched in the face, son. Referees get caught with strays, son. I ain't trying to ref that shit, son. I just let motherfuckers go. Y'all get tired eventually, and we'll get back to the conversation. Like, y'all figure it out.
Go on, knock yourself out.
Yeah, you can't. That's what I do. You can't let no nigga deter you from the message.
More times than not, motherfuckers figure it out when we get back to the conversation. It's only one time where I let motherfuckers go and that shit went on for hours, like literally 3, 4. I can't even say it was 2 motherfuckers. It was one motherfucker going for about 3 hours straight. And I'm waiting for him to get tired. Like, yeah, he get tired in a minute. Like, I said, it's like 10 minutes later, he's still going.
That happened a
20
couple
minutes later,
of times.
I'm like, yeah, he should be about to, land his plane at any second now. No, 40 minutes later, no, hour later, no, 2 hours later, nope, still going. I'm like, God.
Nah, Psycho, you got the longest ones on your channel. I think your channel has the longest.
Cocaine.
Black, what's his name? Son from Jersey. Arthur done went one-on-one for like 4 hours, 5 hours. Then Lance and Buddha last week was almost 5 hours.
GA.
Yeah, that was you done had some. And I'm like, damn, somebody said that to me.
He wore that DEI out. I'm like, God damn.
Like, you know what? Psycho do let niggas just go. So I'm like, them just be 4-hour one-on-ones and they don't be ending.
Man, Arthur went for 3 days straight. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Nah, that nigga Arthur be going. That nigga be going in all the day. Yo, what just the other day wasn't Arthur and Taz was about an hour. Then the niggas got cool.
But to be fair though, I do
we
tell
never got cool. Arthur bipolar than the motherfucker. That was me and Arthur.
I did
Yeah, I
tell
mean,
you.
it'd be a lot of shit. We ain't never not cool. Niggas do that shit and already cool. That like for real. And like a lot of that shit, I wouldn't do it with a nigga I ain't cool with.
Exactly.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't finna get down like, nigga, fuck you, bitch ass. I ain't finna even argue with you. Like, let's get up. Like, other than that,
you are lying, Taz. I've seen you do that in the manosphere. Niggas walk on the panel first time on YouTube. You're fucking stupid. I done
I
seen
ain't got that energy like that to go argue with hours with niggas I don't know no more though, bruh. Like for example, I hear me argue with Damo like that, but there is an underlying reason for that. We ain't just your mama, your daddy, your people stole this and you a scammer, and you know what I'm saying? Like niggas, that's what niggas was doing back in the day, bro. Like I want to debate some shit for hours.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of a difference. You know what I'm saying? I debate some shit for hours, but I ain't gonna be sitting up here, nigga, doxing niggas and all that silly ass shit no more, bro. I'm cool on that shit.
Yeah, that shit look lame, man. When you play it back.
I don't think so, yo. I think that shit was. I think niggas was showing that.
Man, we don't hear hours saying, "Oh, you an asshole" and all this. Come on, bro. You know, bro, that's that's like to me that's detrimental.
Niggas are showing war tactics, nigga.
Because war tactics, nigga. That's war
niggas
tactics.
showing
Nigga.
war tactics, nigga. We gonna keep pressing, nigga. We ain't giving up, nigga. The fact that niggas the tenacity of niggas is real, yo. And I think that's what you get out of these back and forth, these arguments, and niggas just going back and forth. Niggas got some fight in them still, yo. They just ain't, pushovers.
Nah, it just be going sometimes too far. And I be trying, that's where you get me trying to regulate sometimes. Cause I be like, yo, son, y'all, like, you're gonna say some shit that is gonna make you look bad, bro. Like, in the Addy shit, like, I've been around YouTube enough to know, like, it's gonna get to Addies, y'all. Niggas about to go to the Addies. Come on, black man, you look crazy. Another Addy drop. Alter and this nigga was talking about dropping Addies.
Right.
Even after he told him he was gonna grab his ass. I had to leave the panel, bro.
Yeah, that was weird.
I had to leave the panel, so I never in my life heard a nigga tell a nigga, he said, nigga, I'm gonna grab your ass, nigga. I said, oh my, what the? Oh, no.
Yeah, that was.
No, you can't
I gave that nigga the address to old block.
And he gave him his address after that. You still giving a nigga, I don't even want to talk to you no more.
That nigga said I grabbed your cheeks. That was some weird shit. That was.
He said I grabbed your cheeks.
I'll sit there nigga right there.
I squeeze your cheeks. Oh man.
I felt so offended. I was like, nah, I ain't gotta be. I felt like I needed to take a shower. Like,
that was the wildest shit I ever heard on this motherfucker, bro.
I
never heard on this.
I left the panel. I dropped off.
Wow, I had to drop off. So I was like, nah, son, like this is crazy, son. Like, and Arthur's still, and then Marley's going in. I'm like, oh, Marley, you from Brooklyn, son? Arthur, you from New Jersey? It's supposed to be over. Like, nah, I can't debate with this nigga no more. So that's like arguing with a tranny in the street. That's this certain shit you just don't do. It just this nigga told you he was gonna grab your shit. I couldn't believe that shit, son. Woo.
Yeah, that's wild as fuck.
Oh,
Did he say slap the cheek? He said, I thought he said slap.
He said slap,
grab. He said squeeze.
He said
that's
grab,
what it was.
slap.
Yeah, he said something about the cheeks, and I'm like, yo, I'm out.
He said, I'll squeeze your cheeks. And I'm like, what the fuck does that? Like, what?
Hey, yo.
I've never even heard no shit like that, bro. Like, what the fuck
He telling that nigga he'll sexually assault that nigga? Like, that's...
Son, sexually,
I guess that's the worst you could do to a nigga to free.
And I didn't want to make it a gender thing, but I'm like, damn, ladies, it's wrong if you say that to a lady. But a dude saying that to another dude, I argue that's worse.
And it was politics that made
shit
him.
is worse.
And it's crazy how the conversation.
I'm not trying to diminish what y'all go through, but I'm just saying.
Like a booty bandit, goddamn.
And how's the politics make you?
Regardless, but that's some booty. Yo, nigga, I ain't know how to process that one.
That's somebody I take that shit. Like, what the
Them
fuck?
niggas was crashing out over politics, man. That was so crazy to me about
it. I call you Chris Handsome.
But you know what? I think that black people should take a step back from politics, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I look at how bad politics are affecting, because I think white people put too much of their livelihood in the politics, and I'm starting to see
you about to wake up Domo.
Us as black people, we're starting to do that same thing. We're starting to put all our hopes, faith, and dreams into politics. And I think that we were doing better before we put our hopes and dreams into politics. I think we should put our hopes and dreams back into the church rather than the
Oh
politics.
shit!
Oh hell no,
man,
nigga!
yeah,
I was
damn, bro.
sitting idly by
I was with
while
you,
y'all was
bro.
having such a great
I was with
conversation.
I'm glad I left the door unlocked. I had to get out of the car.
I almost hit you with the button over there. Paul.
What period of time you referring to that we was doing good in before we got into politics?
When we had closer ties to the church, the AME and the AME Zion Church, when we had closer ties to the church, we significantly had more money. We had
I'm
better
saying, like, give me a
families.
time frame. Like,
I'll say
what?
to give you a time frame, I would say probably between 1910 to the beginning of to 2000. I say 1910 to 2000. Black people had a great run under the church.
I thought you was gonna keep it short.
Wow, that's 90 years.
Yeah, I'm going from 1910 to 2000. We had a very long run, and the churches had a very long run. The church has had a very long run, way longer than way more
That's
effective
part of the
than
problem.
politics.
That's part of the problem, bro.
That's not part of the problem. It's part of the solution.
You know why? Hold on. Let me tell you why. Because you got one pastor. You got a pastor.
2000.
Yeah,
Since 1910 to 2000. I'm
And
gonna
what
say,
you-
and I'm not
you know what happened with the
exaggerating.
church?
I get it, but
I'm
maybe
not
in the Bible
exaggerating.
Belt, maybe in the Bible Belt that might be true.
You know what happened with the
I'm
church?
not exaggerating.
Nah, hell no, it wasn't.
The pastor. What happened with the church is the pastor made the members feel like he was more closer to God than he
Jim Crow
was.
era during that time.
So that's why the church messed him up. You got
2000. You ain't had that many motherfuckers talking about no damn church. Not up here.
all right, bro. And we see how they pull pimping. I mean, you got a mansion and a yacht. The preacher got a mansion and a yacht, and this motherfuckers who can't pay their light bill. Nigga, what the fuck?
Yeah, y'all talking about selective churches, and them churches are more or less almost like mega churches. But
It's members of that church. It's members in that church that's
Up here,
still paying on a pay.
2000, your everyday church was not full. Your everyday
Well,
church.
so let me. Okay, so they started slowing down. You have gotten taxation without representation under the government and politics.
Pastor, do you know
Now,
why
all
they
of your
separated
ties,
churches?
you got ties with representation under the church.
Pastor, do you know why they separated church and state?
That was a bad idea. That was kind of a bad idea for black people. That was a bad idea for black people.
Okay.
Because if you look at the AME Zion does not separate church and state.
What?
The AME Zion does not separate. If you can Google it, you can Wikipedia it right now.
First of all, hold on.
This is why we need more.
I said, do you know why they separate?
Are you good?
The question that I asked is,
I know why, but it's not a good idea.
No, I'm asking the question, why? If you say you know why, then why?
Because they thought that the church would overtake the state.
No, bro. If you separating church and state, that means that traditionally the church and state were one.
Traditionally, the church and state was one, but because
Right. So why did they separate it?
The United States swears up and down they don't have an actual religion.
So why did the
wanted
United
freedom.
States? Why did the United States separate it, bro?
So they wanted to have freedom of religion and not one religion run the state.
Okay, why did they want freedom of religion?
That was stupid too. But because they thought that everybody could come into this.
Hold on, wait. So hold on. You're a fan of the AME Zion Church?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know without freedom of religion, without separating church and state, the AME Zion Church wouldn't exist?
Well, the AME took separation on its own.
No. Are you familiar with the distinction between Catholicism and Protestantism?
Yes.
Protestantism?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We come out of Protestants, yeah.
Okay, exactly. And the reason why you had people leaving Europe to even come to America was because their way of life, right? The way that they understood, like for example, the way that the Methodists understood our relationship with God went against the Catholic Church.
And so because they had a different belief than the Catholic Church, right? And the Catholic Church was in control of the government, they could be persecuted for not believing in the Catholic Church.
They wanted to get away from
that is true. All that is true.
Okay, right. So
they wanted to get away from the theocracy.
Right, the theocracy. Right. So that means that without separation of church and state, you don't have the AME Zion Church. Without Protestantism, and you said that was a bad idea. But without that idea, you don't have the AME Zion Church.
You went all the way back to the escaping of Europe. See, the AME delineated from the overall.
But you don't have the Methodist Church without rejecting the theocracy of Catholicism. What you said was okay. So you giving me that recognizes that the claims that you're making about separating church and state being a bad idea are nonsensical, bro.
Well, the reason why I think it's a bad idea because it doesn't work in the long run. We tried to do this freedom run.
It had you believe in the AME Zion Church. You believe in the AME Zion Church, right? You stand with the AME Zion Church. Okay, so it did benefit in the long run. What are you talking about? It did benefit in the long run.
You can't say on one hand that we need to use the AME Zion Church to live better lives, and then on the other hand say that freedom of religion didn't benefit.
So the hang up is he's getting me at is the inception of the building blocks of the AME Zion Church and how it delineated from the Methodist Church because of communion and all of those things like that. And if we didn't have the freedom,
but that's all secondary. Yeah, right. My fault.
We didn't have the freedom of the religion. None of that would have happened. So he's getting me on that part. I get it, but on my part is I understand that most of the nations around the world are ran closely to their religion, and it's been working. And it's been working.
No, it's not. That's not true.
So we live in the West.
Name a superpower. Name a superpower that is a theocracy right now.
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia is a monarchy.
It's a superpower.
It's controlled.
It's controlled by the Muslims.
But it's not a theocracy. It's not a theocracy.
Controlled by the Muslims.
No, it's not. It's controlled by a family.
I'll give you that. A Muslim family.
That's not a theocracy. Just because the family is just because the family's Muslim doesn't mean that they have a theocracy.
I disagree on that part.
No, it's a monarchy. It's controlled by a king.
What is the doctrine of the monarchy? They're Muslim.
Every monarch, Christian or the doctrine.
You can argue that the Bush family is Christian. You can argue that Trump is hiding under the Christian.
But that ain't right, and that doesn't make us a theocracy.
It makes us everyone. We run around calling this a Judeo-Christian country all the time.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, Christian nationalists run around calling it that. Christian nationalists.
Who running this country?
On, bro.
Who running the country? Christians are running the country. Christians are running America, dog.
No, bro. We literally have laws separating church and state, which means that by law, no state, no religion can run the country by law.
No man can rule without his faith.
That's the Bible. That's not law.
That is law. It's real. You can't rule without faith.
It's different
bro, that's not, bro. Okay, so point out where it says that in the Constitution. Point out where it says that in the Constitution.
It's not. That's humanity. You can't.
Okay, no, you're not talking humanity. You talking religious garbage. But at the end of the day,
religious laws and not democracy.
And not even religious laws. The nigga going off of Psalms and Proverbs. That nigga ain't even talking about no laws. He's talking about sayings, poetic sayings.
These I'm not reading. These didn't come from scripture. I'm not quoting scripture when I tell you.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I know you're saying. That's why I said it's just a poetic saying, like a psalm and the proverb. Those aren't just books in the Bible. Those are okay. I don't need to explain that. But anyway, the fact of the matter is, you don't even have your belief without without religious freedom. It doesn't exist without religious freedom. So you wouldn't even want a country ran by one religion because you're not gonna get to decide that religion. In this country, you think AME Zion churches will be the church of the country? No.
It would be an accepted form because
No, it wouldn't.
What makes you think that?
It would
There
fall
is
under
no
it would
other
fall under
accepted form.
It would fall under Christianity.
African Methodist Episcopal Church will be
fall.
accepted.
It's part of Christianity. So therefore,
Catholicism and Protestantism are both forms of Christianity.
So therefore, it would be allowed.
No, it wouldn't. It wasn't
Yes,
allowed
it
under
would.
Catholicism. It wasn't allowed under Catholicism, bro. That's why they did religious freedom in the first place. Because it wasn't allowed. The only reason you have different sects of Christianity is because of religious freedom. If you were still under the Catholic Church, you would be killed for thinking differently.
Damn. See, y'all got to talk to my pastor, Collection Plate. He said that God wanted him to have, multitudes of money, man. So that's what he said. So y'all listen to the wrong people.
There's nothing wrong with what they call prosperity preaching. There's nothing wrong with prosperity preaching.
What you say, Fine?
What's wrong with prosperity?
Yeah,
what's wrong with prosperity? What's wrong with prosperity
the Bible has
preaching?
taught you how to be right. Because the Bible has taught you how to be pimped.
Yeah, where's the prosperity when I'm seeing number of poverty? Hold on, where's the prosperity when the community and most members are still in poverty? It don't make sense.
That's the modern black churches.
Because you know why? Hold on,
inner
bro.
city niggas created,
bro.
So they wasn't in poverty back in the 1920s?
This is what you got to remember, right? This is what you got to remember. Your flock is a reflection of your teaching, right? Your flock is a reflection of your teaching. So if your congregation and everybody's still in poverty, that's a direct reflection of your teaching that you're giving your people.
Well, if your politics have the majority of people in poverty, that's a reflection of your politics. And we have more money under the church than we do with politics.
Now, bro. Let's not move the goalpost.
No, I'm standing on what I said.
Where are you getting that we have more money under the church? Where are you getting that from? What makes you say that?
That's my observation. That's my personal observation. My personal observation is that as black people,
saying it was more black wealth during the 1920s?
There was more black. We have accumulated more black wealth under the church than we have with chasing politics.
I totally disagree.
That's what I'm saying. That's just YouTube shit. That's just YouTube shit. That's just the shit niggas say on YouTube too.
No, we own. No. We own YouTube.
That's debatable, but you got to bring some sources for that, though, Pat.
Okay, then I will look it up. I will do a deep dive into that. I'll do a deep dive into that. I will not come back with what I found.
But you can't do a deep dive because you're making general statements. Like when you say because of politics, what the fuck are you referring to?
He said black people were more prosperous under the church than they was under politics.
Okay,
what does that mean though? Under the church?
What is under politics? What does under politics mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, you gotta.
So black folks still follow the church.
Yeah, they had over. It was over 4,000. It was over 4,000. Y'all know it was over 4,000 black Republicans in the city of Utah, Alabama in 1837. 4,000 black Republicans was running this town.
Yeah, most black people would have been Republicans back then, man.
And they was running the town until the Klan came. I mean, people got to look up the history of the city called Utah. It's EUTAW, right? You had over 4,000 black Republicans running this town, man, and the Klan came, and it was crazy. It was 1837 or 1841. Yeah, Utah, Alabama. Yeah, I know you heard of it, GQ.
Yeah.
Republicans.
Yeah, it was the black Republicans, man. They was running this town, bro. Till the Klan came.
So ask Madonna what you asked me earlier, Ted.
I don't know what you're talking about.
About the Republican shit.
Can I ask one quick question?
You remember the conversation from earlier?
Not for real, bro. You just caught me like red-handed with the blunt in my hand. Like what?
when we was talking about, I don't even remember how we got, because we talking about reparations, and then we was trying to find Republicans that supported.
Oh, yeah, Republicans that support black people. So so Madon, can you name any Republicans that have a track record of supporting black political interests?
Not out the bike. I ain't gonna lie. Not out the top of my head. I can't name nobody.
The conversation,
But if I go back to 1841, I can name these 4,000 black Republicans.
Go back to 1841.
Larry Elder. There's no guarantee they supported reparations though.
Hey, y'all want to hear something funny? Madon just exposed himself. Y'all want to hear something funny?
What's that?
The nigga didn't even name Donald Trump.
Hell,
he ain't black.
No goddamn way.
I thought you said
black Republican though, bro.
Oh, he said black Republican. Oh yeah, I guess it was about black Republicans. It was about black Republicans. Yeah, it was about black Republicans.
I say Larry Elder. He
Okay,
was for the black family. He was for the black family. He was for the.
See, wait, hold on. What's funny is niggas use the shit that they use to chastise black people. They say that they for black people. Like seriously, because you do gotta understand that the major criticism of black family from white Christians was like the single welfare moms. So y'all think they criticize it, y'all think that they bigging up like, oh, we not against we like against gay marriage. It's like, no, not only are they against gay marriage, they say single mothers are the bane of our existence.
Larry Elder
specifically referring.
What was your question?
Man, Larry Elder, oh my God.
Lost his goddamn man.
You just said Larry Johnson. I would have took Grandmama with that one.
Charles Barkley, motherfucker.
Hey to the panel in the chat.
What up, DD?
Hi. Yeah, I pulled over real quick. I wanted to ask Pastor a question.
Oh, don't ask that. Crazy, DD.
So here's my question. You said that basically you think that blacks would be better off if they would go back under the church.
Yes. If
Okay.
we yeah. Mm-hmm.
So here's my question. You're from North Carolina, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The Juneteenth incident that happened in North Carolina, you have religious leaders saying, okay, we understand that it was wrong, but they've apologized and we need to let it go. Where politicians are saying, nah, that shit is wrong. Exercise your rights. Don't spend no money with them motherfuckers.
You talking about the Target boycott?
Hell no. Look up Synergy Auto.
Where the girl was like, she was like, I know, right? She said, I know, right? When he was talking about the banks closed on Juneteenth. Yeah.
So
Pastor, I want to hear this.
So I would like to know, in that incident, do you still believe that blacks are better being under the church where they're saying, oh, you shouldn't ruin them. They made a mistake. Apology. We need to learn to forgive. Or the politician side where it's like, yeah, you got the right to not spend your money. You can spend your money wherever you want. They act like that. Fuck it. Don't spend your money there. You still think blacks are better off under the church leadership?
Yes, because the church. Because one thing about the politicians are taking the stance of trying to make you mad or keep you mad. So they can proliferate themselves off of your anger. The church is saying that
proliferate
anger,
off of your fear of hell. Pay your tithes or you're gonna burn in hell for eternity.
That church is saying that anger,
turn the cheek and keep letting them do the shit again.
So that one black lady sitting in there getting disrespected by all those white people, she should just let it go and be forgiving. Whereas the politician saying, yeah, right, shut them, don't spend your money there. She did it.
Where's your God?
She could have done.
Where your God at? That's what I want to know. Where's your God at, Pastor? Can you tell us that?
Psycho, do you know what I'm talking about?
I see what you're saying, but the church is going to flip that. See, the thing about it, the church knows how to flip things socially that politics just can't do, and they aren't that efficient at doing. I'll give you an example, right? The church in their forgiveness is going to, and killing them with kindness is going to make that same facility go and hire some black people and change their culture. That the
They
So
have
can you give us
politics,
an
one black
example of that
person working
happening?
there.
the
One
When
politics
has
is
that
just
Do me a
happened?
favor.
the politics is going to just
Define
keep you
politics, bro.
angry. The politics
Define
just want to
politics,
keep you.
Pastor.
Politics is
Define
a
it.
group. The politics is a group of people with an agenda that they go to the government with. That's politics. That's
Politics is a
politic.
group of people with an agenda that they go to the government with.
Yes,
But
that's
do
politics.
politics have to be
Hey,
government
that's a new
related?
definition.
Hey man,
Yeah, that's the
It
definition I'm
actually
giving
doesn't.
y'all. That's the definition I'm giving y'all.
Didi, it doesn't have to be government related, but yeah, whatever.
So,
I'm just asking. I
no,
don't know.
politics does not. It don't have to technically be government
I
related,
think
but
it was a
for
political
far as
move.
this conversation, it is.
I think it was a political move when everybody said, nah, we're not spending our money here anymore. I think that was politics. They all got together and said, we're not freaking doing it. They all got together and went on Yelp and they all went on Google and they dropped their rating from a 5.0 to a 1.1.
And what did those politics do for black people that the church wouldn't have done better for them?
It brought
Hey, bro,
black.
what has the church done? What has the
It
church
brought
done?
black everybody together. They all got together and agreed and did something in unison.
I don't even know
What
what
has the church done that has been as impactful as the Civil Rights Act?
The Civil Rights Act, the church was honestly, the church was very. The AME Zion definitely was very impactful on the Civil Rights Act. And
No. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, what has the church done that is as impactful as the Civil Rights Act of 1964?
They prayed.
And I
or
need
the
to know.
Voting
And
Rights
Pastor,
Act of 1965.
and Pastor, I need to know what kind of God we're gonna worship.
Come on,
you don't gotta answer that dumb shit.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna go back to the church. Wait. We know that.
No,
that some
but
type of
let him
God.
answer. Let him
Hold on.
answer. Let him answer.
I just need him to answer mine after he answers yours.
I see yours is that's convoluted. I don't really know how to answer that question. But what I will say when it comes down to the civil rights movement, it's hard to separate. It's hard to separate what you're asking from what actually happened. The church was very vital in the civil rights movement. So
Okay, so did the
done?
church think politics was important?
No, the church used politics. The church used politics.
So did they think it was important, nigga?
The church used politics.
No,
the church did the church for a better situation for the people.
How?
Yes,
that's right.
How did the church use politics to create a better situation for the people? How?
Through supporting legislation like the civil rights.
Through supporting, so the church supports politics.
When needed.
So the church supports politics. So does the church agree with you then?
Yes, the church is not because if you read the Bible and your churches will tell you
No. The church, if the church uses politics in order to create a better situation for the people, how does the church agree with you that that politics doesn't work or is ineffective?
I never see. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I never said that it was ineffective. I said that we are better using the church than politics, because when we came together under the church, we were actually able to do more with politics.
When did we come together under the church, bro? You keep saying that.
I need to know. I need to know what God we gonna worship, bro. Because if we gonna worship,
but it's like when you say be under the church, right? Like we have a government under the church. What does that look like?
The AME Zion Church.
And what does that look like?
If you look at that, the Methodist part is the religious part.
No, I'm talking about structure. What does the government then look like?
What you see in the AME Zion, you got the template
I don't know the makeup. I don't know the hierarchical structure of the AME Zion Church, nigga.
Oh, okay.
So who occupies what position? What is the top position? What is the main position?
You have your top bishop.
Okay, so you have one bishop.
That's
like
the top.
The Catholic Church.
Okay, so it'll be like the Pope. It'll be like the Catholic Church.
And then it kind of delineates from there.
Okay, so you do understand
that it was in order for the as we discussed previously, in order for the AME Zion Church to exist, it had to separate from the Catholic Church. So why would it then attempt to establish the same thing that it had to escape from to exist?
Because it escaped. What it escaped from wasn't technically bad. It just didn't include.
They were
didn't
killing them.
They
You
had
were
problems.
thrown in jail for the rest of your life if you wasn't following the Catholic understanding
They
of the
had
Bible.
problems. They had problems with the
That's
application
what I'm
of the
saying, bro.
religion.
Niggas would just get on the internet.
No. They had problems with the
No,
application
because
of
the
the
main
religion,
question
so
is
they delineated from it and
Pastor.
created their own.
That's complete. Like, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Pastor, I
I'm
need to
telling
know,
you
bro. If
exactly
we're
how
gonna
it
go
went. I'm
back
telling you
to
exactly how it went.
Pastor, let me holler at you real quick. Pastor, I'm with you. Now we need to go back to the church, but I need to know what kind of God we gonna worship and what's the name of it. I need to know
Same
those two
imaginary
because
one you
one thing
worship.
I know, right, about black people
Man,
that
drop dead.
black people black people worship some type of God. So I need to know what kind of God we gonna worship and what's the name of it if we're gonna go back to the church.
Well, we have the Holy Trinity. We have God, the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
We got the
You have
sisters, we
God,
got
the
the
Is he
Son,
white?
and the Holy
Is he
Spirit.
white? Is he white?
No, AME Zion.
He's clear, nigga.
He black, dog. He black.
No,
I
he's
said you
clear.
said we
He's
need to
good.
go back to the church. So you saying all black people need to come to your church?
Not in particular. I don't have to come to the AME Zion Church, but I do think
Because
that
you know
we
some
would do.
churches still got white Jesus in there and the fans that's in the
If you
back of
want to go
the.
to, if you want to go
Well,
to
them
a church,
fans
if you
that
want to go to a church with a white Jesus, I'm not
Bro,
mad
I'm
at you.
staying
I think
100 miles away. I'm driving 100. I'm going 100 past that church, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, so if you want to go to the church that has a black Jesus that believes in the Holy Trinity, go to that. But what I'm saying is, as black people, what I'm saying is this: it's a simple thought that I have. Y'all want to go to the complexity of it. I get it, but
It's simple, bro. I give you that. It's a simple point.
I
need
simply
it's simple.
believe it is simple. It's very simple to me. It's very simple to me. I simply believe that we did better under the black church or under the church, period, than we did relying on politics. That's this
Bro, we
simple.
were never
I still don't
under the
understand what
church.
you mean by
How
We were
when we
never
think
under the church.
white people,
We
how
were
when we
never
think white
under.
people more closer to God than we
We've
are?
never
we were
not
never
used
under the
politics
church.
in this country. Like, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. We was that statement is nonsensical. We were never under the church. We've never existed in a theocracy. We've been in this country as long as the people who established this democracy.
Yeah, under the
That's
church
where the whole
is crazy.
foundation of Black American shit come from. We've been here from the beginning.
Right. The church
What are you
teaches
talking about?
us.
We've never been under a
Teaches us.
theocracy.
The church tell us not to judge, but yet it's still white folks judging us daily, and we send our kids to these courthouses to get judged by them.
Now
listen.
The Bible says you can judge with a righteous eye.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so take the stinger out of your own eye.
This country was built based on the Bible, so you know.
Hey, fuck you, Q.
Peace, guys. Peace, gods. I just want to say about the judging. We are allowed to judge a nigga by the fruit they produce. How about that?
Nah, fuck
Whether it's
that.
good or bad. Whether it's good or bad.
Man, I think you judge.
Yes,
you
it's
judge
true.
by what you see.
Well, you see the nigga. You see. I mean, the fruits mean like whatever you bring out. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy slow.
Yeah, what you produce? Oh, you said you judge somebody by what they produce. Okay, no, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
About their lifestyle, the mentality, the shit that they be doing. You know what I'm saying? There's only two roads.
I like
you judging by everything. You juding by everything.
Content of your character.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What you say?
So you're right. You supposed to judge man and mankind by all things.
But nah, you the last nigga need to be talking
That's
about.
a fact, bro. I'm just keeping it a buck. They want to be. Cause see, the pastor want to be on some spookism, bro. He want us to believe in a spook God. And I'm like, yo, wait a minute. What about the God in us? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. That's talking about some mystery.
You're made in his image.
Mystic pseudo.
You're made in God's image, but you're not God. You're made in His image, but you're not God. Neither one of us are. None of us
We're
are.
not children. Okay, if we're children of the Most High, right? If we're children of the Most High, what that make us?
Got two niggas finna argue, drop dead free. This shit crazy.
We are made in
We're
God's
creators.
image. But
Made,
we are
right?
not
You said it right.
God.
Made, right? Made. That's the key. That's the key word right there. Made. We weren't created. We was made. I know it sounds like the same word, but created and made are two different words. We were made, bro.
Nah, they don't sound like the same word, nigga. They had the same.
No, some people would think created and made. Some people would think created and made means the same thing, but it doesn't.
No, right,
Oh,
right. So you
man.
say you may
It's two
think they
different
mean the
things.
same thing, but they don't, nigga. You said they.
Well,
may
you know what I'm
sound
talking
the
about.
same.
You know what
No,
I'm
they
talking
don't.
about.
Sound like the same word. They don't sound
No, they
at
don't.
all
You
like
know,
the
you
same.
know what I'm talking about. But at the end of the day, like I said,
Those are
man,
two different
we were
words,
made.
nigga.
You may feel like they mean
The
the
point is
same
made,
thing.
bro. The point is being made, bro. That's all
I
it
feel
is.
you, dog. I'm fucking with you, but I'm fucking
I
We're
ain't tripping,
God
though. I know you were.
creators. You know what I'm saying? We are God
Well, I said,
creators. We create. We create. We create
and we
whatever we
destroy
want
as
to
well, right?
create.
And don't we destroy it? And don't man
Yes,
destroy?
we can. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay, cool. Right, well, hey,
But by choice, you know.
We
Yeah.
ain't the only ones that
Everything is
destroy
by
shit.
choice. Everything is by choice.
Okay.
Everything you do is political.
Oh God.
So under
So
free,
Kanye
so
was
under
right.
free,
So
so
Kanye
under
was right.
free
Slavery
will.
was a choice.
So yeah, so under free will,
So, Pastor,
y'all
this what
have
you
made
want
the
us to
choice.
operate under?
So under
This
free
type of shit.
will, y'all have made the choice to choose politics over God, nigga. That's what y'all have done.
Free will. Oh my God. Here we go.
Under your
goofy ass down
God-given,
somewhere, nigga.
under your
Nobody tryna hear
God-given
that
free
shit, nigga.
will, you
Who is
niggas
y'all? Who
have
is y'all, bro? You gotta point them out. You gotta call names.
every single psychopathist. Who else up here believe in politics over you, Domo? Who the other nigga?
Oh, what is it? What do
Every
you mean
nigga on
believe
here.
in
That's what I'm talking about,
politics?
bro.
Every
If we
nigga
can
on
balance
here.
it,
Wait, this
if we
nigga,
can
what does
balance
believe
it,
in politics mean?
it'd be
What is it?
good.
How do you believe in politics? What does that mean?
Y'all believe and y'all vote. Y'all believe
Bro,
in
you've admitted your
government
own
exist?
church
in
believe in
I agree with the
politics.
I just
You
want
pastor.
said
to
it
ask. I
yourself.
just want to ask a couple
with the
fundamental
y'all have
questions.
created.
You
I agree with the
said,
pastor.
yeah, the
Y'all have
AME church
created
I
had
just
to
want to ask a
use
couple. I just want to
politics
ask a
as a
couple
tool.
fundamental questions.
Y'all
I just want to ask a
have
couple
created
fundamental
false
questions.
idolatry in
Does
politics.
government exist, Pastor? Does government exist?
It's a false idol.
Does government
Does it
exist?
exist?
It exists, but it's a false idol.
Okay, so government exists.
That's right,
Do
Pastor.
policy, statutes, and legislation impact how we live our lives?
They're false idols. They're false hopes.
Do they impact how we live our lives?
Not really.
Wow, that shit
Legislation
They can do
crazy.
whatever the hell you
Man,
want.
what the hell?
And so what you always gotta do is you
bro.
always gotta let them get to the point where they're gonna tell a blatant lie. And then
Hell,
that's how
you
you
let me
go.
down,
Got you.
Pastor.
Got you.
Bro,
Soon as
Pastor,
the
you gotta
nigga
go
just
read your
say something
Bible,
that
bro.
he
What the
know,
hell?
and then look, you can tell he ain't believe it either. The nigga was like, not really. Like, nigga.
Damn,
Nigga,
Pastor, you
I'm
gotta go
talking
read
it
your
all.
Bible, bro. That's why the scripture tells you, Pastor, let no man deceive you, for that day should not come, lest there be a separation and a falling away first, and a man of sin be revealed.
Bro, you can only recite like actual laws and statutes.
You know
Like,
what I'm saying?
Hey, Madon, listen, Madon actually sounds smart when he reading scripture and shit, but that's about it.
Hey, bro, what you mean, bro? That's wisdom. That's wisdom, son. That's wisdom, son.
As far as
wasted wisdom,
belief
If
in
we can
politics.
balance it, I think it'd
Hey,
be
y'all
great.
not gonna,
If we
y'all not
can
gonna compare
balance.
me to the rest of these heathens. You know what I'm saying? I believe in God. Y'all got me fucked up.
nah, nigga, you over here with us though, Mo. I don't care what you talking about, bro. You over here with us, nigga.
Nah, boy, y'all gonna be in hell fucking around. Shit.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna be in here. I
Okay,
guarantee it.
once y'all guys get into African spiritualism, then that's you want to talk about
That's what I'm talking
spookism.
about, sister.
Shit, what they got the
niggas,
Africans
man.
at? What did that do for the
Shango.
Africans? What did that do for the Africans?
The same thing
Hey,
Christianity did
if
for
that
us.
ain't a reflect, hold on. If that
Same
ain't a
thing
reflection of a
spirituality did
colonized
for us,
motherfucker, if that
Nah,
ain't a
come on,
reflect, that
Domo. I'm
nigga
just trying
saying,
to
what
show.
did they
I'm just trying to
religion do
kick
for
up some
them?
dust. I just want to kick up some dust, bro. That's it. Come on, man.
Get that shit off that grandma's Bible you be walking around with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying though. We got introduced to that book. I'm just saying though. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what works. If you know some voodoo that works, let me know because we need something as black people to help us
Yeah, it's
get
called
out of this
laws.
oppression. So if you got Obatula, Ogun, Oshun, Yemen Ya, Legba, if you know anything that can help us, just let me know, sis. That's all I'm asking.
But I have heard people making arguments that Haiti was won their independence with used religion. I have heard people make that argument before.
True, Taz. Exactly. I was going to bring that up earlier, but I didn't want to get too long.
That's what we need, then, Taz. We need a little bit of that, then, because
Did Shaka Zulu them?
Shaka Zulu is a warrior.
Yeah, but they was like non-spiritual type, like non-God people, but they use their little warrior system.
I mean, how do you think they really overcame slavery?
With faith.
It is dumb shit.
I'm
fighting.
Revenge.
I think
they overcame.
They used politics.
That shit was faith, dog. It was faith. That shit was faith, dog.
Yeah, they had faith in the politics.
And they had revenge, bro. They had revenge in their heart.
Actually, what freed the slaves was the Emancipation Proclamation. Shit.
And that politics.
And then we had Juneteenth.
I disagree.
Faith ain't walking.
Hey, nigga, you may disagree, but you ain't about to say Christianity, nigga.
No, I ain't. No, hell no.
You ain't gonna say faith.
Exactly, nigga. All right. We may have some historical discrepancies, but
hell no.
Your ass ain't about to say faith, nigga. Like what the fuck?
Same Christianity that had them on the plantation, like
the exact same. The exact
They was
same.
reading a different part of the book, then.
No.
They had to read the back of it.
Well, not the exact same, but it's them. It's
Right,
them.
that's why they say, who taught you to praise him? Who taught you to praise white Jesus? Pastor, who taught you to praise him?
Who taught you to be a Mormon, nigga?
You a Mormon? That's even worse. That's the worst.
Yeah,
I'm just more of a man.
He a Mormon defender.
Nigga, you a Mormon, nigga. That's bad,
more of a
nigga.
man.
Now the Mormons are actually,
bro.
They won't even allow him to actually be a Mormon, though.
Now,
He's a Mormon defender.
Bro,
that's bad, dog.
You would have drunk. I can tell right now. You would have drunk the Jim Jones juice. You would have drunk the Kool-Aid, bro. Don't ball with those.
What you say, Fat? He Mormonish.
He Mormonish, yeah. He converted.
No, I mean, but you just heard this nigga up here talking about, and then, hey, sister, you got anything else that this nigga just
did a whole
throwing shit
debate
at the
for
wall to
Mormons.
see what sticks.
Bro,
They did a whole debate on Mormons. This nigga did a whole debate on Mormons.
Yeah, it's not about the religion. It's about the ancient text, bro.
Never seen him do a debate. He didn't lose.
You debated Suave on Mormonism, and you debated Nepal on Mormonism, and you lost both them hoes.
Damn, you lost in Nepal, my nigga?
Bro, I beat Nepal, bro.
Damn, bro, that's why you be hating women so bad. Okay,
I beat Nepal, bro. Ask Sola, I beat Nepal.
Now. You can't even beat the women in the debate. No shot at
I beat Nepal, bro. Come on, bro. And Suave, only reason Suave won because he get a goddamn 24-hour, a 48-hour
record 0-32 in the debate league.
Nigga, please. I'm the Lamar Jackson of the league, nigga. Don't get it twisted.
You said Lamont? You Lamont Jackson?
Lamar, nigga.
You said Lamont?
You don't get your goddamn shaded graded. Your shaded graded ass about it.
He called that nigga Lamont.
Oh yes.
Oh shit.
Grade, so I ain't.
Nigga, Lamont got wisdom, nigga. You heard Lamont sampler lately, nigga? That nigga no more, bro. Hey. Nigga.
Yeah, now I was just checking up.
You big dummy.
I was just hitting you up, checking up on you.
You an atheist, bro.
No, I was checking up on it in your phone.
Don and Akmalak might be the two worst debaters I've ever seen in my life.
Yo, Taz, let's not go back to our debate, Yo, Taz. Taz, bro, come on, bro. You know
I gotta go watch that. Y'all debated?
Yeah, me and Taz debated, bro. Go watch. If Solar got it, go watch it, bro. You tell me who won. Because when I see them, they run.
In the next 2 weeks,
I
forgot what me and Taz debated, man. It was something about.
It had to be some dumb shit because I forgot y'all debated.
Nah, man, it was about something about feminism or something. It's something to that effect.
We know what side you was on.
Hey, brother, but Don has had all the anti-woman debates, bro. Every last, because we debated some anti-woman shit twice.
It wasn't anti, bro. It was just kicking the facts.
I guarantee you.
Hey, Taz and Domo, I ain't gonna cap y'all down. I'm finna go watch all Madonna debates. Fuck y'all debates. I'm finna go watch all Madonna shit.
My
I know
debate
that shit gonna be entertaining as hell.
Nigga, do you want to be entertained, nigga? Shit, nigga, go
That
watch
shit
my
gonna be
debate.
entertaining.
Hey, yo,
as
you can
fuck.
argue that feminism definitely is not pro-woman.
You sound dumb as hell.
It's simple that whatever community-wise that brings people out, networking shit.
Yeah, you can definitely argue that feminism is not pro-woman. Just because you offer a
Bro,
woman,
niggas argue the earth is flat.
you can argue.
Niggas argue that gravity doesn't exist.
You can argue. I'm a flat earther.
You know what I'm
nigga,
saying?
but
Like
anyway.
niggas argue
Oh
all
yeah, it
types
makes
of
sense.
dumb
You a flat earther. That makes sense.
We got a flat earther.
Nigga.
Oh hell,
Go ahead, Madonna.
I'm
Give
a
him
flat
Madonna.
earther.
How you a flat earther and you believe in the Bible, bro? Get out of here, man.
The firmament is in the Bible, nigga, in Genesis.
Village Expo community.
Bro, the birds fly in the firmament. What you talking about?
That's what I'm saying.
Somebody tell
That's
Q
why.
he,
Okay, so I want y'all
we
to
can hear
understand
him.
when you hear niggas say you can make the argument, you got to realize who's making the argument. And if you got a habit of making dumbass arguments, then it's like, yeah, you can make it, but it's yet another argument that don't make fucking sense.
God damn. He said you're a flat earther, bro. Oh man, you a pastor and you're a flat earther, bro.
I'm a flat.
Nah,
Nigga,
he's
flat
selling
Earth,
different.
nigga.
He's different kind
Flat
of
Earth. I come through
ghetto
flat
pastor.
Earth, nigga. This shit is not round. We not spinning, but we're not gonna get into that.
Yeah, right. Don't get it up.
We
Personally,
don't
I
do
think
that,
feminism. Personally, I think feminism. This is my own personal belief. I think it hurt Black women in a way because it really took us out of the home. But see, that's just my personal opinion.
You hear that, Domo?
And see, hold on. And see, Madonna's already beat you on this exact same debate.
Bro, we
That's
debated
white
this, bro.
feminism.
Come on now.
Yeah, and I beat you. I killed you.
Bro, that was bullshit. Come on, you shouldn't have not won that debate, bro. Come on, man. What I showed.
And so here's the point.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to
Black women recognize the failures of white feminism and started their own shit. And the black feminist manifesto is called the Comanche River Collective. And specifically,
I use camera now.
Nigga, it's in the Library of Congress now, nigga. That's
right. It ain't working. It's on a shelf collecting dust.
That's like that nice on it.
It just don't matter and shit like that, bro. Like,
He tell him it's in the Library of Congress. He's about right. This nigga is so
that shit don't exist. That mean it ain't working in 2025. Where is it at?
Oh man,
bro, it's not. That means it's all right, bro. But
why do things get put into the Library of Congress, bro?
I don't even know if it's in the Library of Congress, to be for real. I was just talking shit.
Oh, okay.
Hey, look at that. I told you you a Jim Jones Kool-Aid nigga, Fontaine.
But nah, it's to nationally archive something. Like the government is saying like this piece of work is like foundational to American literature type shit or American. You know what I'm saying? It's considered like culturally.
I mean, we got the bouncy house. Cause think about, we're gonna have all the kids shit set up. We got the STEM shit. We gonna invite vendors out to give shit out. We're gonna tell vendors it's only $10 or $15 to set up a table if they want to sell shit. You know what I mean? Like, and then try to figure out if we can give some awards away to people real quick. Or not playing the next one, we give awards away.
That nigga on the phone and shit.
Whoever we get that got groups of people. Anybody got camps?
Hey Q, we can hear you.
First or the following week could be a good time. Or anybody got a camp? We can invite them.
Mute out, nigga.
Like, however we can get.
I got a camp.
Space.
Camp David.
Niggas need a basketball camp.
Niggas said Camp David.
Inside.
Yeah, that's what up, bro. Who was that? The pastor?
Yeah, it was a dumbass debate though, Damo.
So it wouldn't even have nothing to do with this.
Which is more of a problem. Black men marrying white women, or white women marrying black men.
And professionals, they also see what we.
Oh yeah, I think that was our debate. Yeah, that was a good debate, bro.
About white women marrying black men.
or black men marrying white women, which is more detrimental to the community?
That's pretty much it.
Yeah. What side you on?
Looking at that fucking
I'm gonna
title.
say that it's probably worse if
Hey, Domo, it is the Black Feminist Movement is archived in the Library of Congress. We got different
Okay, I
books and
figured.
stuff in there.
Yeah, I figured it would be. Shit.
What's your
But I ain't
answer,
gonna lie
Pastor?
though.
You got to give an answer, Pastor.
it's probably
What's worse?
it's probably worse if black men marry white women because we're gonna still call our kids black and
Wow.
and we're gonna take the wealth with us and we're gonna take a lot of the culture with us. So so the blacktivity, so blacktivity, too much
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna say this.
Too much blacktivity
The
can be a bad
whole
thing.
a white woman can't have a black baby is some pseudo shit.
A white woman can have a black baby, yo. Because if you're a black man, you get a white woman pregnant, that baby black.
Oh, you gonna wake up psycho, bro? What the hell?
You don't know that is
I mean,
true.
but like, listen, hold on, like, but here's the thing, bro. It's like you got to, just like, but I get what niggas is saying. Like, trust me, I get it culturally, I get it, but biologically, that makes no sense. Cause like beings that can't create other beings can't create other beings. Period.
Not at all.
If you black and you get a white woman pregnant, you're right. You're right. Genetically, that child is biracial, but socially and culturally, that child is of his father.
Don't
and
say
it's
it.
black.
Don't say it, bro. Don't say it. You gonna wake up psycho, bro.
Is that child is black? That child, biracial children are still black. Biracial children are black. I've always said this shit.
That's something you are what your father is.
The black, my father black, and the blacktivity. When you spread the blackness,
psycho, bro, you finna get beat up, bro.
No,
look,
if you ask my dad, my dad had me and my sister with a black woman, right?
Yeah, this nigga psycho in the chat.
If you ask him if his biracial grandchildren,
you can't say that on this channel.
Why not? Y'all niggas Pan-Africans. Y'all don't have a child with an African and call it black.
I'm talking about them being culturally black, bro. I'm just saying. All right, well, go for it.
Now, hold on. Now, I stand on culture. I get the argument culturally. I understand that. But biologically, you know what I mean? It's that's
no, nigga, no.
I don't think so. I don't.
What matters to people, biological or social?
I mean, the cultural part matters, but when we know that historically the biological shit has been manipulated by social shit, then it's important to be able to separate the two. Period. Like we can have our cultural meanings with the labels that we use and what we call ourselves, but in terms of a species, like in who we are, you feel me? Like if white people and black people weren't couldn't produce the same, like it wouldn't work either way, right? Like it's kind of, you know what I mean? Like it wouldn't work either way.
A black woman marries a white man and has a child with a white man, a black woman had a white child.
No, she had a mixed child.
No, that child. No, she
Yeah,
had
they mixed in both.
Yeah, how y'all negate one whole other piece of the DNA? I'm just confused. Like it's just white, it's just black. It can't, bro. It's mixed, bro. So what if it's an Asian mom and a white dad? What is it?
White.
White.
So if it's an Asian man and a white woman, then it's Asian.
White.
No, it's gonna go under what the mother is.
It's mixed, bro.
It's just mixed.
About to pick up some stuff.
You can mix any two races. It's gonna be mixed. If you mix blue and red, it's not blue. It's not red. It's gonna be mixed.
But see, they might look black.
These comments are hilarious, bro.
They might look black, but they might be white inside. I've seen a lot of them. They look black, but they're white inside.
What does that mean?
On the inside,
they're like red
that's
inside.
That's a fact, bro. And that's how most well, I won't say most, at least 60% of black people work. You know, they got a white man mentality because we suppressed by our slave masters. So we the hate that hate produce that Malcolm talked about. We the hate that hate produce. You know what I mean?
Please leave your message for.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Meaning the hate that black people have for black people come by is because of white people. That's why niggas hate niggas, because white people hate niggas and they taught us to hate niggas, so we hate niggas. So it's the hate that hate produce.
No.
That's some wild shit right there. All I'm saying is staying true to blacktivity, right? If a black man go out and have a child with any other woman, that child is going to be black. Now, if too many black men do it, it can become a problem because it would change. Because it would change the racial.
Biracials are the fastest growing demographic in the
No, Psycho. He just said they're not biracial. They're black. If they have a black daddy, they're just black, not biracial.
So they the new black people. They the new black people. So the new black people.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, they are the new black people. They the new black people. They just look a little different than us. They just look a little different.
Alicia Keys look a little bit different than us. I think that's that make them black. Puerto Ricans look a little bit different than us. Asians look a little bit different than us. Like, what are we doing?
Native Americans look a little bit different.
Nah. They don't look like us though, right? So these biracial kids still look like us. They just look a little bit different. They got a little bit different skin tone, but you can tell they black though. Right?
No, they don't even look like
they
us.
like
no, you can't, bro. Like you gotta ask them what their daddy was first.
Yeah,
first, you gotta say your mama white or your daddy white, and then when they tell you, that's when you be like, "Oh yeah, you black."
Yeah, they extended black people, yo, because once you know that they daddy black, they black.
So, but you just said you can tell the difference. They just like, which one is it?
They just look a little different, dog.
You go by the seed of your father, doctor, right?
Yeah. Okay. Because we're not Jewish. If we were Jewish, we go by the mother. We go by the mother. If we was Jewish, we go by the mother, right? But
you realize this shit was written in like 1800 BC,
and we still going with.
Nah, man, that
like
wasn't
the folk they had plumbing, bro.
When you look at the ancient world, they went by the house of your
father. And that's who you want me to listen to? Bird.
No, you was known by the house of your father in the ancient world, bro. That's just a fact.
Yes, because they didn't know shit about DNA, bro.
It's still to this day, bro. That's why the child get the father's name, bro. What are you talking about, man?
No, bro, that has nothing to do with your DNA, bro. That's social. Y'all still talking about
DNA. We don't give a damn about no DNA. We talking about.
You're talking about DNA, nigga. When you talking about children, someone having children, that's related to DNA.
We're talking about ownership.
Oh my God.
We're talking about ownership and who the children actually belong to. They actually belong to their father.
That's why when you watch them old movies, they be like, I'm from the house of such and such. I'm from the house of this or the house of that, bro. It went by the house of your father, bro. Because your lineage went through hey, man.
I'm not denying that that's what they did. I'm saying y'all are in 2025 trying to live off ancient ways.
Okay, do you have your daddy's last name?
No.
Okay, well, you just as an exception to the rule.
You lost your way.
I got my dad.
You lost your way without your father.
You know what I'm saying, bro? Stop the cap. Come on, bro.
I got my dad, man.
I did, bro.
I ain't no side, baby.
Man, if you don't have your father's last name, you have lost your way, yo. Without your father's last name, you have no way.
But that's not true either, though.
Yeah, that's not true, bro. That's not true.
So if you got your grandfather last name from your mama,
it ain't true for every person. It ain't true for it. Might not be true 100%, but at least 90% it is true because they always gonna be someone that breaks the model. They're gonna be.
So what y'all talking about is lineage in regards to like documentary, like how we document our lineage on paper. That's all they was doing in the Bible, was documenting their lineage. That doesn't negate when you talking race or ethnicity. That's not just what you write on paper. That's actually something that's
China,
part of your DNA.
They did that in China
so why
as
would
well.
they document it? So why would they document it then if it's not crucial?
Right. And they did it in China.
I didn't say it wasn't crucial to document it.
Oh, okay, bet.
Well, why most cultures? Why most cultures last name go by the house of the father? You look at China.
Because that's how it was in the ancient world.
Right, so that's outside
The
the Bible.
man ran the world,
But
bro.
that's outside of the Bible. The point I'm making is that's outside the biblical text.
Yeah, I said y'all living off ways from the ancient world. He's basing everything on the Bible. That's the only reason I reference the Bible.
I thought you were centering around the Bible. My bad.
No. It's all based on the ancient world.
Based on yours isn't. Mine is.
It's based back in times when men had all to say and women didn't have no say. So of course she not
about all
gonna.
that. Women had a lot to say, bro. Women had a lot to
that'll be
say.
nice.
Show me
I just
that.
have a question. Who said that the race of biracial kids go on what the father is?
I said that. I
was
said
a
that.
But
I
that's
said
not.
that.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true.
That's not
Exactly.
true. That's not true biologically or socially.
It's not true socially.
All right, tell me how it's not.
I have biracial kids.
Oh,
and hold on, and you. So you're black, and your kids are by a white man.
Right.
So you have white kids.
They are not white.
They are.
Okay, now wait a minute. You just made a distinguishing between social and biologically. Now we're talking. If you're talking socially, that would be what's on their birth certificate, right?
You know, you whatever y'all chose to side. Well, he chose. He chose
No,
the
it
coward.
wasn't a choice. It wasn't a choice.
That white man chose the coward to your black
law,
genetics.
The
and
law
black girl
states,
magic.
No. Where
When
we
I
had
make a baby with a white woman, I'm
are you
not
gonna tell me when I
cowering down
had
her
these
genetics.
kids and I went through it?
Huh?
They're my kids. I had
No,
them.
no,
and
no,
I'm
no, no,
telling
no.
you
Those
right
are
now,
his kids.
they go
Those are
by
his
the
kids.
mother's race.
Those are his kids. He used your womb.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
He used your womb for his kids. Them kids is white.
Oh shit.
Them kids is white. You had a white man's children, black woman. That's it.
They ain't black. They
No,
ain't white. Here's the
they
funny
are
part.
white. They are white.
Yeah,
Don't
they're white.
nobody sit here and stress that biracial kids are black more than black people. Biracial kids know what the fuck they are.
No. Biracial kids with a black father are black. Your kids are not. They disqualified. They white.
It doesn't matter either way.
Oh,
Either
shit.
way, they're fucking biracial. They are part
No,
white,
they
part
not. They white. They
biracial. I don't
biracial.
give a fuck
They
which way it
biracial
goes.
genetically, but they white culturally. That white man is going to instill his culture in them more than you are. You think that
Okay,
black
let
girl
me ask you
magic
this.
gonna?
Wait.
You think that
You said
black girl
culture.
magic
Hold
gonna run
on.
that white household? You is crazy.
No.
That
Listen, you
white
said
man
culture.
don't
Let me
care
tell you
about
something. Culture.
That white man don't care about Hanukkah. He care
I don't
about
give a
Christmas.
fuck about Hanukkah. Try something else.
You care about Christmas. You gonna be doing Christmas, and you gonna have you a you gonna be doing.
I didn't care
Where your
about
white
Christmas.
man
I
from?
didn't either.
Oh,
Them
shit.
kids
You don't
white.
celebrate no Hanukkah, nigga.
He was
I'm talking
fucking
shit. I'm
rap
just talking. I'm
music,
talking shit. I'm just talking shit.
violation of
I'm talking
R&B.
shit.
Keep
But them
going.
kids is white.
On paper, by law, they are African American.
No, you chose that for them.
I did not get a choice.
Yeah, you did.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. When those birth certificates for both my children that were both had at the same fucking hospital, when nothing else was filled out, their race was
I
filled
thought you was
out
a
as
white woman at
African
first.
American.
I thought you was a white woman at first because that white man's even because he even inflicted how you even talk. It's just like he inflicted the race of them
Let me
damn
explain
kids.
something to you. Before I got married to that motherfucker, I was 20 years old and I was talking like this. So no, he didn't do shit. So I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Therefore, you are culturally white and them kids is too.
Yo.
Wow.
Damn,
You don't
I know,
believe what
but
the fuck you say, don't you?
I'm sorry, I ain't mad at you. We still cool.
Oh no, I'm not mad. I'm just saying I don't understand where the hell your logic is coming from when I'm telling you. How are you telling me
I'm listening
about
to the
how
logic.
it goes when I'm the one that's in it?
I'm listening to my logic play out right now.
God damn.
Shut your ass up, man. That wasn't no goddamn moment, bro. Cut it out.
No, I'm just saying, Pastor. I ain't heard no pastor talk like this.
No, I'm not even mad at him. What I'm saying is,
No,
those
I'm
kids
not
are
saying
white.
you mad, bro. I'm just saying your
anymore.
doctrine is Israelite doctrine, bro. So I ain't mad at you.
So those kids
All
are
I'm
white. Those kids
saying-
are white.
What I am saying is when you're
It's that
talking,
dumb shit that race do.
here's the
dumbass
thing.
arguments.
They do not, if you ask them, they will tell you that they are biracial. Not one time have they been told they were black, except for when they were born, and that birth certificate was brought to me with that filled in already, because it goes by the mother's race in Mississippi.
See, Thomas Jefferson did this bullshit too. See, I
You
don't
know
call
what
my child biracial.
You know what I heard
I
about
call my
Mississippi?
kid black, yo. Like even though he is biracial, I say you black. You one of me, yo.
Okay,
See, these
so
white men need to do better taking care of their kids and claim them. That Thomas Jefferson ass shit. He need to claim his kids as white because they
You know what happened? Y'all know what happened in Mississippi in the 80s? A group of high school black kids went to an all white school to play basketball, right? Little white girl in the crowd said, "Hey mom, why those kids parents leave them in the oven too long?" They saw white kids saw the black kid. Nah, go ahead, man. But that's a true story.
So what I'm trying to say is socially, they're not even on the same
Nigga thought he
page.
made it funny.
No,
When
that's
I
a true
had-
story, bro. A true story. A little white girl asked her mom,
Do
why
your
did the black
kids have-
parents, why did
See,
the
I
black
see-
kids get left in the
I
oven
don't-
too long
I don't
because they
wanna
was
do
dark?
no shit.
Did y'all hear
Never
what's
mind,
not
you right. You got it.
No, but that's crazy though. In Mississippi, the race of the mother determines the race of the child. That's
the
crazy.
most state. That's most states.
But here's the thing. No.
That's actually most states about on the birth certificate. That's
Okay,
birth certificate shit, yeah.
but
everything you was just arguing bullshit.
That's a Jewish law. That's
That's
we're going by
shit.
Jewish law, bro. You know, the
But no,
Jews
that's
go by-
birth certificate shit because.
But no, you know, the Jews said the lineage go through the mother, and a lot of doctors that have, they go by that too.
Okay, so back
So,
to what I was
Pastor,
saying.
everything you said is wrong. Then what
No.
you saying?
Not what I said is wrong. The reason why they do the birth certificate shit and do it by the mother, because that's what they have right then and there, and it's easier just to do it for documentation. But what we're talking about is socially, far as the child, far as the cultural,
That's socially, bro.
far as the
That's
cultural,
socially.
far as the cultural social group.
No.
that
You talking about how your belief system flows. That's not culturally because we all are a part of this culture and we're not agreeing with you.
No, nigga,
So-
you just want to disagree, nigga. But what I'm saying,
I'm not the only one disagreeing with you. though.
These niggas want to disagree too. This is a panel full of disagreeing niggas.
Oh yeah, you
Okay, so back with what I was trying to,
slow.
let me finish my thought. So in Mississippi, it goes by the mother's race. When I moved to South Carolina, they said no, they can't be known as African American because, of course, that's what you put on all their paperwork because that's what their birth certificate says. South Carolina says no, they're white because it goes by the father's race. So you can't even. Huh?
Basically, it's make believe. You can
Hey,
think
royal
depending
state,
on
nigga.
what line
When
you
you
say
went to
across,
a royal
nigga.
state,
Make believe
I'm
because
a
you really
royal
both.
nigga. I'm a royal nigga, and I come from a royal state.
This
It go by
nigga with
your
this
father.
royal state shit, man. Calling European colonies royal states is crazy to me.
But what gives that state a right to change what's already on the birth certificate?
That's the thing. If they didn't care about what was on the birth certificate, I guess South Carolina has a law where you're supposed to go by, basically when you look at them, what do they look the closest to? Is what the law said, like when my son got arrested. But in the school system, they said no, it goes by the father's race. So what I'm saying is it depends on where you are. It's a different rule wherever the fuck you are. But one thing I will tell you, my kids, they've never said they were white. They have never said they were black. If you ask them, they will tell you that they're biracial. The only time I ever hear them distinguish, it'll be like my daughter, like she'll dance or something. She's like, yeah, that's my white side. Or something else will happen. She'll say, yeah, that's my black side as a joke. But if you ask them what they are biracial.
Well, so that's one of the benefits of being biracial. You can jump in and out of each race,
But that's what I'm telling you. They don't jump in and out of each race. They laugh as a joke. Like my daughter.
I'm just saying in general. Yeah, I'm just saying in general.
They have friends of both races. They and then when you say culturally, I'm the kind of person that listens to a whole different music. Their dad listened to rap music. He walked around with his damn pants baggy and all this shit. So technically, culturally, he acted more black than I did.
Here we go. Sagging is nigga shit. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about, yo. Y'all, nah, you was.
I wasn't picking
Here
out
we
one
go.
thing.
Here we
It
go.
was the totality of
Is sagging
everything.
not nigga shit?
Nah,
No,
sagging ain't no
nah.
nigga shit. No, it's not. But
Like
anyway,
nigga ain't even no nigga shit no more. Shit, come on now.
yeah, the black activity is definitely spread, man. This shit is wild, dog. But it's gonna go both ways. I get it. No,
All
I
I'm
was
saying
joking.
is when you have one thing and another thing and you put them together, it creates a new thing. Hence
I don't
why
think. I don't
they
think. I don't
are
think it's a new thing.
biracial.
I don't think it's that much. See, me personally, I don't. You and the white guy probably think y'all created a new thing. I think I just created an extension of black people.
So everything's black.
That's the
That's
difference.
not
That's the difference.
purely white.
That's the difference between what. That's the difference between our ideology. You and the white guy think y'all created a new thing, which is just another white person. Y'all created a brown. Y'all created brown or white people. What I'm saying is, I created just another version of a black person. And pretty much y'all doing the same thing. Y'all just
So
don't
if
want to
you
call it. Y'all don't
created
want to. Y'all
another
don't want to
version of
call it what
black
it.
person,
Y'all
you
don't want to
made a
call it
black
what it
person.
is.
So
Y'all
you
don't want to call.
procreated with a black woman.
No, but my
Then how can you
kid,
call them black when they have another race in them?
because look, it's the extension of me, the father. So therefore, the child is another version of a black person. And y'all doing the same thing. Y'all just won't call it what it is.
Your
Your
baby
kids
a
are.
cracker, nigga. Stop
So
playing,
what's more
man.
important?
Your
Okay,
baby
so
a cracker.
okay,
Just
maybe
like
this will help me understand.
your baby a
What is more
cracker,
important? Hold
Michigan.
on. What's more important, the egg or the sperm?
That little
The
empanada
sperm.
nigga
The
is a
sperm.
whole white
Sperm.
boy.
Sperm.
Well, I would say
Sperm.
that's it. I would say they're equally important because you ain't gonna have it without the egg, and you ain't gonna have it without the fucking sperm.
We know that.
Well,
We
the
know they're
sperm
equally
has the life
important.
force.
But
Yeah, the
we
sperm
have to
has the
give.
life
We have to
force.
give y'all
But
the
if the
life.
sperm
Look,
don't have
hold
anything to
on.
put
Let
against,
me
so what's
address
good
DD,
as the
this nigga.
biblical
sperm?
people gonna
Let me
always
address
go
this
with the sperm.
nigga.
Anybody who believe in
Q
God and
Butter.
the Bible and all that, they gonna always go with the
Let me
sperm.
tell
That's
you.
just their
Yeah,
doctrine.
definitely.
Q Butter
Yeah.
is out of
Because
line. He
God
lost
don't
his
talk about our
way. Let me
eggs. He
tell you. Let
talks
me
about
tell
the
you. But
sperm.
he out of line and lost
They
his way.
both. I agree with you,
And
DD.
he
They
hit it
both
with some
equally important.
racist
You can't
shit.
get nothing without both of them.
You can't. You're
Right.
right. You can't do nothing without both of them. But we're talking about.
Mary got pregnant without a
Nigga, the
man,
fucking
right?
Well,
egg
I don't believe
decides
in the
what
Bible,
sperm
so I
she
don't
gonna
even
allow
subscribe to
to
that.
fertilize her when the fucking sperm goes into their system. The sperm don't even decide nothing.
Huh?
Nigga, you hating on your manhood, nigga. Shut up.
What the fuck is
Anyway,
hating, nigga? I'm talking science and facts, nigga.
Yeah,
Y'all niggas don't
it
like
does. The
facts.
sperm
Y'all niggas
decides
like
if it's going to
feelings.
be a girl or a boy. So yeah,
Fuck,
the
I care
sperm
about
does
sperm or
decide.
egg cells, nigga. You hating on your manhood. You weird as fuck. Your manhood is lodged in your sperm cell, nigga.
nah, nigga. What the fuck is?
The
No, you don't
fuck?
want to. You don't want to say your sperm don't matter, nigga. I'm just saying that
I
shit.
said it equally
That's weird,
matters, nigga.
nigga.
I said
That's weird.
equally.
You
You don't
Buffalo
listen
Bill,
well, do
nigga.
you?
You
I
might as well
said
be
it's
a cross
equal.
dresser,
It's
nigga. Whatever.
equal,
Nigga, I don't
nigga.
want to go there.
You
Anyway,
cannot have a baby with just sperm, nigga. You
we
niggas like
know
to
that,
just be
nigga.
men. You want to be
We
in the world
know
full of
Not this
that.
men.
point.
Okay, then
We
niggas
know
equally
that.
important, nigga.
Pastor, your
Fuck you
child
We
got a
telling me?
said they were
Right.
both
Pastor,
equally
your son
important.
gonna look up the Fat Joe when he get older.
Nah, my son. Let me tell you something, yo. He ain't no Mexican dog. He black, and like he can go to XyayX because he is black. He a black child, nigga. So therefore, and he B1, nigga. He pro black,
Nah,
nigga. He not only
I'm
is
over
he.
admissions. They can't go.
Now, my children have African American on their birth certificate. Would they be willing, or would they have been able to go?
I don't attack the biracial children. It's more like the context of the home is just the need to be understood. Cause it'd be
Right.
weird. Like I ain't gonna lie. Like we now do the interviews. Like we try to interview the whole family because the black community got some shit. We got one family, especially when the parents is broken up. Like I don't know how. I ain't gonna. Like, there's a family we had that signed up that had two fathers. Like no cap. We didn't even know because the mother signed the baby up. And then the baby with daddy, and then it was a whole white boyfriend. We was like, what the fuck what just happened?
Yo, that's some wild shit.
What just happened here? Yeah, we done. Yeah, you see some shit with the kids. I was like, wow, bro. Like the kids ain't got no. They ain't choose to be black, biracial, or anything. You know what I'm saying? So we don't. I don't put that on them. But yeah, it be.
Yeah, and see, mine, they never even, I'm trying to think. I think they met their grandmother on his side once. Like, they've never really even dealt with that side of the family. It's always been my family.
See, that's fucked up. And that's
Okay.
it's because these white people don't do very well with taking care of their biracial children, and that's just why all the biracial children want to be black, no matter if they white. Like, you know what I'm
I
saying?
have biracial children. They have never said, "Mom, I want to be black." They have never said it ever.
Man,
Irene, Yvette's son children, she had biracial children, and when they would be with their father, they would be in class and shit. He would be walking by the camera, listening to what we talking about. It's, you know, it's weird, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. You know what I mean? I just be talking about, like, yo, just be mindful, like, you know, I don't know, because I've had black people have issues with the stuff that we taught kids. Not to say it couldn't happen with white folks, but I've had Rasta parents call us. I literally call Irene's daughter and Irene and us homophobic. A whole Rasta family. I never forget that shit. With bananas on it. How y'all homophobic? Y'all talking this? I'm like, lady, your kid. I'm like, hold on, aren't you like isn't your kid?
Rasta's defending body boys?
Bro, son, I'm a whole roster. I will never. You ask Irene what happened. Her daughter in the class, we had a whole thing. Why don't you like the public school system? Irene's daughter went in. She sounds like Irene and went in on the public school systems, accepted for gay and lesbian kids, and wrote a whole essay. And then this girl was like, "So y'all don't like gay people? Y'all look like homo." And the class was like, just shocked that was a response. And then it was a good discussion. Then the kids logged off. The mother sent us a message like, "I didn't sign my kid up to be hearing no homophobic stuff. What kind of programming?" I'm like, and I was just like, yo, I'm talking about straight Rasta names like Nazareth, Nasari, Judah. It was like straight Rasta Israelite names. I was like,
New Age Rasta.
Yeah, Ethiopia.
Yeah, some real Ethiopia. I was like, I was so lost. I was like, yo, so you know, whatever. And it wasn't like we said anything. It was a student.
Yeah, they slip it in the school system. Yeah, they slip that in. Yeah. Unfortunately.
That's. Whew. I'm just laughing at the culturally part. I was just telling my mom the other day, their damn dad wanted to name my son. First, he wanted to name him Tayshawn. Then he wanted to name him Keyshawn. I knew the motherfucker was biracial, so I named him Nicholas. That way it was right in the middle. So I think it's funny when they talk about culturally, when that motherfucker, he tried to give him a black name, as they say. When I realized that they weren't black, that they were biracial, so I tried to give a more neutral name.
A white name. Nicholas is a white name.
It is not. Well, hold on. Q. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and tell this story. So afterwards, you know how most people come up with a name and it's like their uncle or whatever, somebody in the family, whatever. I asked that motherfucker about 3 years later. I said, let me ask you something. How did you come up with our son's name? Because there's no Nicholas in my family. There's no Nicholas in your family. I was like, the Tayshawn to Keyshawn, I definitely wasn't going to go for that. But you agreed to Nicholas. But how did you come up with the rest of his name? And he said it's the same initials as the National Rifle Association. I'm like, for real? That's how you came up with his fucking name?
Wow.
That's fucked up.
Definitely some white folk shit.
Yeah, don't tell nobody else.
I'm gonna give you that one. I'm gonna give you that one.
That's crazy.
But I came up with Nicholas because it was better than, to me, it was better than Tayshawn or Keyshawn. And those were his suggestions.
That's one of those get out jokes.
Yeah,
I'll be nervous and shit at that joke. Like, excuse me? What? The NR?
Yeah, NRA, National Rifle Association. Yep, that's how I came up with it. Yep.
So what, you thought that Tayshawn was too ethnic?
Well, I mean, you got to be honest with yourself. When you realize, I realized what I did. We didn't end up staying together. My kids are only 2 years, 2 months apart. I raised them as a single parent. He wasn't around. Didn't want to be around. I didn't want him around. And yeah, you're right. I knew that they wouldn't. Did you see when I was showing a picture of them one day on here?
No.
Okay. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find on my other phone.
I bet they're gonna be darker than Pastor's little Mexican kids.
Nah, man. That's just why I didn't. I kind of wanted to get off of that. I didn't want to do the kids.
Now I'm fucking with you,
do the
Pastor.
kids real bad.
I just wanted to understand.
No, you ain't hurt my feelings. You ain't hurt my feelings one bit, man. Yeah,
They talk about biracial children, and I'm like, what the fuck? I raised two. That is not. And then people tell me, oh, it always go by the dad. Their birth certificates. No, I didn't even have a choice in that matter.
You relying on that birth certificate real hard, but it's all good.
I did not have a choice.
And that's still a white. And the birth certificate is a white institution.
Air Force Base and Biloxi, Mississippi.
The birth certificate is a white institution.
Pastor, do your kids get empanadas for lunch?
You know what he do eat. He eat all that stuff. He eat all that shit. So he really does.
He go to school with it in the lunchbox. He go to
Nah,
school with little tacos.
No, man, he'll go to school.
We gonna check his black card right now.
He definitely eat that shit though. He definitely eat that shit. He definitely eat that shit though. Menudo.
School with a taco.
Menudo and all that shit. You know, he eat all that shit. You know what I mean? He get it in.
Send that little school with some empanadas and shit. Stop playing.
He know how to do dance salsa.
Oh, yeah, all the sauce, all the colors, green, all that, man. He like his mama people food. He like that shit, man. You know what I mean? Some of that shit all right.
He said dance salsa, not eat salsa, crazy ass bro. He said he like the green sauce.
Can y'all widen it up? Yeah, can you widen it up?
Grew up on guacamole and shit.
Hey man,
I can't tell.
But you know what? A lot of black kids in Texas
on the
grow up
one
like
child.
that.
Zoom in on the one child. So we can
Hold on. Okay, so
yeah, zoom
that's
in
my
on
daughter.
Okay, that's your daughter. Okay, got you. Okay, the next child. What? Oh, okay, I see. Okay,
They do look like black kids. They like black kids. You got nice kids. You know what I mean?
Like Puerto Rican, Rican.
Yeah,
now my daughter straight Caucasian, and if you notice, they have straight Caucasian hair. And and honestly, it started making more sense once I got my DNA test done, because my DNA came back 27% European.
Hold on, so your kid's like 75% white.
You know what? I'm gonna have to get the test done because now I'm curious.
Oh, shit. Wow. But they black. But
you can't go off that because your DNA takes what it takes. So you don't know till you get their DNA test.
Right.
That shit wow right there.
You're gonna get percentage of the percentages though. So if you half black, you can only pass down 25%.
Yeah, but one of the kids might take more of that. Her mom's than the dad's. I get what you're saying. It's
now we arguing phenotypes and shit and what people look like.
That ain't phenotype.
What people look like.
Hold on,
what the hell did we say that was phenotype?
All right, this is okay. This is my grandmother.
So all y'all light skin. So
Now
you don't have no dark skin family.
Now she is considered, if you look at her paperwork, she is, well, back then it said Negro. So she is considered Negro. I'm telling you what the paperwork.
This is why we had to come with FBA, dog. Yo, this shit. Wow. Where'd you grow up in Kentucky?
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Paperwork.
Okay.
What you like. You like paperwork. This what you want to go by.
Pastor, your kids is on the bus with J-Lo. What are we talking about?
I'm just telling you what the
yo. When my son went to Mexico, that was a cultural experience for him. That's it, had to see them people over there. You know what I mean? He made it back
from his true heritage.
But you know what? That the 13th and the 14th that his father has brought him right on back over here. He got that black lineage, that FBA lineage. He can never make. See, my baby ain't no anchor baby, so he
Like a
He got real
Mexican
FBA. He got Olmec. He's Olmec, bro.
Blaxican.
Lineage, bro.
he had FMA FBA.
But technically, his side of the family got reparations already.
Well, we're gonna try to get ours and put them together.
Nah. That's the problem with them tethers, man. See, nah. We're not doing that. He don't get no reparations.
Yeah, they're trying to get a piece of the pie. They're trying to get the piece of the pie. Yes. I'm just saying, they think they built America too. They built America too, so they deserve reparations
if
as
we
well.
throw the Mexicans
There ain't even a
on,
pie there for niggas to get a piece of. That's the crazy part.
if we add the
Niggas
Mexicans
talking about
on,
imaginary pie.
do you know how much larger that'll make our numbers if we add them on to the reparations? That would just drive the number so
Think
high.
that'd be- So would you add them before you add biracial kids?
No, I'm gonna add the biracial kids too.
Oh, okay.
This is why y'all worried about tethers. Y'all need to
And this is why I am saying, how are we gonna get reparations when nobody can define who should get it?
This on Pan African. The whole FBA representative said we need to add Mexicans to the reparations claim. Just for the record.
Yes, once you get those type of numbers, speaking about reparations, you got a really stronger argument. Because not all the, because think about it, not if you look at black people, if black people are only 13%. Well, hold on. If black people are only 13% of this country,
They already complaining, saying the payout is too much. You want to add more niggas to pay out?
Nah, just
Right.
old
that's for us.
Taz yelled out the board. Old Taz yelled out the board.
we trying to get this bread. We need them to cut that check. And in order for them to cut that check, we're gonna might have to add the numbers.
At the end of the day, it's gonna be $5, okay? By the time we split everything up to everybody else.
See, and y'all gonna keep fighting with 10%
I'm running in that
and get no
Capitol building.
dollars.
They give me $5.
You know what I'm saying? We keep fighting with 10% because not all black people even believe in reparations. So you talk about like the 10% of black people that maybe do believe in reparations.
You know,
the 10% of the country.
Why don't you talk to your
10% of the country?
A lot of the Spanish
Once it get past, all black people gonna believe in it because they're gonna be trying to get theirs.
Your wife,
Exactly.
your wife and baby mother don't want no reparations for black people. You go ask your son's grandmother if she think black people should get reparations.
They look.
How you say no in
do.
Spanish?
No.
No.
They do.
No.
In Spanish.
They do. Now you see, y'all are going off of them California Mexicans. We might have to leave them. We might have to leave them alone.
Oh yeah, y'all got the Mexicans that say nigga in Texas.
Well, I mean, they're closer to us than the whites. Their bloodline is closer to us than the whites. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is.
What are y'all reading this shit?
That's crazy. Closer to us than the whites.
Wait, what's going on right?
This is that 1990s pseudo.
Closer to us.
Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan.
I know this is gonna sound crazy, but I wonder. Like, I work with this lady, and she gets a check every month because she was born in Germany or whatever. So she gets her little whatever check they get every whatever. And I'm just wondering, like, did they fight and be like, you know, well, this German ain't this and this German ain't that, so they shouldn't be included? Or did they just say, okay, they're giving checks to Germans, everybody get their check. I really don't give a fuck what you get, or if you get it, just as long as I get something.
Hold on, my whole issue. What the fuck Germans getting a check for? Maybe I'm sorry.
Now you mad at them for getting the check. We talking about them getting a check. They cut the check. I ain't worried about how they got the check. The fact that they cut the check.
Yeah, and also the Vietnamese, they do not have to put down payments on a house.
On a random note, in New York jails, they call Latinos Germans.
Well,
that's some wild. That's some wild shit out there too. But
that's what I know. You ever hear the New Yorker? He say, "Yeah, them fucking Germans." He's not talking about Germany.
Talk about Germicide. Germicide.
But so you're right. If we do add the Mexicans, that will lower the pot. That would lower the amount per check. I do believe.
Exactly.
It probably will lower it significantly. But as we stand, there ain't no checks. Period.
How come some people? They say some people are getting reparations and some people are not. What?
Oklahoma,
California,
Oklahoma
certain
talking about they're
states.
going to do it, but I don't believe Oklahoma.
Okay.
I don't believe until Oklahoma cut that check. I don't believe Oklahoma. See, and I
They
guarantee you, them
just supposed
black
to get
people.
reparations locally.
I'm just saying, as an ambassador for black male divestors, don't you think it's your interest to be able to represent us to the Latino community?
Introduce black people to the. Yeah, I do think to a certain extent that does happen. Yeah, because they get to be around your family, your friends, and all that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that does
they're a
happen.
type of African. They're a different type of African blood. Yeah, they're just African.
Everybody a different type of African.
When did that happen? When did Mexicans become Africans?
That's
Pan
called that's
Africanism. This is
Blaxicans.
that Pan African shit.
Yeah, that's called Blaxicans. Yeah, it's called black. They said some of the slaves when they was you know in the boats and shit.
5,000.
Blaxicans.
Wait,
Yeah.
so y'all ready to have that conversation I was telling y'all
It ain't got nothing to do
about
with
y'all African ancestors down in Mexico? The 200,000 that was brought there. Pan African.
What happened?
We need to support them too.
200,000 African slaves came through Mexico.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't doubt that.
That's part of the diaspora.
Them niggas had babies.
Yes.
Them niggas had babies.
Yeah.
And they kept having babies, and they still there.
Pastor made a baby with J-Lo's little cousin.
Nah, man, she FMA though. She
ain't had no baby with the black one.
She a fundamental Mexican American. Her family is are from.
He had a baby with a white skin, not a black skin. He had a white skin.
Fundamental Mexican.
Totally different bloodline.
She a northern Mexican that was pretty much Texas. So she a foundational Mexican American.
FMA is crazy.
That's wow.
Yo, Domingo, you got background noise.
Who, me?
Yep.
Okay.
Shatira said we don't know them niggas. That's fucked up, man. Yeah, them are people across the diaspora, fam. Y'all can't leave them Afro-Mexicans out.
We ain't talking about them. We talking about the other one.
They're not old reparations in this country.
Who y'all talking about? Oh, y'all talking about Blaxicans.
Yeah, that's not old. That's the
Well, that would be the ancestors of who you was talking about.
You talking about white Mexicans who speak Spanish.
Procreating with black people.
I was gonna say that.
Nah, but I'm a foundational Black American.
With a foundational Mexican American.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes a foundational Blaxican.
Foundational mixed American. So they get to use FMA twice.
Yep. So you get double reparations because they did his people, they did her people wrong, and they did my people wrong. So therefore, he should get double reparations.
Hell no.
I think my child deserves more reparations.
Nah, your child's a product of a fucking conquistador. Hell no.
So therefore, that's double. Okay, that's double reparations. Double.
No, they the blood of the motherfuckers that was raping the Mexicans.
She was doing the conquest.
That's double reparations, man.
Hell no. How did conquistador family get reparations? No.
No, her people got taken over. Like I think, like even though that's why she looked white. Nah, that's why all the Mexicans look. That's why all the northern Mexicans look white because they got taken over.
Because they all white.
They didn't get taken over. They wanted to fuck with them.
Exactly. Well, I believe that too. But still, he said they wanted to fuck with them.
Catracho, if I'm saying that right. When you were growing up, with you being a biracial, were you ever confused, like whether you were black or white, or did you just realize that you were biracial and that was that? I'm just curious.
That for the panel?
They're in the chat.
Oh, I was confused as hell.
Oh, I want them to be.
They were in the chat. No, they said, as a biracial person, I do not support this message. I don't want reparations for me. Y'all can have it. But I was just wondering, like, with them growing up biracial, did they ever, or if I'm just weird and mine are the only two that are like that? I'm just
No,
wondering.
those see them not wanting reparations is the white side of them talking, or the
Okay.
whiteness in them talking, because they them reparations deserve to them. So whether they want them, rather if they don't want them, they still got to get them, even if they don't want them, because it's deserved to them. So I understand.
Take the money.
Yeah, they just take the money, yo, because just take the
Y'all
money,
gotta
yo.
have some. It gotta be some strict. No, that. Ugh. I don't know. I disagree. I'm just saying. It's just like, man, that's what they want. They want to put more people into the pot, so it'll be less for the real ones. I'm not trying to say you're not real. I'm just saying, you know.
This ain't they. This is pastor putting people into the pot. All the Mexicans and shit.
We stand up. I'm telling you, we stand a way better chance.
Yo, pastor, they be bullying you at the family reunion because I know how the Mexicans be down south.
Nah, they cool, man. They
Making that nigga eat burritos and shit.
Yeah, they be violent.
Why y'all gotta be that way,
shoes
man?
on home. Don't come to
Having you dancing all night.
Why y'all
Doing the little black dances. Do the nay-nay, pastor. Do the nay-nay. Make you do all that.
Do the nay-nay, man. Make us laugh.
Make us laugh, man.
Make us laugh. I want to see. Make us laugh in front of your song, eh?
They call you Day-Day, don't they?
Man. Y'all wild, dog.
You make us laugh, man. You make us
Y'all
laugh in
wild.
front of your song.
They like your Mexican accent is crazy, my nigga. Your song. But nah, man, this shit, it don't be that bad though, man. It's a little different. Cultures is a little different. But they do a lot of stuff that black people do though, man. You be surprised.
I fight for your family though. These niggas don't like your family. I fight for your family. I be on here defending your family all the time. These niggas don't really like your family though.
They
So
don't,
you know.
man, because they anti-black, yo. They anti-black.
Yo, man, I forgot.
I ain't got no problem with your family.
Yeah, no. See,
I'm always fighting for my damn.
see these pro-black niggas is anti-black. They against the blacktivity. They're against they anti-black. That's what.
Y'all remember when Pastor first came around, son? He was kicking his shit. Son, you remember that shit, Taz and Psycho?
Y'all niggas weren't trying to hear it, and I'm still sticking with it. I'm sticking with the blacktivity.
Yo, used to drive Nyla crazy, yo, son. Cynthia, yo, used to drive, yo, son.
I'm not trying to be your Taz. I'm not talking shit, but I think she like. I don't think is she FBA.
My wife?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so I'm saying like that's not even that's not a diss. That's not a diss. So what I'm saying, like, I think it's just racially. So sometimes culturally we get mad about that stuff, but I do think biracial kids are still black, and I do think even like Afro Latino, or I think they're black people. I just think they're just. Especially if they get an FBA, they got an FBA father. Man,
Yeah, they're going to choose the dominant. They are going to choose the dominant, and that's going to be black.
I ain't gonna lie, between you and Madon, son, yo, that is a show, bro.
Madon don't believe.
Yeah,
in,
two stupid dogs or something like that.
Yo, they troll level. They troll.
Yeah, Madon don't believe in biracial kids being black.
He not getting extorted by Mexicans. That's why.
I'm not getting extorted either, my nigga.
Yeah, all right.
But Mexicans is a totally different bloodline. It really is.
Pastor. If you need help, just email me, man. I got you. I ain't coming out to Texas though, but
you got the
I'll blink twice if I need help, man.
You got the Mayans and the Aztecs. You know what I'm saying? So.
What's up? You dressed like a whole Mayan in Cinco de Mayo.
Nah, they ain't.
Hey, Pastor, you put on the Aztec outfit, okay? I want you to
Nah,
dance.
but them Mayan, you can tell when they got that Mayan.
They be making that nigga the sacrificial virgin for the ritual.
Nah, you can tell when they got that deep.
In front of your son, eh?
When they got that deep Mayan, Aztec, they be a little bit darker and.
Hey, you say your family. You say your family's the Omlex, huh? You say your family real Omlex, huh? Run the steps, Holmes.
And see, the thing about it is, I'm glad you're using that accent because Her family don't actually talk like that.
That's what I'm saying.
They
They're more
don't.
close
They
to
don't
us
talk
than
like
the
that.
whites.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
it's
don't talk
interesting.
like that. They talk like regular.
It's television. That's how Mexicans sound, bro.
Well, that's the
No, 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 no,
Chicano
no,
talk.
It's
no.
the internet,
That's
bro.
the
You
A
can't
lot
tell
of
me
Chicano.
you
nothing.
right. No, no,
Mexican American.
because a lot of Mexicans sound like that. You right. I agree with you. A whole lot of them sound like
Yeah,
that.
Well, I
Mexican
got a question,
American.
Pastor, because I've talked on this panel before. You ain't try to say I sound like no damn white person before. Why that shit come up after I tell you I got biracial
Oh,
kids?
wow.
That shit is nasty work. Because I was like, you know what? Because the reason why, because y'all were trying to delineate from y'all white father that's leading y'all household and your white kids.
He
And I didn't want
ain't
you.
letting no
I
damn
didn't want you. I
household
didn't
because
want
he
you to.
wasn't there.
I didn't want you to delineate from the whiteness because that's what's
I
leading
own up to
y'all.
him having a white father, but he ain't ran shit.
The whiteness is leading y'all to
Oh
glory.
my God.
Yeah, the whiteness is leading y'all to glory, and I decided to lead the Mexicans into glory as the Black Moses. Right?
But that wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked you was, I've been on this panel and talked before. Why you try to call me out now that I told you I had biracial children?
because
That was the question.
because your whiteness this was coming
Explain
through
what
the
my whiteness
phone.
is, please.
I could be the dialect was very. It sounded real Karen-ish, and I was like, damn. I can
Oh
hear the
God.
white. I can hear the white woman coming out now. I'm like, yo,
Well, damn.
yeah, she is with the.
Inconspicuously, unfortunately. Inconspicuously, unfortunately. But yeah. I mean, the Kishan. I mean, I experienced that with my two white sister-in-laws. I mean, in my grandmother's house that she lived in, everybody was born in. These two white women, one was pregnant, and the other, I heard the other one say, "Well, just don't name the baby Kashana, Kawana, Lakeisha." I'm like, "Bitch, you saying this in a black woman's house?" I was so like humiliated. I was like, it wasn't for my brother. It was just so disgraceful. And
You
I
got
still can
biracial
feel
kids
that.
too?
No, I'm just saying my two brothers married two white women. So
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just saying how, as far as racism, I still feel like they were racist because they was telling, she was telling the other sister-in-law, which was white, that don't name the baby, Takesha, Laquana. I'm like, bitch, it's in my grandmother's house. In my grandmother's house. I'm like, God damn.
Was your
What'd
dad
you
in your
say?
life? Was your dad in your life?
Yes, he was there. He was in there. Everybody was around that was significant, and they still said it. I'm like, bitches.
No, I
It's
can
kind of a
imagine.
good joke though.
Well, I grew up around school teachers and principals and all that kind of shit.
That's an L. Both your sons marry white women. That's crazy.
No, both of my brothers. Both of my brothers married.
I know that. That's what I'm saying.
White
Like
women.
I'm thinking from the perspective.
Oh, understood.
As a dad, like damn,
right,
son.
right.
And then the mother. Now I gotta ask about the moms. Like imagine the moms. Like damn, so like what the hell did I do?
Why would she love her sister? And why would she love her daughter-in-laws even less? Why would she though?
What'd you say, honey?
Well, I
It
mean,
was a family event.
well, she don't love her daughter-in-laws any less, does she? Because they white, right?
Say that again.
Does your mother like her?
Yeah.
Does your mother like her daughter-in-laws?
Yes, we all be cordial. We ain't ignorant and stuff, but it's just the audacity that these two white women sitting in old black women's house, my grandmother's and grandfather's house, saying that shit at a dinner table in front of everybody. I thought that was sort of cold.
Your brothers ain't check.
Right, exactly.
They ain't getting them checked. They brought them white women home. That's crazy.
Right. They think they're escaping the hard time, or think they're escaping something. But I think it's more.
Your brothers has got the blacktivity. They spreading the blackness. That's it. It ain't escaping no hard time. This shit's crazy.
Fuck, bro.
Crazy.
Family jeans is fuck. They gonna come out looking like Drake, her nephews and nieces, bro.
Drake still black. He the best black rapper right now. What you talking about?
Because his father. Because his
This
father.
nigga Drake the best black rapper. He been the best black rapper. J. Cole
Drake
the
black,
next
he
best
black
black
too.
rapper.
Pastor, stop letting them
J.
Mexican
Cole
niggas
the
file
next
on you.
best black rapper.
Yo, man, yo, Pastor, fight back, bro. Just because it's mad at the Mexicans, bro, fight. Call the police or something, man.
Look.
But if a child was raised with a white mother, even though
Miguel
my
sang the
nephew,
best R&B.
No, I'm saying my nephew looks black, but he's white inside. He took after the mother as far as the raising of the child. So
Okay,
that's
could you explain it to me though? Like, what does it
because
mean?
he can't hang with no real niggas. He only feel comfortable around white people, even though he looks black.
He's
You know what I'm saying? Inside, internally, he is white, and that's how he expressed himself.
I don't, not to get I want to know this stuff, like what made, not to say like what made Didi to like, because this how the only way to keep the black family black is to make sure we don't make black babies. So to me, it's like one of the most important conversations. Like, why did you go? Not that we gotta have it now, but you know what I'm saying? Like that's because
part of it is where you grow up at.
There's mad black kids in the Midwest. When I go to the Midwest, yo, the black boys, I be like, yo, why y'all all chasing these white bitches like this?
Exactly.
I don't know, bro. When I go to some of these towns that's like low key towns, it be some ugly bitches, bro. So I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they be going for them.
They be getting these.
I'll gladly answer your question.
These Walmart Becky's, bro. It's like I'm like, hold on, bro. And they'll say the same shit. I've heard dudes, yo, the girls don't look good. I'm like, yo, son, did you see that white bitch you walking with? Did you see the white bitch you walking with?
Nah, I agree with that because they be with the ugliest of the ugly white hoes. Nigga, how?
Her skin got 15 years left, man.
I'm going to answer your question, Q, but I want to show you something first. Give me 1 second to find it. Hold on.
And I wasn't trying to get personal, Didi. I was just saying.
Oh, no, I don't care. You know I don't give a shit. Hold on. I just want to show you something before I tell you because maybe you'll get a better picture. Give me 1 second. Where's this picture? Hold on. Okay, here you go. All right. So I'm going to show you this picture real quick. If I can get a good view of it. You see that picture, Q?
Yes, try to zoom in on each one.
Okay. This one. Can you see it?
Uh-huh.
That's my dad. Okay. That's his sister. Brother. That's the color.
Got it.
Now, this is the color of the people in my family. But listen though, the third one in the picture, my uncle, he is very high up in the AME church.
Damn, the new black people.
But they marry black
So
people.
what I'm trying to say is, this is what I grew up with. I didn't really get exposed to.
We see a black screen, honey.
Oh, sorry. I meant to turn it off. I'm sorry. But I didn't really get exposed to like racism stuff. I didn't really deal with that. And when I left home, I lived on my own for like a year, and then I was like, fuck it, and I went into the military. When I went to the military, they were just,
Like, I wasn't taught racism. I was taught biology. Like, Q, the only way to keep the black, like my father told me, like, look, man, you're gonna come across some white bitches. The only way you make the black families with a black woman is just biology. Like,
but Q, do you see the African Americans that I grew up with? I just showed you a picture. There's not that much of a difference.
Between what?
The new black people. The new black people, baby.
If you look at their hair, if you look, they have hair just like a Caucasian person. This is my family. They're all black. That's what black was to me growing up.
That's what black is.
But it wasn't black with, even though they're light skinned with fair hair, there was still black people with black people, right?
That is how all of my family. I could show you. Oh, it's on my other phone. I could show you.
I mean, they can come in the trenches with us, right? They can hang out in the hood and feel comfortable and shit like that.
So my dad, he was in circles. We would go on vacation 4 times a year, and we were the only black family. But it never, I don't know. It never, I never thought about it.
She didn't have to grow up in the hood. She wasn't going to the hood. They still had cookouts and family reunions. She went in the hood though. You grew up in the South.
I'll be honest. You're right.
Family. A good Southern family.
I grew up different because, like, our house was the only house in the area that even had a paved driveway. When I joined band and people were getting $400 to $700 instruments as starter instruments, mine was $4,000. I had a car before I was legally able to drive. So I grew up different.
You grew up with a good Southern family. That's what happens. And these inner city Negroes on the panel don't sometimes understand that.
Damn, how disrespectful that nigga.
I'm just being straight. But the first time I became aware of it,
they're not from a royal state. They don't get that shit, yo. I get it, yo.
So when I went to the military, I hated living on base. This motherfucker hated living on base. We decided to, I kid you not, to get married so we can get BAH and move off of the fucking base.
Okay.
And I mean, shit happened. It didn't matter. I was on birth control with one. I was on the shot with the other. Still got pregnant. It is what it is.
Damn, girl.
When we got out of the military, it just wasn't good. So we ended up going our separate ways, basically. But I did realize that because of me having biracial children, that it wouldn't be fair for me to go out and say, oh, I'm gonna date a black guy now. And at the same time, because of what happened during my marriage, I'll get into that another day, I was like, fuck it, I ain't dealing with white guys anymore either. So I actually pretty much stayed by myself until my children were adults and went out on their own. And that's when I started dating again, and I've dated nothing but black since. I did try when my children were, 11 and 13. Was dating a black guy. 6 months later, never told them I had biracial kids, never came up. Decided to let him meet the children. We went bowling, and it was too much for him to handle, which I get it. I didn't fault him for that, and I wasn't going to put what I did on him. And so that just kind of reiterated, okay, you need to chill out. You need to be by yourself. You need to raise your children, and then you can start your life after your children are adults.
The black man who them kids was white. He was like,
No, he didn't. I'll tell you exactly what it was. We went bowling, and when you know how people are,
it was good as hell at bowling. That's what it was. He was like, why these kids so good at bowling?
They beat that nigga. He was mad as fuck.
I showed you what my children look like. They hear them children calling me mom. They see him, and the curiosity. You see people coming out the woodwork trying to figure out what the fuck was going on, and he was uncomfortable with it. I get it. I didn't fault that man for that.
I don't get it. That shit don't bother me, my nigga.
I didn't, but it bothered him, and I'm not going to fault him for that because it's not for everybody.
Them kids could have been his, like, cause when black guy, cause if you dark skin, you have a light skin baby mama, your kids might come out light skin. Shit, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know about that one.
I didn't fault him, and then even afterwards, he called me that night and he said, "Look, I wasn't ready for that. Can we wait?" And I was like, "You know what? They're my kid. It's a package deal." So that was the end of that.
It was too culturally different, I think, what would happen. But
culturally different. See, that's what I get confused when people say culturally different. Like, is it okay? I'm not the smartest person in the world. When I think culture, I think of like music, food, rituals, like the way you do things, traditions. Yeah, am I right when am I right when I say that's what culture is?
You're correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because, I mean, I remember, let's see, my children were, 2012. They were teenagers when they had Kool-Aid for the first time. They were mid-teens before they had grits for the first time.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, yo. Nah, like this shit. Let's do this shit. It's Kool-Aid black culture. Let's do this shit, dog.
We gonna work with your black reference, right? And Kool-Aid and keep. Damn, DD. Kool-Aid and black culture.
Girl, oh my God. Go ahead,
just
girl.
say-
Go ahead, girl. Go ahead, tell her. Go ahead,
Let's
girl.
do this. I like this shit. This is amazing.
No, I'm just being straight.
Y'all want to act like Kool-Aid ain't black culture? Okay.
No, Kool-Aid.
This is how she says it's beautiful.
That shit was in House Party, my nigga. Come
Culturally,
on now.
that's what people say. What, Kool-Aid and watermelon or whatever?
How many jokes was on Def Comedy Jam about black people and Kool-Aid? Come on now, y'all. Don't do that.
No. You
So now black culture because niggas promoted it.
No.
Yes.
The fact that was the first reference in terms of her view of culture with her children. That's the whole, you know what I'm saying? That's how I was like, damn. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I get that.
You know what I mean? It wasn't like enjoying the Malcolm X movie or having a debate over, black people being like, you never had I don't want to put my New York side because New York, and this when they say the culture side, I don't want to say none of that. Yeah, I'm just listening.
But Q, I'm just saying it generally. The reason I didn't want to have Kool-Aid because number one, I couldn't stand the way it stains everything, and it's too much sugar content.
I'm
Yo,
listening.
I like this Kool-Aid conversation, yo. We skip Malcolm X. Fuck all them niggas, yo. Let's get to Kool-Aid, my nigga. Let's get to this Kool-Aid, nigga.
My reason because of the sugar content and the stains. My daughter, I had her on the Feingold diet because she had, what do they call it, ADHD? I didn't want to put her on medication. I put her on the Feingold diet. They can't have that kind of stuff on the Feingold diet.
The who?
Feingold diet?
I ain't never heard of that.
It's a diet that takes dyes and all that kind of shit out of their diet.
Okay.
And instead of me putting her on the medication, that calmed her down.
Okay, like allergies, like is it like allergies, something like that?
She was very, very hyper. Drove me absolutely ape shit. They wanted to put her on medication. I didn't want to put her on medication.
When you say ape shit, I know you. That's the caucasity. That is the caucasity. You know we don't say that shit.
Okay, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Anyway,
go ahead, girl.
Oh my goodness.
Any more questions, Q? I'm wide open. It wasn't
I like
a
you, yo.
conscious
You cool. You cool with me, yo. You cool with
Now,
me.
my
You
brother,
cool with me.
he has a conscious decision. He will never, ever, ever date a black woman. He won't date anything but white, and he don't want nothing but the whitest of white.
Wow. Is he?
Now, that's a conscious decision for him.
Why he do that? Why he do that for? Why he
don't
say
know.
never? Why is he a never black woman? Because I wouldn't say those shit like that. Why he?
I
why
have
is
no
he
idea.
never,
But
why
see,
he a never?
but people don't understand is even when I was having kids with the Caucasian, I never said anything bad about black men.
Pastor.
My brother don't want shit to do with a black woman.
Pastor, you had a picture of Christina Aguilera on your wall since she was like 15 years old, bro.
And she black to me though. She black. That's a black girl to me.
Oh,
Christina Aguilera?
No. I thought it was Christina Milian.
Psycho, I was like, Psycho, hit the sound.
I'm talking about Christina Milian. I'm talking about Milian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought you said Christina Milian. No, Christina Aguilera. Nah, I'm more like Christina Milian.
Oh shit! Let me not talk him up. Jesus.
But nah, that's some wild shit though. Your cultural experience with black people, that shit is wild. And I think it's a good thing that you brought that up.
What part?
That Kool-Aid. Honestly, I like that Kool-Aid conversation, yo. Because
do you understand what my point was?
Because Q tried to say that you like, why come y'all didn't debate nothing about Malcolm
But
X?
see how you automatically went to that when, did you ever think that, my daughter's type 1 diabetic.
But we're talking about Malcolm X though, yo. Like
we're talking about the Kool-Aid now.
Did you teach?
Go
Did you
ahead.
teach Malcolm X or did you teach about the cups of sugar in the Kool-Aid?
Neither. Neither.
All right, so I'm gonna put the black card, Didi. How did you refer to the Kool-Aid if they did drink it? By flavor or by color?
How would I have?
That's a
Probably
trick
color.
question.
Color. No, I would have said grape,
You said
but then
the
I would have
color?
said red, or I would have said orange. But grape, I wouldn't say purple. I would say grape.
The fact you have orange Kool-Aid is out of line. You lost your way with orange
We didn't
Kool-Aid.
have no Kool-Aid. Did you hear what I fucking said? I was saying
Orange Kool-Aid was alright when they were trying to compete with Tangerine with a good half a gallon of sugar. That shit was alright, son.
tangerine, or you mean Tang?
Yeah, the Tangerine was the
Bro, I
Kool-Aid
hate it
version.
when they came out with Tang, bro. Oh
Tang
my
was the
god.
bootleg. Tang was acid. That was cups of that. Oh man.
Dude, my nickname is Tang because my name Fontaine. So when Tang came out, you can imagine what niggas was doing. What up, Tang?
Yeah, that shit in the orange can. Yeah.
I hated that shit.
We was raising some wild shit. You think about it, yo.
But now my mom's side of the family, oh my god, that was the fun side of the family for me, and they were all like not my other side family black. They were black, like.
So the black people fun.
Oh shit.
So that goes kind of into that shit that Q was laughing at me about a while ago. Like the Mexicans got me dancing and being fun. So the black people are fun too. The black people fun.
My family, they stuck up, motherfucker. They're stuck up as hell. Now my mom's side of the family, that's where all the I ain't even gonna lie. That's where the fun was. That's where you could be yourself. It was just really, really cool. My grandma on my other side that I was showing you, my grandma that I showed you, she told me the reason I was never gonna get a man was because I dressed like a man because she don't think women should wear pants. Like they're weird. But the other side of my family, that was the fun part because you could just be yourself.
So when you was growing up, did the community look at y'all as the minority, like that's the nigga family down the street, the only one that we accept on the block? Or
So,
how did they view you?
On the road that I lived on, one whole end was nothing but family. And the rest of the road was white.
But you know what? They don't. Again, these are inner. I mean, I'm not talking about you, sister, but these are inner city brothers up here. They don't understand that we grew up in like these combines of our family. It was nothing but our family around. So when you explain that to some of these brothers on the panel, they get quiet because they never grew up like that. They grew up in these inner city housing developments with strangers, eating beans and weenies and pork and beans and shit.
Bro, I'm from Atlanta, bro.
Talking about what's the day's
Bro, no
math and
fucking
shit.
housing project.
Yeah, I'm talking about these New York niggas on the panel. And like, shout out to the Atlanta niggas on the panel. We talking about these New York, New Jersey, these new up north niggas. They don't understand what you understand what she talking about because you from Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? They got good black families with land, prosperity. But these inner city, well, then you grew up on the other side of Atlanta. You Atlanta niggas. You Atlanta niggas is questionable.
Y'all
Y'all
the
niggas.
city, bro.
Well, you're right.
Got
You know
land.
what? Y'all Atlanta niggas are questionable. Y'all are some
It's some
questionable
niggas
niggas.
with some houses, but
Y'all
Yeah, my
lost y'all
family's
way.
from like Darlington, Hartsville, that area. It's all rural.
good rural country area. See these
you
inner
talking
city.
about like Carrollton, Georgia, and all
See
that.
these inner city brothers that grew up in. I'm telling you, we grew up in different environments as black people, and that's just why they need to come down south so they can experience living around their family and their children get to run in the dirt and shit and grass and
grass?
fish. You know what I'm saying? And they don't get to do that kind of stuff. Their kids play football in the middle of the street. It's bad. It's a bad living experience. And they grow up 5%ers and shit. And what else they grow up at? Muslims. all
But see, I
kinds of
never
stuff.
heard of any of that growing up.
Street football is
I didn't
fun,
know what
nigga.
Muslims were, 5%ers, NOI. I never heard of any of that stuff growing up.
I knew what Muslims was.
Street
I ain't never
football
heard no
was fun, by the
5%
way.
or no fucking Nation of Islam. We knew about them because of Bean
I
Pies.
didn't know about any of that.
Nah, wait, hold up. Street football is fun, nigga. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
What
we
do you mean?
played in the street and in the grass. So.
It's Psycho. Let's understand. We grew up playing American football. He grew up playing soccer.
Yeah.
No. I play football. I'm from North Carolina. I play football and basketball.
Oh, I
However,
thought you was from Texas. You
no,
from
I
North
live in Texas. I
Carolina?
live in Texas. I
You
grew
can't
up
get
in
more
North
black
Carolina.
American than playing football in the street.
Well, I played soccer and
That's
ran
not black
track.
American. That's not black. Playing football in the
Yeah,
street is
we
not black
play
American.
Name me
football
somewhere
in
else
the
That
in
is
the
street.
not
world.
black
Name me
American.
hop in
somewhere
the
else in the
street.
world they doing that besides the hood.
We play sideline
That's
Baltimore. Y'all played that, Psycho?
that's upper C.
That is black American shit right
Nah,
there.
that's a
Nobody else in the
Midwest.
world is doing that besides the hood. That's it.
It's exactly besides the hood. Besides
Right.
the hood.
Exactly.
Exactly. See, y'all think that a
Shit is fun
majority.
too, by the way.
Y'all think that black people all grew up in the hood.
You right. You
No,
right. You
all
grew
of
up.
them didn't grow up in the hood, but what I'm saying is it's still nothing more FBA than that though.
No. Oh, see, y'all come from. See, I don't even think a
Motherfuckers
majority
in the
of black
burbs ain't
people.
doing shit that only motherfuckers in like motherfuckers shit y'all doing out in the burbs. Everybody fucking
Man,
it's
yo,
shit motherfuckers doing in the city. Only motherfuckers in the city.
in these cul-de-sacs, they playing football and
Like we
basketball
play
and all
football in the
that shit
grass.
too.
Like we play football in the grass. Y'all the ones that played the street. Like we did what y'all did and then some.
Man, but we still better at the sport. Okay, it didn't help you. But so think about that. Y'all were running in the street and didn't get no better. Okay,
We played basketball too.
well, you know, y'all can just dribble
Y'all-
well. Y'all can't shoot at worth the shit. And
Yeah, we can. What you talking about?
yeah, y'all can dribble pretty good, but y'all can't
And we stay
shoot.
healthy. Y'all bunch of pork chop eating motherfuckers. Zion Williams came to stay healthy and shit. Motherfucker hurt every other week and shit because that motherfucker can't stay away from motherfucking the goddamn Cajun food.
Majority of your greatest players, Michael Dammit Jordan was from North Carolina. Man, don't even play this shit. Now,
He's from Brooklyn. Stop playing.
Yeah, he from Brooklyn.
that nigga lived there for what, 6 months?
13 years.
Nigga, he wasn't no good. He became who he was
Yo,
in
you
North
push the
Carolina.
goalpost, man. You push the goalpost like Texas puts that borderline back to Mexico.
Nigga, he was no good. We made him who he is, right? And it is the South is a beast. It's a monster. It's a great thing. Y'all should come back and got them damn inner city developments y'all in. Y'all gotta get out of there, dog. Y'all gotta escape to the
Can
South.
I play this real quick, son? My son Pastor think I don't know what's going on in his house, man. Pastor, man. Let's be real, man.
Goya beans bring the right taste together, that bring your family together for more goodness in every meal.
That's what it look like at the family reunion at Pastor crib right now, man.
Well, the Goya beans, them black beans is good though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I know that's what I'm going to say. They are good.
I be fucking with them.
They eat like niggas. Shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, man. No, we got pinto beans. We got black eyed peas. We do black beans. Yo, them. I'm gonna tell you a song. We got navy beans. See, that's where black people and Mexican culture kind of come together. We all some beaners.
I can't stand.
She can't stand them. Oh shit. Why, girl? Why? Tell me why.
I just don't like them.
I mean, you don't know why you don't like them?
I tried them. I don't like them. I'm the one that get a burrito. I don't want nothing but steak, sour cream, and cheese. No fucking rice. I don't want no beans. None of that shit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about men. You tried the men. My bad. My mind is in the gutter. My bad.
Nah, but the black people be eating beans, baked beans and shit. Y'all see, this how I know that Q lost his way from blackness, and he a New York nigga now because he tried to use Beans against me when Beans is more FBA than playing football in the street. See, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all done lost y'all way. See, Beans is black, just like Beans is part of Mexican culture.
Yeah. We don't put Goya on our beans though.
Yo, Pastor's hilarious. So I forgot how funny this was.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to rescind what I just said. I do eat beans. I eat green beans.
Well, I mean, that's more on the vegetable side. I mean, you got to go to the starchy beans, the fiber beans, the black beans, right? Black people been eating beans. Matter of
Butter
fact, a lot of
beans.
black people start their new year off with some damn beans, black eyed peas.
Well, I'll be the first to tell you I don't like.
But you not really, you know.
Listen, when I first came into these spaces, about a year and a half ago now, I did not hide the fact that it was all new to me. I didn't know half the stuff they were talking about. I'm learning, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
like you them in the city, the New York cats, they was on that knowledge though. Them Midwest and New York cats, they was on that black knowledge probably a little bit more than we were down. So I think we went to church more than we did black knowledge. Well, you know what I'm
I ain't
saying?
hear about none of that shit
Cass,
till I
I ain't
got on
talking about no
YouTube.
green bean casserole. That's fucked up.
You get what I'm saying? Like you from Atlanta, you ain't like niggas won't talk about like
Hold up, let me.
like we wasn't hanging out with the NOI. Like we saw a couple of niggas around
Nah.
town that had like bow ties and bean pies, but
Yeah, I know
we were
y'all
like,
ignorant to all that shit.
we ain't have a
Yep.
lot of that shit
I
around.
used to go down south with my cousin. He a 5%. He one of the original 5%ers with Clarence 13X and everything else. But every time he went down there, they asked him a billion questions. They ain't know shit about no goddamn. What the hell's a 5%? What y'all believe in?
But
What's this and what's that? And
anything
y'all
going
believe-
against the Bible was crazy.
Yeah, just has a billion questions and everything. Like they, the NOI, same shit. Ignorant as hell to the NOI. Yeah, if you go down south, anything outside that Bible, they fuck. Even anything outside the Christian view of the Bible, because if you went down there as a Hebrew back then, you was fucking people head up. They ain't know what the fuck.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'll give you
New
that.
shit to them. Like I'll say, like over the last 20 years, they just kind of just got introduced to that shit.
But even I said the Hebrew Israelites that they done well down south. 'Cause they be down south all the time. They everywhere doing they thing.
It makes sense though if you think about it, Pastor, because
somebody from Christianity to Hebrew.
But the Muslims are starting to get the Muslims are starting to get a little bit of a push. I'm surprised that they are getting such a push in the South. I'm surprised because they got these mosques and shit popping up everywhere. I'm like, nigga, y'all some sleeper cells, nigga. I don't know about y'all.
Niggas just going from religion to religion.
That's messed up. They're some nice people.
Nah, I don't know. I don't know. They do got those mosques. I know we got one over here, and shit, it's full. That thing is packed, and they all look rich too.
And that's again people not. That's again where I was saying that people don't really separate church and state. They be up in them churches planning shit. I know they do. We need to COINTELPRO them like they did the AME Zion Church. I find it mighty funny them mosques get to do way more. The mosques get way more freedom than the black church did. We know they in there doing shit. I know they in there I know they are. Matter of fact, in Texas, you remember when those police officers had to take out those
Waco?
Michael Johnson. You talking Michael Johnson?
No, they had that painting. Michael Johnson, he was with the NFA. He was with no fucking around now, so not him. But like there was they had like a they had like a drawing of Muhammad cartoon joint, right? and then the people didn't like it, so they tried to do an attack on the convention because they was having a Muhammad cartoon or whatever, and then the cops blasted them niggas in the middle of the street. It was wild, but they came out of a mosque. Them niggas, so we know they down here. We know they, we might have them niggas is. That's why the South had a good resistance about that shit, cause we knew they was up to no good. We knew it. We knew it.
Well,
What did the 5%ers? What did the 5%ers bring to the South that we didn't already have? That we didn't already have something better going on. They need to keep that.
Still ain't no hating presidents of them niggas down here.
I'm glad it ain't. I'm glad it ain't.
Y'all didn't have the mathematics.
We don't need the mathematics. Y'all better take that. That's that 19 keys shit. Nah, I'm good on that. We don't want to know the mathematics.
Y'all needed that now.
No, I'm just saying that most Latinos and Mexicans, they are Catholic.
They are, but they ain't no 5%ers. I never understood that shit, and I'm kind of glad the South kept a barrier of that shit away from us, yo, for real. Because I don't think I don't think they're doing well. I don't think the 5%ers are doing well. I think that black Christians down south are doing very well for themselves. So, yep.
Best thing I did was get away from the church.
Well, maybe some of the organized religions sometimes get crazy, church get wild, but it's a good starting point for you. And then as long as you take the teaching with you and go do greatness with it,
How come that don't apply with the Nation of Islam?
I don't know, man. We don't know them like that.
Here we go.
Don't know them like that.
Damn.
Oh my God.
I do not know. I don't know. I don't think I've read one page out of a Quran.
Nah.
I don't think I've read one page out of one. Have you?
I'm actually reading it now.
You reading it now? Oh, okay. Better stay away from that shit. That shit's pseudo. That's pseudo. Now that is pseudo right there. You better stay away from it.
It ain't no more pseudo than some of these other books I read.
All that shit pseudo to me, but I grew up in a house with a Muslim in the house that was down with the Nation at one point. But the Nation don't even really follow the Quran that tough, to be honest with you.
They're not even recognize the Muslim faith. Don't even recognize the NOI. They like Kool-Aid Muslims. I mean, I hate to joke like that, but like
because there's white Muslims. There's white women with Muslims and white men that Muslims.
Oh yeah. They Muslims are really white. They a lot of white Muslims. Shit. Christians, white people ain't just Christians. They motherfuckers everything. Wiccans, Muslims, Thor.
Did you say Thor?
I thought you said Thor. But they want it mixed up to make it more confusing. You know what I'm saying? They want it all mixed up to make it more confusing. Oh shit. I did.
Anyway, Psycho, did you talk about that thing that happened, the Juneteenth thing that happened in North Carolina? I might have missed it.
No.
Now somebody brought it up though about
what are you talking about?
There was I guess the short version. I mean, look up Synergy Auto Care, Wilson, North Carolina.
Wilson in a 252. It's in Eastern North Carolina. It's in Eastern North Carolina. That's not far from where I grew up at.
Yeah, because Wilson's near Kinley, isn't it?
Wilson is in Nash County, I believe.
I live in Roxborough.
Roxborough, you ain't 252, is you? You 910 or 919?
27573.
275. Ooh, they got
Oh,
new
you
area
talking about their
codes.
zip code? Oh no, 919. I'm sorry.
You
919.
919, you 919. So you closer to Raleigh then.
Yeah, about 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm. I was out there in the 252, out there on the coast.
I'm about to be in North Carolina. I might be out there next week. We got the spot, but I'm about to expand to out there.
Oh, where you about to you about to expand out to North Carolina?
Yeah, Kinston, North Carolina.
Not Kinston, right?
Not Kinston, North Carolina.
Yeah, Kinston. Got the
That's
spot
where
up.
I'm from, my nigga. I'm from Kinston.
You live there now?
Nah, I live in Texas. I go by every 2 months. About every 2 months I go to Kinston. Would you going off Queen Street?
You know the black charter school?
I didn't know you had one down there. I didn't know they had. I didn't know they had one.
Yeah, they got a black charter school that got closed down and stuff. I'm partnering with the people that own the property and stuff. I'm expanding that.
That's amazing, man. You see, you don't found your way back to the South. That's amazing, dog. That's amazing, man. I'm actually from Kinston, though, man. It's nowhere near as violent as it used to be. It's a country little town. Only like 24,000 people there.
Yeah, I heard it was like the Brownsville. I like that show. They was like, yeah, it's bad hood. I'm like, oh, even better. I like the hood. You know.
So it is hood. It is hood, but it ain't as violent as it used to be. That's what I'm saying. It's still hood though, man. It's like
America's not like that. You know what I'm saying? When people are like, oh, the America's nice now, but you can drive around the country in flip flops with a gold chain on and shit, drinking a latte. So ain't nobody gonna do shit.
Yeah, Kingston calmed down a lot. They still got a problem with drugs, of course, but it is what it is. I think America has a problem with drugs, but they ain't a lot of jobs. So I think bringing education to those kids in that area would be a great thing, especially considering like I joke about us not learning all that black stuff when we grew up, but I think that would be something good to introduce to that area, especially because it does have I think Kinston is the black demographics in Kinston is there are a lot of us there, put it that way.
Yeah, predominantly black.
Yeah. Yo. It's that shit like South Africa, niggas. A little bit of white people, but they running shit. Well, actually, the white people it seems like 50-50, but I don't know. It's a lot of black people in Kinston.
Yo, the slave houses though, bro, that shit fucked me up though, son.
Oh, they got a slave boat in Kinston too. They rebuilt it.
Son, that shit crazy. Yo, Psycho, son, that shit was crazy going through them blocks. I'm like, yo, son, when I go out, I'm gonna film that shit. I'm like, this shit look crazy, son.
Yeah, you gotta film that slave boat that they rebuilt.
Abo's gonna tell you that's a film studio you in.
Yo.
But that slave boat that they built, I don't believe that shit was little. So either they had some tiny African slaves or that
pygmies.
Them houses is straight after slavery. Like some of them shits is like 150 years old. Them shits, man, run down. This shit look like some from the north, like pictures. They like the shit you look at in pictures and shit. Just see some kids with their hair comb, no shoes.
But you know, like even in South Carolina, like if you go to Florence, South Carolina, there's a place called Francis Marion University. And if you go to the back of the college property, you see all the slave houses are still there.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Even like if you're going down 95, you can get off at exit 181. That's the exit where my house is. And there's a cotton gin there. Like it's still like a lot of shit down there.
But see, we still got old. All our churches still standing. Like there are a lot. You're right. There are a lot of old shit in the South that's still around.
I didn't like that about Alabama. I went to Alabama. That shit felt like I was like, let me get the fuck out of here. So that shit looked like Martin Luther King.
Would you buy a plantation house and restore it?
No.
I don't think I could either. Cause
I
like,
wouldn't restore it.
I mean, cause like, even if you restore it, I don't believe in. I feel like there'll just be ghosts and shit in that motherfucker, yo. You
Oh
know
no,
what
I
I'm
don't believe
saying?
in
Like,
that,
I'm the
bro.
paranormal shit, like ghost and alien activity going on inside that motherfucker because of all the torment and shit that was the hell no, dog. I couldn't rebuild one. They look nice, they look pretty, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. But they are big and pretty. Because you think about if you restore them and paint them back white and shit and get all the doors and windows and shit fit.
Purple. Paint it
That's
purple, not white.
well, nah, them plantations was white. All them shits was white, dog. I think that's where the idea of the White House came from. Is the plantation houses because all them shits was white. I think that white picket fence, all that shit come from the plantation, the white plantation house.
Oh.
Well, Waka Flocka said he's afraid of the living more than he's afraid of the dead.
Man, I got offered 58 acres where my grandma lived or whatever. I told him go ahead and sell it. I don't even want it.
No, I don't think you probably should hold on to that. Even
No,
if there are some ghosts
tell you
walking around
something.
that motherfucker.
I don't want to go back there. I remember how mean my grandma was. I ain't fucking want that land. Fuck that.
You can grow some corn on that motherfucker.
I
Keep
don't
that
give a
shit.
shit. I remember that bitch had me terrified. She would tell us that when Santa Claus came, if we was awake, that he was gonna spit tobacco juice in our eye. She told all kinds of shit. She had us terrified. I wouldn't fucking go live out on that shit for nothing.
Well, Nicholas is Saint Nick. That's
Yo, spit tobacco juice in your eyes, some real shit. That is wild. Cause but that's also some like our people also was better at medicine than them niggas up north because we knew how to use herbal medicine. We make natural medicine. I'm glad to see y'all coming back down south, yo. That's amazing, yo. I'm glad y'all niggas are finally leaving New York and migrating back down south. I'm proud of y'all, yo, because
Well, that's
y'all
what
didn't need to
Malachi
be.
York did. Malachi York did, and then this nigga locked up.
Well, he came down south and got locked up.
He came from New York down to Georgia,
Yeah, because that
didn't he?
nigga down here touching
Everybody
on
get locked up in
kids.
Georgia. That's why I'm here now. I'm like, shit. Well, I
Hold
ain't even
on.
gonna tell y'all because y'all gonna laugh at me. But anyway,
Why that nigga get locked up for, man? That's messed. He was
Touching
touching.
on kids.
Oh, never mind. You can't come down south and touch on the kids now, dog. But the average niggas coming down here ain't gonna do that. The average niggas that's coming down south is moving down here ain't gonna do that. That's nasty work, yo.
I don't fuck around in Georgia. Georgia is just, if I get a ticket here, I don't even fuck around. If it's during the day, I just go straight on to the courthouse and go ahead and pay it. I don't even fuck with them.
Yeah,
I mean,
Georgia's one of the
Georgia.
major hubs for bullshit. One of the
I don't
major
mess with
hubs.
Georgia. Right
for
now, I'm
bullshit.
parked in a parking lot waiting till daytime because my damn headlights out and I don't want no smoke with these police. And, well, I ain't gonna tell. Well, fuck it, I'll tell you. I don't care. Y'all can laugh at me. I don't give a fuck. I got the bulb earlier and I was like, okay, I'm going to try, even though I'm not mechanically inclined, I'm going to try to change the headlight, but it's raining. And I'm like, okay, so if I'm trying to change this headlight and it's raining, will I electrocute myself? I was like, fuck it. I'll just sit here in the damn parking lot until daylight. I don't give a shit. So
That's some
You
wild
might
shit.
shock yourself but not electrocute yourself.
well, I ain't taking no damn chance. I'll sit here to daylight.
He said, I want my life. Fuck it.
I'm going to sit here to daylight. Fuck it.
That's a wild shit. I think. You scared to drive with one headlight?
I'm not dealing with these police down here.
But
that's giving them an excuse to stop you. That's giving them don't never give them an excuse to stop you.
Exactly.
You white-ish, you'll be okay.
That didn't stop fucking Border Patrol and ICE for him and my ass up last week.
Border Patrol and ICE did not try to get you. You don't like no Mexican.
Somebody said I look Dominican. I don't even know what the fuck a Dominican look like. I need to look it up. Hold on.
They look like you, girl.
I
And me,
guess so.
you look like me too. Dark. I'm dark
They did
skinned.
not.
So.
They not coming for us. They maybe them Africans, maybe them Pan African niggas. They coming for them, but they not coming for FBA. They not. They gonna come get Q Butter in there.
Oh damn.
I ain't gonna go get Q Butter in them niggas. They not coming for us though.
I just recently looked up the word African, and I sort of didn't like it because it says for all. So that's sort of like, ugh.
Are you anti Pan Africanism?
Oh no, I'm not. I mean, I'm just saying it just seems weird that what they got the definitions of these titles that we're fighting for.
See, a lot of these brothers up here are Pan Africans.
Oh, that's fine.
They lost their way, didn't they? Because when you read the definition, because you read,
oh my fucking god!
No, I want to hear what's wrong with Pan African. I'm curious now.
Why would you? Are you trying to go back to Africa?
Look, I tell anybody I'm an American with African descent. I'm not an African American. I've never been to Africa, and I'm not planning to go. I might go visit one day, but.
So you
Africanism doesn't say you gotta go back to Africa.
I'm just saying, like, from what I might be wrong, but every Pan Africanism person I know, they say that initially, but the final destination is always Africa.
Okay, so let me see if I can clear up what I'm thinking. My definition of Pan Africanism is that basically blacks everywhere have a common what word am I looking for?
Interest.
There you go. A common interest. So the definition to me of Pan-Africanism would be Africans saying, okay, Africa only, or Black Americans saying Black Americans only, whereas Pan-African means blacks everywhere. That's my simple definition of it.
But black people around the world don't have the same interests.
Exactly.
Black people in this country don't got the same interests, but you be talking about working with people globally that do share your same interests as you. Same way people in this country look for people in this country that share the same interests as them, right? Everybody in this country don't agree with FBA, but FBA
right.
is to link up to other people that identify as FBA, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I just I don't know. I don't know about the Pan Africanism. Like we can't hook up with Africa because, like, these groups can hook up when they have something to offer each other, and I don't think FBA has anything that they want to offer Africans. I don't think Africans. I don't think Africans.
Look up the word again.
Keep it a buck. FBA got that off FBA. Besides feel good stories, that's about it. I don't see FBA.
I just don't.
Y'all better look up the word again.
I still don't understand the concept of FBA. I still do not understand FBA. I really don't.
You look it up. I looked it up, and I'm like, what? That ain't no different. It's crazy how they got the definition.
FBA is a brand new term. It's new.
You look the word up, and I'm telling you, it's like everything. It has all in it, and I'm like, God damn, all.
What's a Pan means? Pan means all.
All people.
I was talking as far as FBA. As far as FBA,
all people in diaspora, black people, not
right. Well,
not Mexican, white people and shit like that.
You need to redefine it. You need to redefine that shit, because that shit is crazy. Where they got the definitions and all that.
But all is never going to be an absolute, no matter what you're talking about.
All people of African descent is what the definition states.
For Pan-Africanism?
Yes.
I got a better understanding of Pan-Africanism than I do of FBA.
FBA means you're a foundational Black American. You explain your lineage as FBA. You just don't.
If y'all call it Westmore Jamaican, y'all need to explain what the FBA is. Because Westmore was not only born here, but he got 3 FBA grandparents. He got 3 FBA grandparents was born here, and all y'all was calling them a Jamaican. So y'all need to distinguish what the hell an FBA is. It is no standards. Like, it's just, if you got one Jamaican ancestor 15 generations ago, you a tether. If you got an Indian ancestor 20 years ago, 20 generations ago, you an Indian. Like, yeah, like y'all are the worst. Like, y'all the one drop rule on steroids. Like, this shit is crazy.
That shit is wild, right? So you gotta at least be like 3-4 generations in. You know what I'm saying? You got to be in, right? So blood, like you gotta be like at least I say 3 generations of FBA-ism. Then you can call yourself an FBA.
So 3 black grandparents, 3 FBA grandparents don't equal FBA.
That's not long enough. They ain't been here long enough.
So that means your kid's not FBA, because your kids only got 2 FBA grandparents. So somebody with 3 FBA grandparents ain't
No. You check the lineage.
Now that's what I've noticed. FBA changes the definitions to fit whatever they're.
We ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed. I got more than 2 grandparents here. I have a long.
Your kids got 4 grandparents. Only 2 of them are FBA.
But the other grandparents from my side.
No, those are great grandparents. We're not talking about great grandparents. We're talking about.
Well, that's how you get to the FBA part.
Your child only has 4 FBA, 2 FBA grandparents, and you said somebody with 3, and because West 4 got more FBA grandparents than your kid does.
No.
But you'll say your kid is FBA, but he is not.
No. What I'm saying is, because I am the FBA, all of my lineage is tied to him. So exactly. So it don't matter that he got 2.
But now on the mother's side.
Well, that shit don't matter. He's still under me.
That shit does matter. What are we talking about? We talk about lineage.
No, we established that he was black.
Oh,
who's
shit.
Black? Your baby mom's?
No, my son black.
No, your son's biracial.
No. That's where the hiccup is happening. That's where the hiccup is happening. He's black, so he has all my black lineage.
He has the
You're not pure
he
black.
has your side of your lineage there, but he also has the mother's side of her lineage there. That's why it's biracial.
Well, some of them niggas on his mama's side is tethers.
I don't know what the hell.
Some of them they not really a
lot of tethers on that side of the family. They Mexican.
Yeah, they Mexicans, right? Some of them like from Mexico, like her, like she Mexican American, but if you keep going down and down the line, you're right. There's some tetherism going on down there.
Is that illegal? Can that be a legal term? Tetherism? Is that can that be used as a legal term?
He has to be making up his own shit. It'd be funny as hell too.
Sounds like a motherfucker.
That's me.
He got his own damn dictionary.
Tetherism.
The tetherism, man. We know all her people. Right? All her people ain't. I would say hold on. She FMA. She foundational Mexican American, so they been here a while too. So we gotta go a ways back, or even her lineage.
Here we go, cut the pie.
Foundational Mexican American, but she's here. Never mind.
Man, I think her family was in the Alamo, nigga. They been down this motherfucker.
The Alamo is
the Mexico owes her reparations then.
They do, and the conquistadors. We might get triple reparations if everybody start paying their shit, right?
My God.
My black reparations. Look at my black reparations, the Mexican reparations, the conquistador reparations. Yeah, y'all.
She got 2 countries she can get reparations from. Oh hell no! Nah.
That's what I'm saying, dog. That's the quickest way to get our FBA money up. Is we tap into that.
Yeah, give it to her. Nah, just joking. I'm just saying.
Nah, give it to me. Give it to me, dog. Tap into that. Give it to me. I start a black business, an FBA business, and I hire blacks and Mexicans.
Doing what? Like what you have
Concrete
to
work, cutting grass. I had niggas, they had niggas doing something. It wouldn't be high tech.
Right.
Yeah, forget the high tech shit. We try to do simple. We try to do simple done stuff and make all the money off that.
Well, high tech will be great because they building these smart cities and
They
stuff
are,
like that. So
but them shits ain't gonna take off for a while.
why not?
You got a whole country you gotta still build. So I mean
Yeah.
tech has a ceiling though. I really do think tech has a ceiling. People are already complaining about AI. Black women were complaining about how they tired of AI making them look like but how AI was painting black women. So they were mad about that too. So AI
Oh, you
got
talking
a
about the
limit.
statue that they made of the black woman?
That
Was it
was
in New York? That
No,
statue?
when they had that, when they had
that
this,
was
they had this
AI.
gorilla.
It
They
was
had this
complaining about
gorilla.
that.
They had a gorilla running around acting like a black woman.
The fuck?
Yeah,
What?
they got a.
So we beating on our chest now. We beating on our chest now.
They got a gorilla that's running around acting like
Fighting for the
that
banana.
shit crazy,
Fighting for the
dog.
fucking banana.
Acting like a black woman, like
That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Fighting for the motherfucking banana.
So AI got a limit, though. People gonna start turning away from AI to a certain extent, yo, in
No,
technology.
they're going straight down that AI road, and they're not going to stop till the wheels fall off. They're not going to fall back from AI. It's just going to be more AI.
If we go into wearables past like iPhone, like past the iWatch, and like we start like actually wearing the technology, then I'm gonna say yeah, we fuck it, we done dove in. But as long as we can take the technology off, put the technology down, kind of step away from it, we haven't fully kind of like integrated. There is a little bit of hope for niggas.
Well, there's polarity and everything. So, that bite, with the apple, with that bite, that's just representing Eve in the double, bow, in the apple symbol.
But then again, I hate to not push STEM because if we don't do STEM, we'll just be farther behind. It's like you damned if you do, you
Yeah,
damned if you don't.
you got to keep up with the
Basically.
Joneses when it comes
I
to
agree.
technology.
Yeah, because
We end up in the position that we at in this country because we was behind the technology. No other anybody tell you any other reason than that, they don't understand what the fuck is going on. You want to know why black people are we at in this country? We was always behind in technology. Other people who had the advances over us in that field. So we weren't able to keep up, and it shows.
we're gonna have to start praying more. We got behind on God and
Lord
technology.
Jesus.
No, praying more is what got us behind in technology. We put too much faith in prayer and rituals and tradition instead of trying to advance with technology and science. And other people
The
weren't caring about it.
technology come from God.
Can I ask you a serious question, Pastor?
Yeah.
Can you name me something that you prayed about and it came true without any effort from you?
That'll be faith without works. I don't do that. I pray. When I pray, I try to put the works with my prayers.
If
So
I don't have
I couldn't
money
even
for
really
my
I couldn't even
electric
answer.
bill, like if you don't have money for your electric bill, let's say your electric bill is $100 and you only have 50, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever pray and that other 50 just show up?
So you're talking about divine intervention? Yes, I have experienced divine intervention.
Could you give me an example? Because everything that I've ever heard anybody say was divine intervention, it was something that it wasn't divine, or at least it wasn't divine by my standard. Because if I needed $50 and I'm walking down the street and somebody drops $50 and I get it, that's not divine intervention. That's somebody dropped the fucking money and I stole it or I took it.
How do you know that?
Because I watched them drop it, I grabbed it, and then I took it and I went and paid my bill.
Then I wouldn't be able to explain my position to you if that's if that is is the default that you have about that. I wouldn't be able to explain my divine intervention situation to you because you would just say that it was coincidence or uh, someone made a mistake or it wouldn't register to you as that. So you know what I'm saying? So even if
Okay,
I did,
yeah, I'm
yeah,
gonna
so,
let
yeah. So even if I did
because
tell you like a divine intervention, I don't think you would recognize it as that.
right, because sounds like everything that you're gonna give me that you would consider divine intervention could just as easily be described as a mistake somebody made.
True, and that's the reason why. I'm not even going to debate you on that one
Understood.
because it's like I don't even think it's debatable.
Understood.
Yeah, but
All right.
but you know what? If we fall each country that fall back in technology, we do got to do better with the tech though. But we got to do better with usable tech rather than just because the tech that we coming out with ain't really usable tech. I don't believe like a bunch of like a bunch of like new web, like a bunch of new social medias and like AIs that really don't really do anything but let you ask it a bunch of wild questions that theoretically don't even really matter to your life. So I don't think we have usable. Um, a lot of this stuff is really usable, even though we're using it. It's like we just wasting time with it. It ain't really benefiting us. I don't think like that.
You think AI ain't benefiting us?
Not how it's being used by the masses. No, I think is it benefiting? Is AI benefiting? Like
Evil
the
purposes.
alphabet boys, the CIA, FBI, and them people like that. Of course, AI is definitely helping them, or they're definitely using it.
It has its pluses and its minuses. It has things that has me concerned, but I do see the benefits in it as
It's
well.
too intrusive.
Uh, it, it's a double-edged sword.
Some people can't even read no more because, like fucking AI.
You're never going. Reading is never going to completely stop. What's gone is pretty much handwriting, right? Like writing a script, right?
Right.
Writing that's dead. That's a stink. Young kids nowadays don't know how to do none of that shit. They can type X amount of words a minute, but
Do homework.
but try to get them to write a script, they lost. They don't know what the fuck is that.
That's why they don't illiterate.
Yeah, ask any of them to sign their name and look at what it looks like.
Right.
But if you can prompt AI with like 3 or 4 questions to write you a whole 3 or 4 page paper, like that, I don't think that's a benefit. Like I don't even think that's a benefit at all. They don't understand sentence structure. They don't understand all that stuff is gone. Like they can't write a story of having an antagonist and a protagonist. It's just a lot of things that get lost in like story writing, storytelling, um, which is going to end up making us have less creativity. And
Now that's my concern right there. The creativity is about to be
right.
big. Like creative, like anything that has to do with any type of creativity is about to be dead. Artwork, kill it. Get all the artists out of here. You're done. Graphic designers, get them out of here. They're done. No longer needed. Making beats and stuff like that. Producers, engineers, get all that crap out of here. AI does all that shit. We don't need you. Get that shit out of here. You need a ghostwriter. Get the ghostwriters up out of here, man. We got AI to write bars. We don't need to pay nobody to do it. Just get AI to do it for. Matter of fact, we can get AI to rap the shit too. We don't even need rappers any goddamn more. We'll get AI to do it, and then we'll get a hologram that'll go on tour and collect all the fucking money. And we just have a hologram out here spitting a bunch of AI bars, a bunch off of AI songs made on an AI album, and everything else, and everything is going to be mechanical. What do you need people for? You don't need a band. You don't need to learn instruments anymore. All that shit's done. Everything that got to do with any type of creativity, kill it. Write in books, get it out of here. Writing screenplays, all that shit. Don't need that shit no more. What do you need? Like actors, you don't need actors. CGI every fucking thing. Fuck you need actors for? Creativity is about to be dead.
Gone. And then like you don't even need pilots no more because the planes are turning into big ass drones. You'll need people to sail these ships. Cause them shits is being you don't need cause you can't trust the damn motherfuckers with the ship cause they hitting damn bridges and shit. Put the AI in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? The trucks, they try to make the 18 wheelers driverless and shit. They got some driverless trucks down there in Houston. I wish they run them driverless trucks off the damn road, but then that'd be too damn dangerous. Cause all that damn lithium then gonna be in your damn atmosphere, and that shit catch on fire and shit. I don't know, man. It's nasty work, dog. It's nasty work. It is nasty work. And then I don't know, man. This shit's all nasty work. My main thing is that I don't like about AI and technology is it requires too much damn water. They had a study that said AI, they say this AI drinks way more, it consumes way more water than humanity ever could when you think about cooling it and air conditioning the computer systems. And they say it requires a lot of water. And we ain't got that damn much water to be sharing with them damn machines. I'd rather dehydrate the machines than
But
the
you don't need no
people.
special machine for AI. Like you got AI on your phone. You got Alexa and stuff like that right there on your phone. That's AI.
We talking about them.
AI.
We talking about the big mining companies, the data storage companies down here in Texas. They are building warehouses of data storage and Bitcoin mining. They did a story.
Bitcoin and shit like that. Yeah.
They did a story out in. They did a story out in North
Blockchain,
Valley.
you're right. That requires a lot of energy and everything else. But that's blockchain. That's not AI.
Well, I'm talking about the technology, the machinery, not just AI. AI is a part of it, but it's just the blockchain because they're gonna have that shit running off AI too. But all that shit, I'm just saying, it requires a lot to maintain it. Donald Trump was talking about how much energy that shit gonna take, and if the power and we gotta build a whole new power grid for the technology. So then what's gonna be more important, the power grid for the technology or the power grid for the people? The water and the air conditioning for the technology or the water and the air conditioning for the people? They're gonna be doing brownouts so they can keep these data storages running. They say your ass gonna be in there hot as hell, sweating like a motherfucker next summer or the summers after. Cause they want to mine some Bitcoin and have data stations. And that's why we got this shit. It's about to get nasty work. And then that's gonna cost a kilowatt of energy to go up man, this shit about to be nasty. These electric bills is about to be sky damn rocket high. And it's about to be wild out here. Water about to go up. This shit about to be survival of the fittest. We're gonna have to eat more beans.
Take me out.
We gotta eat more. We gotta eat better.
Nah, we're gonna only be able to afford some damn beans, yo. This shit. You gotta pick between water and
AI don't need
electricity.
food though. AI ain't tripping on us eating no food. AI don't need no food.
But we need food. We still here. We are still here. And that's just why I think AI gonna get rid of us.
Feed us neutral loaf like they do in jail.
Yeah, the AI gonna put us all in. That's what they gonna do. AI gonna put us in jail like they
We're
did during the.
we gonna be slaves. We're gonna be slaves.
Yeah, they gonna put AI gonna make us. It's gonna cause a big pandemic, and we're gonna be in a damn house. They gonna make us work from home and work for AI.
I'm more scared of the robots that be fighting back and shit. I feel like they gonna put more niggas at risk for being a target as far as, like those little police dogs, those little robot police dogs and shit. I mean,
That's
it's like that shit's scary.
what if they put a Glock on a police dog? That shit. What the fuck?
Who's controlling that motherfucker? That's what I want to
That's
know.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, you know how niggas be like, "Oh, I didn't mean to grab my. I meant to grab my taser, but I grabbed my gun." Well, I meant to tase that nigga, but the dog shot him. Come on, dog. Like, it's crazy.
Damn.
Then you can't really. Who you gonna? I guess you can sue the police department if the dog shoot you. And them shit is fast as fuck too. What if that shit tackle you? Man, hell no, dog. They gotta get out of here with this shit. And that shit heavy as hell. You got that hot ass heavy electronic dog on your ass. Nah, man, I'm gonna tell them that shit, man. Nah, they gotta get the fuck up out of here with this shit.
I'm be ready to stay in the house and all that shit.
And I saw this shit on the news. These police stations get autonomous drones. So if it's an autonomous drone, then they gotta have some AI in that motherfucker. All the police stations is getting them shits because they can deploy faster than a police officer. We getting a bunch of them in these cities of surrounding Dallas. Alton got them motherfuckers. Alton got them right now. Every time you have a car accident, they send the drone to survey the accident in the whole area from a above view. It's better than having a state trooper or the police try to mark out the accident scene. I'm telling you, we all fucked up, dog. We are fucked up. We got to rebel against the AI, yo, and 5G, 6G too.
I don't think we're gonna stop it. It's
Motherfuckers ain't gonna stop getting their new iPhones, dog. That ain't happening.
They got an iPhone 17 about to come out, but bitch, y'all just dropped the 16.
This just come out every other month, dog. I can't even keep up with that shit. I don't know what the newest one is. Any fucking, I don't even do Apple anyway.
I got an iPhone 16 plus the new one, and I really feel like my 13 can do everything that my 16 can do. It's just the 16 just got some sparkly sound effect shit it can do, and it also got AI on this motherfucker. But the AI has made me dumber than I already am because I be asking it all kinds of questions I can easily look up and read for myself. But the AI tell me and read it out to me. You ain't gotta read no more. The damn AI will like read this shit to you.
Yep.
It's like Kindle on steroids. Like niggas stop reading with the Kindles and shit. And when niggas was kind of reading with Kindles, but they would let the audio books kind of talk to them. But now, man, with AI, I consume so many books now that I don't read. I just put that shit on. I said the AI read to me while I'm like, doing something in the house, whatever. I said the AI read to me. And I don't even read books no more. Fuck reading them. Sorry, fuck reading them books when I don't have to.
Audio books now.
Yeah, I don't have to strain AI audio books. Where the AI will read the book to AI is dynamic when they read. It's like that shit be doing like Mr. Rogers and shit. That shit be like making it sound suspenseful and shit. Like AI is a talented reading motherfucker. It's way better than me reading it and straining my eyes reading that shit. Like let's let the damn AI do it. So I don't read no more. Fuck that reading shit.
You still
I
got
risk-
live chat. AI don't read live chats for motherfuckers right now. One day that'll happen. If motherfuckers ain't gonna be looking at the live chat. AI gonna be reading all the comments.
You can get AI to read
the voices too on the goddamn comments and everything.
Yeah, you can get AI to read your live chats for you.
Can I ain't
Yeah,
never
that nigga AI. I mean that nigga Angry Man got that shit. If you want to see,
I know that. I know what he got. Yeah, I'm talking about like reading just all the like not for the content creator. I'm talking about like for the listeners. The listeners could just listen to the live chat.
Oh, listen to the live chat and they can listen to the. But think about it, I don't know how you would break that up in
That'd be
audio.
crazy too. Yeah, that would.
Yeah, how would you break that up in audio between listening to the podcast and then listening to like each individual?
Listen to both, right?
Can't listen to both.
Yeah.
It wouldn't sound right. But but the technology is there because this nigga Angry Man got some high tech shit. You know what I'm saying? With his shit. That nigga be doing all that AI tech shit. So some of his shit. That nigga got some tech shit going on over there, man. I don't know how that nigga learned how to do all that tech shit, but he pretty good with it.
The hell?
You can read the the graphics have got the AI graphics is crazy. So, but is it better than the graphic engineer though? You can get so much graphics so fast with AI though. That graphic engineer going to take a little while.
Yeah, that graphic designers are cook. They're cook. They're the first to go. Out of all the creativity stuff that we were talking about, they're the first to go.
Yeah, but then I think there might be a small niche for that. I mean, yeah, because AI can do all of that shit. They can do the technical shit. They can do the simple looking shit.
They're done. They're done.
These rappers might be done too because they all sound the same, all dressed the same. And then if you do AI, shit, it'd be easy to make an AI Drake.
I mean, they got AI Tupac, AI Snoop, AI everything.
I played around with all that shit. Yep.
I think that's the big reason why everybody is pushing for they own these catalogs or own someone's catalog. Because once you own the rights to their music, and then you can purchase a good projector. That's all that shit is a projector, and you can start doing shows because you own the music, and you don't need the artist. You can just own the music. You just you just go around showing your AI artist that you own music. Imagine owning Michael Jackson catalog and being able to go around and do holographic Michael Jackson concerts whenever you wanted to. You wouldn't even have to do that.
Whitney Houston, and it didn't really last. Nobody liked it.
I didn't see that Michael Jackson hologram. I didn't go to the Michael
Whitney
Jackson
Houston.
hologram.
They were trying to do it with Whitney Houston.
I didn't see him do it with Whitney.
Shit, I didn't know that Lil Wayne sold his catalog. I didn't know Lil Wayne sold his catalog. I'm like, what the hell?
So when Lil Wayne go away, I hope he don't. But if he do, whoever own it, they'll be able to do hologram Lil Wayne shows.
Yeah.
I bet you Baby bought it. So. Nah, baby, he ain't got that kind of bread now to buy that. Like the nigga that bought that triple extension on, the nigga that owned his shit, they still putting hell. The nigga that owned Kevin Samuels catalog still putting out Kevin Samuels content.
That's because the motherfuckers ain't got no content. Like that's just motherfuckers grifting.
Man,
I saw they were still uploading over there on that channel. Like that's pathetic.
yes, they still uploading on Kevin
That's
Samuels'
weird.
channel because they own that shit. So therefore,
It's pathetic. It's like it's sad.
is it pathetic or is it
Yeah, it's
now?
pathetic.
That's now business.
Exactly.
That's now business.
So they're probably the ones who helped his ass get killed. The ones who
Well,
owned it.
Pastor, you've been around long enough. You remember Kevin Samuels just about as long as I do. You remember
I
that
do.
before he blew up and all that shit.
I do.
Yeah, so you know that motherfucker over Obsidian royalties, right?
And that's the issue. Now that's the issue. Now that's almost like reparations, right? Then you would have the people that's running that channel, should they give Obsidian and maybe BGS
a cut?
So I don't think
Yeah, he
BGS
should. Yeah, that's
they
what
should.
he jacked the whole shit.
I don't think that they care.
Which is weird to me, but you know, it couldn't have been me. Motherfucker sat up there, took all my shit, this, that, and third, and did what he did. No, man, you crazy as fuck.
You know, and Alan Roger. You remember that show that he did where he pretty much took Alan Roger Curry book and just did a whole show on Alan Roger Curry book. So technically, some money could go back to Alan Rogers, his widowed wife and their child. But I don't know if Black YouTube is really spreading the money that way.
No, they're not. I don't know.
I
It was
don't
running that
think
channel
so.
right there. It's probably might be somebody in his family. Who knows? They can give a fuck about Obsidian or any of these other motherfuckers. And I don't even give a fuck about Obsidian. Fuck Obsidian. That last time I was on that motherfucking channel, he kicked me the fuck off protecting some goddamn, protecting that goddamn that weird ass Becky and shit. Fucking.
For Pearl and shit. But
Yeah.
check this right. The thing about it is, I guarantee you, I don't know this for sure, but I guarantee you, the family initially had that channel, and then they probably were negotiated into selling it. Now, who they sold it to, I don't know. I don't actually know who owns. They say the daughter owns that channel, but
Could be. Yeah,
but
somebody who's getting paid off of it. That's for sure.
But the channel be posting shit that I don't think his daughter running that channel will post. I don't even think his daughter was like a social media type person. Anyway,
Yeah, but she gonna post whatever the crowd want to see.
but
It ain't about her views. It's his channel where she can make money off of it. She gonna post his content, what got him famous, and just repackage it.
I don't think she's a social. That's what I'm saying. I don't think she's a social media type person like that to
But
do
is she
that.
a business person like that? That's the question.
I think they sold that channel to an actual. I think they sold that channel to somebody in the management. I just don't know who.
How much they gonna pay for that? They had to pay a lot of money for that channel. That's Kevin Samuels shit.
I know. So some people argue, like some people might even speculate that Dennis Sperling got it. I'm not saying he did. I don't know if he did or
That
not.
dude's a clout chasing motherfucker right there, boy.
I'm not. I don't.
He's one
I
of the main
don't.
people that was clout chasing when Kevin Samuels died.
And he the one that tried to like set up the funeral and do all the
Yeah,
business
ripping
stuff.
his ass
And,
off that shit.
yeah, you remember like he had that post where if you have any questions, don't go to the family, contact me.
I'm the he tried to be the medium between YouTube and social media, I should say, and the family. He tried to be that medium motherfucker. Yeah.
So it's almost like, I don't know, but some people would speculate that he ended up with the channel or the rights to the channel I don't know. I really don't know who. I don't think it's the daughter though. I'm gonna keep real with you. I do not think it's the daughter. I do think so. I do think it was sold to someone in black. Now I wouldn't say the manuscript, but this black media. Someone in black media was able to get it. I believe. I mean, some people, a lot of people think it was Dennis Sperling. I don't even know. I don't know. I see why they would say that, or why they would think that, but I don't know. I really don't know. I have no clue, but I don't think it's the daughter. It could be MTR. MTR could have got. He was on Corey Holcomb the other night. MTR blowing up and shit. So I don't know, man.
I don't think the family sold that shit. Everybody would have heard about it if it was up for sale.
I see the thing about it, these cats are slick, dog. These cats know how to do deals with NDAs. That's one of the big things that we were talking about in that space was NDAs and getting people to sign NDAs and non-disclosure agreements and not speaking about business deals and shit. If you look at it, I mean, we don't even know what kind of they keep saying that Kevin was going to sign some deals, and he wasn't really speaking on it. So it was a lot of there was some secretive shit was going on too. So I mean, there was some secretive shit going on too. So
if it was only with him. He wasn't like Kevin Samuels could care less about the goddamn manosphere. I think he proved that. He used them for what he could use them for, and he kept it pushing. Once he blew up, he don't need the motherfucker no more. Fuck them.
But that shit wasn't gonna fly though because it wasn't gonna fly. And it wasn't gonna last because fundamentally,
now that black pill shit going on, them crazy ass black pill weirdos. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't gonna. All this content was coming from that.
Well, he wasn't pushing black pill shit, but the black pill motherfuckers was over there.
They were, but the gold mine of his content was coming out of like the red pill area space.
Yeah,
that's right. He was arguing with Fresh and Fit.
But all those black pill motherfuckers all of a sudden became a bunch of goddamn simps. Like I said, these motherfuckers was the entire fucking time. Motherfuckers get on my fucking nerves talking all that simp shit, godnocracy shit. Like, y'all the biggest simps I see up on here. Nobody be simping more than you motherfuckers. Are you shitting me?
Yeah, he did. He had a.
He's the reason why the dating space is so big on fucking YouTube. Before Kevin Samuels, that dating space was nothing. It was a nothing burg over here.
Because it wasn't really a dating space. It was like a.
It wasn't. The men was over here. The women
complaining and shit. Yeah,
everybody was at war with each other.
Yeah.
And then after Kevin Samuels, this shit turned to a dating space. Everybody want to pop balloons now and do all this other stuff, everything else. Like this was not this space in 2018. In 2018, that ain't what the fuck was going on around this motherfucker.
He turned it into what YouTube intended it for it to be. And YouTube intended to be a dating website or a dating site, and so he turned it into what it was actually intended for. Like the gender war stuff was not really what they wanted. You know, I mean, that shit was fun talking shit, but it wasn't what YouTube really wanted.
I mean, he did start off with advice with men, right?
No, he started off.
No, he didn't.
He started off critiquing women, and that's the hell he did.
Oh.
He talked a little bit. He talked a little bit of shit to me. It was advice to give your cologne.
To the Pookies and Ray Rays, he had smoke for them. That's about it.
Yeah, that's about it.
Right.
He was a part of that Pookie and Ray Ray versus Educated Lane argument with the crowd and everything else. So he had smoke for Pookie. That was it.
That's when Dennis Sperling was. That's when that nigga was actually wilding. That nigga we need to find Pookie and Ray Ray and shoot him in the street. That shit was wild. I know this nigga wild, dog. But he was wild a little bit during then. But that argument got out of hand, yo, because it got to the point where we were arguing why come the educated niggas supposedly didn't go out and handle Pookie and Ray Ray. And I'm like, hold on, y'all don't need to get
supposedly because them motherfuckers was not educated. These are some dumb motherfuckers. Like, y'all didn't there was some dumb motherfuckers supposed to be educated lames. Like you ever like these motherfuckers be warehouse workers calling themselves educated lames, dumb as fuck. Motherfuckers barely graduated high school if they even did that, and then they come running around here calling themselves educated lames because they voted for Trump. So now that means they're educated lame. Like you don't get y'all that. What educated about? What, nigga? Y'all don't know nothing. Y'all motherfuckers dumb as shit over here. What are you talking about?
I find out educated lame was code word for I look nerdy, even if I'm not.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's more like how you look rather than what you actually
I agree.
are.
More like it's more like socially awkward, right? I'm socially awkward. I'm dumb as fuck, but I'm socially awkward, so I'm an educated lame. That's kind of
yeah. Like you're on an autism spectrum disorder, but like you got a job and society don't really fuck with you. I guess that's kind of how they were looking at it. But half them niggas See, I thought a lot of them niggas was tech. I thought a lot of them cats were tech, and some of them are. But come to find out, a lot of them cats aren't really in tech like that. And then they're not like a lot of them aren't carpenters, and like you ain't got to be educated, but like skilled. And a lot of them cats, they not educated or skilled. Now you got some people like Dr. Dunbar. He really did go to Michigan, and he really is a. I think he was on.
Yeah, they got
Kevin.
some motherfuckers over there with college degrees and shit like that too. But they're book smart. See, like the book smart motherfuckers are street dumb, right? Like they ain't got no street smarts. They dumb as shit. Like when it comes to certain, like they ignorant to a lot of shit, right? Like they has read some things, right, and was able to get a degree and all this other shit. But then you got the other motherfuckers. They don't know shit. Like they ain't book smart or street smart or nothing. Like they're dumb as fuck. Like I don't know. I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's just a socially awkward crowd. I just like to call it the motherfuckers that the women wasn't really attracted to or whatever at that during their younger years or whatever. So it's kind of like they on some Revenge of the Nerd shit. But these motherfuckers wasn't real nerds though. It's like I don't know. Like they try to equate social. They try to make socially awkward and nerd synonymous with each other, and they're not. You just socially awkward. That'll make you a nerd. That's make you socially awkward.
Yeah, I see how they try to tie that shit. Just didn't work out like that. The Manosphere started out strong though, man. It really did, yo. The Manosphere did start out strong. Like with the men's rights
over there. My fault. You done got me going now. I'm getting flashback. But you know what else they got issues over there with? Besides Pookie and Ray Ray, they motherfuckers got Napoleon complex over there. Them motherfuckers be over there. There's a bunch of 5'2", 5'4", upset ass motherfuckers over there that they can't tap the backboard in the basketball court. Mad as fuck and shit. Like I don't know what to tell you, dog. You vertically challenged, man. Like that's genetics. I can't help you with that. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you want me to do. Do some.
So they did have that
over the summer, and maybe you can tap glass in the fall. I don't know. Like work on your hops, man. I don't know what to tell you. But they mad as hell. They can't tap the backboard, bro. There's a lot of short motherfuckers over there.
That is. So I think Obsidian is not tall at all.
That mother like 5'2" or some shit. He like 5'2", 5'3", short as
Yeah, I think Obsidian is pretty. I guess like vertically challenged. I don't even think he's 5'8". Man, I don't think Aaron Anderson is tall. I've never seen these people before. You know what I mean?
Nah, but they be talking about the little short problems. They used to be a topic they used to always talk about, like,
that was a big topic.
Versus short men. These women got biases versus short men. They play short men out and all the tall niggas getting all the pussy and blah 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 and everything. Like this one of the talking points.
That was a talking point. That was a talking point. If you wasn't like the 6 foot, all that shit, that was a talking point. That was.
Yeah, these motherfuckers just always crying about what the women want and how they don't fit that model. Like, bro, man, listen, man, like, y'all motherfuckers, pussy get ass motherfuckers need to straighten up, man. Like, get y'all shit together. What the fuck is wrong with you, motherfuckers? I don't know, man. I don't know. That shit just, I came to those spaces, man. I had to get the hell out of those fucking spaces. I'm like, all you motherfuckers done. All you motherfuckers done. Y'all some sexually frustrated ass motherfuckers. I can't relate. That's a you problem. I don't know. I ain't got this Napoleon complex. I ain't pressed about Pookie and Ray. I don't vote for Donald Trump. I don't belong here.
But all that shit led to a lot of content, though. It's like when you couple with the men's rights, with the red pill and all the shit that them niggas was saying, you pretty much got a political platform. You almost got like a Tea Party. You have MAGA. That is MAGA. That's how you created. That's how MAGA was created out of the Manosphere. That shit. I mean, a lot of people don't believe that, but MAGA came out in the Manosphere.
Nah, it came from the Tea Party.
Yeah, it joined the Tea Party. But so I will agree
What
with
I
you.
would say is the manosphere was spitting a lot of Tea Party rhetoric, and the Tea Party turned into the MAGA. I would say they shared the same talking points. I would agree, but they didn't get it from the Black Manosphere. It was the other way around. Black Manosphere was getting it from those motherfuckers.
But the Black Manosphere added their part as well, which solidified what the Tea Party was already pushing. I do agree that there might have been some of the Tea Party talking points that initially was being pushed in the Manosphere. Then once people start conceptualizing things, they add to
Let's
it.
not forget who the godfather of the Manosphere is. It ain't Kevin Samuels.
It was what Rolo, not Rolo, but
No.
I don't know. Who'd you say the Godfather is?
The OG.
I'm a roast. Nah.
The OG. Who's the OG motherfucker over here calling out black women? Who is it?
A bunch of them niggas, but like
Come on,
Sergeant
man.
P.
Tammy, man. You act like you don't know fucking Tammy.
Yeah.
Tammy's the OG, dog. He started all that crazy shit. The whole, it's time to call out these women and women this, that, third. Like, he the first one to blow up on YouTube talking that shit.
Yeah, Tommy was. Minister Jap ain't far behind Tommy.
Minister Jap got known from beefing with Tommy. I didn't know who Minister Jap was until he started beefing with Tommy. And most people didn't. Like, Tommy, like everybody, he birthed the whole manosphere, dog. He did. He birthed that whole motherfucking space.
I say he one of the major founders of the shit talking. But I still would put Minister Jack close in like maybe second, third place.
He was a part of the next one. He was a part of the people that Tammy birthed. Tammy was the first, the second, and third. Phil from the Vibe Show, African diaspora motherfucker. He was Tommy's initial competition at first because they both was making similar content, reviewing World Star hip hop videos, trying to show degenerate behavior in the black community, quote unquote, from World Star videos and all the other shit. So they was kind of competing with each other. And then Tammy just like he was way more over the top than Phil. And like I said, then it was a whole new wave of motherfuckers that wanted to join the party. And this is when you started getting the next wave of motherfuckers. This is when you got the Minister Jabs, the Angry Mans, the Obsidians, and all them and everything else. They all started coming in after the fact. But Tammy the one who kicked that door open.
But you know what? You know what? Angry Man probably has been on just as long as Jab. So you're right. They came second. They did come second.
Mm-hmm.
Then Tommy, there really was nobody really. Cause they say that what's that nigga? What was that dude? The comedian. Did he say the red pill shit?
Corey Hope?
Nah, the other one before him. Dang, what was his name? No, not Latrice or something like that. But I forgot his damn name. Latrice or something like that. I forgot his damn name. But anyway,
Patrice
Tommy.
O'Neal.
Yeah, O'Neal. Yeah, yep. So he probably was, but the only one before Tommy. But Tommy definitely is the. He was very visible with it, and he was on Fox News and shit. He was one of the first black people I've ever seen on Fox News.
Yeah, he's like one of the first black people that blew up off YouTube. That like just blew up off YouTube, and he blew up doing that type of content.
He had his own tab at one point.
Yeah, he blew up off YouTube when people was not blowing up off YouTube. He was monetized when motherfuckers was not monetized, when they was real strict on who the fuck they was going to be monetized. Like, just any old body wasn't monetized back when Tommy was monetized at first. Like, he was, yeah. He was the first one getting all those super chat money and all that other shit, everything else. He did. Tommy did all that shit first.
Yeah, he did. But then I hate to see. I hate the fact that Tommy fell from grace, man. He could have, because he did everything Like, he did everything that we thought Kevin Samuels was going to actually do. He was on TV.
He did it different. Yeah. Kevin Samuels was nicety, right? The reason why Kevin Samuels blew up the way he did because he was nicety, right? He wasn't vulgar with his shit. You know, he wasn't over the top. You know, he like I said, he would say some things that ruffle some feathers, right? He knew how to ruffle feathers without you know causing a major uproar. Like he wasn't like a shock jock like Tammy. Tammy was a fucking shock jock. Tammy just said wild ass motherfucking shit for views, right? Like he's saying shit like we need more Darren Wilsons in the world and white people. If you ever see a group of black people walking towards you, shoot them and shit like just saying wild shit. Like Kevin Samuels wasn't doing all that. Kevin Samuels was up here critiquing women on they fucking clothes and how they need to lose weight and all this other type shit. He was talking dating shit, right? Like he wasn't up here talking about doing bodily harm to anybody and no shit. Like he was just on some dating shit that was just a little bit, you know, whatever.
I think Tommy shit was funny except for when he would cover the people that lost their lives and shit. Like when like a black woman or a young black man would get killed by the police or like to that Darren Wilson shit. Like, man, he had some bad takes on some of the black people that lost their lives. And then I think Charleston White tried to do what Tommy do, but I don't think he's as good at it as Tommy was. He like Charleston White funny, but I don't think Tommy more funny.
That motherfucker a bigger troll than Tammy, dog. And that's
You think so?
Tammy a fucking big time troll. Yeah, he a bigger troll than Tammy because Tammy did all that shit in the comfort of his house and shit. Tammy did all that shit in the comfort of his house. Even the time when he got punched out here in New York and shit like that, this, that, and third, he wasn't talking crazy when he got punched. He was very humble when he was there. He was trying to speak on stage and everything else. People just didn't want to hear him, and people just gave him because he was talking crazy to that woman on the highway like a couple of months before that event happened in New York.
So I lived
in Houston.
That was in Dallas. That was actually in Dallas.
Dallas, okay, my fault.
Yeah, I actually I was living on the street that happened when that happened. That was crazy. Like it happened right
He
there.
said he was gonna go in the trunk for her, dog. The trunk.
That shit happened right there in Cedar
Hill. Go in
Hill.
the trunk for a shorty.
Yeah, it actually happened
Nigga.
in Cedar Hill, Texas. He was driving that black Yukon or something like that, Denali Yukon or something like that.
Mm-hmm. He said, I hate you bitches. I got something in the trunk for bitches like you. I said, wait, what? Nigga, you got something in the trunk for what?
But he ain't in the right. You see, Cedar Hill, a nice affluent area, and it's right. You got Duncanville, Cedar Hill, and then DeSoto, right? So he was in a good black area. And if he would have did that shit, it wouldn't have been good for him. I'm glad he didn't pull a gun on her, yo, because yeah, that wouldn't have been good for him, dog. That shit would not have been good for him. I'm glad he didn't do that, man. I'm glad he didn't do that shit.
Yeah, but he got put. That's why he got punched out here in New York and everything else. But like I said, he did all that shit to come on. And after he got punched, he dipped off out the side. And Charleston White be talking crazy with motherfuckers right there. That shit be fucking me up, dog. He be pulling out guns on people. I seen him stab a motherfucker. I just recently saw him in a boxing match.
Yeah, that nigga, he got a case because I think he tried to pull a gun on this nigga named Go Yayo people. Right now, he beefing with Go Yayo and some niggas in Fort Worth.
Gun in the interview. I know I seen him do that.
Yeah, this nigga wild. He is wild. But see, Tommy
wasn't doing all that crazy shit. Tammy was in the comfort of his own home, holding guns and shit like that, daring the motherfucker to come to his house. But his ass.
But look how long he did it though.
But he wasn't leaving that house though. Charleston White leaves the house like he be outside. Tammy wasn't outside, dog. He wasn't.
The reason why I say he a bigger troll is because I can see the entire body of work. This nigga did that shit. This Tommy did that shit for a long. He's still doing it now. But so in Charleston White, he don't have the he ain't been he doesn't have the longevity yet. Now if he control at this level as long as Tommy did, oh yeah, of course he gonna take number one troll. But
Timmy got a longer resume, but as far as like, yeah, Charleston's a bigger troll though. Like I'll put Charleston White years up against Tammy's best years, and I think Charleston White got him beat, dog. Like Charleston, like, yeah.
But see, Charleston got to be careful though, cause he messing around. This nigga, I think Charleston White is really crazy because, like the nigga that he fucking around, the niggas he fucking around with in Fort Worth, them niggas crazy as hell too. I'm like, man, why you just want? Like, do you really want to? I don't know if you don't have a problem with some of these niggas. I don't think it's. Why start a problem with these niggas? I guess that's him being a community activist, starting problems with these niggas. This nigga he shut down a studio in Dallas, Yellow Beezy and Trap Boy Freddy's studio that it was working out of in Dallas. That shit got shut down, and he I remember when he said he was gonna make that phone call to shut that studio down, and that shit got shut the fuck down, dog.
Y'all motherfuckers in Texas let him get away with all that fuck shit for so fucking long. If that motherfucker lived in Jersey, something would have happened to him by now, bro. Something would have done happened to him by now. I don't know how he gets away with all that fuck shit he do, but he be getting away with that shit.
Cause he cool with the police, and like, and DPD got tied up in this pyramid scheme where DPD dirty, like DPD is ex gang members. All them niggas used to be in gangs and shit. So like, I think he just tied in with DPD and Fort Worth Police Department. So he's so cool with these police departments that I don't think these niggas gonna really mess with him.
Yeah, he would have got touched up here, dog. He would have got touched.
As many guns as they are in Fort Worth, I mean big guns. They just seized over 750,000. They just seized over 750,000 guns. I forgot the name of that operation. They just had an operation down here like last week. And they seized over 750,000 guns with switches and fully automatics and shit.
Star, I know Star. I know Star personally, and yeah, Star OG troll too. He OG troll. Star been trolling before there was a YouTube. Star been trolling before there was a YouTube. Star been trolling since Hot 97. Like real talk. He's like, yeah, he's super. Yeah, he's big time troll.
Yeah,
he's with the shits. He's with the shits when it comes to trolling. So yeah, definitely. But he ain't make his name on YouTube though. Star was already known when he got here. Like I said, Star was on the biggest radio. He had the biggest radio show out here for the longest time, for some years. So people already knew Star.
Charlamagne a damn troll.
Yeah, he be trolling sometimes, but he's not. I wouldn't put him like top troll list or nothing.
Nah,
Star's a troll.
Top.
Star's a troll.
Top. And honestly, with Tommy, I don't know if this nigga really trolling or how much he. So like these niggas that we call them trolls, these niggas really mean this shit though.
Mm-hmm.
Like I really like, even though Tommy get humble in real life, he still believe what he's saying. And Charleston White, I used to think that nigga was just joking. I think this nigga really believe what he's saying. I don't believe they really jokes.
He wild for real. Yeah, Star really is wild. Star, he like Charleston. Star packing everywhere he go. Trust. Pause. But don't. If y'all motherfuckers don't like Star, y'all trying to run down on him, just know he I don't care if he live in Jersey, but that don't stop his ass. That motherfucker that motherfucker don't go no event or nothing. Me and him tried to go inside this motherfucking club some years back and shit like that. Well, we both was supposed to be hosting this shit, and we was going in and we was walking in, and that motherfucker told the motherfucker at the door, was like, yo. He was patting him down. He's like, yo, I got my shit on me, this, that, and third, boom, 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 whoopie whoop. But he's like, But they told me I can come inside with it because I can't do the show if I can't, if I gotta get rid of my shit. And so they let him up in there. But yeah, so that just know that motherfucker everywhere he go, if he even be in the club, whatever, he got that thing on him. You know what it is.
That nigga trolling to death. That nigga said, fuck it. And I'm gonna troll regardless.
Mm-hmm.
You think Candace Owens is a troll?
Yeah, no. I mean, she can be a troll, but I think she really believes the shit she says. But she can troll from time to time, based off her ideology. But she really believes that shit though. Like, I don't think she's like saying this stuff like that and she don't believe it. She believes this shit.
That's why I'm saying, like, I don't know, man. With the niggas we call them trolls, man, this is really the shit that they own. This is the shit they really own.
Nah, but trolling is like whether or not you really being antagonistic purposely, and if you're being shock jockey too.
Yeah, but it ain't really like nothing to it.
Yeah.
These niggas, they really about this shit, so it's
like,
hard.
I don't think Candace tries to be shock jockey. She just got some wild ideas in her head, and she just. I don't think she's saying shit just to get a reaction out of people. She really believes that shit.
Yeah, she really don't like them small hats, yo. She really be beefing with them niggas.
Mm-hmm.
Cause she's a Catholic, yo. Actually, that's who the small hat's true enemy is. The Catholics. That's their true enemy.
Mm-hmm. Well, Candace definitely a grifter. She's definitely a grifter. I will definitely say that. Troll, I wouldn't necessarily call it troll. Grifter, I'm cool calling it a grifter. She's definitely a grifter.
I think a lot of these niggas are like, I think most people don't. Most people either the trolling is something. I think that's a fine art. That I think Donald Trump is a troll.
He's trolled before. Yeah, he's definitely trolled.
I think this nigga trolling right now. They don't know what the fuck they doing.
No, that wasn't a troll. He was really mad. No, he was pissed. Yeah, he was big mad. That was real outrage you saw from him right there.
So you said that won't troll, that was real emotion.
Yeah, that was real emotions right there. That was him crashing out like that.
Yeah, they might have tricked that nigga. They might have tricked Trump, and he probably said, "Damn, they got one over on me."
He was pissed.
Man, but he was trolling like Tucker Carlson. He was trolling like he was telling her like I don't care what she say. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was trolling Tucker said he need to get a real news program for you talking about me. So I mean I think he do be talking his shit. He talking shit.
The first time I saw Trump, he was in the Bobby Brown video off. Was it Off on Your Own or some shit? The Ghostbuster movie song.
Was in that video? You was in that video?
Yeah, Trump was in that video. Bobby Brown. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I don't remember that video. I haven't seen that video since like the 80s, so I don't remember. I gotta go. If John Trump was nobody in there.
That nigga was in there. That's when I first saw that nigga.
Well, I ain't gonna say he was a nobody, but he wasn't nobody people was checking for out, at least in the hood. Wasn't nobody checking for no doubt. I go back and watch the video.
Yeah, watch the video by Brown.
Y'all from up there where he from, and y'all won't fuck with Donald Trump like that?
Hell no, man. That motherfucker fucked the USFL up, dog. He fucked my fucking team up. I was a fan of the USFL, man. I was a little kid, and I was a fan of the USFL because it was the only football team Jersey ever had that called themselves Jersey, right? The Jersey Generals. And Donald Trump brought the fucking team. Donald Trump brought the team. We had Herschel Walker on there, Doug Flutie. I don't know if you even know these motherfuckers, but
yeah, I know Doug Flutie and Herschel Walker.
Yeah, Doug Flutie, yeah.
Yeah, well, he had them on the team, everything else. He was all right, but he fucked the whole team up, man. He did spend some money trying to get some NFL players to jump over to the USFL, and he got a couple to do it, but he fucked up because he tried to get the USFL to challenge the NFL in the fall. He didn't want to stay at Spring League. And the motherfucker told all those other owners that he know what he's doing. They should go ahead and challenge the NFL and try to play against them in the fall and force a merger. That's what he wanted to do. That's why Donald Trump got such a hard on pause for the NFL today, because the NFL kept him out of the Good Old Boys Club. He's been trying to get an NFL team since the 80s. And the league kept him out. They always voted him out. Every time a team came up for sale or they was going to expand, he would throw his name in the hat and they would reject it every time.
Because they thought he was going to try to do like, well, you know what? That merger system helped the NBA. I don't think the NBA would be the NBA without that merger. And check this: if they would have listened to Donald Trump and merged more teams into the NFL, they could play less games.
They wasn't ready to force a merger. Like that was their goal initially, was to do a good job with spring football and eventually force a merger when the NFL is ready to expand. They'll just absorb some of those teams, kind of like the ABA and NBA, AFL, NFL. That was the initial plan when they first started the league. But then Donald Trump, like I said, he got into the league, brought our team, and after that, all the owners started listening to him and shit. Like he took that shit over, kind of same way, like he did what Donald Trump do. He went in there and started taking shit over, like he was the big new hot shot owner. And these other owners was like small time, kind of sort of like they didn't have as much money as Donald Trump. So, and he was the motherfucker always an acquirer, right? He was the big name owner everybody knew. So, they started following his lead. And he had the bright idea, let's force the merger this season. Because they didn't want to do it for like 5 years or something. They wanted to wait, let it play out, trying to, build up some momentum so it could be some pressure for them to merge. And he jumped out the window and wanted to do it that year when they wasn't even ready. They only played 2 seasons.
Oh, he moved. It's not you saying like it would have worked. I think it would have worked if they would have waited a little longer, like they said.
And just let it play its course. And just let it play its course, right?
Shoot, y'all better watch out for Donald Trump's son. Donald Trump's son. That nigga's already 6. Well, how tall is he? 6'9" already. Like Abraham Lincoln shit.
That nigga is not.
Donald Trump got 6'9" son.
Yeah.
He got a young son. His young son helped. His young son helped them win the presidency with the internet. Barry. That nigga like 6'8".
I'm talking about the youngest son.
Yeah, he's
6'8".
Yeah, Barry, he's 6'8" and can't shoot.
Oh,
he can't shoot. Oh,
he can't play a liquor ball. They can't play a liquor ball.
I can't stand tall ass motherfuckers wasted height like that. If I was 6'7", 6'8", my ass would have been in the NBA, dog. And I ain't gonna bullshit you. I'd have been in the league if I was 6'7", 6'8". I see motherfuckers 6'8", 6'7". I'm like, man, that's a waste of motherfucking height.
That nigga like Cooper Flat. He like Cooper Flat. When Cooper Flat, he got his height. Nigga tall as fuck, dog. And that nigga still on the internet all night. And that nigga still on the internet all night. like we do it. I ain't 6'8", and I gotta work a regular job. This nigga.
I'm 6'2", and I was able to get a motherfucking scholarship, not a D1 scholarship, but I was able to get a scholarship. I played AAU. If I was 6'7", 6'8", my ass would have been in the league, dog. I'd have got a D1 scholarship. Would have been. I probably only would have played. I probably wouldn't even play 4 years. Probably would have played 3 years, been in the league. Like,
yeah, this nigga sit at the house on the internet, dog. He said, "Fuck all that," but yo, he making NBA money sitting at the house on the internet though, doing shit. Shit crazy, dog. Like he put all that kick streaming and all them like he in there with Kashanat. That's the reason why Kamala would not do that. The reason why Kashanat wouldn't do that interview with Kamala in the podcasting world is because the Barron's like, nah, don't do that shit. And he helped his dad get in with Joe Rogan and all them motherfuckers. he big in that podcasting and that internet content slash. He all over the internet. Yeah, that motherfucker in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do need to watch his ass. Shit.
Damn right. He's good friends with Elon. Shit.
He is good friends with Elon. That's interesting how Elon and Trump had a falling out, but his son real cool with Elon.
Real cool.
Bro, that shit crazy to me, but we gonna see.
Yeah, you gotta study his moves, see how he be moving and shit. They say he said something to Biden, and Biden just stood there frozen. He whispered something in Biden's. Yeah, he whispered something in Biden's ear, and Biden stood there frozen, like, goddamn.
He said something about it and Kamala and he was talking shit to them about the time that they they raided Trump's house. And they went in and the big thing was they raided Barron's room. They were trying to get to Barron's room. I don't know what the hell Barron had on them computers, but they were trying to get to them shits. And that's why he was talking shit to Biden and Kamala. But they never got whatever they were looking for on his computers, they weren't able to get. That's what I'm saying. That motherfucker owns he is like we think Donald Trump is on some thug shit. I really wonder what kind of shit that son is on. Walking around that trench coat out. What kind of nigga wear a trench coat all the motherfucking time?
Damn right.
Nigga wearing that long ass trench coat, walking around doing shit on the internet, nigga. Have you heard that theory? Have you heard that theory that Byron Trump was gonna Byron Trump own the internet? There's a theory that he owns. There's a theory that he owns the internet. Yep.
What?
How could somebody own the internet?
You gotta look at that theory. It's not he own the internet. He has such a pull on the internet that he owns it, far as like he owns the internet. But you have to look up the theory, yo. Let me pull it up real quick. Damn, so I can find this shit. But yeah, there's a theory that he owned the internet. I don't think he owned the internet. I just think he a major influencer.
I think Trump like 6'3" or some shit. Trump got a little size to him. I think
Trump like 6'3",
yeah,
6'4",
or something like that.
Yeah, and then Melania, communist ass father, he tall too.
The mother's a model and shit. She's tall.
She like 5'10", 5'11". She come from communist Yugoslavia. Matter of fact, Barron is not FWA really, yo. Because if his mama from Yugoslavia and Donald Trump been here a while, but they say he a German. But his mama, we're gonna have to look at his FWA rights. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Barron FWA. I don't know if he a foundational 1776 white American.
Yeah.
He definitely come from. Would you know what the crazy thing about it is? Donald Trump and them, they argue against communism and how America needs to be a capitalist country. But he married a woman from communist Yugoslavia, and her parents were high ranking in politics. So I'm like, are you really against communism? If you married a communist chick, like all his wives have come from communist countries. I think the other one was from a communist country too.
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, I think all of them.
They say they spies and shit.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, all his wives come from communist countries. But yeah, he a capitalist. I don't know, dog. I don't know, man. I don't know, Trump. Like, this shit kind of fishy.
took me long enough to see the play there. Yeah.
But I will we will play it down because we will still like, Donald Trump. He's still, American president, blah blah blah. Give him the benefit of the doubt, right? But we didn't do that shit with JD Vance. When JD Vance married that Indian woman, we were like, nah, nigga.
He got ripped.
It's like, nah, nigga, nah, nigga.
Got ripped.
No, nigga, you wildin'. You wildin' out, nigga. His kids be wearing Indian clothes and shit. Like, nah, my nigga, you really wildin', nigga. The little Jackie Chan outfit with the button, with the no collar and shit, with the fuck. Like, nah, dog, you wildin', fam. And her family is high ranking in politics. And her mom and that actually her mom was like a high ranking professor. Her mom's a professor, and she's not a dumb chick either. She's pretty smart too. But India is more like I think India kind of communist kind of like too as well, right?
Indian.
What is their political shit?
I think they got democracy out there, I believe.
Yeah,
they have democracy.
Okay. Yeah, because there's Christians, Muslims, all the types of religion.
Okay, but they still they I don't know, man. But they dragged his ass for marrying her. But theoretically, Donald Trump's wife Melania is technically worse when you think about American politics.
She a whole tether.
Yeah, but JFK, we done lost presidents behind this communism, capitalism shit. Like
that's because America is so anti-communism.
That's what I'm saying. Like we against. That's the reason they don't like Karen Bass out of California, because she used to go down there and learn communism and learn that shit. They don't like her ass. But Donald Trump keep marrying these communist bitches though.
That's what he fuck with, dog.
That's what I don't get. Do you think that Donald Trump might be a low key communist? But we because if you look at MAGA, they had gays for MAGA, blacks for MAGA, whites for MAGA, trans for MAGA, handicapped for MAGA. That's kind of some of the tenets of communism, like finding your party or your affiliation somehow under the state, and MAGA kind of like being like the state. I don't know, man. Like Donald Trump might be a communist, yo. Fuck it.
I don't think he is. He loves money too much. Communism.
But you got capital communism. That's pretty much what China got, right? Because communism still has to make money.
Yeah, but the way it's set up, there's no class, right? It racist class, and Donald Trump's all about class. Donald Trump's all about the haves and the have-nots, and communism kind of eradicates that.
It does. Well, it's supposedly it rose the most people out of poverty. Now they're gonna say. Now America says that capitalism rose the most people.
Yeah, it erases the class system. Everybody's on the equal playing field, and the elites, ain't trying to have everybody on the equal playing field. Why would they want that? The elite, they're part of the elite class. And they want to keep it that way. So they're going to do everything they can, they power, to keep it capitalism the way it is, because that's how they got the position they at. And if communism comes around, they're not important no more. They just another motherfucker.
The average, a lot of them will be, except for the ones that actually make it to be a part of the state. A little bit higher ranking. But that wouldn't be. That's very few people. So that would bring the average. It would. I don't know. I just don't think that's going to work for America. The way that America is, I just don't think it'll work. It ain't gonna work. But I don't know about Donald Trump not being one, because he said that he looked up to his father-in-law And I'm like, man, your father-in-law was in he was a ranking member in a communist regime in Yugoslavia. Why are you looking up to this nigga if that's not what this country is? I just think I think that shit's weird. And the fact that Trump ain't never married a foundational white Democratic Republican, or capital, whatever the hell. He ain't never married anybody off of our American values.
Why he hasn't? He hasn't.
So he can't be America first. Cause at least I'm America. Look, I might. Look, so y'all, I'm FBA. Y'all might criticize me not being FBA first because I got an I got a foundational Mexican, whatever. However, that's still American. She's still American, and I don't think Trump is American. He ain't been marrying these American women, yo. That nigga's a passport, bro. Nigga a passport, bro, man.
That's low key real though. you kind of got a point. He is kind of a passport, bro.
Maybe going to some of the roughest country get well. Damn that. Well, never mind.
Go places ain't no niggas out there trying to get.
You know,
bro, I ain't never seen one of those passport bros with a video saying, "Yeah, man, I'm out here in Russia right now. Show y'all the baddies out here." You never seen it.
Austin Holloman ain't out there. You need a little bit of money to get one of them mail order bride women. You know what I'm saying? The boys too broke. They ain't got no cash apps to go to Russia.
They going out there trying to get no Bolsheviks, dog.
That's a different level of witchcraft. Them niggas is not willing to work with. Them women that have the average nigga in America on some wondering what the
Roy's,
fuck.
Nigga. Them women on juiced up on Roy's and shit, deeper voice than you. Fuck with them Russian women if you want.
And you know the Bolsheviks, they're killers. You know they killed a lot of people.
Yeah,
they killed more people than our white Americans. And we already know our white Americans is dangerous as hell, but the Bolsheviks is more dangerous than them. I'm like, yo, hell no. Y'all don't want to go out there with them white women. They've been living in the mountains and shit. Living in cold, harsh climate and shit. Hell no. Hell no.
Go out there, get drunk off some Smirnoff, end up laid up with some big ass chick named Broomhilda or some shit.
Yeah. That shit.
They on some Kill Bill shit. They on some Kill Bill shit.
Them motherfuckers are vicious, dog, and they big as hell. Big cow herding ass women. Milking cows, carrying cow milk on their back. They the original wives. They the original big backs. They the original big backs, dog. No, niggas is not going out there. Niggas is not going out there. It's like, nah, hell no. They rather deal with a Guatemalan with a big fupa than deal with a Russian with a strong back Russian women. Hell no, dog.
Oh yeah, on Training Day, that's what the Russians came after Denzel Washington, huh?
That nigga had the Russians and the Mexicans after his head. And the black people.
Sure did. Who killed them all? The Russians.
That nigga was fucking up with all the races, man. But now I'm gonna have to watch Trump on his communist ties, yo. He wilding with that shit. And then he'll go out there and get us in the war for communist Israel. That shit's a communist country too. Cause they say Israel is a democracy, but that shit's just a dictatorship. Now you've been in power forever. That nigga older than Maxine Waters and will not give up. Like man, now
Shit.
you need to give up by now. Like that nigga Maxine need
Mm-mm.
to give it up. Cause Maxine Waters old as hell. Like she look
Hell
good for
yeah.
her age. She look good for her age, yo. But
She do.
she gotta give this shit up, yo. She got to stop. She just got to fucking stop, dog. Nancy Pelosi,
Oh
she
shit,
got
another
to
one.
fucking. She got to stop, dog. It's too damn
Mm-mm-mm.
old. They kids is already going. I know they kids are going to get into politics.
Oh, for sure. That's what's supposed to happen. Yeah. That's why I said watch out for Trump's son. Shit. The
But
6'8" motherfucker.
a lot of they kids be worse. You see now Michael Jordan kids something in basketball. Well, these politicians, they kids be trash in politics. You look at Hillary Clinton daughter,
Oh
trash in
yeah.
politics. Trash. Get her ass out. She is not balling. She is not balling in politics, yo. Who else? Obama. His daughter's
Obama.
trash. No, they trash in politics.
They say Michelle might be the Michelle might be the first woman president in the future. Michelle.
Trash politics.
I don't think she don't want to run for president. She
She
could
rather
have
make
ran this. She could have ran this election. She did, but
Right. That's what I'm saying.
this how
She did.
Negroes gonna be out in Russia and shit. Yeah, that's what y'all gonna end up laid up with. Y'all gonna be them grown ass men.
Hell no, man. Like yo, nah, yo, that shit wild right there. If that's what you niggas, y'all going to Russia to get the these Olympic steroid shit.
Some old Drago chick, man. Some old what's that chick that Flav was messing with? The chick from the movies and shit. What was that name? That tall, blonde Russian Becky. I'm sure somebody in the chat know what the fuck I'm talking about. I forgot her fucking name. What'd you say?
Was it Sylvester Stallone's ex-wife?
Yeah. What's her name?
Oh, shit, I forgot her name. Shit.
She Russian.
But I know
they
you're
talking
talking
about, but
about.
I forgot her damn name.
Was it Nishka? Was it Nishka?
Bridget Nelson.
Bridget Nelson. Thank you. That's it.
Bridget Nelson. Yeah.
That's it.
Damn, man.
Bridget Nelson, 6'8" chick.
But I don't think she was Russian though. I think she Dutch.
Oh, she Dutch. Okay, my fault.
She ain't American. She ain't FWA. She ain't one of our white people.
Yeah.
Shit, all white people is white people.
But nah, man, these niggas is wildin', man. They cook. Cook.
Sisters, man. Stop going all over the globe looking for sisters when they right there. Right there. I don't know. I never understood the passport bro guy.
Man, them niggas just want to go somewhere.
Yeah, the international tricking.
Yeah. Niggas want to go somewhere and like, but the thing about it is that nigga Austin Harlem been making a lot of American content from abroad. That nigga working abroad, like you working abroad, like making like talking about American racism, American colonialism. Like nigga, you in South Africa, you over there in Africa, nigga, talk about that. Talk about document that shit while you over there, man. Like it's, but you know what? All them niggas do that shit though, cause O'Shea did that too. O'Shea went to Africa. But like couldn't stop fucking with America, right? And fucking with niggas. And technically, passport sister Candace Owens technically live in what, UK? She ain't over here either. Like we gotta, like I don't know, we had to ask Candace about this shit. How you gonna talk about Trump ain't America first, nigga? You ain't either. You over that motherfucker living over there eating crumpets and shit.
Crumpets.
Yeah, ain't that what them shit? Them little soft pancakes. Ain't that what's them shits called?
Yeah, you talk about crumpets, I think. Yeah,
Yeah, eating beans and hot dogs for breakfast. Come on, dog. No, Candace is not American first either because she over there in the UK. The only people that's American first is FBA. Y'all Pan African, so so y'all not America first.
Who?
Pan Africanism can't be America first
Can't be American. Why not?
because
As far as like, oh well, you know what? You're right. As far as like, we can't be. As far as America, like I'm American. I love this country and this that and third. Yeah, I would agree. You can't be all into that country first shit. I would agree with you.
because y'all still cool with Africa. Well, y'all cool with not just Africa.
Well, it ain't about Pan Africanism. Ain't about saying fuck other groups of black people. But you ain't. It ain't about shitting on Americans either.
I agree with that, but the inclusion part is kind of where I think a lot of people are like, hold on, right? Let's get our shit in order before we befriend other people. Because I don't technically disagree with Pan Africanism. I just don't think we have. I just don't think we in the position as Black Americans to be trying to link up with other Black people around across the world.
Why not?
Because I think that we have to get a little bit better footing with what we trying to do. So when we do link up with them, it's not just empty. Not say empty shit, but like it's more than just we link up with them and we become friends or we maybe marry one and have a family with one. It has to be a little bit more than that if we want it to actually mean something and be sustainable.
From its inception to now, and when I say its inception, this is the height of Jim Crow, apartheid, and the colonialism that's taking place in Africa, right? Wouldn't it make more sense as we're learning that free, but the emphasis of hate is on our skin tone? Wouldn't it make sense to say wherever we are on the planet, let's link in together to one, combat it, and two, combine resources to combat it? Like, I think people get the misconception when you just hear the word Africa, Pan-African. It doesn't necessarily stipulate that you have to dedicate your whole life to the continent of Africa. It's basically the father of the phrase black first.
So in order to be Black first, you got to be a Pan African.
Yes.
No, I'm just.
I'm saying that.
Well, at the time, what I was saying is, it's the father of the phrase.
I get it.
I'm saying yes,
but
because you can't be something like FBAs ain't black first, right? FBAs is
America. It'd be America. It probably American first.
They Black American first, right? So that's not black first, right? Black first, you're not pressed about where people are born at. You know, as long as they black, you're rocking with them.
So I would agree with you on that. I think that Pan Africans probably are Black first, right? You worry more about the fact that we're Black over anything, right? And FBA probably would be nationalist, probably nation first, right? It would be America first.
Ethnic nationalists. That's what they actually are.
I agree with that. I think that's kind of how that does break down. But I'm glad that FBA exists because as long as we are fighting and creating or building something in this country I think it helps Pan Africanism because if black people continue to work hard and not just work hard, but just keep fighting and keep building in this country that we're from, when other black people from other parts of the world come here, they actually can benefit some of the hard work and legally, spiritually, agriculturally, financially, all the hard work we put into this country, they'll benefit from, and they'll benefit from it because we delineated and worried about working on us here rather than worrying about working on the whole diaspora and spreading ourselves thin. We built something here for black people to come. So when Africans come here, I think FBA has gave them a soft landing spot. Even if we don't even rock with them back, even if we don't even rock with them like that, they have a good landing spot in America because of all the work that we put in as Black Americans in this country. And
Have
Africa,
you ever
huh?
have you ever I didn't mean to interrupt you, but have you ever took the time to just look at the speeches at the first Pan African conference? Maybe not in their entirety, but just look at what those speeches were titled within themselves and look at how many speak towards the dynamics and the status of African Americans. Like majority of those conversations were centered around African Americans when you go through the list of it. And I'm saying that to say they never forgot that, yeah, you do start at home, but what's wrong with seeing if your neighbor got a couple of them eggs for you to borrow so you can make your cornbread? And be your lookout for when, Billy Bob's running up the street.
And I'm glad you said neighbor and neighbor. So we aren't really neighborly with the diaspora of black people. The closest outside neighbor who are more neighborly with probably would be the Caribbeans, the Caribbean people, the Caribbean blacks. But I do think that Black Americans are still different, but close to the Caribbean blacks than we are to I guess the greater diaspora black Africa. But still I I don't necessarily like I said, I don't see nothing wrong with working with the Caribbeans and the Africans and other black people. My only thing is I think we have to have something to work with. And that's just what I think. Like we just getting together with nothing. Like we're gonna work with these Africans, we're gonna work with these Caribbean people, but we don't really have nothing tangible to work with except for our dreams and thoughts, which is a good place to start. I just think it takes longer to do it that way. Rather than you know what, you rather than you know what, so you got something to drink, I got some chicken. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they got some rolls. Now we can just all start. Now we can create a meal because we are bringing something to the table, rather than African Americans being the table. Because I think African Americans are pretty much the table for the black diaspora. I think all Africans want to come here because of how well they can do here. Um, yeah, I just think we really I see why Pan Africanism was centered itself around African Americans because I think we are the richest black people. I do think we have the higher level. We have more people with higher educations. Now that Africans are coming here, they're starting to receive higher education as well. But of all the black people, we are the best of all black people. I don't even mean it in a racial, like a an elitist way. I just think that we are the best black people. So that's the reason why I wouldn't want to delineate from being the best.
So what about the Africans who had children over here, are they still considered African American? You know, like the Africans, the real true Africans, like the Mexican Americans, like their parents are real Mexicans, but they're just born here, which consider them Mexican American. So
Them Africans that come here, they gotta get some time in. They gotta at least get 3 generations in. The only way that they can skip, only way they can skip the process is if they were to have a child with an African American, and therefore that child would probably get a lot of it'll get tied in the FBA real quick if an African were to have a baby with a African American, it would get pulled in the FBA real quick. Probably quicker than Africans staying together and just staying here and waiting on the lineage, waiting on generations to pass before they're one of us. It'd be much easier for an African just to have a kid with an African American and join FBA.
African have a kid with a FBA.
Mm-hmm.
Should that be easier?
That'll be easier if they want. If it'd be easier, it'd be easier for Africans to be considered. If it'd be easier for them to enter FBA, or it'd be easier for them to assimilate if they were to just have kids with us, rather than because if 2 Africans come here, right, and they stay being Africans and eating fufu and whatever that beans or rice and goat meat they eat, whatever they eat, right? They do that shit for their lifespan, and then their kids have meet other African kids, and they keep those traditions going. It's going to take them way longer to become one of us. Matter of fact, they might not ever make it to being one of us if they keep that shit up. So therefore, they're gonna have to give it up, and they gotta probably make kids with FBA if they want to join us. That's the best way to assimilate the best way to assimilate is through bloodline, is through children, I think. And yeah. So I do think that would help if more Africans
Would you
reproduce.
volunteer to be one of them people?
No, I'm not delineating my FBA genealogy back to Africa. Yeah, no, because we delineated from Africa. We are descendants.
So
We're
if an African sister came over here, fine as hell, you wouldn't mess with her because she's African?
I wouldn't have any kids with her. We could date, but I wouldn't want to.
If you got a bumper, then twerk it. Miss, if you got a bumper, then shake it. Vibrate it, embrace it. If you want a baby, let's make it. First step room, next step, get naked. I got Henny, are you trying to get wasted? If you can handle, come take it. I know that your friends like me and you hate it. Babe, they can look, not touch and taste it. Only you, and me. Homebody, I don't like.
Oh yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with her. That she real pretty and everything. But the thing about it is, when you have a kid
You would
with
make
an
her your
African,
baby mother?
nope, because I'll be delineating my child genetics. I'll be retrograding them back to Africa, and I don't want to do that. Like, would it be very tempting? It'd be very tempting, but I'm not retrograding my kids back.
But you would do it with a Mexican though? Come on, bro.
That's foundational Mexican American. That ain't deleting. That ain't retrograding.
Hey, that's foundational American, not Black American. So wait, so a foundational American, foundational non-Black American holds more weight than that African sister that I just showed you?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy work.
Because we're American, and this is we're and that's what I'm saying. That's that Pan-Africanism back to Africa. Some gotta go back to Africa. The genes or your body or some got to go back to Africa. And we don't want to go back. We not going. Nah, I'm delineating. I done told you I delineated, and I'm not mad at it. I like Africans, but I don't. I'm not trying to delineate our genealogy back to that. We left that, and we left that. We left that for a long time. We've been away from that for a long time, and I understand some people want to rekindle it. I just don't feel the personal desire to, especially genetic with my kids.
Hey, where you stay at?
Texas.
You don't have to go to Texas. All right. If you move from Texas to, let's just say, Georgia, you relocate to Atlanta. and you stay there 15 years, did anything about your genes change?
Moving from Texas to no,
To Atlanta, Georgia.
no.
So what made you think our genes changed when we came from Africa?
Our genes changed when we came from Africa because of who we don't look the same because of procreation, right? I
Don't go
I'm
too
not.
far. Don't go too far.
Uh-huh.
You get where I'm going, and I'm rocking with you, and I see where you're going. But what? Let's stay at that first question. What made you think our genes changed when we came from that location to this locale, whether by choice or force?
I would say forcefully our genes changed because initially when we got here, our genes were the same. Matter of fact, a lot of the traditions and stuff was still the same, but that delineated from then. Initially, yeah. Initially, when we first got here, and probably for a good while, we held on to some of those traditions, but all that got changed, and
So
we just aren't anymore. We just aren't that anymore.
kind of, and I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but I'm just telling you how I'm interpreting what you're saying. It sounds like you're conflating culture with biology.
Our
Biology.
biology even changed
And
because
what and what because of admixture? I heard you say that.
because we're not genetically. I guess that's where this whole biracial stuff come into play, right? We're not. Our genetics isn't completely African like it was.
Okay, now let's say you got a brother from Tennessee and he does a DNA test. It's John Doe. And he finds out he's 80% sub-Saharan African and he has 20% European admixture, right? But he's from Tennessee. Then you got a brother from Ghana, and he respectfully shows in his DNA he's 80% of what he is, but he's got 20% European DNA in him due to colonialism. Are you going to argue that the admixture is greater on one continent than the other, and that the people in Africa become a new species? Or do you look at the collective story and say, oh, this is how those admixtures got there?
I would say collectively that's how those admissions got there because those Africans that end up having white ancestry, those are not the original Africans that was in Africa either. So those just like so if a person from the UK goes to Africa and they have a child with a person from somewhere in Africa, I do think that they make a person that's a little bit different, a little bit different than what the original African was. And if they keep making kids, those kids are going to look a little bit different genetically and far as how they look and far as their culture than the original Africans. So it happened. It's happening in Africa too. It's not just happen. It didn't just happen with us coming to America. It's like you said. It's also happening in Africa too, where that admixture is creating different Africans. And those Africans probably don't see themselves as the same as the Africans that originally were in that land. And we are not the same as the Africans that originally came here. The people that originally came here were definitely African. But with everything throughout all these years, I just don't think we're Africans anymore.
Yeah, and not to stretch it out too long, because I'm at work and I don't want to get long-winded. But in both locales, whether this hemisphere or over in the continent of Africa, we both had to learn, beginning at the same time, what it means to be African. when the transatlantic slave trade begins to happen, you're not picking up, and this is where, a lot of the misinformed, I don't want to say pseudos, but misinformed people say, well, show me a country, Africa. Show me an African calling himself African. You can begin the argument there. But because we're getting shipped from a place called Africa and we're starting to be identified, whether it's by outside forces or within, as African or African descent, they're going through the same phenomenon. You get what I'm trying to say? So yeah, they may have picked up tribal people. And that's not to make that sound, what's the word they like to use? Uh, Primitive, which means first. I don't look at it as an insult anymore. But yeah, you're picking up tribal people. And we'll make the arguments here to benefit us when in regards to gangbanging and foolishness. Are we still tribal just like the brothers and sisters in Africa? That's why niggas is on Bloods and Crips and streets and all the bullshit. But at the same time, we want to make an argument for nationhood in that we want to delineate and break the numbers down. You get where I'm going? And this ain't no pushback to you. This is just to expand the conversation and bring in different perspectives.
I definitely see what you're saying. Matter of fact, because I was earlier making an argument about bringing in other races to help with reparations. I'm not going to say that bringing Africans in wouldn't help either. I'm not going to say it wouldn't help because when we talk about the numbers matter. The only problem is it's the Africa shit for me, yo. Because I'm gonna tell you why it's the Africa for me is because no matter how you look at it, America is these are still American people, so their interest in everything that they do is probably going to end up benefiting you and the country you living in. If we bring in Africans, right? Them Africans are going to take a lot. Well, them Africans are going to take a lot of that money back to Africa, but the same thing could be argued about Mexicans too. They would take the money back to Mexico. These are some very. It's hard to say who we should bring in to help with the numbers. It really is hard, and that's the reason why I think FBA stands so alone in these conversations because we do stand a chance. We do stand a chance to lose a lot if we don't collaborate the right way. So we collaborate. So if we collaborate with Mexicans, and then Mexicans take all the money back to Mexico, which is they're known to do that shit. And Africans, we collaborate with them, and they take all the money back to Africa, which is they've been known to do that shit too, like make money in America, take it back to Africa. They've been known to do that kind of stuff. So that's just why I think when it comes down to FBA and us fighting for um, the things we want or interested in, should maintain with FBA people in this country, and we have to be very careful with who we work with because it may not benefit us in the long run. So I see why I see using these people for the numbers. I just don't know if it works out far as the investment.
Well, let's play a reverse Uno card as an analogy. And that reverse Uno card is we look at what white people did. They dropped all the tribalisms. They no longer Irish, they no longer Italian, Roman, Russian, and etc. And they became American. Why wouldn't it benefit us to do the same if we wanted to collectively compete on the global stage as a world power?
Because
they did it, so why wouldn't it work for another hue of humanity?
So it would work if they fully did it the same way. When white people dropped that Irish, they dropped the Scottish, Poland, all that other stuff. When they dropped that, they said they became Americans that are going to pretty much stay in America. White Americans that become white Americans don't like the people from Ireland. They ain't sending all their money back to Ireland. They are putting it back into America. My only issue is if the Africans would come here and assimilate and bring the money into, black communities and black people, then that's when it makes perfect sense. But that's not what's happening. Black Africans are making pretty good money in this country, and they're sending it back to Africa, which is that's nothing wrong with it. That's their money. It just doesn't benefit us the way that it benefits white people. When a white Irish person say that I'm a white American now, they really mean it. They might go to Ireland to visit, but they ain't putting no money in Ireland like that. And our people don't behave the same. I know them Africans are going to send money back to Africa. You can't. We know they're going to do it. They're going to build a house in Africa. They start a farm in Africa. They're not going to keep this money here. That's why we can't. That's why we can't co-op with them. And they're not going to drop that African shit. Like I'm trying to get them. I think it's hard enough getting black Americans to drop that African shit, let alone get an African to drop the African shit and just assimilate with us. I don't think they're going to do it. They haven't done it. Well, they haven't done it. Your AC in the chat. He wanting the link. He want to come here and talk that Pan Africanism. Knowing he FBA. AC a FBA nigga. Want to talk about Pan Africanism. Psycho FBA. Want to be Pan all y'all FBA. But want to be Pan Africans. I don't get it.
You want to work with other black people.
Working with other black people. On what?
For the betterment of the diaspora.
The only way I would work with other black people like that across the globe is if we were gonna like build a country together. And I don't think we're going to build a country together because we're not going to Africa and they're not going to stay in America. That's the problem that we have with this shit. Problem with Pan-Africanism is we can't help each other because we're gonna end up using each other. They're gonna end up getting what they want from us and taking off, and we're gonna end up getting what we want from them and taking off. We're not gonna stay together. And the white people stayed, even though they be on their bullshit, they figured out a way to stay together. Like the American, like I'm trying to say, you'll never. Like, they might say I'm from Ireland, but them niggas is not going back to Ireland. The biggest issue with all this Pan African shit is the investment, is the money. The money part is the big issue. Now, being cool with Africans is not an issue. Being cool with Caribbeans ain't an issue. It's the money. And they not going to keep their money here. We know they're not going to do it, dog. We see them do it all the time. Africans ain't keeping their money in America like that. They putting now. I ain't gonna lie. They buy some houses, some cars here. They putting some investment into this country, but not like that. And they definitely ain't putting no investment like that into black neighborhoods. You know, Mexicans will come to this country and live beside you before Africans will try to come live beside you. So these Pan-Africanism is a noble thought. It's just not practical. I give y'all that. It's noble. It's a good thought. It's just not practical.
How is it not practical when it took Pan-Africanism to get us where we at today?
Oh, white people bringing this here was Pan-Africanism?
I'm saying in practice, right? Because you said in practice is not practical.
Yo.
We
Can
had,
you hear me?
peace, Molly. One second. We had the Pan-Africanist mindset from the time we got on the slave ship. Because we wasn't all the same tribe we got on that slave ship. We all came from different tribes, and we all became a distinct group of people once we got on that slave ship, independent of the tribes that we came from, and we learned to work together, independent of these tribes. These became our wives, our cousins, our nephews, our sons, our daughters, our mothers, our fathers. That's Pan-Africanism.
But what did we not do? We did not leave each other. That's the issue, yo. We still here. Like, so you don't see you don't see us trying to send money back to one of these tribes we came to. You don't see African Americans trying to go. That's just why I can't stand them niggas that want to go live in Ghana again. No, you're not going back to live in Ghana. Don't take that citizenship. Don't go there. We shouldn't have never made Liberia. That was a failure. Nigeria is not our. I don't think we should be doing that. I can't tell nobody what to do with their money or their life, but I just don't think we should be doing that. Like why are we? Yeah.
They lost their ways, son. They lost their ways. These niggas lost their ways, bro.
They lost their way, man, trying to go back and rekindle. Look, that's the problem with the Pan-Africanism as it is today. If we work with Africans, right, they're going to come to this country, they're going to work with us, and they're going to take whatever gains they get from working with us, they're going to take that shit back to Africa. And that shit ain't benefiting us.
Do you think the United States should not participate in Pan-Americanism?
No. I'm okay. It's okay for America to practice Pan-Americanism because the Americans they bring in are going to stay. That's the only way. That's the only reason why I agree with these white people really dropping that Irish and Scotland and Poland and shit. The reason why they dropped it because they want to stay. If these Africans came here, right?
So hold on. When you say stay, are you talking about in the United States or in this hemisphere?
Well, they're gonna stay in the Western Hemisphere, in Western countries, but in particular, United States, they're gonna stay.
Okay, well, Pan-Americanism encompasses the totality of each continent, not just the United States.
But they're not gonna leave though. They're not gonna leave though. And whatever Western country they decide to build their family in, they're not going to leave. So like so Pan Americanism, a Russian can come to America and be a white American. That Russian that left Russia and came to America is probably not going to go back to Russia.
That's called Caucasianism.
Once they get in America and get going in America, that Caucasian, Russian, whatever, they're going to stay. And Africans are not doing that shit. They are not only they're staying long enough to send money back to Africa, and it's not benefiting black. Pan Africanism isn't benefiting American blacks. However, American Pan Americanism is benefiting white people. It's actually adding to the pot. And the Africans, they're adding the numbers, but they're not adding financially to the pot because they're willing to take it back to Africa.
What pot
The
are they
big
supposed
thing
to
is
be
the big.
adding to? Because you've been rambling for hours.
I know, yo.
I'm lost. Like I'm
Don't
so
be
lost.
don't
And
be
no,
lost.
wait. I'm not an FBA. I'm not an ADOS. I don't believe in any of that shit. I'm a critical thinking human being, so I don't need a gay half breed and some bullshit ass nigga to tell me what my lineage is and who I am, and I need to carry this acronym to be respected on the mantles of reparations and all that. Like, and I'm just lost on everything you're saying. Like you find problems with Africans and all that. Do you think those Mexicans that you cheer for and that you call foundational Mexican Americans, do you think that they contribute to the black community? Do you think that like from what I understand on here, most niggas hate Mexicans because they're afraid of them, they don't contribute, they give them a hard time in the regions that they live in. So now we have you on here exalting their greatness and using them as an example of what we should do and how we, like, I'm lost. And then you say that Africans don't contribute to this country. Well, like, bro, like, Africans have grocery stores, they have businesses, they have all kind of shit. Like, they do business with black people, they work for black people. It's all kind of things that take place. I'm trying to understand what your whole thing is. Most immigrants send money back to their countries of origin. Most. Whether they're white immigrants, whether they're Asian immigrants, whether they're African immigrants, whether they're Latino immigrants, most immigrants that come to this nation and have forebearers in other nations send the money back to the forebearers. Like Stephen Miller's uncle he wrote this eloquent article and did this great interview talking about, like, Stephen Miller, he doesn't even understand his racism or where it comes from. He said, because if it wasn't for us and my family immigrating to this country, he's like, Stephen Miller wouldn't exist. He was like, all our relatives that didn't make it after, because they first wave came like 1901, 1902 from Belarus, right? What we now know as Belarus. It was another country back then, but it's Belarus now, right? And he was like, we made money. They sold lemons, all kind of shit in New York. They fruit stands and all kind of. They sent money back. He said the family members that didn't come in the second wave, there ain't nobody to trace. Ain't nobody back. Ain't nobody left. They killed them all. The fucking Hitler killed some of them, and then fucking Stalin killed the rest of them. Right. So he's saying to Stephen Miller, like, yo, what's up with your racism and your immigration thing, right? So my whole thing to people like you is, what you're not paying attention to is the coalescing of whiteness on this continent. That's gonna exclude you. That's not gonna add you to the mix. You're not gonna be a part of that growth. You're not gonna be a pause. You're not gonna be a part of that dynamic. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be on the outside looking in. Like, I don't know if we're paying attention to what's actually going on in the world, right? And I think that Muslim dude becoming the mayor of New York is just gonna add more wood to the tinderbox. It's no different than when I say to people that the white man lost his power base when Sadiq Khan became the mayor of London, England, right? That sent the signal to the white world that your centers of power that represented whiteness is now being co-opted by that long-standing crusade and that long-standing battle that we had against other civilizations taking over white empire. So now the most famous, most richest city in the world is now ran by a Muslim dude. That's gonna send white Anglo-Saxons and white racists, that's gonna send them mad. They're gonna do everything they can to get that motherfucker out of office because they want this country to be white. They want Christian white males and whiteness to be at the forefront of this country again, because in essence, it's over. When Barack Obama won in 2008, it was over that day for white America. It was over. It was over for them to never recover again. I don't give a fuck how many wars they start. I don't give a fuck how many people they kill. It's over. It's over. You ain't gonna never catch up to all them Latino and African babies and Asian babies that's been born. You ain't gonna never catch up. And you ain't gonna be able to kill them all.
Hey, Art, let me ask you a question. What Caucasians do you think are sending money back to other countries?
Polish, Russians, Russians, Ukrainians,
Europeans
Germans,
in general.
Like,
I'll give you Ukrainians. Now you had
wait.
The first three you named, you had me right there. I agree with the first three you named, but here's why the German part doesn't make sense, right? Because in Germany they use euros, and euros are worth more than US dollars. So like the European countries where their currency is worth more than ours, you don't really see them sending money.
But this ain't about currency. This ain't about. I got you. But
hold on, real quick. I'm gonna just jump in. All right, go ahead.
He asked me a question, bro. Let me him rock out. All right, bro.
Yeah.
This is not about the value of the currency. This is about helping out the family. Right? It doesn't. Everybody in Germany is not making money. Everybody in Germany is not rich. So if you have some German guy that come over here and he's an engineer, his family lives in a village in Eastern Germany, or live in a village in Southern Bavaria, or they live in a village in Northern Germany, right? Like that money, it doesn't matter what the currency value is or what the exchange is. That money is just going to either fund them to come here or to get them straight while they're there, and to offer them opportunities to do things over there so they can come here. Everything is not always about what the value of the currency is. It's just assisting my forebearers to come here and have a better life educationally, have a better life family wise, like keeping the family ties, starting a new life here. So it's not necessarily about the value of the currency as much as it's about the survival of the clan and the helping of the clan.
And hold on, answer piggyback. Answer piggyback off of what Arthur said, right? Because this is for Swarthy too. Just because their money is worth more than ours doesn't necessarily mean that in absolute, like how you think it is. Like, let's say for example, like in England, right? The pound is worth more than the dollar, right? But the American dollar could take you a long way in England, though. It might not make sense, but it makes sense. Like for example, right? Like was purchasing something. Matter of fact, it was an antivirus, right? Now my antivirus cost is like $250 in US money over here, right? But in England, the same antivirus, the cost is like 100 and something pounds, right? But it's still cheaper in dollars in America. So even though the pound is worth more, the American dollar still is. It sounds weird. The American dollar still has more value than the pound.
The reason why I say that, Marley, right, is because it's a lot of different Europeans that's in the particular part of the United States that I'm in right now, and you don't really hear about them. Well, if they're doing it in secret, I want to say, because I've never even heard of them sending money home, with the exception of maybe like Poland, like the first three nations you named. I can see that happening. I don't really know how they would be able to send money to Ukraine, because when there's a war going on, generally what happens is the trading with that country generally stops with America. Like, so for Ukraine and Russia and the state of Israel, right? We haven't been able to trade their money since their conflict.
But it doesn't stop for Ukraine, because Ukraine is an ally and we're supporting them in the war, and we're taking the Ukrainian refugees. So
okay, I can see that, Art. But ultimately, what I'm looking to say is, you don't really hear too much about Europeans doing that. You hear
because we don't necessarily live in European conclave.
countries do it because of the
I know, but we don't
tremendous
necessarily.
difference in value and currency.
I get you.
So,
I get you. But we
you
don't
don't
live
really.
in.
I've never heard of a white person.
I mean, right, but we don't live in their conclave. Like if we're more intimate with the Africans because a lot of them live in our community, so we see the financial services offices, we see the places, the MoneyGrams, the places where they send the money, because that's intimately in our community. But if you go to a like I live near a Polish community, right? So when I go up, it's called Top Road. So when I go to Top Road, it's Polish banks, it's Polish MoneyGram places. You see the signs on the windows, right? Then you go down the street, the Ukrainians got carved out their little part of the neighborhood. Then you go further down the block, the Russians carve out their part of the neighborhood. And bro, you can see the new immigrants. You can tell the new immigrants because they'll have on Nike, Adidas, and Puma. Right, like they haven't quite caught up yet. Like, see, that's how I know who they are. Right, like when I see what they have on, and I know that's a simplistic thing. Listen, I know it's a simplistic thing, but it's a very telling thing. Right,
No, right. I hear you, Art. I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? It's a very telling thing, right? So I think we're for me, the greater conversation that we can have these micro conversations, right? Of, well, I don't necessarily see that in my community, blah, 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 blah. But my overall conversation about this is that there is an influx of white immigrants coming to repopularize the white population in America. And I don't think we're paying attention to it because we're so distracted with beefing with Africans and Mexicans.
Art, I think really a lot of brothers and sisters don't care too much about it, you know.
But you have
because
to
they don't
care
really see it as too much.
You have to care because it's going to be detrimental to you. You have.
I agree with you. I agree with you when you say you have to care, but you got to understand something, Art. A lot of our people have accepted love is love. They don't see color, and they've accepted this kumbaya. The whole world is going to get along.
I don't know those people, and I try my best. Yeah, I don't know those people, and I try my best to stay away from those kind of people.
I know that's right. Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm just saying I agree with you, but I don't know those people. I mean, I do know some people like that. A lot of them are on here, right? A lot of them I run into on the internet, so I don't really gotta have that personal relationship with them. Once I click off Psycho's panel or whoever panel I'm on, I could, go about my business. And they really don't.
I understand what you're saying. I understand. I just noticed because of certain beliefs, and then also a lot of people really on Earth want to go forward with an egalitarian mindset. So a lot of people want to go forward with this whole colorblind idea, and we're all.
I don't know what I said. I don't see where people want to go with this colorblind society. I don't see what I said. I don't see what I said. I don't. I hear that shit, but I don't see where it's at. Because at the end of the day, everybody drive up, everybody click up.
But they showed you talk about it a lot. But I don't
see that. Yeah, I don't see that shit nowhere. I see motherfuckers clicking up
for it though.
Yeah, they pushing it. But what's happening is, like, this is what I'm seeing. I'm saying I don't give a fuck if it's the Republican Party, if it's the Libertarian Party, if it's the Green Party, if it's the left. All I see is this whole shit is trying to reintroduce the white male, the white Christian male, as the fucking foreface of this country. That's all I'm seeing right now. Anybody that win an office or anybody that don't have a white male face or a white female face tied to a white male face is a problem in America. Whether it's the far left, the middle, the right, the center, the far right, it's amazing to me that we're not seeing like right now in the Democratic Party they have this problem where they thought that Tim Walz represented the white Christian male that would win elections.
Right, I could have told him that.
You know what I'm saying? And he don't. Like, who the fuck?
No, he doesn't. Not
so
at
what
all.
They did was they doubled back and made and you're from Minnesota. You live in Minnesota, so you know.
Oh exactly. He's very. He won't say it out loud.
I ain't even talking about him.
I ain't even talking about him. Immigrant first.
Right. I ain't even talking about him. I'm talking about what the DNC did was they doubled back, right? And they went and got this guy named Ken Martin, right? Who I think is like a white indigenous dude. Like, I think he has more native blood than he has white blood, but he can pass as white, so he gets away with it. If you look at him, you can see, oh shit, this motherfucker ain't nothing but a Canadian, that a fucking native from Canada, his parents from Canada, and they been here long enough to pretend that they white. Right, so now he's the white face of the Democratic Party. You're still gonna lose. you're still gonna lose. Because the white women, the black women that are the power brokers and the leading voting population in that fucking political party is not gonna vote for this stale ass white dude. So as white America tries to emerge and have this battle between themselves about who's going to be the bona fide white guy, whether it's a white Christian nationalist from the far right or whether it's just a supposedly kumbaya white guy from the far left, their whole agenda is to put white males and whiteness back at the forefront of American society, whether it's culture, sports. Cooper flag last night. What the fuck do y'all think that was? How the fuck did the Dallas Mavericks, who always get the great white guy, how the fuck did they get the number 1 draft pick and the motherfuckers was in the finals last year? And they traded Luka and got the, why? Why do y'all think that happened? And I know, man, it ain't no rigged. That shit was fucking rigged.
I think it was rigged. Yeah, I think it was rigged.
Yeah, I think so too. Because I didn't even believe that.
What's been the conversation?
I always thought the lottery was rigged.
What's been the conversation? My bad, Psycho. What's been the conversation over the last 5, 10 years, 20, 15 years in the NBA? Where's the great white hope? Where's the great American basketball player?
That's funny. That's funny, though. Because look at how excited they got.
I like Cooper Flag. I like Cooper Flag. Like, that draft meant a lot to me last night, right? Because Ace got drafted. The young boy, I remember the young boy. I remember the little boy got drafted for the Oklahoma Thunder from my town. I remember the first day I took my son to kindergarten. This little boy was the crossing guard. He had a little crossing guard belt on and shit. I was like, wow, how time fly. Now he on his way to OKC. He played for Georgetown. So the draft meant a lot to me because I knew a lot of young black men in that draft last night. I knew 3 of them in that draft last night, right? Friends of mine's kids, which is amazing, right? But at the end of the day, I knew the draft was trying to reestablish. They kept saying, "Oh, he'll be the first white number 1 draft pick since Sutton Kenner, that nigga that Kareem knocked out when he elbowed him. Kareem hit that nigga with that one hitter quitter and dropped him. Ken Benson. Ken Benson was fucking terrible in the NBA, right? But so they ain't had one since Ken Benson. Because they're trying to reestablish themselves in this country as this is a white Christian nation. But we just don't want to go too far. White Christian nation. We just want to
I think too, I think sports mean a lot more to certain sports like basketball and football. I think it means a lot more to white people than us because we've dominated those 2 sports for such a long time that it just like them having superpowers and armies and stuff, it still doesn't make them feel complete because they don't have, if you will, like a Michael Jordan or a Kobe Bryant or like a what's the boy that played for the Cowboys, Micah Parsons. Like when you just look at these extraordinary black athletes in football, basketball, boxing, and MMA, right? A lot of times they feel like if they don't have a champion in any of those areas or somebody that's great, that they do still kind of feel less than, if you will, or envious of a lot of the black athletes. So I could kind of see what you're saying, Art, about them wanting more of a representation in certain sports. That's deemed in America important, preferably basketball and football.
You know why Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris lost? Because of those stale ass white dudes that they picked.
You think it was because of Tim Walsh? Which
Tim Walsh and Tim Kaine, 2 stale ass white people who ain't gonna get nobody excited about their candidacy. But they did it to get the white male vote, to try to pull some of the white male vote from the Republican Party or independents and all that. And what those pundits and political consultants don't understand is that the white male is not the leader of the Democratic Party, and he's never been. And if there is a white male, he's usually on the rainbow side of the game. And I think that's what, like as I pay attention to the demographics of our nation and the politics of our nation, it's still rife with this need for whiteness, whether it's left or right. It still needs to put whiteness at the forefront. It will not accept this diversity. It will, and the universe is forcing it. Like look, there's nothing you can do about it. You so busy trying to stop these people, you can't stop them from fucking. And they're out fucking y'all while you want to traverse the European mountains and don't have no kids, and you and Bob want to adopt black kids or whatever, and Susan y'all want to get married and shit. Y'all not thinking about the survival of y'all people. So those who are thinking, the Steve Bannons of the world, the Jordan Petersons of the world, the Stephen Millers of the world, the Donald Trumps of the world, the Elon Musk of the world, the Peter Thiels of the world, who want the white race to survive and grow and flourish and rule the world, they're thinking about that. They're thinking about the survival of their clan. Whether it's
take your feelings out of it, Art, as they should. We the only people that act like that. Say it again. Really.
Say it again.
I mean, if we take our feelings out of it, as they should, look to preserve their people and look to hold on to power as long as they can. We're the only people that don't have the black nationalist mindset anymore. Like Psycho was showing when Malcolm X was talking that time when you were doing that when you had Malcolm talking on the channel. So like they have a nationalist mindset. They don't ever want to let go of the power seat. So I would expect Donald Trump and what's the boy Jordan Peterson to do what's in the best interest of white males, preferably, especially their race, because they're still very patrilineal in the way that they think, right? So it makes sense that they would want to keep sitting in the power seat. You know, who doesn't want to be ruling? Right, so they should feel that way about their people. I wish we felt that way about each other, in all honesty.
Yeah, I'm not against them feeling that way about their people, but I'm just against everybody acting like it's not a nefarious agenda that they're willing to do anything to promote and flourish and permeate the world. Like that's my thing. I don't have a critique of their mission. I don't have a critique of what they're doing per se. My critique is of the people who are ignoring it at our own peril. That's my critique. My critique is how manosphere niggas think that Jordan Peterson is talking to them, or black manosphere niggas thinking that the manosphere was created for them to co-opt, where the manosphere was basically a place to create white male anarchists and soldiers. Right, like and through a principle of saying, all right, our bitch is not gonna lead us by. If our bitch don't get down or lay down, get rid of that bitch, cancel that bitch, or go get you an Asian bitch that will cooperate. Right, get you. So even in that, like my thing is, and Psycho know I say this all the time, and he's heard me say this to manosphere niggas. Like you can try your best to put on a white man suit, but it's never gonna fit. It's never gonna serve you. A white man's ideology is never gonna serve you. Never. Because it's not for you. Biologically, civically, physically, cultural wise, it's not for you. If you're not of European ancestry, you won't even understand the calling of it. That's why they got those sayings, the 14 and 88s, and they're creating covert words and shit like that to coalesce. They're creating wearing beards and shit, and like bro, I guarantee you 50 to 60% of those motherfuckers running around talking about they ICE agents ain't federal officers at all. They're just white guys who understand we got to get our nation back. They're willing to fight that war to sustain whiteness. And that's my critique. That the rest of us is looking at this shit like it's nothing, or we want to join forces with them and we want to help them and all that. Well, when they're done with them, they're going to turn their ire on you. They have a history of doing it. They've showed you over millennials, over centuries, over empires, kingdoms, countries, nations, that when they finish with you, they're going to turn, when they finish with them, they're going to turn their ire, because their thing is complete whiteness. It ain't no little bit of here and there. It's complete dominance of the white culture. It's complete.
You know why people don't say things about it, Art? Because people are afraid to talk out against the power structure that be. Because for the most part, they still are a great deal of the power structure, especially for us in America. So for you to speak out against that, regardless of what race you are, it takes a special type of courage. Like even white people who tell the truth about their history and how horrible it was, they're even ostracized by the majority of white people. So it takes courage to stand up to something like that, Art. I think that's why most of the planet not saying nothing, because they scary.
Did you see the Candace Owens interview, Arthur?
Yeah, I seen that shit. I seen that bad. Like her and Stephen A. Smith, like, and that's my thing, man. We don't have enough black voices to like shut her and Stephen A. Smith the fuck up, man. I'm sorry.
You think she was wrong?
I mean, I don't fuck with Candace Owens at all. I don't find anything she said correct. Nothing. I think she's a grifter. I think she's full of shit. I think that she's a fucking dipshit. She fucks up our race. I think she's one of those people that just make shit worse than it really is, and just and all the quality voices that need to be.
You don't like her, and I understand why you don't like her, but was she wrong?
Yes, in my eyes.
Which part was she wrong about?
Everything. I mean, like, you can't say now, like, and this is my thing, Psycho. This is my greater thing, right? Like, she's who I'm speaking of. She's a black person in a white space trying to navigate white problems and white tribal wars, and speak on white tribal wars, and speak on white agendas and what they're doing and what it is. And for me, that's like, sit the fuck down somewhere. Mind your fucking business. They don't give a fuck what you're talking about. You don't. Your thoughts and your additive to their conversation, nigga. When you turn in your suggestion at the suggestion box, they're gonna dump your shit in the trash. That's why. If that makes any sense to you.
Yeah, but she was actually going against a lot of white people. She went against Donald Trump.
I mean, she went against him because she's trying to say attacking Israel. She called Netanyahu Hitler, right? So it's like she doesn't get it. Netanyahu is not the Hitler. Trump is.
No, Netanyahu. Trump's Netanyahu's bitch. Netanyahu.
Yeah, Trump.
I can't even say that Trump's his bitch. His country is Netanyahu's bitch because he would have punked the Democrats too. Like, he's been punking his country. He was punking his country when Biden was in office.
I agree with you. I said when the shit happened, I said this stupid motherfucker think he's doing something, and Netanyahu got his hand up his ass and is controlling him, right? Because me and you talked about this. We talked about how now Israel is more of a ally and more of a forefront of our political ideology and how we moved in Britain is, right? Because once the Israelis kicked the British ass and got them the fuck out of Palestine and got them the fuck out of the Middle East, then that ultra right Jewish group, which he belongs to, which he is a child of, right? They're at the forefront of geopolitical shit, right? Because he knows where the bones is buried. He's been in America, right? So the people that's behind the scenes, they work with Netanyahu, and I understand that. But going against Trump and that, she went against Trump because he bombed Iran, and he's helping Netanyahu and all that crazy shit, right? And that's just her pretending to know or pretending to be some white nationalist. Tucker Carlson is going against Trump and that Israeli shit because
I would agree with the motives. That the motives is something. I'm not saying
right. So if that's her motive, I can't rock with that.
That don't make what she's saying wrong though.
It does make what she's saying wrong because
that explains why she's doing it.
In my eyes, it makes what she's saying wrong because I think she got it mixed up. I think she got it twisted. I think she think this is some international geopolitical bullshit when it's really just the Klan and the white nationalists of America saying, "Hey, bro, we're not supporting Jewish people anymore. We're not. I don't give a fuck what happens."
That's not a bad message, though.
I know. But it's not the message for me. It's not the message for me. I'll never align with white people in their fight for anything. anything.
Well, it's white on white crime going on though.
Right, and so I'm gonna sit back, roll up, and be like, "Yo, Psycho, I got some motherfucking what's your name? Got some gumbo, and I'm gonna roll up with you, and I'm gonna be like, yo, did you?" And I'm gonna sit there and watch them fight it out while me and you sit on the porch.
I'm not getting in the middle of the fight, but I am.
She's in the middle of the fight, though, Psycho. She's in the.
Yes, I know she threw herself in the middle of the fight, but I'm saying she's not wrong in what she's saying, though. Is all I'm saying. Like she's on point with what she said. She's calling out the bullshit, like which I surprised.
She's not caught, Psycho. She's not caught. She's calling it out, Psycho, but she's not calling it out in the context that it really is. She doesn't. Her West Indian roots, her coon roots, is not allowing her to see what's really taking place. And what she really doesn't understand is you're never going to be on either team. You'll always be a sideline reporter. You'll always.
Side, but I'm just saying, this whole time, this whole war shit, for all these wars, I told black people to stay out of it. But she's a pundit, right? Like she's a talking head, right?
She's a sideline commentator.
Right.
She's so Melissa Andrews.
And I agree with 95% of the shit she say. I disagree with, right? Like so, like but. She every once in a blue moon, she will hit on something and be on point. And this is one of those times where she actually is on point. Now, I agree with you with her motives, right? Her motives is coming strictly from a white nationalist. Small hats is bad. They out to kill the world, and they have rituals and all this other little silly nonsense. She's definitely coming from that position, right? I agree with you, but that doesn't change the fact that what she's saying is right, though. Like she is right because she says she literally said everything.
What is she right about, Psycho? What is she right about? Let me start there. Let me preface it there. What is she right about?
The manipulation of Israel on this country to pretty much fight their
that's a given. Right. No, that's a given. She's not saying nothing that any. But that's a given. About it too. But that's a given. That's a given.
She also spoke. Actually, the thing she really had me on was she kept pressing him about a question he couldn't answer. She kept asking him, "What benefits did this country have for back in Israel over these decades? What benefit did America have from back in Israel?" He
could not answer. The same benefit they always had.
And he could not answer.
The same benefit they always have, to have a fort, to have a base, a geopolitical, capitalist, well militarized, well equipped base. It's called Fort Israel. It's Fort Israel, and it allows them. Please let me finish. It allows them to keep an eye on, like. It allows them to keep an eye on petro countries and countries that they can steal resources that may not give them up as easily, right? It allows them to penetrate those pawns. It allows them to infiltrate those countries and get the pawns and all that. It allows for them to have eyes, a big tower, a big shining tower, to look at everything that's going on in a region where they otherwise wouldn't have the ability to do that.
Yeah, they got other spots out there.
They don't have other spots. I've been there, Psycho. I've served my country over there. They don't have other spots that they can build up like that. They don't have other spots that they can westernize like Tel Aviv is a baby New York. Tel Aviv is a representation of New York, Chicago, San Francisco in Israel. That's what Tel Aviv is. And if you go to New York, San Francisco, Boston, Chicago, you'll find Jewish people there who consistently travel to Tel Aviv to do business and bring those international businesses to Tel Aviv. So they won't have the ability to create that kind of city on the hill or create that kind of empire in the other parts of that region. They won't. The region won't sustain it. The citizens of those countries won't sustain it. That's why they have to get rid of all the Palestinians, because if they don't, they won't be able to spread. They won't be able to grow, and the fort won't be able to grow. A fort starts off if we look at forts, they start off as small little houses, small little barracks, 1 or 2 barracks, blah blah blah, and then before you know it, like me and you know, they got the whole goddamn Burlington County. So it went from just Fort Dick, now it's the whole goddamn Burlington County.
What got bombed the other day when Iran said they was gonna get back in
Qatar? It's a small base. That base in Qatar is little as hell. It's little as hell, and it's probably like 300 people there, 200 people there.
But it's a spot though. It's a spot where
it's a little spot though. It's a little spot. It's very small.
But I'm just saying, it's a spot that's not in Israel.
But they have spots in Saudi Arabia. They have spots in Turkey. They have spots in Syria. But these spots are just small little bases with a handful of soldiers that's pretty much supporting Israel.
We're surveilling things. We don't need all that.
No. They're supporting Israel. These little bases that you're trying to speak of, they're sub. I know, but you're making my point.
This is for the benefit of Israel, not America.
Right, but they're sub bases to support Israel. They're not to create environments in those places. They're just to support Israel.
Right. Again,
so how I'm lost when you're saying right. I'm lost.
We're benefiting because I'm confused how we're benefiting from having all these spots to protect Israel. We can just use those spots to observe because you said we protected Israel so we can have eyes. And I'm saying that we already got the eyes. The eyes are too busy watching Israel.
Right, but right. Israel is watching. Okay, let me make this better for you. Israel, the Jewish government, right, is the titular head, and what they're doing is they're handling the business. They're making sure that the fort grows. It has business. It has allies. It has the economic power. It has the military power, right? And those little outposts that you're talking about are just like sub police stations that watch the people who are not for the titular head in Israel, who will take a shot, who will throw a rock every once in a while, who will bust a window every once in a while, who will throw a Molotov cocktail every once in a while. That's what those little bases are, to keep an eye on those people. As the people in Israel keep an eye on the leaders of those countries, those little small bases are to keep an eye on the little motherfuckers that will do shit, the little anarchists, the little motherfuckers that will every once in a while try to throw a rock and dent the armor. That's what they are. They're the protection against the motherfuckers who's trying to dent the armor.
It seems like all we're doing is protecting them.
Right, they are protecting.
What are they protecting us from? They ain't protect us from shit.
They don't have they don't have the power to protect us from anything.
Right. Well, all we doing is protecting.
Because we're the empire. We're the empire. Who do we need protecting from? We're the empire. We're the big bad wolf on the block.
We they bitch. We pay them money. We give them bombs. We give them military. We give them labor. We give them
do our dirty work.
We do everything for these motherfuckers, dog.
But Psycho, what you're missing is they allow the little bit of money we spend on them to succeed is nothing compared to what we get back in resources.
$1,000 a year.
But what we spend on them is nothing compared to what we get back in resources.
What do we get? We get back resources from Israel?
No, we're getting resources from the other countries surrounding Israel. We're getting oil from Saudi Arabia. We're getting this from this country. We're getting that from that country. The whole thing is to get the shit that they got underneath the ground. And I don't understand why we don't get this. America's only job as an empire is to go get other people's resources to fund our shit, to oil our machine so that we can keep ours to defend ourselves in case of emergency. Like, we never talk about Iran. We never talk about why that's taking place. Why did that happen, right? Because
they've been having proxy wars, these motherfuckers, since 79.
Right. So you're proving my point. But the proxy war was to get because BP and Amoco wanted the oil underneath Iran and said, this is our oil. And the people in Iran are like, how the fuck is this your oil? Your shit is called British Petroleum. How the fuck is this yours? How the fuck can you come over here, Dulles Brothers, and tell us that you're coming here to that's why I want to have that conversation about what Republican administrations really do. If you look at any Republican administrations, they do two things. They start wars and they look for resources.
Yes, they war hawks. Yes, I get that. You're right.
So that's the point that I'm trying to make to you.
Neocons is the reason why they got bombed with those Bronco.
And so now we got another Republican president, and where we at? We in the war with Iran. We're like, and we're using Israel.
I knew that would happen when he got in office. I said,
right.
I knew the Israel situation was going to be tricky, regardless of who won the election. That was going to be a tricky situation. Kamala wouldn't have bombed them. I don't believe she'd have bombed them, but she definitely would have been supplying missiles. She wouldn't have bombed them.
She would have bowed the knee to the Israelis too, because the separation of state and religion is not a real thing in America. America is run by Christian nationalists, and they accept the Israelis.
I don't think she'd
Say
have
it one more time. She probably not have did that, but she would have still had to bow the knee to the Israelis, because America stands on the fact that they are the chosen people of God in the Bible. Let's call it for what it is. Catholicism, Christianity, they believe that those are the Jews of antiquity. So because they believe that, they're going to support anything they do, even if they're wrong, because they're basically they're trapped with that, because white people don't want to tell the truth about the Hebrews of the Levant not being white. Whether you believe it's black people, the Israelites, is irrelevant. Most people know those are not the people of that original land. But because we're going to charade and go along with this charade, you get what you get, America, because you won't stand up and tell the truth and just tell them to their face, we don't really think y'all the people that was originally here. Whether you believe in the Bible or not is irrelevant. America is acknowledging them as those people, and that's why they get to string America along.
Let me tell you how real it is. Let me tell you, I'm gonna simplify it just based on an anecdotal situation with me, right? When I was in the Patriot unit, right? So our job was, when we went there, our job was to set up Patriot missiles to defend, at that time, Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, right? That's what our whole AWACS, our whole radar system, everything was. We was in a particular area in Saudi Arabia that gave us a perfect to be in a position to protect Israel, right? So now we got deployed, I think like October 1st. When we left like September, a red alert went up like September 29th or some shit like that. And we left for Saudi Arabia maybe the 1st of October, right? So we get there, right? So it's October, we get there, we set up, we do what we gotta do, and then, George Bush declares that, then Saddam's like, fuck it, wave the white flag, right? So we're there. So our commander come and say, okay, we can't leave right now because we don't know what's going on. So our tentative date to pull out of here is, I think he said March 16th, right? March 16th, 1992 or 91 when we leaving, 92 when we leaving, right? So Christmas, holidays, and all that shit is coming, right? So Christmas come, they say, hey, the day before, commander say, hey, we got these families, and it's called Aramco, right? That's Arabic Aramco in Mobile, right? It's a big ass compound where American citizens that work for Aramco, that work for Mobile, that work for other oil refineries, oil companies, they all live in this U.S. compound out like on the outskirts of Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. Right, so they paired us up with families and shit. You know what I mean? It's 5 soldiers per family, right? So the families have Christmas dinner. You know what I mean? We sat at the table, meet and greet or whatever. So the family went around the table. It's like, hey, they asked everybody where they from. Hey, where you from? My man was like, I'm from Chicago. My other man was like, I'm from Flint, Michigan. My other man was like, I'm from Miami, Florida. They got to me. I'm from Trent, New Jersey. The wife and husband eyes fucking lit up like a Christmas tree. Like, oh my God, we're from Trenton too. Oh my! And they from that neighborhood I was telling you about, Top Road. He grew up on me and him went to the same fucking junior high school. He's like, I went to junior 5. I was like, I did too. Like, blah, blah, blah. Right? So they let me call home and shit, call my mom and all that shit. Now their kids go to prep schools here. So, Psycho, you heard of Hun and Petty, right? You heard of Hun school, right? The Hun school, right, Psycho? And Petty, the Petty school and the Hun school. You heard of those prep schools, right?
Yeah.
Right? So, and I'm like, damn, and so I was like, damn, so how you end up over here? Like, he's like, I used to own a gas station right there. He's like on the corner right across the street from Kentucky Fried. I used to own that gas station right there. And it was a mobile gas station. I was like, oh shit, with the 2 little, you only had like 2 little pumps. And she's like, yeah, I own that. He's like, my dad bought it for me when I graduated, because he went to Lawrence High. He's like, my dad graduated. So he was like, and then, I just really got in the corporate thing, and then blah, blah, blah. And I got in the refinery, and I went to school, became an engineer, blah, blah. So now I ended up here. So what I'm saying to you is, right, that they've already created the dynamic where they have American people already taking the resources out of there, right? So it's just us just going and continuing that. And this happened to me in 1991. It's 2025. Nothing changes. Just the players of the game. That's it. So the same rationale they had in 1990 to do whatever the fuck they did is the same rationale that they have now. And now they just have a better built Israel to where now Israel can be the place that they do the commerce and they do the business and they do all that. And they don't necessarily have to keep everybody in compounds in these dangerous places in these dangerous countries as they try to take their resources.
How long do you think this is going to continue, Art? Because I believe most of the American population doesn't support America supporting Israel anymore. It's a lot of Americans that want America to just be about America. So how long do you think this is going to take place?
When Americans wake up and realize we're an imperial nation. Like, for me, it always blows my mind that we never speak about this place in the sense of an empire. We always speak about it like it's just some bullshit to the side. Like it's just really this republic. It's really this democracy. Like, that's what fucks me up more than any conversation that I have with anybody. The amount of people who don't converse about this place on the level or come from the position that this is a fucking empire. I remember this black dude, they interviewed this black dude on HBO, right, during the Iraqi war, and they got a little break, you know what I mean, from battle, and the dude was just sitting there, so the reporter asked him, he was like, yo, you know what I mean, how you feel about all this? He was like, man, listen. He was like, I understand what this is. I understand we're empire and we're here to take people's resources and blah, blah, blah. And that brother said that shit so succinctly that reporter was like, wow, like you really put that so eloquently. Like he was shocked that the brother even could talk like that and do that. And that's what I'm saying. Like some of us know where the fuck we are. Some of us know what the fuck is going on. And we still make decisions to better our lives knowing all the information at hand.
Hold on, give me 1 second, all right. Okay, so I don't disagree with you when you say America is an empire. I definitely don't disagree with that. How long do you think the empire is going to last like this? Because America, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't really produce very much. We consume, but to my knowledge, we're not. What are we producing? How long are we going to be able to run a country or an empire, if you will, that was established on free labor? That labor is not there anymore. And then the discounted labor is being rounded up. Obviously, this is what people are using illegal migrants for, because you may not have to pay them as much. How long can you sustain an empire like this?
Well, I think it's over. I think it's over. I think it's over for this empire. And I think maybe not in our lifetime, but in the next 20, 30 years, we will see the de-evolution of this empire. We will see it fall. We will see it. Like, there's this interesting article you guys can look up. It was created by this former KGB officer, and he talks about the breaking up of the American empire. And he says it's going to break up into like itty bitty pieces. Like the original 13 colonies are going to go back to the British. What we know is the Midwest will be either consumed by Canada or just, you know, its own entity until some European entity comes in, whether it's Canada, whether it's, you know, another stronger European country. They say that the Southwest is probably going to go back to the Latinos, and that the West is going to go to the Asians, whether it's China or Japan. It's a great article, and he talks about why. He talks about the racism. He talks about the what you talk about, not really producing anything and just being consumers, and just Russia, you know, fomenting internal strife. And like if you watch Russia today on the weekends, they show a lot of fucking documentaries on how bad white people treat black people. They go into South Central LA, they go into all kind of urban centers, and they just have a propaganda machine on the weekends that just propagandizes the idea of how blacks and how minorities are treated in America, just to further foment you know, if you look at the election cycles, they always got their hands in it, because the only way Russia can break America is by causing internal conflict, because they know they don't have the power anymore to beat us militarily. They don't necessarily have the economics to outspend us like they've learned. So now what they've taken the page out of America's book, because what we do is we go to we send our CIA to other countries and undermine those countries and create internal strife, and then boom, the country fall apart. It's easier for us to take their resources now. We just find a dickhead that's willing to take that fucking Swiss bank account or that fucking Cayman bank account, and we put $5 billion trillion in his account, and he willing to sell a whole fucking country for pennies on a dollar. Right? And that's what we do. We do it in Africa, we do it in Asia, we do it in Central America, we do it in South America. So what Russia is learning, the shit that they do to other people, we can do to them to undermine them. And that's what they're doing. So that's contributing to our undermine. And that's why you have the surge in white nationalism and all that shit. Like, so I don't think it's going to last very long. I give it 30, 40 years. I give it 34. And then that guy winning that mayor shit in New York. Yeah, like the white people ain't going to keep taking, they're up in arms that motherfucker won yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that, man. Especially with the
I'm surprised he beat Cuomo. I think Donald Trump is part of the reason why. I think him bombing Iran helped this Muslim win against Cuomo. I think if he never bombed Iran, I don't think he beats Cuomo.
And I'm gonna tell y'all some shit that y'all probably don't think. I'm gonna tell y'all the honest to God truth. I think that these Muslims and these Asians, I think they're a Trojan horse. I don't think they have good intentions for America. I don't think I wouldn't have voted for that dude. I think those people had nefarious,
due to the situation that we're in right now, right? Art, don't you think a lot of Americans would be compelled to support him, whether they're Muslim or not, with him just saying the right thing, America first, right?
If they read if they read a history book and they understood the conflict between those people and white people, they'd be like, I'm gonna sit this one out. See, sometimes American citizens, sometimes we gotta learn to sit shit out, or sometimes we gotta really do the knowledge to what the fuck is going on. Sometimes we have people like Afro, like niggas who just pull up a bunch of fucking articles and shit, don't critically think, don't observe and see the shit for what it is and let it play out. Just don't sit on the porch and just watch what goes on. Just sit there and just watch how it play out. Read history. You know what I'm saying? Like I tell people all the time, if y'all go back to the origins of that shit, and I ain't gonna say the origins, just start that Israeli-Palestinian shit. Just start after the Ottoman Empire fell. Just start after World War I. And pay attention to the history of that fucking shit. Pay attention. Pay attention to how the fucking British, how the Palestinians learned everything about bombing and all that shit from the British. From the bus bombings to the cafe bombings to all that shit. Watch that shit. Watch how once the British got control, how they treated those people. And those people are gonna get revenge. They're not gonna take this unlike other people, they're just quietly coming into the country, becoming doctors and lawyers and getting their bread up and doing this, that, and the third. And then when that button is pushed for them to switch and come out of that Trojan horse, ain't none of us gonna be prepared. I know people say, I don't know if 9/11 is real. I don't know what people think about it. I live right on 200 Water Street. If you look up 200 Water Street to where it was and what's the name to the Twin Towers is right down the street. But for me, I just feel as though these people are Trojan horses, and black people, unfortunately, we're still caught in this shit of white man between the ages. We're still caught in the wars of white people against everybody else, and we're always caught in the middle. But I hope this go around that we sit back and be like, fuck that, this is y'all shit, y'all deal with it. And when the dust settle, we start to grow and build and forge our own paths.
I just looked up the results. This motherfucker won the 3 biggest boroughs. He won Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Queens. Cuomo won Bronx and Staten Island.
And what's in the Bronx and Staten Island, and what's in Queens?
Staten Island, mainly
Manhattan,
white Italians.
And what's in all the Akis and the Yemenis own all the fucking bodegas in Manhattan.
Yeah.
And in Brooklyn.
The Bronx is Latino.
Latino and Italian. Once you get past once you get past what's the name city, like people don't know. Y'all, the South Bronx is fucked up, but you go further up towards Mount Vernon and towards Westchester County, you won't even know you in New York City. And they don't let niggas up there.
Yeah.
They will give you a hard time if you get off that motherfucking subway and you walking around some of those. Like Fat Joe said that shit one time. He's like, yo, when I moved up past Tremont, I lived up in what's the name? Parkchester, like a little bit outside of Parkchester. He was like, I could not believe it. He was like, I could not believe it. He's like, I just couldn't get used to it. He's like, that's why I moved to Miami, because I just couldn't get used to the quiet. The shit, just I didn't even know I was in New York.
Hey yo, the weather is better today. Ain't all that hot shit today. I ain't gotta worry about
Oh, it
that.
feels so much better today.
I could get
much better today.
Nigga, are y'all serious? I'm sitting out here. It's not as muggy, but it's hot out here.
No, it's only like 80 degrees right now. I'm so thankful, bro. Like
thankful, bro.
It's 80 degrees, 6:30 in the morning.
Nah,
but it ain't gonna get too much. It ain't gonna get too much hotter than that. I looked at the weather. It's gonna stay right around 80 all day.
Y'all come outside and work with me, and then let me know.
It's not humid. It's not humid 80 either.
Stop your blood
It's not.
clot complaining,
Nigga,
man.
I could get fly today. I could get fly today.
Stop the blood clot complaining. You don't know nothing about heat. We live in New Orleans. You understand?
Yeah. No, he knows about he just experienced it, bro. It was just hot as fuck.
Nah, man, that's 1 day of heat. You understand?
No,
that was 2 days. That was like 3 days, nigga. That was like 3 days.
3 days of torture,
So
son. Trust me. It feels like fall out there right now compared to them last 3 days.
We have 105 degrees all the while down here.
That's
Every day 105 degrees heat index.
Well, I was stationed in Saudi Arabia for 16 months, my brother. So I've seen extreme heat, extreme, 116, 120.
Your desert excursion.
120, 116, 121, shit like that. Shit I didn't even know the thermometer could fucking reach.
That's Mojave Desert heat. Y'all forgot
That's
Mojave
not,
Desert
yeah, I'm not, yeah, that, you know what I'm saying? So I got you.
No,
We should be
talk about New York, the East Coast. You can talk about because you got desert heat. We're talking about just regular humidity for the whole summer. Every day you have a heat index over 100 because of humidity.
But this is the difference. This is what you got to understand, right?
We did have that heat for a few days.
That's a few days, Psycho, but we talk about 2 months.
But we got you. But this is the difference. This is what you got to understand, right? This is the difference between what y'all experience and what we experience. We got all these fucking brick buildings and fucking paved streets, and we on top of each other. So that shit is like being in a fucking brick oven. Like y'all got open spaces and farms, and far as the eye can fucking see, like y'all got little built up places, but for far as the eye can see, it's a bunch of farms and open spaces. We don't got that shit. You know that. You've been up here before.
Swamp do down here.
Yeah, y'all got swamps and shit. We don't got that shit, nigga. It's all concrete, nigga.
And steam and stinking water.
We got you. We understand. But imagine adding the steam to a brick oven.
Yeah, we have that.
Shit with steam and stinking
Y'all
water.
don't got no brick city. Y'all don't got. I mean, maybe New
Orleans.
Orleans.
But we have some building. We just on a tile building. You gotta remember.
And even in y'all cities,
building is built better than we building, don't
right? Listen. This is what I'm saying. Bro, you're not hearing what.
We don't have none of that. Even if
bro, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're just trying to tell us to shut the fuck up, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is, I get it. Y'all do have buildings and all that, but y'all buildings are spread apart. You know for a fact, you've been up here. We're on top of each other, bro.
Yeah, I know.
New Jersey is.
But y'all still got air conditioning. Y'all buildings is more insulated.
Nigga, the power been going out every day. Like this is what y'all don't get. Our power went out yesterday for 6 fucking hours.
What, you think our power don't go out down here? You think we're gonna have lightning strikes?
Yeah, y'all grid. That's the point I'm trying to make. Our grid is supposed to be.
Ours don't be on lightning strikes. Ours go down because of overusage of.
Our grid is supposed to be.
The power grid always bust down here, B.
But y'all grid been fucked up. Y'all grid been fucked up. Our grid is supposed to be superior, and we're in the Northeast.
Not superior. Yeah, 1970.
Yeah, our grid fucked up.
You niggas went crazy. Don't stop before.
Yeah, our grid fucked up. We done had like 3 major blackouts since that 1970 something blackout.
Yeah.
At least I get to get fly today. I ain't gotta worry about all that hot shit.
Nigga, yesterday, man, when I did that last yard yesterday, I said to myself, man, this shit ain't worth it, man. This shit ain't worth it. It's not worth it. When I worked on Monday, that shit wasn't worth it. I took more breaks. I took more breaks on Monday with one job than I've ever taken doing 20 jobs.
But the next few days, you better get it in because like you got.
It's gonna rain on next week, and I'm gonna still cut in the rain.
You don't work. Yeah, well, you're supposed to rain for tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, but, and it's gonna rain on next week.
I don't think it's supposed to rain all next week, but the temperature down next week.
Yeah, hell yeah,
down next week. If we have one hot day, one day supposed to get to 90, and that's it, I think. And then it drops back down.
Nah, that all that hot shit. I'm not with all that hot shit.
Motherfuckers don't understand, man. 101 degrees here is wicked.
I used to live in Florida, Arthur, so that shit was crazy. I used to stay inside.
I lived in Tampa.
Every day, Arthur.
I lived in Tampa.
I'm not coming outside, nigga.
I lived in Tampa, Molly. That's why I left.
I don't want to see no lizards. I don't want to see no lizards. And them when you see them lizards, them shits make you hotter.
I lived in Tampa, bro. I lived in Tampa, and I lived in South Palmacia, right? And I worked on West Shore Boulevard, so I had to catch the bus to work and shit, right? Dog, I remember when I had to wear a white shirt to work and shit. I remember I walked to the fucking bus stop, and my shirt was soaking wet, drenched, just for me walking from my apartment to the motherfucking bus stop. I was like, nah, I can't do this shit.
Nah, man, I love Florida, man. The gecko, them, the turret, lizard, all of them things.
Nigga, cause you from
nice down there, haven't you, man?
Because you're used to that fucking environment. Your whole entire DNA.
We love New York too, B.
I know, but your DNA is more
what's so crazy? Yo, Arthur, you know what's so crazy is that our people is from the Caribbean and shit. They don't be humid like that over there, son. It just be hot. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that humid shit, it adds on to that shit, bro. Like
I don't know, Molly.
When I was in the Middle East, Arthur, like when I was in the Middle East, bro, yo, the Middle East is way more cooler than Florida. Let's say Florida is 80 degrees and the Middle East is 100 degrees. Florida is still hotter than the Middle East because it's so humid, bro. Like that shit's crazy.
Yeah, it's sticky down there, Paul.
Yeah, it's sticky down there.
Yo, I'm telling you, man, the best sex, Marley.
Humid shit, I can't fuck with that.
Marley, the best sex is on a nice humid night when you're just fucking and you're sweating. No, you don't know nothing about humidity are the shit, man.
You and this bitch sticky together, and y'all both like, ew, get off me, me, you sticky, you sweaty, get off me. No thank you. The best fucking is done in the air conditioned room with a nice rolled up Dutch and a nice ice cool Guinness. And a nice ice cool Guinness that I
motherfucking fan blowing, and you think we supposed to do something? That's it. I'm not passing out in the middle of this shit. Nah, I'm about to pass out.
Y'all don't know nothing about it, man. And a nice slam, B. They want some wicked, dirty
slam. Psycho. And a nice cool refrigerated water right on the nightstand, and she walk out to go get that motherfucker butt ass naked or with her little shit on and come back. That's the best sex, nigga.
It's a juke
nigga, we don't do no juke joint fucking up here. We got too many. Nigga, we live in the most. Listen, let me explain something to y'all. Me and Psycho live in the most Disney.
Y'all done lost your FBA. You gotta go about the juke joint, my love.
Me and Psycho live in the most densely populated state damn near in the Western Hemisphere, right? We got these two highways called Route 1 and Route 9. And on Route 1 and Route 9, there's a plethora of these things called diners and motels. And you know what we do? We take the bitch to the diner and we get something to go. And then we go to one of those hotels that you can either stay for 6 hours or you can stay all day. And the air condition work, and you can put your little water in the refrigerator. You can warm your food up in the microwave.
I've been on Route 1 and Route 9 and look at small ass streets with them little strip mall hotel and them little.
Thank you, Booty. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. So why the fuck would we go to a juke joint?
A juke joint down south, man, is what it is, man. That's where the culture came from. Hot, sweaty dancing. Like the movie. What the movie there? Yeah.
God rest my sister's soul. I remember when I went to her funeral and my cousin them had a juke joint. And that shit was funny as hell. I wish my cousins was here to talk about that shit. That shit was hilarious. They had a Suge Avery and anything. I couldn't believe that shit. I was like, God damn, they even got a fucking Suge Avery in this motherfucker.
Yo, I'm gonna go to Jamaica. Yo, Buddha, I'm gonna go to Jamaica one of these days, bro. Just to see what
Go to
that
Jamaica,
shit is
man. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I used to always say I ain't never gone to that place and shit like that, but I think I want to go there right now, bro. Just to see what the weather is like out there.
Out this fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see what it's like.
Yeah, cause I don't know what the fuck you talking about. When I went to Aruba last year on vacation, nigga. My wife already dark skinned, nigga. She was like, "Damn, babe, look at me, I'm black as fuck. We ain't been outside a half hour." Like, bitch, her and my son came back crispy, nigga, crispy, and we in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. That son beat they ass.
Oh yeah, the son gonna beat you.
That shit beat their ass. I love the islands though.
And the thing too about the Caribbean author is that it's a lot of like trees and shit like that, so there's a lot of more breeze. And
If it didn't look so third worldish, I would move to the islands, man. Cause I want that kind of life. Fuck this. I'm tired of this fast paced bullshit.
I ain't gonna lie to Arthur. I ain't gonna lie, like even like with the foods and shit like that. Like yeah, you're right. If it wasn't like third world and shit like that, I'd probably live in the. But the thing is with the islands though, is like it's the landscape. Like it's like some islands they just got like hills and shit like that. Like in St. Vincent, it's mad hills and shit, and it's hard for you to build infrastructure in like places like that. Like you know what I'm saying? And then you gotta worry about the hurricanes too, right? But there's a lot of different factors that you gotta worry about when you living on those islands. But like in Trinidad, them niggas don't really gotta worry about hurricanes and shit like that, right? Because in Trinidad, they got mountains, right? So the hurricane, like,
but you're not really in the path like that.
Yeah, it passes over the mountains, and like Trinidad is not really affected by hurricanes and shit like that. But them other Caribbean islands, them niggas be affected by that shit, bro.
Yo, Arthur, one of the reasons I did move over here so is because of the laid back, the big easy thing. You understand? This is the only place in America where you got that vibe. The hardest thing to do over here, though, is the driving. Because they drive big easy. Everybody drives slow around this blood clot. Slow the fuck, man. You're gonna frustrate it if you're from a big city. Right. Everybody like 25 mile an hour, like cruising type vibe. So you whipping around constantly in and out of traffic, and the people look at you crazy because of big easy. You understand? Nobody in a rush down this blood clot. Remember me?
Right.
Nobody in a rush down here.
Yeah.
You go to a grocery store, everybody in the front of you are gonna have a conversation for at least 5 minutes, B, and you have to take it. You can't like, yo, man, hurry up and buy your thing, and them someday the people them are gonna look at you like, yo, I'm you. A big easy this, you know.
You know why I want to move out of America though? Because there's nowhere to really go for black people anymore. We all going to the same spots. We all going to Charlotte, Dallas, Houston, Atlanta, right? Like we all going to the same places. So I already lived the New York experience. I already lived the Philly experience. I already lived the DC experience. So I don't want to go to Atlanta and witness that shit. I don't want to go to, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to live in the Midwest. You know what I mean? So for me,
America I go reverse, man. America I go reverse. We I go.
Yeah, I feel like it's turning into a third world country.
That nigga Arthur gonna move to Jamaica and try to get reparations and be American tethered and shit like that.
Nah, I definitely ain't doing that. And so you know what's funny, right? Like y'all laugh and shit. What's good, Rob? Y'all laugh, but I keep telling y'all niggas, I only got one American child. My oldest son is my only child by an American woman. Right? Like most of all my kids outside of him are foreign born, or their mother is foreign born.
Oh, that's why you so argumentative, because you're always arguing with baby mama.
Well, no, I'm a lawyer, and I'm a lawyer.
It was a joke.
I know, but it's true. It's the truth. It's some jokes. There's truth, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I know. Yeah, I know. Arthur probably feeling scorned and shit like that.
Trust me, I know Caribbean women. Trust me, I already know.
Yeah, in every, you know what I'm saying? In every fucking joke, there's truth. I mean, I'm a lawyer on the inside. I just didn't want to do the work that it needed to be done to become a lawyer. Like I wanted to run the street. I wanted to do other shit. I wasn't disciplined enough to take on that vocation. So I just take the opportunity here to show my argument of bona fides. You know what I'm saying? Whether people agree or not.
Yo, I'm sorry to cut you, but you just brought it up because the reason I did come up here is when you was talking about the Middle East. And here you go again, because you know me, like press the line and them something there. All right. When the white people discovered oil, because it was the white people that discovered oil over there, right? They was living on sand. The geologists went over there. They got a little grant from the little monarch that was ruling the area to go dig for oil. So when they find the oil in 1908, and then they start building and drilling and doing all of this, is when they first start the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, right? And then that morphed into BP. So the white people in them Persian was already in it because at them time there, the automobile and them something there wasn't big. And oil wasn't the standard yet. And so the main thing, I think they were switching oil to fund the Navy. The naval ships was moving from coal to oil. And then the British Petroleum biggest client, if I remember correctly, was the British Navy. And then America got into it. So they built all of that. And then after World War II is when they started all the espionage and all the things to start fight, because if I remember correctly, the Iranian people didn't want the 16% revenue that was given to them, and then they nationalized the industry.
Yeah, and then they was trying to audit it, right?
And they took over all of the infrastructure the white people had built. And then the white people felt the way about that. Like, wait a minute, hold on, son. We built up your country. You didn't even have no fresh water. You didn't have nothing. We did all of this, and then you came in because you didn't like the 16%. And you didn't even renegotiate. You just took everything.
But what they found out was...
Hold on. I'm just asking because, I like to press the line. Do you think they got a natural beef with that, though?
That's exactly what it comes from. Joy Reid said something very eloquent to one of those dudes the other day on CNN.
So hold on. Only one of your kids was born here, Arthur?
No, they all were born here, dickhead. Their moms wasn't born here.
Because you said that your kids.
I said their parents were foreign born. Their parents.
You talking about like the FDA argument type thing.
Their mother, like I have a Jamaican son, I have an African son, and I have a Haitian son. And then my oldest daughter, her mom is from St. Lucia, and like her grandfather is from St. Lucia.
See, Arthur was getting around when the light skin niggas.
Back
in the day, light skin was in. So
yeah, their moms are not
back in the day, you understand? When the light skin was in, Arthur he made his wrong. You know, see?
Nah, I mean, I never lived off the light.
I'm fucking with you, Arthur. I'm just fucking with you.
My thing. Like, I fight more because I'm light skinned than I get bitches because I'm light skinned, but because I was light skinned. But I never. If y'all could tell, I don't act like a light skinned nigga. If y'all could tell, I'm kind of wild. Most light skinned dudes are kind of reserved. Like I'm kind of off the rails. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little different. But yeah, back to what you was.
Ebony knowledge. The paleface that discovered the oil, his name was Mr. Reynolds. His name was George Reynolds. He was the geologist over there digging for oil. They didn't know it was under the ground. The same way, the local people in Oklahoma, they got the poor land. They didn't know oil was under the ground. Somebody had to come drill and license them and get them some money, you understand? To help finance and fund Black Tulsa. So you have to understand that geologists at the time, you got to remember at the time when slavery was at its height is when prospecting started. When prospecting started, the economy was already shifting from agriculture to natural resources to fund the Industrial Revolution. You understand? So you're not looking at this properly. So by the time 1908 came, they had already been prospecting in Texas. They had already discovered gold. They had already discovered oil. They had already discovered all type of new mineral, new coal deposits, and they sent geologists around the world. This is why geology became a big study. And they went to different regions of the world, and based on the geologic scale, the geologists know, say, over here is more likely to be oil because it's this type of soil, it's this type of this, it's this type of that, it's this type of impressions in the land. So they would dig. and niggas living in tents, running around after the Ottoman Empire was not digging in the sand looking for oil. They were still living in an agricultural based economy. They hadn't moved to industrialization yet. They were still looking to control the spice market and shit like that. You don't understand what was going on in the world.
All right, can we get back to what we were talking about?
You think about the world,
all right,
you got to remember that from the 1900s, the world flipped like every 30 years. It was almost a different world.
All right, can we get back to what I was saying?
People that rode horseback is completely different people that drove cars. They're completely different people.
Can we get back to what we were talking about though?
All right. I'm sorry about that.
So my point is, right, like what you said. So basically what happened was with that shit was when the Iranians wanted to audit that 16%, they found that they wasn't even getting 16%. And then they was like, nah, we don't want to do no audit. Nah, we cool. We don't need to let y'all know what y'all not getting. And you can't tell a country that the resources underneath there, the dinosaur bones underneath there, because at the end of the day, that's all this shit is. All oil is dinosaur bones. Like let's be real. Let's not play no game like it's this magical thing. And no, it's dead dinosaurs that's being cooked in a crock pot called the earth, right? So you're gonna come and tell me the dead dinosaurs underneath my ground is yours because you're white.
No, it's because they created what's called a monopsony instead of
right. But I'm saying, but at the end of the day,
let me show you monopoly.
No, hold on. I mean, regardless of
listen to me, I'm gonna show you.
Check. Hold on, bro.
I gotta respond.
I got you. I'm not finished yet. But so my thing is, no matter what label you put to it, you're still telling a group of people who land this is that because I'm white and because I'm this and because I know how to pull it out of the ground, it's now mine. Right? So that's why we're where we're at with Iran. Because Iran is the one country to say, hey, no, get the fuck out of here. We're going to control our own shit. And they don't want that. So that just takes a whole conversation full circle. Why?
I'm agreeing with you. I'm trying to play both because a lot of people think sometimes when I talk, I'm expressing my personal opinion when I'm just trying to press a conversation. You understand? I'll give my personal opinion on the thing if people want that. But what I'm trying to say is that if you're looking at it objectively, right, and you're like, wait a minute, we got a monopsony over here. We actually have the purpose for this oil, right? We created the combustible engine. We did these things. You wouldn't even have no place to sell this shit without our technology. It would just be under the ground. So you still have to bring it to our market. We still have to regulate the distribution of it because even if you try and let's say build your own combustible engine, build your own refining companies, build everything from scratch, you still either gonna have to import technology from outside of your country, or you're gonna have to figure out how to build your own forges, your own this, your own that, which is gonna take.
And the minute that they build it,
and the minute innovation. So now you
and the minute that they build the
technological innovation, but then you don't want to give us nothing for that. I can understand.
It goes back.
I can understand you saying maybe you cheated us, and all right. Let's flip the script now. We get the 16% return and you keep the rest of it. But you nationalize everything. You understand what I say?
Right, I got you. But this is what happens. When they do create the technological abilities and capabilities and infrastructure to mine their own shit and to cultivate and extract their own shit, you bomb it. Because they're not playing your game. So you bomb it. And that's what they do.
I don't think they bomb plants where you building cars or you refining oil and this and that.
They
bomb that at military sites when you get, but they bombing you for weapons and this and that because they want to.
They're bombing you when you don't play. When you don't play,
because they feel like they have an integral right to some of this shit because they built some of it. There's just no way to not lie.
All right, think about this. All right, think about this.
They built the water system. They built the water filtration plant. They built all type of shit. And they're like, wait a minute, son. Y'all got to give me something for this. If not, we're just going to lock you up.
Right, but the something shouldn't be all my resources.
I'm never saying it's law. Like I said,
no, I'm not, bro. I'm not saying. Listen.
No, I'm just pushing the argument. You understand? For the sake of
I got you. But you got to take yourself out of it because you're not the dominant force. You're just playing devil's advocate for the dominant force. I get it, right? But what I'm saying to you is, as the native of that entity, as the citizen of that land, or the shareholder or the stakeholder of this country, you don't get, just because you don't get to take everything. Just because you put one soda shop on a block don't mean you get the whole block now.
No, I agree with you, but I'm saying when you go to the table and you take everything and you go and negotiate, is that where the conflict is?
But they didn't take everything.
Say, let's do a 50-50 split.
They didn't take everything. It's more layered. But let me finish, bro. You gotta let me finish.
It's not even open to the public. It's a national industry.
Bro, you don't. I got you. All right, right. What I'm saying to you is, why is it nationalized?
Because they wanted to take it from BP.
But why is it nationalized?
Because of what we talked about earlier, that the niggas wasn't playing fair with the numbers.
Right. So in order to keep you out of it, I have to make it my nation's commodity. So now that I can get all my people behind it. So now it's a national referendum on keeping you the fuck out of here.
I agree.
Because now I've made my citizens stakeholders and shareholders in these resources that we didn't know we can become financially secure off of. And we didn't know that we could use this to fund our innovation, fund our nation. Like everybody's
right.
not
okay.
All right, let's go to Vietnam. Let's go to
Vietnam. Would have been
Vietnam.
solved if they would have paid reparations after the nationalization of those.
I don't think if you would have just did good business and not tried to take over my shit, if you didn't have imperial interests, this could have worked. But I know you have Western imperial interests, and eventually you got 16% today. You're gonna have 96% in 20 years, and I'm gonna have nothing. And then when I look up, I'm going to have to come to you for everything. See, the white man's greatest thing is he'll tell you how to bake a cake, but he's going to give you the instructions every week until you give up. He's not going to tell you how to do it in one day.
They want to control
right. So if you're a civilization that's lived thousands of years, you're not letting new kids on the block come and overturn your cultural narratives or your cultural shit for money, for their own gain, right? This is the thing, right? Let's look at Vietnam, for instance, right? The French went into Vietnam first, right? Because the car industry was booming. So Michelin wanted to get in on the tire shit, right? And what happened to get the rubber plants? What happened, right? And they got their ass kicked, right? Because those people was like, who the fuck are y'all? Like, what the fuck is going on? So you just can't come and buy the rubber plants? You got to come and try to take them from me? Because you think I'm a savage, you think I'm a primitive people, because I don't live how you live. I don't live in towns, and I don't live on top of each other, and I don't, I like where I live in this jungle because my jungle is conducive to my life, right? You know what I'm saying? So now, then America going, same thing happened, right? You going, you got race shit all going on. You can't fight no war, y'all. You fight, you don't even like each other. You trying to put them in platoons to fight another motherfucker, and they can't even get along. So you're gonna lose that, right? And this was all to further American or French or European industrial complexes or industries. As these industries grew, as the automaker industry grew, as the tire industry grew, right? So you look at a Michelin, Goodyear, all that shit, right? French tire company, American tire companies, right? But what the Vietnamese, and what happened? They went in, they created foment, they had the South hating the North, blah blah blah. The same shit I said earlier. The same shit where they go in, cause mass hysteria, then come steal the resources. The same shit they do. Like, it's no different than what they do now in our communities with charter schools. All right, we come in, we offer charter schools, so now the little bit of money that is for public schools gets split between the charter schools and the public schools. And the charter schools already have white people that's putting money behind them, that's funding. So they're getting money from their white founders and their white handlers, and now they're getting some of the budget from the education system because they're still part of the Board of Education.
You went to 3 different scenarios.
Right, but all three scenarios show you one thing.
Make me respond now, please.
Well, I'm just trying to tie it up so you can understand why I put 3 different scenarios. All 3 scenarios show you one thing. We come in, we offer you something, Then when you don't capitulate, or if you do capitulate, we either take all of it or we take what we can until you say, nah, fuck that, get the fuck out.
Okay. And I agree because there's unfair practices when you create a monopoly. The reason being is that you have a single product and you have a single market facility. So the buyer for that market kind of controls that economy. Kind of what happened with Cuba, why their economy collapsed, because they created, happened with Jamaica, with Boston and all of them, something there. It happened with banana republics. It happened with the Native Americans, with the bee and the Wampano. It's just, it was one of the business tactics that went into, once you find something of value in this region, and this becomes the value that supports the economy of that region, but you control the market where this is sold. Now there becomes all type of market tactics that come into play where people try and gain advantages that leads to the exploitation that comes with capitalism. So I agree with all of that from my own personal opinion, just so you know. But at set speed, because remember, devil advocate thing over here. So if I do create this whole economic situation that provides this striving, the incentive is I got to get a portion of the market. I got to get that's the whole thing. Now, from you see me is getting more money than you because I came over here and found something that you was not exploiting or were not using. You didn't realize there was a market for. I start employing you. It can be the same with drugs, anything. And you watching me build more finances than you. Immediately, there's going to be a sense of resentment. Even if I try and be fair to you. Just the fact that I come from a more developed region of the world. And then my aesthetics are different than yours. My concerns about water are different than yours. You still carrying bucket water from the river, and I'm trying to use a modern plumbing system. You don't understand the industrial applications of toiletry and them something there. And I bring this over here. I'm setting up, I'm living, and you see I got less disease, I got less this, I got more, how can you say, comfortable lifestyle. Maybe I brought some form of whatever's upgraded in technology. That's going to create resentment. And the people's going to feel like, wait a minute, these people over here taking advantage of us. But maybe I'm just trying to let you live your culture. And your culture is that backward shit. But at the same time, I'm over here engaged in industry and modern world and technology. So I'm moving a completely different way than you. Now, there's other people that came into the game that took advantage of you and this and that. But let's say I didn't take advantage of you. Let's say I got a nice situation. I'm a French businessman. I'm running my plantation. I'm getting my margins. I care about the indigenous culture. I'm funding them. I'm feeding people. The people them love me. But then 2 or 3 other niggas is exploiting and doing this and that. The whole economy is based on a monopoly where I got to sell rubber. And based on that, it's restaurants, it's all type of influence going on. The French people, the Vietnamese make French bread now and all type of shit they got. There's all type of cultural assimilation going on. But at set speed, do I feel away when the shit flip and you say, nah, you taking everything? And I'm like, wait a minute, son. You know what? I should have just left you. I should have just left you like a Yamano Indian in the Mikala Brazil right now.
You sound like unfortunately,
not
bro.
Fuck with you, not do nothing with you.
Unfortunately, bro.
You stay in the status you were before I even got there. While the rest of the
unfortunately,
world,
bro, you sound like one of them. You sound like one of them to say it's okay.
Because I'm playing devil's advocate.
I know, but you're telling me because you came in, you gave me some amenities, I'm supposed to break bread with you fully. What I'm saying to you is, I don't think the deal is the deal doesn't benefit me. The deal benefits you. I didn't necessarily ask you to come here and do any of this. You came here because you think I have something underneath this ground or a resource that you need to propel whatever you're trying to do. You're not here as a benevolent force to come and help me naturally, right? You're here because there's something you can benefit from. There's something that I have here that you want.
I don't think the benevolence missionaries that actually fought with the natives.
All right, okay, all right. Well, then, all right.
There's plenty of missionaries that came and opened up shit. It's like a 50-50.
Just okay, all right. And now look and see in those places where the missionaries went. Look and see what the language is. Look and see what the culture is after the missionaries came. Look who came behind the missionaries. Who you think fund the missionaries? Who do you think fund the missionaries?
We know
right, who do you think fund the missionaries? The root word of missionary is mission, right? Mission, right? Right, and if you're on a mission, right? When you say, "Yo, I'm on a mission to get this bitch," like I know you said that plenty of times. I'm on a mission, bro.
As part of the taxes that
there is no missionary. Our taxes does not go to missionaries. Our taxes does not go to missionaries. I don't even know where you got that from. Our taxes go. I don't even know what the fuck you talking about on that one.
What do you mean?
What's the root word of missionary? Mission, right? So
yeah, they're on a mission, but the mission is for the church.
All right, let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
But the
and
church
name me one. All right, I got you. Bro, let me finish. Bro, you gotta let me finish my thought. Bro. You have to let.
Okay,
you have to let me finish my thought. You have to let me finish my thought. Right? Even in you saying that, right? And that's why sometimes I love having the conversations with y'all, because y'all kind of answer my questions for me. Like, even in you saying that, right? The church sends the missionary. Why is the church sending the missionaries? And who's behind the church?
Because of the narrative of dominion.
Right, but who's behind the church? Who's giving the church money to go and have missions in Africa and Asia? Right, right, and then the missionaries. Where do they go first? They go. All right, check it out. Churches are non-profit. They don't pay taxes. Churches are non-profit. They don't. Churches are non-profit. They don't pay taxes, and nobody pays them taxes. Churches are non-profit. Churches are non-profit. They don't pay taxes.
No.
My nigga, churches are non-profit. What are you talking about?
Yo, Arthur, hold on. We're getting to another topic. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm telling you, the conquistadors, those Catholic governments that sought those papal bulls to divide the world, they pay taxes on whatever they founded to the Catholic Church. They were.
Oh yeah, well, you can call it taxes.
That's what I'm talking about. The money came to fund the missionaries because the church was already rich from all of the monarchs that were Catholics.
But what was the point of the missions? The point of the missions was to take the land from the people.
For the dominion,
right? What does dominion mean? What does dominion mean? What does dominion mean to dominate?
I'm gonna tell you. I got a whole lecture about this because I'm into literature, and I always said that one of the things with the modern world is the Christian narrative. And the Christian narrative, when it went into Europe, I'm going to give this in some. When it went into Europe, those people, how can I say it? They really believed that story. Like, they really believed the story. So they believed the earth was a certain amount of years old. They believed that the devil had round of the earth for 6,000 years, and that Christendom had to go and fight against what was of the devil. So anything outside of Christendom was the devil, and that Christendom had an incentive to spread its message, because wherever Christendom was, now it was no longer the devil's territory. It was what they call Christendom. It was the center of the Christian world. So now these lands were providence, is what God provided. This is why the word providence is so fundamental in the Occident. And you got towns named Providence, you got looking for Providence, and all of these things, because this is how they thought. So when they went and they interacted with anybody that didn't know about Christ, whatever they believed was a dominion of the devil. It was opinion of the devil. It was one of the demigods.
I got you. I understand all that. I
so when they went
now,
out, their concept of dominion was that. It wasn't.
I got you. I understand I don't understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, right? And even in you saying all that and articulating all that and breaking it down in his historical proper context, at the end of the day, the mission of the missionaries and all the people you spoke of was to get dominion and soldiers for a war that they're fighting against others who don't believe what they believe. And in doing so,
I agree with that.
So in doing so, they take the land and they take the shit and the resources to further strengthen their war that these people are not even aware of, that they've been indoctrinated into.
And they felt those resources were provided by Providence.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
This is why I give the lectures, because a lot of people don't really understand the initial incentive of the white folks, and then how that morphed into what we call white supremacy and modern racism.
Right. Their incentive is not. Their incentive is
to do with that. It had to do with, like you said, a war that they're fighting.
It's either get down or lay down.
A narrative and a story.
Right. So it's either get down or lay down.
Narrative. And see,
right. So
that's why I like having this discussion with you, Arthur, because I respect you and listen to me all. And what I always say, this is why I love studying literature, is that without that narrative and the way they interpreted it, we wouldn't have the modern world. There's no way.
I think the modern world was going to come anyway because you have evolution. You have human evolution.
No. People live. Yo, B, when you go back into the time record, and you look, people live the same way for 5,000-6,000 years. We progress. The progress.
We have more. We have what you call
graph of the progress wheel.
I got you.
Small.
We have what you call. We have what you call.
It starts to climb exponentially.
Right, but you
climbs exponentially, incredibly.
Right,
and that wouldn't happen without that narrative. There's no way.
But I got you, but you have what you call the mode of production, right? That's a sociological and anthropological term, the mode of production. This is how humans evolved. This is how humans did whatever they did to survive and become the thing that we are. So you go to horticulture, agriculture, hunter-gatherer, you know what I'm saying, industrial technology, right?
But that all of that doesn't compound itself into an exponential factor.
Because those
Europe.
It does.
They really believe in that narrative.
All right, think about this. I got you. Think about this, right? Think about this. America went through a civil war because the idea of mode of production. One part of the country wanted it to be this way. Another part of the country wanted it to be this way. One part wanted to say, we want to be industrial. We want to do this. The other part said, no, we want to keep our agriculture. We want to keep this life, right? So that conflict of moving forward, of evolving as a group, as a civilization, caused conflict because one group was like, I don't want to live that life. I don't know if I physically have the ability to live that life and work in those factories and be in all that shit every day and deal with that shit. I'd rather just have my genteel lifestyle that I have down here where I can watch somebody else do the work and then I can take my goods to the market, sell them, and don't be stressed, and then come home, sit on my porch with some straw in my mouth, drink my tea and lemonade, and watch the sunset on my crops and my empire. Right? While the other group was saying, well, hey, I want to build buildings and then I want to be able to look down and have my office on top of the factory as I look down on the factory workers. We're saying the same thing, but I just want to do mine indoors while you want to do yours outdoors because I'm going to be the one to cultivate the shit that I've learned to do more things with the things that you're bringing to the market. I've learned to make clothes with that. I've learned to mass produce clothes. I've learned to mass produce machines. I've learned to with the shit you're bringing to the market. Right. So even in that, there was a conflict. But guess what won? Right. And industry won because and the irony of it all. And I speak on this all the time. The irony of it all. The greatest industrial companies and the greatest industrial movers and shakers are now going to the South to build factories.
All right. Hold on before we get off the topic.
So I understand everything you're saying.
But you went to things that was post the narrative because you went into the industrialization of America and the conflict between the agriculture and I already told you that was coming because of the mining and the prospecting. Now, the point is this: the reason it won out is because if I make something, let's deal with horsepower, right? If I make something, and in this little box, I got the capacity of 3 horsepower. That means you need 3 horses to match my little box. That means you got to feed the horses. The horses get tired. They got to shit. They got to do all type of things. You got to groom them. You got to change the shoes. All I got to do is oil the machine and put a fuel in it. That's all I got to do. So my work capacity is going to outpace you. It's just going to outpace you. There's nothing you can do about it because in the context of what you're doing, I have more capacity of power just based on the way the industry is changing. So,
but that's based on me finding the resources.
You're going to be obsolete. See, but what I'm talking about is a simple narrative because I've done this, B. You can go and look at all the world traditions and the religions they had and the little tobaccos they were doing. The shit is the same. They even draw comparisons. Oh, these people have flushing and running toilets. These people have baths. These people were mapping the stars. These people were doing this. And they did this for thousands of years.
But why did it always go?
Listen to me now.
Why did it always go in the dark?
You're not allowing me
I hear you, bro. Like
they did this for.
I know, but we got
5,000 years history of doing the same shit. All of a sudden, when this narrative enters Europe, 1400s is completely different than the 1600s. 1800s completely different than anything that was going on in the 1700s. 1900s, what the fuck are you living in? 2000s, what the fuck is going on? So within 200 years, you have more change than the entire world history combined. And you have more power in your cell phone than any world kingdom had in history.
All right, you finished?
You see more change and rapid progress from the Wright brothers to now than you do in all the world history.
Y'all finished? Why did you see the change? This is why you seen the change. Because the people that wasn't dark, right? They found ways to get light, right? They found resources and energy and sources and materials and things here on this earth that allowed them to do things that they couldn't previously do. Right? Ingenuity, innovation, science, research, things of that nature. So when they brought themselves out of the dark into the light, but there were previous civilizations that brought themselves from the dark into the light, and then they were attacked and people ran down on them when they seen that they had something different. So they took their shit underground because they wanted to preserve it and keep it, right? So when we see all this fast moving shit and y'all say the Wright brothers and all that shit, because they was based on resources. They found materials and resources that allowed them to propel themselves figuratively and literally into a further mode of production. Right? Because when we speak of mode of production, we said that horticulture, agriculture, technology, right? But what allowed for each mode of production to change? Them finding something that changed fire, right? So that fire, they learned, okay, we can cook the food now, so we can cook it, so we ain't gotta kill it, so we ain't gotta just gather it all and shit. We can go kill it and come back and cook it, so we ain't gotta do the horticulture shit no more. We ain't gotta do all that shit no more, because now we can kill the shit and eat it. We can cook it and get all the nut. Now we're not dying, right? So every time they found a resource or they found something that allowed for them to go further or allowed for them to advance, they added that to the overall global thing because they used that to move on to other people. The plane, like now we use planes to bomb other people. Right, the Wright brothers wanted to just get from one part of the country to the other part of the country and just open up business. Now we got a motherfucker. Please, bro, you said everything that you had to say. I didn't interrupt you not one time.
I'm sorry, Arthur. I don't want to argue with you. I just want.
I don't want to argue either, bro. I just want to get what I'm saying.
I'm apologizing because I know she can go to the left. You understand? So I'm
No, I would never go to the left when people don't go to the left with me. I've never went to the left with you, bro. We've been on panels a lot of times. Me and you have never argued about anything.
No, I just wanted to let you know I apologize.
All right, but I want you to understand. I don't argue with people who don't fuck with me. I'm just not gonna start an argument with you because me and you having a disagreement on this shit.
All right. Big up yourself.
All right. So what I'm saying to you is, yes, everything you're saying is true, right? But it's all based on when people found resources or elements or things or materials that allow for them to progress. And in their progression, sometimes they encroached on others. They either built and surrounded their own or encased themselves, or they encroached on others to get what they had and use their resources to further their shit. So it takes it all the way back to what we were saying, where BP was saying, hey, yo, listen, this oil is mine because I was the one who did this, that, and the third. And they're saying, no, it's not. Just because you found it in my yard. Like, it's like you coming to my house and saying, yo, Art, man, I found some gold in your backyard, and now my house is yours. Right? Like, that's not how that go. And when they push back and say that's not how that go, you have others say, well, yeah, that's how that go because I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that. But that doesn't give you right to what I own. That doesn't give you right to my thing. So I get what you're saying, and things have moved fast, but they move fast because people were put in positions where they had to move, or they figured out something that allowed them to move. God.
No, see, Arthur, let me respond now. Let me show you what I'm trying to explain to you. Is one of the problems I had in my mind, just as a black person, is when people used to talk about, well, why is the white man better than this and better than that? And then we have to go right into ancient shit. Shit prior to the white man to find all this glory and this and that. This is why I like true stories, because he gives us that glory within the context of the battle and the struggle, but that's another thing. But anyway, in my mind, I used to always be like, yo, what the fuck did they do? Like, why? And when you look at they have a chart, and you can look at the progress of history. And when you look at that line is damn near horizontal, B, until 1492. After 1492, the line just moves exponentially, and you can see it in the historical record. Like when you look at, let's say, something like the phalanx from the fucking warfare of Alexander, and then you look in the 1200s, it's almost the same shit. The warfare, the conflict, maybe the metal have changed, the shape of the sword has changed, but the way they engaging and battling is damn near the same shit. It didn't change. And this is like 5,000 years of some fucking history where they're doing the same shit around the world. You go any other people. But when these niggas got this narrative, this is why I'm so into the narrative. I was the one that put that shit in the conscious community on KTL when I did a lecture about the importance of narrative and narration in Western ideology. I did it with Red and Blue Pill a long time ago on Blog Talk Radio. And then this is when everybody started talking about the narrative, because I started telling people that your mind is caught up in the concept of the narrative because of the Christian story. There's no way for you to exist in the Western world and not react to the Christian story, even if you're not a Christian. And then I started looking at that, and I said, wait a minute. When these people got this story and they got this idea in their head, they really went around the world and started fucking with people. Before that, they was fucking with each other. They didn't give a fuck about, they was just, fucking with Rome, and Rome killing Gauls and Rome killing Germania, and they wasn't trying to go nowhere and fuck with other people like that. They was not doing these things. Then suddenly they get this Christian story, the Muslims appear, and they get this concept of dominion, and they start writing literature about this. It's in the literature about these things. They write the poems, they write the stories, they start talking about pandemonium and how all of these other things were the demons and dominions of Satan, and that they had this natural right to go out under and spread Christendom. And when they did that, it was a different narrative. It wasn't like the Mayan narrative. It wasn't go out and get cocoa from all over the world. Go out and see. It was go and, you know, get some people, enslave them, kill them so they could make some tribute and make some rain come, because there ain't no rain. It wasn't what these niggas was doing. And when they did that, it gave them something different. It gave them a different mythology. It gave them a different impetus of the world. And then that changed. It changed the nature of the world. That Christian narrative shit. This is why I had the name Jesus Crisis. Because I used to tell people like, yo, that shit caused a crisis in the world. And there's no way you could respect that thing and not understand the narrative that it imposed on the white civilization and what it did to the world. But the irony is we all benefited from the shit. Because there would be no way you think of yourself without that shit. You wouldn't have the concept of I without you being able to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. It wouldn't exist. It wouldn't exist. It would not be in your consciousness.
Yeah, man, like I get you, but I don't buy into all that shit, because for me all that shit is the rules, all that shit is control mechanisms to create narratives so you can have enemies and us versus them bullshit. And it just goes, I mean, everything you're saying is just the point that I'm trying to make. Like, it's just a bunch of rules and bullshit for people to come and take over and fuck people's shit up that they think is not them or less than them, to take their resources to further themselves. Like, and that's what I said to Psycho earlier about the guy winning the mayorship.
The resources were providence. Remember
I understand,
that.
but I got you. But they were providence. I got you, bro. Bro, you don't. I got you. I'm listen.
And if the other people was not taking advantage of those resources,
I don't believe in any of that, though, bro. I don't believe in any of that. That shit is all a rule.
No, but that's the accident. Yo, you was in the military. How do you don't believe in it?
Because it's all the rules. It's all that religious shit is the rules. All that shit is God, divinity. All that shit is a joke. All that shit is a rule.
The rules, the narrative, the story.
Not. Listen, bro. You gotta listen to me, bro. You gotta listen to me. Not rules. 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 Like a trick.
Yeah, I know. I said the rules is the basis of the society, though. I agree with you. I know what you said.
No, but right. So why would I, if I'm intelligent enough to understand that you're running game on me, why would I co-sign that? Like, you're asking me to co-sign.
No, I'm asking you.
You're asking me to co-sign non-Africans. You're asking me to co-sign. I know, not you. I'm talking about the overall narrative that we're talking about. Yeah.
When I point out what's happening, that I'm co-signing it. And I'm like,
no, listen.
What's going on.
Buddha, you gotta listen, bro. You gotta listen. I'm not saying you personally. Yeah, I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying the civilizations and the entities that try to run game on me and tell me to accept the game. It's a game, Buddha. The religion, the Jesus, the Islam, that shit is a game.
Why do I tell you that the narrative? Because I know narrative is fiction, and that's why I always say
it's a game. So I can't co-sign your game.
Controls the movement.
Right, I can't co-sign your game because you're trying to control the masses so that they will never be smart enough to push back on the bullshit you're trying to run. Right,
I think to expose the narrative, and if you understand the story, then you know the story is fictional. Then you can.
Well, I don't think the story is fictional. I think the story is real. I think the story is fictional, but I think the actions are real. I think civilization is real. I think being a dominant species in the world of other species, human species, is real. I think that Asians and white people, I think they really believe, like, because they're fighting for their survival. They know we're going to survive.
Yeah, I keep telling you, you don't have unity without a mythology. If you don't have a mythology,
they're going to. Yeah. Somebody said that. Somebody was like, black people. Somebody was like black. Right. Somebody was like, black people need mythology.
The narrative.
Right. Some people say that black people need a mythology, and that might help us. We need to get a Greek god or somebody we believe in. No. How about we tell ourselves the truth, right? About what life is.
That would be phenomenal out there, and I believe that. I agree with you, but I keep saying. No people have ever united around the truth. No culture. At the essence of every culture is a mythology. And we cannot have a mythology because we want to keep it real and we know the truth.
I think we're saying the same thing. I think you're just playing devil's advocate for the people that's running the rules, right? And I understand, you know what I'm saying, but I don't.
No, I agree with you. I
personally, I think,
but I'm trying to explain about the narrative in the white mind, because a lot of people don't understand that the essence of that racism, because they think
it's just not the white mind, though.
No, but this narrative,
it's just not the white mind.
This narrative, because a lot of black people have this narrative. They do. And this is why they're differential in certain situations. Because if you ask the average nigga that's a Christian, if they're gonna tell you, well, I don't want them to be bombed or dead, but they're gonna tell you that they don't know, they're going to hell. Muslims is going to hell. Like fundamentally in their heart, they believe that. The real Christians in America believe that. Black Christians. And you know this. And this is why I'm saying that this narrative is incorporated in the minds of the people subconsciously, even if they don't know the whole.
And what I'm saying
they don't know why there's clowns named Providence. They don't know why when you read certain poems. They don't know that manifest destiny comes out of this concept of providence. And they don't know. They don't know how these people were inspired to even feel this way about themselves was because of a fucking narrative.
And that's the point that I'm trying to make to you. When are we gonna tell the people? I got you, bro. But when are the people? I got you. Listen, bro. Not that I understand. I overstand everything you're saying. But the problem is, you just keep presenting that same argument, and I understand that. But the argument I'm presenting to you is, when are African Americans, or when are we gonna stand up and say to them, okay, the jig is up? Like that's the $1 million question. That's what's gonna save the world.
If you make people understand the narrative that was imposed upon the world, and then they deconstruct that narrative, and I said that word personally, that means something in literature, deconstruction. So when you deconstruct that in the minds of people, they can start seeing it. They start, like, you know what I mean? Somebody gonna drive, that's listening to this, they're gonna drive through Providence, Rhode Island. They're gonna look at the Providence College. They're gonna look at the Christianity associated with that, and they're gonna be like, When you talk about Christian white America and the incentives of bringing back Christian white America through MAGA, they're gonna say, this narrative is still operative. So it gives them a tool with which to deconstruct society.
Man, black people, we're fucking. I got you, bro. I got you.
But a lot of people don't know this. They don't look at it in that light.
I got you. I'm gonna just say this.
The difficulty about it, no, hold on, I'm gonna tell you this, Arthur. The difficulty about it, right? Because I always say this. The reason we want shit to be equal is because we grew up in Occident.
I don't want shit to be equal. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
We care about fairness and equality. We care about.
I don't care about. The only thing bro, I don't give a fuck about fairness and equality, because I know that won't exist.
Even when you go back and you look at the countries where the motherfuckers started resisting what the white folks,
bro, I don't give a fuck about any of that.
Educated. They were educated in Western countries.
I got you. I don't give a fuck about
with Western ideology about fairness and equality and justice, and said, you niggas is not operating on those principles. Revolutionary time. Ho Chi Minh was educated in the West. The leaders of the motherfucking Vietnam Revolution.
And how did that work out for Vietnam? How did that? I got you.
Those principles are inherent to this culture. But even though the culture doesn't act upon them,
bro, I got
raised
Buddha.
the reality.
I got you. I don't know if you think you're trying to teach me something. I'm not sure what's going on here.
I'm not trying to teach
I'm
you
lost,
nothing.
right?
Don't say that,
But
man. Me and you just having a discussion.
even in you saying all of that,
Me and you
guess
just
what?
having a discussion. Don't
I got
say
you. Even in you saying all of that, guess what? Vietnam is Western. It's a Western it's a Western place now.
Yeah, I agree.
People actually go there for vacation. People actually go there to chill. Corporations go there to start businesses. Something I put on the other day. That shit said "Made in Vietnam," right? Like so.
Wouldn't that be Southern Vietnam? Oh, that's Southern Korea. That's American. Which part
Southern Korea. Yeah, North Korea. Yeah. So even in that, the only thing I'm trying to say to you is this, Buddha. The only thing I'm trying to say to you is this, Buddha. There's groups, there's ethnicities and races and tribes and groups that want to hold on to whatever they want to hold on to. They have historical backgrounds, they have historical connotations, narratives, all that shit, right? But the point that I'm trying to make to you is these people are fighting for their survival and control of the resources and the human resources on planet Earth. Damn, she's super bad.
And they believe those resources are supposed to be distributed. What?
Shit. I'm sorry, my bad. I got distracted.
No, I'm gonna holler
Big
at
butt.
y'all niggas later, y'all.
That ass is distracted. You ain't even.
All right, that happens, my lad. That happens. Pick up yourself.
God bless all the
Peace, Molly. Peace, my brother.
New Jersey niggas.
Well, go on, Marley.
All right, son. Shout out to my Jamaican niggas too, son.
All right, Molly.
Yo, so
like take for instance, right? Take the instance the shit with Israel and Iran, right? Iran can't have a nuclear weapon because that gives them the ability to confront their detractors. That gives them the ability to take a chunk out of you. If you wipe out, I'm 92 million deep. So if you wipe out 50 million of my people, I'm 42 million left. Now, if I hit you, Israel, and I knock out 6 million of your people, that means you only down to like 2 million people, right? So my 2 shots, like what the world don't understand is, like, Iran fucked Tel Aviv up in a few places. Like that war ended in 12 days, or the ceasefire ended because Israel was like, calculated assessment here. If these motherfuckers got hypersonic missiles that our Iron Dome and all our American Patriot units and our American THAAD units can't stop, right? Because what y'all got to understand is most of those missiles that was knocked out of the sky were knocked out by U.S. military weaponry, manned by U.S. soldiers, not Israeli soldiers, U.S. soldiers, right? Right. So if the calculation is, damn, they hit in Tel Aviv, and if it escalate, they'll get more in, and then we'll have to escalate. It's gonna be hard for you to wipe out 92 million people, and you definitely ain't going in there with no ground forces. So you can bomb from the sky, but you're bombing a mountainous region. Yeah, you could tear Tehran up, you could bomb that shit, but you got little cities. And if they hit your little city, you could decapitate their leaders and all that shit. But if they hit Tel Aviv every night for the next 30 days, Tel Aviv ain't gonna survive that. But the mountainous regions of Iran will survive that. Right? So it's calculated. And then Iran understand, hey, if we want to flourish and grow, we don't want to lose 40 million people. Right? So this is a thing of, okay, I can't make you bend, but I ain't gonna let you get nothing where you could take a chunk out of me. Why is that? Why do the white man get to tell another motherfucker, hey, you can't defend yourself? Why is that?
Because the Iranian don't play with him.
No, but why is it North Korea got a nuclear missile. Russia got a nuclear missile. China got nuclear missiles. India got nuclear missiles. Pakistan got nuclear missiles.
Yeah.
And when the Pakistan and Indian shit popped off for those 2 days, what happened? America called them and said, yo, cut that shit out. Why? Because we ain't tell y'all to pop off. So it ain't even about, it's just about one group controlling everybody. Telling everybody, you can have a missile, you can have a missile, you can. And that's the problem. And that's the scenario. That's the issue. That nobody wants to talk about what really takes place. Nobody wants to talk about how these people just come and exploit the resources and take them. And we talk about it for like 15 minutes and we move on.
I keep telling you, B. It started with them going with Providence.
So what black people have to pay attention
even
to.
with slavery, right? There's very few ships or major companies that started this shit that's named the slave trading company. No, it's the British East India Spice Company. It's the VOC, the Dutch East India Spice Company. It's the West Company Spice. What do you mean? Spices are natural resources. This how this kick off. Because Providence. And they still believe that. I don't know why it's difficult for people to understand.
But Providence mean that this is mine. That I provide for this. I provide for this because I provide for it. It's mine.
Provided me to progress and make life less burdenful. This is how they believe. Because if I left you to your own means, you would still be living in burden. This is how they think.
Divine providence and just wars.
And that's all I'm trying to explain. I'm not trying to defend it. I think a lot of people think when I explain things that I'm defending something. And that's just
think about this. The Moors can
fuck the white people. Fuck what they did.
The Moors control the Moors.
I got you. What the fuck is that gonna do? You don't understand how this shit works?
You gotta put the Moors. This is my thing, right? This is all I'm saying. I don't trust none of them motherfuckers. I don't trust the Chinese. I don't trust the Asians. I don't trust the whites. I don't trust a lot of Africans, right? And especially Northern Africans, right? Because they're in a battle that we're not in. Like
people don't understand this narrative situation of the world. And the Muslims believe this.
Because I really believe, like those guys, when you get those, I believe Sadiq Khan is a Trojan horse. I align with the thinking of, not align, but I understand the thinking of the white supremacists. Like, I understand what Candace Owens is saying, Psycho. I truly do. I just don't agree. I don't give a fuck because I don't think she necessarily moves the needle. So I'm not giving her kudos for pointing out the obvious because I don't think she moves the needle in their cipher. Now, maybe in the media cipher, or maybe in the understanding of media and her speaking that, it's a big thing, but it doesn't move the needle because she just spoke the obvious for the educated and the learned and the researched. Hold on, bro. Let me finish.
When the Muslims created their narrative, what the fuck did they do? They ran around in our territory, took over niggas' resources.
But they want to. The narratives are created because they want to.
And the resources at that time was salt.
Think about this.
Gold, and people.
Think about this, right? Like, think about this. I got you. I got you. I live in.
You understand? Once you get a narrative.
I got you. This is what troubles me about us. This is what troubles me about the world, right? I see all these Nigerians, all these Africans that's Muslim, right? They got the little mosque in the hood down the street and shit. The dude came over to me. He's like, my brother, can you put some signs up for me, my brother? Like, no loitering signs, no. They got the mosque, right? And they go in there and they believe in Islam and all this, that, and the third. And I'm saying to myself, these motherfuckers think that it's cool to take on another motherfucker's thought process instead of believing in who they are. Because they need another motherfucker's eye. Hold on, bro. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish for once. You gotta let me finish for once.
All right. Okay, man. I thought we was having a discussion because you said a point.
We are, but if a discussion is me finishing my thought and then you rebutting it.
Okay, all right.
Right? So I'm saying to myself, these motherfuckers left their country to come to a white empire to practice another motherfucker's religion. And they practicing, and all they hear is they here to help that motherfucker undo these motherfuckers and then think that they're going to have a place. And to me, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yo, listen to me, Arthur.
That you would play Trojan horse. You would play Trojan horse for a motherfucker that fucked you over.
Yeah, listen to me now,
I'm cool off that.
Yeah, listen to me now, Arthur, though, because I agree with everything you just said. I feel the same way, but that's the truth. You understand? That's the truth. But now imagine being an African, right? Damn, I don't know how a better way to say this. I'm gonna do some.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say the best way I can. I'm gonna say the best way I can.
You live in
we gotta take our motherfucking
hold on.
Go ahead.
And I'm not gonna get mad, but let me finish this. So you living in the bush culture, whatever, and then someone comes from Arabia with this new Muslim culture and this new thing that is popping and upgraded, and you feel that once you join that and you became a Muslim, certain tribal shit, certain things that we would consider, or the Muslim would consider, was immoral and was holding back the people from developing. By becoming a Muslim, now you were able to develop and engage in other type of commerce. The tribal affiliations changed. You came out of certain ancient traditions into a new tradition. So to them, it may be a benefit, right? And I'm talking from anecdotal from them, right? But us, we not looking at that. We looking at what you just said. Like, yo, the irony of this whole situation. How the fuck you doing that? Because we want the truth. But in his idea, he's like, no, this shit took me out the bush. And I always talk about Sundiata, because when I teach the story, Suminguru, right? The king of the Iron people, he's presented as the demon. But we know the king of the Iron people in Central Africa is the Nook civilization. That's the founding of metalworking. But they say this nigga wear robes of human flesh. All type of shit to denigrate the traditional culture while bigging up Mansa Musa and bringing in the modern culture, which is an example of how it's an exaggeration, but it's an example of how they thought that those old ways were savage and, you know, human robes of human flesh type shit. It's not literal. It's supposed to be like understanding that we think that that shit was savage. Yeah, they created the iron and this and that. But when the Musas came, we got unity. We got economic power. We got international recognition. We got end of tribal warfare. Because in the story, there's councils of them meeting and bringing the different tribes together. And the Sosos were the one to hold out, who Sumaguru was the leader of, which is symbolic of traditional African culture. So that's how these people is thinking. But we, right? So when I teach the novel or the story or the epic, I should say, the poem, because it's a poem, I tell the students, if you Pan-African, you kind of supposed to be in favor of Suminguru. But the story is not written as Suminguru's the hero. Because the experience of the African people is like they were transitioning from the realm of the Sumingurus into the Mansa Musas. And then I got to respect both sides of the argument, if you understand, because I'm trying to get the truth. And that's the problem. But they believe in the Mansa story. That gives them a narrative. That gives them a point. That's why they come and set up mosques. And they do their business. And they do all because they invested in the narrative. This is why I keep trying to tell people, like, the narrative, the mythos that you have and you operate with is, it's seminal to your actions in this world, in the modern world. You can't overlook that.
I got you, man. But at the end of the day, for me, I feel like I said, when I use the example of the Africans, right? It bugs me out that you come here to be a Trojan horse and to prophesize the thought process and prophesize the religion that applied, that gives you the ability to be disciplined, and you pray 5 times a day, and you believe in the tenements of it. But are you willing to even dig deeper to find out who you are? Before you put on the veil and the mask of somebody else, are you willing to find out who you are, right? Are you willing to understand the powers that you have, and you could be disciplined without anybody's doctrine, because you can create your own doctrine to be disciplined, because it's about the will that the universe provided to you when you became a living being, breathing being, right? So in that, it's like I don't want nobody else's thought process to carry me through life, especially when I know that the process comes from people who don't benefit me, who are doing it because they at war with somebody else. And it's the same thing that I say with this shit about the Feds getting out the Mexicans and all that, and Trump getting out the Mexicans. They're like, well, Arthur, they doing a good thing. I don't give a fuck. I'm not helping the motherfucker who brought the rats get rid of the rats. Fuck him and the rats. He brought the rats, let him get the rats out, right? And that's the same thing I believe in that. It's like you're fucking with people who you can historically annotate that fucked you over and did all kind of shit, took your resources, did all kind of shit, and because you wanted out of the jungle, you picked up arms for them, and now you over here prophesizing their shit, trying to help them undo this empire. What the fuck do you think? Do you think you're gonna gain power in the empire? You think you're gonna get a seat at the table? No, motherfucker. Now you're gonna be their slaves over here, and they're gonna use their religion and the shit that they indoctrinated you with to get you to do that dumb shit. So because I understand that, I don't give a fuck what nobody thinks. I'm not on any of their side, and I'll tell them that to their face. I don't give a fuck if you Christian, Muslim, whoever. I don't give a fuck. I'm not picking up somebody else's shit to control my life. I'm not picking up somebody else's shit to help them fight a war I didn't start. I learned that lesson already. I fucked my life up already doing that dumbass shit. I ain't doing that shit no more. I
agree with you, Arthur. Well, watch this now, because everything you just said is exactly to my point of view. The reason you had that individual resistance mentality, all of that shit about the rights, is because you came up in the Occident in America, and those are the same principles in the Revolutionary War. Exactly, B. Exactly. Whether the country uphold them or not, that's what's embedded in your ethos. Now, if I'm growing up in the bush and I'm literally under the so-so realm, you understand, from the narrative I gave, and I'm just one of the victims of the so-so. But here comes somebody saying, okay, yeah, we're gonna organize and discipline and provide me with a new narrative where instead of just smelting oil, instead of just smelting the metal for weaponry, we're now in trade. We're trading ingots. We're building ships. We're exploring. We're making signets and sextants for sailing. We're doing all other type of things with our metal capabilities that probably wouldn't have occurred, and I don't see it occurring if I'm the African, if I was just still a so-so, because the so-so's been doing this since the Nook, and it's the same shit. But now here comes some people, and there's different application, there's different religious order, there's different training, there's world international connections, there's all of the type of shit going on. Yeah, there's slavery, yeah, there's some drawbacks, but the drawbacks are not the same as the nigga wearing robes of human flesh. And I'm not saying that's literal. Remember, this is in my narrative. You understand? This is my narrative disposition as an African. And this is what I'm told. So I don't have that idea of the individual resisting this, and that. This is the new wave, and this is what's over here, and this is better than what was old. So yeah, I'm a Muslim up. I'm going to get into the trade, and I'm going to learn this. And now it's been 300-400 years of this shit, to where this is all we know. This is all we know. And we don't have the same context of the individualism and the individual spirit and the rise of the revolution and all its analysis that niggas in the West got. Because we never lived in a country where you could criticize openly. We never lived in a country that told us the individual was supposed to be respected. You were supposed to submit to Allah. But we in a country where the country teaches us one thing but acts another way. And so then that creates a frustration in us because each of us feel like, no, you niggas is not acting fair. You niggas is not achieving equality. You're hypocritical. You haven't been honest to the black man. You haven't integrated us in the society according to the principles of the West. And we feel this. We were raised in this. A whole lot of people, they didn't have that ideology. They didn't have that sentiment. They didn't have that type of hypocrisy. They world told them that this was your position as a Muslim and this where you fit in. Half the niggas don't even get the special name. Their name on the day they was born. Nigga, you don't get to get no special name. Your name this, because you was born on Tuesday. And I hit that. You see me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Peace, Psycho. Peace, Buddha. Art. Peace to the panel.
Yeah, man, make up yourself. Who's that? Asiatic Lion?
What's good? What's good, bro?
Yo, big up yourself. Respect.
Yeah. I think it's evolving. Whether it be Islam, Christianity, democracy, I think it's all in an evolutionary process. Thomas Sankara, he happened to be a Catholic, but he was very revolutionary.
Afro?
Yeah.
Oh,
Thomas
big up yourself, Afro.
Peace, Buddha.
Yeah. Asiatic Lion, like in my new person.
Yeah. Thomas Sankara, he was a Catholic, but his Catholicism didn't get in the way of his Pan-Africanism. So it's all up to the individual, and he sacrificed his life for Pan-Africanism. But he was a staunch Catholicist. It didn't interfere with his Pan-Africanism and moving Burkina Faso forward. Like Ibrahim Traore is a Muslim, but it doesn't get in the way of his blackness or his Pan-Africanism. They appear to have no problem synthesizing the two, that we believe, for a number of reasons are antithetical, but they appear to be working it out in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, because they are all Muslim states and they are extremely Pan-African, militarily, political, and economic.
Yo, Afro though. See, I agree with what you're saying, right? But don't you think, like, they believe in the Muslim narrative for its importance still, and they incorporate that in their political objective. It's not, because I'm not saying that the Muslim narrative is necessarily negative. What I was saying is like how I'm looking at it like an African and the different benefits that it offered, but the narrative focus is that. And now politically, I can operate, how can I say it, in a more modern context and with reference to that narrative, where I can kind of set my narrative to the side for political and social objectives, because I'm in Western society where that's necessary.
Yeah, I actually like too that you brought up Saman Guru and that whole movement, because that's a part of it. And actually, the Traore branch of that, I guess you could say, confederation was relevant back then. The Traore. It's just not, it's old boy name, but it was really a tribe. They emphasis was on practicing Islam, but not imposing it on anyone, just being Muslim, and demonstrating through their actions, and that's what they still on. That's their Bambara. If you look up the Traore, it's not just.
But my whole argument was that once you get one narrative, you unify, and the other narratives either incorporated into that through syncretism or they go to the wayside. Because now you have a unifying narrative that all the people can operate around. So
I
Even
don't
if I
disagree
didn't
with you
speak
though,
your
Buddha.
necessarily dialect, but if we were both Muslims, the Muslim dialect now becomes our lingua franca.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Buddha. It was some negative. You know, we got to make an honest appraisal. You know, we don't want to romanticize anything. You know, I definitely try not to. It definitely was some wars and skirmishes. You know, but things it developed. It. Some took hold to it on the trade route. They saw it being advantageous because it connected them with the trans-Saharan trade. People did it for different reasons. No, I don't disagree. You
Y'all
know, there
spoke
was
of, right?
wars.
Those two gentlemen y'all spoke of that say, you know, you said the one guy is Islam, Muslim, and the other guy is Catholic, right? Those guys were indoctrinated into that.
Yeah,
And they just
but it
chose to
didn't.
hold on to it. They
Their
just
faith
chose to hold on to
systems
it.
didn't interfere with their
I never said
Pan-Africanism or their
anything.
blackness.
I'm not. We're not speaking. I think you're to be about to take the conversation somewhere else. I'm not speaking on Pan Africanism. I'm not speaking on blackness. None of that. What I'm speaking on is I'm not joining their team to fight a war against each other, and that's what they do. And that's what these brothers y'all speaking of. That's what they did. They joined a team, whether they know it or not, and that team is at war, and they're gonna have to pick a side.
Yeah, see,
I'm not picking a side anymore. I'm not on either.
All right, Audrey, let me do this. It's not even about picking a side. Because I keep talking about the narrative. I'm going to give you an example, right? China, they got their own narrative, right? Orla's narrative. Nice narrative. Help progress their society. They did some development. They open up the doors and they end up trading, and the Spanish mark gets devalued and it fuck up their economy, the silver mark. Fuck up their whole economy because the marks start getting split up into bits. That's why we got the term bits, 4 bits. And people start, compromising it, counterfeiting it, all type of shit. So the Spanish mark lost its value. Then China closed and became forbidden city. When they quit fucking with the international world, their economy went backwards. Backwards. Their narrative couldn't propel them no more than porcelain and firecracker. The niggas went backwards and by the time they reopened to the West, there was a shithole of a place to where they had to come and adopt the strategies and different narratives from the West, communism, all other type of different ideologies to reinvigorate their society and social objectives. Because this narrative shit that I'm talking about is very seminal to the way people move and operate. And if you don't understand it, you're going to be victimized by it. The Hebrew Israelite will come and sell you a narrative in a minute. And you'll believe it. Abo, anybody will come and sell your story. Because without the story, you're not invigorated. You're not invigorated. And the whole thing about it is none of them story there are going to invigorate you the way, because it's too late.
But Buddha, don't you? Let me ask you. Do you think that some cultural, I say, data points or iconography is necessary for a culture to be healthy? For instance, for example, the ancestral veneration that we see on the dollar bill in reference to Europeans and the American white superiority. Don't you think that some iconography, some cultural icons is necessary for the culture to be healthy?
Yeah, I believe that's creating your narrative.
Right. So
because once you make something an icon, in a sense, you're gonna fictionalize it because you create it in the symbolism, and the symbol starts to it becomes a symbol
to keep their cultures.
When it symbolizes something, it represents various attributes, and then when it becomes a sign, it only represents one thing. That's kind of important. So once you start making something into an icon, you select what category, and it operates kind of in both, because the dollar bill can be symbolic of white imperialism.
Veneration. It's veneration.
But it can also be veneration of George Washington, the white person's image, all of that. But really, it's a sign of American trust and the value of money. And the Christian narrative is represented in it, because in God we trust. And the God they mean is the God of providence.
Yeah, but I just said that, you know, and used it for an example, you know, because it's tailor made to the white American.
Because you gotta create a
you know,
narrative.
it's tailor made. You know, so we're gonna see other cultures do that in order to, you know, support their culture. You know, it's a part of the pillars of culture when we see different civilizations and things of that nature.
Well, that's the nature of our syncretism, especially in the Muslim cultures, where we
it's not just I'm just saying it's not just Islamic
into the Muslim ideology to make it culturally specific and unique to
but it's not just Islamic, it's not just African Islamic, it's American, European, it's Indian, it's Indian, Far Eastern Indian. You know, it's just something that people do in order to uphold their what they perceive as their cultural norms, mores, and values.
Oh yeah,
you know, we see statues and we see, you know, different things. It's iconography.
What happened to you? You drop out. You mute yourself, man. Where y'all see?
My bad.
Psycho, you lying, man. It's fucking muggy as fuck out here, man. It's muggy as it was fucking yesterday. As far as the humidity, it may not be as hot
Arthur,
today.
you're in a microclimate. You're in a microclimate surrounded by grass and trees and all them fuckery.
It is not muggy out here. Like,
So, bro, I'm out here, Psycho. I'm fucking sweating bullets, bro. And all I did...
bro, you feel like it's as hot as it was the last 3 days?
Bro, I'm sweating bullets, bro. And
bro.
all I did was put the equipment on the fucking truck. I didn't do anything. All I did was put the wheelbarrow off and on. Nigga, I'm not sweating bullets.
It's not as bad as it was the last
Sweating
couple days.
bullets.
You out in the garden.
It would have been worse the last few days. Like it would have been worse yesterday. It would have been worse.
Hell yeah. And I'm working in this shit.
They a whole lot better than yesterday and the day before. Like and the day before that, it was hot as hell this week.
Yes, muggy as hell, bro. You sweat for nothing. You ain't even got to be moving, just breathing.
In the shade, sweating, bullets.
Yo, my sweat is good. Get the impurities.
That's why I couldn't even understand the motherfuckers that thought hanging in the shade the other day was going to do something. Nigga, it's 101 degrees out here. That shade ain't doing nothing for you.
Look, man, the more you sweat, the less collapsed pores you're gonna have. You're gonna have better skin, man. Understand? You have to sweat, man.
Nothing.
Your pores, man. Get the impurities out your body.
I want to move to an arid. I want to move because I had a cousin. She had real bad eczema, right? And when she moved to Arizona, that shit went away. Like, that shit went away. Like, she came back skin beautiful than a motherfucker. I want to move to an arid, but I don't want this 100-degree shit.
Yeah, I live in New Orleans and I don't run the air conditioning in the summer. The people them say, yo, how you do it? You say, yeah, I sweat me like you sweat and I this blood clot. Yeah, hot box.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Afro and Buddha. But for me, it's just I'm the civilization war and the shit that they're going through is at our home front now. And like I just, as an African American, I just don't want no parts of that shit. Like I just wish we were more vocal to tell these people like, fuck y'all, this y'all shit. Y'all deal with that shit on your own. Like, fuck y'all. Like, all the shit y'all cause with the Mexicans and all that, that's y'all shit. Leave me the fuck out. Just like, hey, baby. Just like telling the Mexicans, like, man, no, we're not coming out to argue and fight for y'all and all that shit. Like, y'all motherfuckers ain't never put up with nothing for us. Like, fuck y'all. Who fuck we give a fuck what happens to y'all? I don't give a fuck what happens to y'all.
I disagree, man. The Mexicans did ride with in the
man. Them niggas ain't nobody ever rolled for us.
With me, man.
Ain't nobody ever rolled for us. Y'all ain't never rolled for us. Man. They ain't never rolled for us. Ain't none of y'all ever rolled for us.
The Ricans rolled for y'all with the 5 demands in New York. The Mexicans was there, and you know what's crazy about it? we didn't support the Chicano movement with Cesar Chavez. There was a few black people that entered that for political reasons, but in general, black people, you know, whatever that's going on with them. You understand?
And we still feel that way.
Listen to me. But still, after that, when the riots came or liquor protests, you still had Mexicans on the front line.
Damn, good morning.
We did, man. In Los Angeles,
I'm talking about a pretty ass woman walking down the street, Buddha. I forgot all about what the fuck you were talking about. My bad. Damn, shorty.
I keep telling y'all the relationship with Mexicans in Los Angeles is the same as New York and Puerto Rico. People don't believe it, but it's true.
Well, the people on here say that it's not. The brothers we talk to from LA on here say that it's not. It's not us. It's y'all that give us this commentary.
No,
me and Psycho.
Dude didn't see that, man. The same, see, the same way you had like racist Mexicans that came from racist Puerto Ricans that came from Puerto Rico that hadn't grew up with black people and created their own little enclaves where black people kind of knew it was not safe to go over there, whether it was a Dominican enclave, Puerto Rican enclave, but then you also had Puerto Rican that had been in the United States that didn't come with a mask.
God damn.
And they had grew up around black people and they had a different relationship. So you had these two dynamics. You have the same dynamic in Los Angeles. You have certain racist Mexican, and then you have other Mexican that they don't. There's no problem.
I think us always being distracted by other people's problems and always trying to co-opt other people's problems and co-opt into us. I think that's what our problem is, and I think that's why we're stuck and we're always searching for identity. And I think that's why, like for me,
I'm gonna tell you.
I got you. But for me, I just feel like we know what's going on, but we just refuse to acknowledge that it's just not our fight. It's not beneficial to us. Those religions.
I'm gonna show you, B. And in
those religions are not beneficial to us. These governments are not beneficial to us.
In a lot of these, the Mexicans is looking at it like, no, niggas, fuck the police. Because I keep on firing, any firing, and you get the opportunity in life, and you end up deported. When you watch Charters, what do they start off? Deporting boy. And what are they doing in the yard? You understand? So listen me now. The worst thing. So we don't even like certain people to come up here and get into crime and fuckery and all of them things there for no reason. All type of murder, all type of rape, all type of any of them fuckery there. So you understand? Yeah, people are gonna hustle and do them thing, but drunk driving, all type of stupid shit. Nobody not like that. Nobody no rate that. What the people them don't like is police aggression. And they feel like, black people, y'all always against police aggression. We're not saying y'all supposed to say immigrants is supposed to be over here driving drunk and doing fucked up shit. But when the police is turned up like this, where the black people at? Like, yo, man, fuck the police at least. Y'all ain't even got to be on the street, but at least be like, yo, fuck the police to turn up like that. You're not supposed to turn up like that. Go on and deport people the way you did in the 90s and this and that. You're turning up like this because of what Biden did and all them people that rushed the border. So now you imposing that on people that's been here for 20, 30, 40 odd years. And you're not even targeting the niggas that rushed the border like that in the Biden era. You targeting niggas that got families and all of that type of thing. Come on now, fuck with that. That's
my
what they
thing is, though,
up here and defend the rapists, defend the
you gotta look at too what caused.
That's crazy for black people to think that way and to use rhetoric like that when the argument is really about police aggression in the community unnecessarily.
But why do y'all all think y'all get to tell us how we supposed to react to something? Like, why do y'all always think y'all get to come outside of us and tell us how we supposed to function? And
because we've always
but we don't tell y'all. Hold on. But we don't tell y'all what to do. Don't tell us what to do. We don't tell y'all what to do. That's your problem.
It's not about telling you what to do. I'm telling you that.
Well, those are your.
It's not about saying the immigrant.
What's the key to what you said? That's your expectations. They're not ours.
I'm telling you the sentiment.
I understand, but that's the thing. Like, that's the thing. Like, and that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, everybody leave us the fuck alone.
Let us figure it out. Y'all got to figure it out on your own. Y'all got to figure it out on your own.
This is a capitalistic global flight.
It has nothing to do with that.
I agree hard on that.
It has nothing to do with that. The monetary system of this country has nothing to do with giving you guys carte blanche to tell us what the fuck to do. We're cool.
I don't think nobody told you what the fuck to do.
You're telling me that we should do this and we should be a part of this and we should understand this and we should understand that.
No,
niggas is
I agree.
Nobody
I agree with
understands
hard on the
African
I
Mexican
never
American
heard
point.
this before. I don't come from the snitch generation.
Everybody
Mexican
don't. Nobody understands our plight, but always want to tell us what.
Russians over there.
Think about that, Afro. I know me and you don't agree on
Asian
shit.
bitches in a
But
massage
what the
I
fuck
agree
is
with you on
that?
the Mexican point.
and sucking dick every weekend. I'm not calling the police.
Yeah.
Come on,
but,
man. What the fuck are we talking about?
But
Like
I
everybody, hold on.
think
I want
that
to say this. I want to say this to your point. I want to say this to your point. I want to say this to your point. Hold on, Buddha. Hold on, Buddha. We got you. But I want to say this to your point. Buddha, you fucking foreigners come here and y'all be the first motherfuckers to call the police on us.
see, I don't agree.
Y'all be the first. They let y'all come because they know y'all gonna
I
call the
do not
cops
agree
on
with
us.
Art on that right there.
Come
I
on,
do not
man.
agree with. No, hold on, Buddha. Let me. Hold on, Buddha. I don't agree with Art on that right there. On the strength that I grew up. Hold on, Buddha. Chill. On the strength that I grew up with Jamaicans. So
And I didn't.
Jamaicans. Hold on. 1 second. I'm from Essex County, New Jersey. I grew up with Jamaicans. So
it's more Jamaicans in Mercer County than it is in Essex County.
Hold on. I'm talking about my perception. I grew up with Jamaicans in the hood. So
and I did too, nigga. Clinton is the hood.
Jamaicans was automatically Pan-African because I grew up with Jamaicans and Haitians in the
It
hood,
don't got
in the
nothing to do with
street,
Pan-Africanism, man.
everything.
God damn. You gotta get off
The
this
street locked us in with Jamaicans and Haitians. We was locked in with
damn,
Jamaicans and
yo.
Haitians
We
in
gotta
Essex
get off
County.
this shit.
So
I'm
I'm
talking
not
about.
off nothing but the real motherfucking deal, nigga.
You
That's what the
just, man,
fuck I'm
all you
on.
do is blab and bump
Nigga,
your gums
I'm
about
not,
Pan-Africanism,
nigga,
nigga.
why you
Ain't
won't let me?
nobody talking
Well,
about no
nigga, I'ma
fucking
shut the fuck up. I'm just
Pan-Africanism.
trying to say my piece, nigga. That's
God
all. I
damn.
grew up with Haitians and Jamaicans in the hood, in the ghetto. My son, I got a son. My youngest son is by a Haitian woman. You know what I mean? That grew up in North New Jersey. That was assimilated into North New Jersey. She didn't speak no Creole whatsoever. She was totally assimilated into the culture of North New Jersey. I have my youngest son is with her. You know, but I grew up with Jamaicans and Haitians, so naturally my perception is Pan-African. You know what I mean? It's just my logic. I think it
Man,
should be
shut your stupid
Pan-Africanism
ass up, man. You
militarily,
did all that to say that
economically,
dumbass shit.
and politically.
Yo,
You
hold
know,
on,
that's my position on it, and I'm talking from real world experience. A few of my dudes been deported. The only way I can talk to them is on WhatsApp and shit like that. You know, real world stuff. You know, family. Not no fake ass online. Not no fake ass online.
Niggas is
Fake ass
remedial
division
cornballs
online. That
that
shit is
say
false.
dumb shit.
We
I'm
grew up
married
in
to
the
a
hood
Haitian
together.
woman. I'm married to a Haitian woman. Not just having kids by her. I'm
Okay then.
married
So
to a Haitian
what you
woman.
calling Buddha a fucking foreigner for then? What the
I'm
fuck is you
married to a
talking about?
Haitian woman. I'm married to a Haitian woman. Fuck you
Okay
talking
then.
about? I'm
I
married to a
got
fucking Haitian woman.
a half
Fuck you
Haitian
talking
son.
about? Fuck you talking about? Like what are you talking about? You just said some dumb shit that you
You
think you was
making it
saying something
you
and you
calling
said
Buddha a
some dumb
foreigner.
shit.
Like what the fuck
Nigga,
you talking
I
about?
was a fucking big time drug dealer. I
I
got
don't care if you was a
mad
drug dealer. I
homeboys
don't care
that's
that
been
you calling
deported.
Buddha a
I got
foreigner,
mad
motherfucker.
homeboys that's been
No,
deported.
I'm good,
But
man.
I
Don't worry
also
yourself. Yo, hold on, Arthur. Make me give you a story.
Buddha, you screaming ain't gonna
Good
change
story right
anything.
now, Arthur, for real quick.
You screaming ain't gonna change
I'm gonna show
anything.
you
You
something.
niggas don't want to hear. You niggas only want to hear what y'all want to hear. You only want to hear what you want to hear.
No, Arthur.
And I'm not that kind of person.
No, Arthur the brethren, man. Hold on, man. Listen me now, Arthur. I want to give you a story because you say call the police on you. Let me show you this. I was living on 2nd Ave and between 62nd and 63rd, right by in Los Angeles. In the 60s, I was living in 63. I'm living on 2nd Avenue in the 60s. Across the street, there was one old Jamaican. The man had immigrated long time, a British black book passport. pure Christian man, old British type attitude, but he's from Jamaica. He never go to Britain, and this is when Jamaica was British colony. So you understand, this is an old man that almost like, them time there, the man that was like almost 70 years old. And them time there, I was like 30 something. But me, I moved the way I moved. Rasta and rude boy coming out of the house. The man there pre-week. You know, say the man that call police on me, police raid my house. I hear him call the police and stand on them porch and tell me say him call the police. Now when the police raid my house, listen what happened now. Let me show you how dirty the police was. They never take me out of jail. They take two of my brethren out of jail. Out of my house because of something them had in them pocket and this and that that them find. They never find nothing in my house. And the old man stand on the porch. See it way. So when you talk about certain Jamaican call police on you, them is a certain breed of people. You understand? It's not like
and I couldn't get that part out because y'all wouldn't let me finish saying what I was saying. So I couldn't get that part out because I was about to explain to you. I'm saying generationally. The forebearers and the parents of our friends would call the fucking police on you.
And I mean,
and I'm not wrong.
My grandma called the police on me. The whole of them call the police. What happened to you?
So how am I wrong? How did what I said was so off base?
No, because you try to make it seem like Jamaican, because they're kind of police on we.
No, I'm very contextual in all the conversations that I have. You took it that way. You took it that way. But I'm saying they brought those guys here. They brought those different immigrant populations here and put them in our communities in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And those people aided the police in seeing what black people would do. The same thing they do with the South Americans and the Latinos. They put them in our community and tell them you can call the police. We're here for safety. Like, and now that they're a problem with them, they want to get rid of them. But they put these people here to harm and watch over us. And we don't want to have that conversation.
He thought I was a criminal. And at the set speed, I was a teacher. He thought I was a criminal because of the type of people he saw come in and out of my house. And he never knew. He just, because all the rude boy, all certain. And you know how people pull up, but he knows Jamaican culture, so he might watch and try and breathe. So it's the same thing that go on because certain people, they are Christian and they don't want no criminalism around them. They'll call the police on them own people. Trust me, my lord. I know Mexican that call police on Mexican in a minute.
And Mexicans will call and the Mexicans will call the police on, and the Mexicans will call the police on black people in a fucking megasecond. And a Mexican, everybody, Afro, everybody, even other black people. Everybody. And that's the problem. Nobody wants to admit that everybody come here and they don't really necessarily mean us any good. And we don't want to have that conversation.
No, I don't think that that's necessarily true. You know.
I mean, you don't have to agree with it, but you don't have to agree with it. But everyday life has shown it.
I would say that it's a segment of the population, but that's a segment of many populations.
I got you. But they're already a small segment of the population. They're already a small segment.
It's not unique.
Even it's not nothing is in totality. Nothing.
Some of us call police on each other.
I just said that. I just said that. Nothing is in totality, but I'm gonna say this, right? If you pay attention to to modern political parties now, right, and if you look at most black Republicans, for the most part, most of them are what? Foreign born, or parents are foreign born, right? Because now when they get here, they don't see color. Black people work hard. Y'all lazy. Blah 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 blah. Where the fuck did they get that from? Where did they get that from?
Every black Republican I met was American.
Where did they? No, I'm talking about modern politics. I'm talking about political officials. I'm not talking about just everyday voting Republicans. I'm talking about political officials.
It was a dude from Tanzania on the panel the other day, I think on Q panel, and brothers was talking to him, and he was giving us his perception. Well, I think it was valuable to have him up there because he was giving his perception of what American media, Western media exports overseas, when he was telling us his perception of us and the things that he was getting wrong. I think it was some value in it, you know, because he was only telling us what's being exported, in my opinion, you know, through media. the Western media. He was from Tanzania. But I think that's a part of it, you know, and it's all about education, man. It's all about education, bro. You know, I don't hold that against them folks, you know. And
we are fucked as a people.
And everybody's not the same. People are different.
I'm not holding anything against anybody. Like, what's wrong with pointing out the facts?
You appear to be painting with a broad brush, bro.
I didn't paint anybody with a broad brush. If I clarify what I said and I put it in, if I clarify what I said and I put it in proper context, it's up to you to understand that, not to further say some shit that I didn't say.
No, but I don't see nothing wrong with it when you got Christian people coming over here and they buy into the Christian pop.
You know what I'm saying? Nothing I said changed what the fuck I was trying to say.
What more do you expect from them, because that fits into the narrative that they...
It's not about what I expect. I'm just not joining their team because I understand they don't even understand what team they're on. They don't even understand what they got themselves immersed in.
I don't agree with that because you're dealing with the truth. They
don't understand what they have themselves
because they're dealing with a narrative. They have a Christian story.
They're not the fucking narrative. They're not dealing not only with the narrative, Buddha. They're dealing with the ideology.
Yeah, but the ideology is based in the narrative perception.
The ideology creates the narrative. The ideology creates the narrative.
The American dream is based on what?
The ideology of manifest destination.
Providence. And
which is providence, which is saying this is mine. The universe provides, which is saying the universe provided this land for me. Saying the universe provided this land for me. This was my manifest destiny, that he provided this land space for white people, for Christian, white national Christians.
They believe that shit, and that made them do all of the shit.
Right.
That empowered them.
But they skip over the part that they killed all the motherfuckers that lived here first.
But they included Mexicans into that, right? With the whole right? With the whole white Latino thing, right? And they bought it to that. Let me say this, Buddha. When you talking about the whole fight the police, this and that, the police, and we talk about the police force, and then you talk about ICE. That's two different things. Black people in the whole don't have, are not fighting ICE every day. I mean, are not getting brutalized by ICE. This problem seems mainly like a Latino problem. But it seems like you want black people to extend themselves for Latinos, and I haven't been seeing the same, on the other side. I mean, when Trayvon Martin, what happened to Trayvon Martin, a lot of other different situations. I didn't see a lot of Latinos marching and protesting. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that at all. So why would you expect black people, just because ICE is that, I guess the Latino community is having a problem with ICE, for black people to overextend themselves, for help? I don't understand.
I never said overextend ourselves, none of that. ICE is part of law enforcement. Law enforcement is the new term for police.
Nah, they're like different departments. That's why
I'm just telling you, so when you see law enforcement, it could be FBI, it could be anything, military, anything that's coming aggressive in the community and operating with those tactics. You have militarization of police forces. You have all of this going on. You use this rhetoric in the community, and what they're responding to is the nature of the police invading the community, the law enforcement tactics that's being used, and they're just simply saying, we don't even need y'all on the front lines. We got enough Latinos to be on the front lines. But why the fuck are y'all calling ICE? Why are y'all advocating for law enforcement? Y'all are the black people.
Because they chose a side, Buddha. They're choosing a side.
Yo, there's no way that immigrants can choose a motherfucking
I'm
side.
talking about the niggas you talking about that's calling. Buddha, you gotta listen.
What the hell are you talking about?
Buddha, you gotta, Buddha, the only way you can understand, Buddha, the only way you can understand what somebody is saying if you listen.
Are in favor of
the only way you can understand what somebody's saying, Buddha, if you listen. You have to listen. You have to listen. They're choosing a side. That's why they're calling ICE on those people.
What?
Choosing a
It's
side.
an
That's why
attack.
they're
It's
calling
an attack
ISIS
on
terrorists.
the American labor force.
They're choosing
It's
a
an
side.
attack. It's undermining the American labor force.
They're choosing a
You
side.
gotta
They're
control your
choosing a
borders.
side of an American
You gotta
labor force
control your borders.
that's repeatedly kicked them out and repeatedly
So
replaced
all of
them
you know,
and
all
repeatedly
of you know,
used them,
if you
abused
real
them, and threw them
niggas,
away.
all of you know a nigga that's went to one of them shops and got a happy ending. Did your ass call ICE on that shop?
Buddha, it's not about calling ICE on that. You guys got to deal in reality, man. Like y'all trivialize this shit and simplify, but y'all trivialize it,
Buddha,
but
because
y'all
somebody called ICE on you.
Black. What we gotta stop doing is black. This is what we gotta stop doing, black. We gotta stop letting them trivialize it, black.
How does dwindle into who go call
Black,
ICE
we just gotta stop letting them trivialize it, black. They just trivialize it. Y'all trivialize it. Y'all choosing a side.
All I'm talking about
Y'all choosing a side.
And a sentiment. I
Buddha, are you
none of that.
Buddha, are you a fan
why are you supporting law enforcement?
Hey,
you hate
Buddha,
America, right?
Buddha,
Don't you hate America? You hate the white man. You hate everything about the white man. But when it comes to Mexican, whatever the white man does,
Undermining the American labor force, Buddha.
pull up a 22.
Undermining it's driving down wages. It's driving down the wages of the American labor force.
Buddha, this shows you that they're not Pan-Africanist. This shows you that they're white cheerleaders, Buddha.
It has to be checked. It's driving down the wages of the American labor force.
All right, let's do this. I'm gonna moderate this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this the right way. Go ahead, Afro. Go ahead. Speak, my brother.
Yeah, it's driving down.
Hold on, Buddha.
I know that. I understand in the macro conversation that NAFTA produced the influx that we see coming across the border, but it has to be checked. You cannot have open borders. You must moderate the influx that is coming across your borders. It is driving down the American labor force, the pay rate of the American labor force across the board. It's a proven fact. That is a fact. My concern is what I see in my community. I came from working in a plant as a stationary engineer, commonly called a boiler operator, where the floor was dominated by people from South America. And I saw the effect of that on that labor force. It was negative. The working conditions in a plant and an environment that I worked in as a stationary engineer, commonly called the boiler operator. It's undermining the American labor force across the board. It's definitely undermining our community. I saw many jobs. There
but you
that
don't.
could have been being held by our people.
Can I respond, Afro? Because you went
You don't
into
think it's
this
crazy,
and that.
though, that
I'm not
these
even
niggas-
talking about that. I'm talking about the sentiment about.
No, but that's the raw conversation for me, bro.
Now listen to me
But
now.
it's undermining our job.
Listen to me now, B. You're not understanding what I'm about to say. So just listen to me now. They was already doing. I lived in California. B. They was doing immigration raids before this.
Bro, can't no
backlash over the Biden administration opening the border and all of them people flooding into the country through the border. This is what Trump is doing. So he's supposed to be
That's what Trump is
targeting
doing?
a certain amount of population.
That's
But what
Trump
he's
is
doing is he's going after people that's
Are
been
you
here
serious? That's
before
what
the
Trump is
Biden
doing?
population. People that's been here 30, 40 years, people that's got families, people whose children have been in the military, all type of things he's doing. like what the fuck are y'all talking about? He was responding to, the Biden opening the border is what this was all about.
Oh, my
when the
God.
niggas in Texas was on the border ranch fighting against the shit, when they was whooping Haitians on the border, when they was doing all of that, that got media attention to all the people coming across the border. So people think there was this influx, this massive amount of people that came in and flooded America during that time. Trump is responding to that. That's what the initiative is supposed to be about. But it has extended itself into a whole invasion of a certain community that none of you niggas live in. And you niggas know how.
Let's be real. Most Haitians are not coming from that border.
And now,
How you know what community I live in, though?
You're condoning.
But how do you know? How would you know what community I live in, though?
What you
saying?
But wait a second, though. But wait a second, though, fam. Wait a second, though.
Because the patch of Haitians got whooped. But most Haitians are going flying overseas.
Because we got some inconsistencies again. I'm trying to figure out how
So you didn't
Niggas
see
can go to the
Haitians
military. Niggas can go to the military. Niggas can go to the military and be the white man's bitch.
I said, well,
Niggas can go to the military and be the white man's
dumbass
bitch. Now you
nigga.
got a problem with ICE. You got a problem with
Fuck
ICE,
you,
but you ain't got a problem. You ain't got no problem with nigga going to the military and being the white man's bitch. But you got a problem with ICE. Let's get real, fam. Niggas
And
take
Buddha,
their
this
bitch
is the
ass
one
to
of
the
the niggas who
military.
chose sides. This is the one of the
Get the
niggas
fuck out of
who
here.
talk about go to the service
All
for
the
the white
fucking
man if you join
military
the
is
white
actually
man's
not
side.
unity.
So did a
This
nigga
is
that
one
went
of
to
the
the
niggas.
military choose the side?
This is the niggas I'm talking about.
Slow down.
This is one of the
I'm
niggas
hurt
I'm
some
talking about,
feelings.
Buddha.
I know I'm hurt some feelings.
This is one of the niggas
Did a
I'm
white
talking
boy
about.
ass nigga who went and fought for Uncle Sam
This is
choose
one
his
of the niggas
side?
I'm talking about.
Did a
The
white
nigga
boy
on the
ass
white
nigga who
man's
went and
side
fought
now,
for
but he
Uncle
crying
Sam
about
choose
going
his
to.
side?
He
I tell you, did a
support
white
ICE.
boy ass nigga who fought for
He
Uncle
want to
Sam
go
choose
put.
his
He want to
side?
put an ICE uniform on to go out there and
But did
rally,
a
round
nigga who
up
put a
immigrants. But he was
military
talking about the
uniform on?
military. This
But you
nigga
put
is
a
a
military
pseudo
uniform on.
ICE agent on here talking about people who went
Get
in the
the
military.
fuck out of here.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I might
This
as
nigga
well
is
go
a
apply for
this
ICE.
nigga is a pseudo
You
ICE
work for the
agent.
feds.
This nigga
You're a
is a pseudo
military
ICE
bitch.
agent.
What you idea with is crazy.
The military bitches don't get to come home and tell us what to do. No, you was an ICE agent before any of us
Nigga
even
is a
talked about
wannabe
this.
ICE agent talking
You're
about
an
you went to
original
fuck for the
agent.
military. Now
But
you
you're a
mad at us
real
because we fucking
agent.
with ICE. Man,
But
shut
you're a
your
real
ass up.
agent. You're not a wannabe. You was really dressed up in the fatigues. The
You,
white
but
man
you,
really ordered you
but
around.
you a
You was really
wannabe.
the white
Yeah,
man's bitch for
you a
real.
wannabe that don't have no
Fam, you was
purpose.
really the white man's bitch for
Like you're
real.
on you.
You're not in position to talk shit to
You're on the
niggas.
white man's
You're
side.
not in
You
position
chose
to
sides.
talk
You're
shit
not
to
B1.
niggas.
You're not
You're
pro-black.
not
You're
in
a white
position to
man.
talk shit to
You're a white
niggas.
man mascot.
You lost
You're
your
not pro-black.
positioning.
You're not for
Sorry.
black people. You want to
You
join
can
the
say
white
anything
man
you
and
want
help
to,
the white
fam.
man get the immigrants
You
out
already
and get
did it.
these people out
You
and get
already
those
did it.
people out.
I
didn't
might
help-
as well
I
you
got
did it,
no
bitch.
immigrants out.
I might as
We
well you did
arrested
it,
no
bitch.
immigrants.
I might
We
as well
arrested
you
no
did it,
immigrants.
bitch.
We
I
did
might
no
as well you
immigrant
did it,
policies.
bitch.
We
You
did
did it.
none of that.
You
We
did
did
it.
none of that.
You did
You
it.
want to be you
How you
wanted to
gonna get
join
on
the
the next
military.
man for doing
You
what you
wanted to
did?
be in the service. That's why you cry about it all the time. That's
Now I
why
wanted
it
to be in the
bothers you
service.
because you wanted to join the
I
service.
wanted to be in
That's
the
why you
service.
cry about it. That's why
Are you
now you
kidding?
want to be deputized as
You
an
can't
ICE
even
agent
stand
because
on
you
it.
want to go in there.
If I
What am
be
I
in the service,
standing
I'd
on?
stand on it. You can't stand on
What
it. You
am
a
I
bitch.
standing on? What
Stand on
What
your
are you
service.
talking about? You don't
Stand
even
on your
make
service.
sense.
Right, so
You
be
want to
quiet and
be
let
a
me say
white,
it.
like you
So quit
want
crying
to
and let me
be a
say it.
white man.
Quit crying and let me
You
say
want
it.
to be a white. You're
Quit
the only
crying
one
and let me
crying.
say
You're
it.
the only one that come
Quit
off camera
crying and let me
crying
say it.
about us. We don't
Fam,
give
I
a fuck
wasn't
about
talking
what
to
you're talking
you.
about.
I wasn't talking to you. You can't help it. You're gonna cry some more.
No,
So
I'm
as I'm
telling
saying,
him that you're the
a
person I'm
nigga who was
talking about.
a
You're the
nigga
black
who was
person who
in the
chose this.
military
You're the black
cannot
person who's
speak
choosing a
on what
side.
somebody else does.
You're the
If a
black
black
person
person want
that's
to join the
choosing a
police force,
side. You're
if they
choosing
want
a
to join
side.
ICE, no matter what they do, they're doing nothing different
You
than you
want to
did when you
choose.
took that
You're
oath.
choosing a side. You're on the white
You
man's
chose a
side.
side. Did you choose a
You on,
side?
and I
When you took
regret it.
that oath,
And
did you choose a
I'm an
side?
American citizen.
When did you
I'm
when
an
did you come
American
back to the black
citizen.
community, bitch?
I'm an American
You chose
citizen.
your side when you was a
I'm an
kid.
American
White boy.
citizen. I'm an American
Pussy.
citizen.
You chose your side as a
I'm
kid.
sorry that you're
Pussy.
mad because we're
You
pointing
chose
out
your
that you
side
want to
as a
be with white
kid.
people. You're
And
a
I
white
chose
man
mine.
lover. You're
And I
not
chose
B1.
mine.
You're on the white man's
I
side.
chose
The
my
whole
side
entire
by not
argument
going to
is
the
to give the
military.
white man a pass.
Shout out to the
Everything you
niggas who
say
didn't go
is
to the military.
everything you say is to give a
We
white
chose
man a
our
pass
side.
and to try to figure out why we should
We
have a
chose our
problem
side,
when
man.
white people try to hurt black people. That's
We
your
chose our
only
side.
argument. Why
We
are we
chose our
mad
side.
when white people
people try to hurt black people? Why are
We
y'all
chose our
mad?
side.
Why are y'all upset when white people try to do bad things to other people? Why y'all mad at them? That's your
'Cause you
only
went to the
argument.
military to do
That's
it.
all you beef about.
You went
That's
to the
it.
military.
That's it. And
You
I
went to go
got an
do that.
NYU degree. I just got a
You got paid
home.
for that.
I got
The
disability.
American
I'm
government paid for
good.
that.
I'm
They
good.
paid for that.
I'm
They did.
good.
They paid for it. Great.
I'm
But stop
good.
talking shit to niggas.
I'm
Everybody
good.
ain't gonna take the route
You
you
don't
took.
even have no principle
Everybody
on
ain't gonna
nothing.
be
You're
no
just
white boy
screaming at. You're
ass
just
nigga.
shouting at the moon on no principle because you want to be. You chose the white man's side.
Who? How?
You chose this
signed up.
side, Taz. Every
you
argument
signed
that
up.
you present is to say, well, why y'all mad at the
I
white
can
man
literally
when
take
these
this
people
shit
over here did
anywhere
this? Why
and
you mad
ask
at the white
anybody.
man? Because Obama did this.
Who's
All
the
you
white
ever
man's
talk about
bitch?
is the white
The
man
nigga who
didn't do
signed
anything
up for the
wrong,
military,
or don't pay
or some
attention to
nigga
what
who
the
works for
white
the
man
post
doing. Don't be distracted by what he's
Some
doing.
nigga who works for
Come
ICE.
on.
Some nigga who works for ICE versus some nigga who put his life on the line for this shit.
Come on.
Fuck out of here.
But you're the one out here crying about, yeah, let's help ICE get these Mexicans out of here. Fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, let's help. Yeah.
Fuck
the
you
same way
talking about?
You signed up to help the military, didn't you? Didn't you sign up to help the white man?
What the fuck you talking about?
Didn't you
No,
do that like
I signed
20
up
years
to
ago?
help myself.
You niggas killed me.
I signed up to help myself.
The white man's bitches
and I
be
helped
forgetting
myself.
what they did.
I signed up to help
The white man's
myself.
bitches be forgetting what they did. Did he wipe your memory before he let you go home, nigga? Did he wipe your fucking memory?
Excuse me?
You talking
What?
about wrong, nigga.
What? Nigga, you
went
just
to that do what the
babbling,
white
man.
man
You're
told
babbling
you.
brook. Don't nobody give a fuck about that
bro,
nonsense you talk about. You are a white man lover. You are on their side.
It's not gonna
You
work,
can fool
man.
these dumb motherfuckers, but
It's
you're a
not
cracker
gonna
lover.
work.
If people listen to everything you say, all you do is defend whiteness in a roundabout way. If you listen to everything you say, all you have to say is, well, they not really hurting us. DEI ain't really for us, so what y'all complaining for? When he get rid of DEI, what y'all complaining for? Don't complain about him getting rid of DEI. That white man ain't hurting you. Come on, man, you're a fucking
That's why I
fool.
couldn't go to NYU, because I was never cool with the white man, though. Ever, pussy. You a fucking pussy who was running around white folks your whole life. Now you want to get on here and play with niggas like me?
You can call me
with
whatever you
criminal
want,
records?
nigga. You're a loudmouth, know nothing. You're a
boy.
loudmouth goofball who say a bunch of fuck shit. And people don't check you on it. They don't check you on it because they love crackers too. You niggas are a bunch of cracker lovers pretending to be pro-black. Enough is a fucking enough. Enough is enough. You niggas are not for black people at all, especially you. Especially you. This is a nigga who hate Mexicans who moved to Mexico. Think about that. This is the nigga who want Mexicans out after he moved to Mexico. What the fuck are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about?
We talking about running it up.
We talking about a nigga who moved to Mexico complaining about Mexicans in America. Come on, man. Enough said. Enough said.
Making money off Mexicans.
Enough said.
You want to help them. I want to exploit them. Let's talk about it.
I don't give a fuck about them.
You ain't doing them pumping babies in these motherfuckers. You trying to fuck these bitches.
I don't give a fuck about them.
You trying to party with them. You trying to have a DEI fun fest with them.
Listen. I'm sorry you're a goofball, and the only thing you can say is goofball shit. But you're intelligent enough to say some real shit.
All your girlfriends eat nachos.
You don't want to debate me, fam. Don't talk to me about intelligence, bitch. You're gonna sit your pussy DEI ass around somewhere crying. Intelligence is a debate. Your pussy ass terrified to do that. You're not intelligent enough. You would sit your bitch ass up here and cry to some white folks.
The girlfriend want nachos with
you ain't on my motherfucking level on shit. Not a motherfucking thing. Not a motherfucking thing. And so again, for example, when you got this other foreigner up here saying something funny, you fighting for Mexicans too? You fighting for Mexicans too?
Basketball game, get nachos and be like, fuck.
Are you fighting for Mexicans too? Are you fighting for Mexicans as well?
They be hating Mexican on Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, I don't even understand what you said. That's the sad part, though. Like I say, being black don't mean much to these niggas.
Fuck
you think you can talk shit to me? You think you could talk shit to me after you just sat up here and defended everybody else? A nigga come on the panel, you talk shit to him because he's saying he wants to only defend his people. You niggas get mad because niggas don't want to defend y'all Mexican buddies. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. But then you have the audacity to talk about somebody pro-black.
Defend Mexican. Why I say that? That's how you defending police aggression.
Yeah, because I don't care. I defend. Listen. I defend black people. If the police get out their cars and stand over and shoot a Mexican motherfucker, nigga, I'm not finna contest that. I don't give a fuck. So you niggas, you all lives matter ass niggas, let's stand on it. So you think the police and what they do to other people is equal to what they do to us? That's how you view it? We all one?
So now
that's how you view it?
So you in an equal aggression argument. Who gets the most aggression from police? That's the argument you trying to have? What type of stupid shit is that?
Yes, I play the oppression elected.
What type of stupid shit is that? The police aggression is police aggression. I mean, I defend it anywhere in this time. Period.
So it's stupid to highlight that.
Yeah, because once the aggression starts, it's not limited. Whatever they do to them is going to be intensified in my community.
Do you know what black first
do to
means?
them is gonna be worse to me.
Do you know what black first means?
Marijuana is called marijuana because they wanted to label the Mexican them over the marijuana.
This is crazy.
Today, nigga, you call it marijuana. And the things they did to them, what happened? You got intensified in the black community because you got locked up. You got fucked up over years. You caught cases. They used this shit to put
Do you hear this shit?
over the smell of it. Stop the fuckery, nigga. So I don't know what.
Hey, Buddha, can I say something real quick, Buddha?
I'm the wrong nigga that's off the water all this.
You probably believe that. I don't know what data
No, it's not about totally believe
you
that.
have some data to
you
support
called
that.
it marijuana your whole life.
Do you have data to support
shit,
that?
You never said cannabis.
Do you have data to support that?
Hey, Buddha. Hey, Buddha, I just wanted to say this real quick, Buddha. Buddha, I just wanted to say this. Buddha, real quick, Buddha. Buddha, real quick. I understand Taz's sentiment of we need to be black first, period, and stop worrying about other people. I gotta agree with him on that.
That nigga's a fucking tether, nigga. He gonna be immigrant first, nigga.
Yeah, whatever you say, B. I'm talking about police arresting, and y'all taking this into an argument
immigrant
about
first, nigga.
And racial shit. So no.
Immigrant first. That's what he is. That's what most of these niggas is. But then they'll get mad because they're gonna be
into an immigrant argument. Why you can't stick with the argument?
What argument you thought I was having? Little dirty bum ass immigrant boy.
What the fuck are you
what
talking
argument
about?
you thought we was having?
I'm having is about police aggression and how you defending police.
Right. In the argument I'm having, and the one I'm having is why.
How y'all gonna do that? How y'all gonna do that? Yeah.
Why are they? Just 1 second, bro. Just
yo, you a pussy whore. Anyway, you defend any type of police aggression.
Don't cry.
That's
why are they aggressive? Yeah, let's talk about it. So why are they aggressive to those people in the streets burning up cars and shit? Why are they aggressive to them? I already answered it for you. Why are they aggressive to the people burning up cars in the street?
Yeah, man. Big up the police that killed Patrice Lumumba. Yeah, man. Big up all the police.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck about no fuck Patrice Lumumba, nigga.
Murder people.
I ain't from Africa.
Police, man.
The
Big up the
wrong
police
person.
because we are defending law enforcement and police around here. Big up the bomb.
Wrong person,
Big
bro.
up anything white man do when they put the badge on. Yeah, big
Yeah, I
up
don't care
that
about
shit.
that.
Fuck you, nigga. You ignorant. You're a stupid ass nigga to defend any type of law enforcement. Stop Uno, nigga. I defend peace officers.
You know the problem with you niggas.
We not defend law enforcement and aggression. You're ignorant. You caught up in the wrong rhetoric. And I'm the wrong nigga to talk to about this.
No, you the right one, fam. You the right one. But it seems like, bro, I don't need you to be afraid. I need you to be able to have a conversation. I don't need you to be afraid. I need you to be able to have a conversation. You niggas cry too fucking much because you can't make a point. This is fucking crazy.
In the red pill community.
Right, so let me beat you up, fam. So let me beat you up. So let me beat you up right quick.
You can't spell. All you do is Google.
So I'm gonna beat you up right quick.
Shut up, man. Shut up.
Outside.
You're not educated,
hey, fam, I'm outside. I don't need to Google nothing. So let me beat you up right quick.
You can't fuck with me with your information, man. Or who you think say you is?
Let's beat you up right quick. All right, so look.
You can't beat me up with shit, nigga. You defending police. Shut your mouth.
So let's get to it. Here's your problem, bro.
Shut him off, man. You can't defend anything about
no
law enforcement.
What I'm talking about.
Come off the edge with that.
You, just like Art, have no idea how long some of us have been talking about this subject. Some of us have been discussing this shit.
I don't care how long you've been talking about the subject.
Fam, look how you crashing, bro.
Talking about
and they can't even talk. Y'all want to defend these motherfuckers so bad.
You don't even
fam, can a motherfucker talk?
You didn't grow up with Mexican.
Can a motherfucker talk, fam?
Las Vegas.
I know y'all want to defend them, fam, but goddamn, can a nigga talk though?
Get rich with Mexican.
Hey, Buddha, I grew up in South Central Los Angeles. I know Mexicans very well, Buddha. We need to focus on ourselves.
Don't do that, bro. Please, Swarthy, don't do that.
If you grew up in Los
Yeah, that's crazy. Black first, always.
You don't know one nigga rich without no Mexican.
Because I want these niggas to keep exposing themselves. These niggas are mad because I don't support Mexicans.
Rob each other. You know,
do you hear them?
Hoods together. You know,
they start shitting on black people because I don't support Mexicans.
Prison together. You know,
they get personal because I don't support Mexicans.
And stop wars because they grew up in the same neighborhood.
That ain't crazy to start getting personal with a black man because he don't support Mexicans. You get mad because he don't support Mexicans.
No, B, it's not about
You start
supporting
talking
Mexicans.
negative about the black man because he won't support
defending
Mexicans.
law enforcement. You're defending
That's what
law
y'all
enforcement. Black people don't do that.
Yes, they do.
The patty roller.
Hey, fam, slow down. Let's have a conversation, dude. Let's have a conversation.
You're defending the patty roller?
Hey, fam, let's have a conversation.
The patty roller.
Hey, fam, let's have a conversation. I just want to see if you
No,
stand
we're
on
not
what
having
you're
a
saying.
conversation no more.
I know, because I'll embarrass you, right? Because your bitch ass know you'll get embarrassed, right?
Let's keep it up.
You know you'll get embarrassed. So that's the problem right there. So again, everybody's all mad about ICE. Have you ever heard these niggas come on here and say any of this about the police? They don't say this about the police. They don't say this about no security guard.
So you niggas
They don't say this about no other form. Oh my God. Bro, can I finish my statement?
It's going in out of the hood.
Like when I get home, I'm gonna turn my mic all the way up. I'm outside, bro. I can't finish my statement, gang.
You're ignorant with that.
Hey, bitch, I can't finish my statement.
Defend police aggression as a
They got you niggas out crashing. That's crazy.
If you do that.
Have you ever had your ass whooped by the police?
Yes.
Right.
And I've been
so
in
you
jail.
would know.
I've been arrested. My house been raided.
Did you commit crime?
Flash grenades thrown on me. I got slammed on the ground. What the fuck y'all talk about? I beat cases over police.
So why would you? So why would you? So why would you?
Nigga to talk to.
So why would you?
How many jails you been to?
So why would you?
Talk about that shit, nigga. I've been to jail in like 5 days.
Just 5? Only 5? Only 5? Only 5? Buddha, only 5. Only 5, bro. I did that in 2 years. They doxed me though. They put all my shit on the internet, so everybody know about me. I don't know about you.
We take the link and we say, all right, we all do pussy.
Yeah, I don't know about you, fam. Anyway, though, like I'm saying, so when black people go join law enforcement, when black people come policing, nobody cares. When black people work directly for law enforcement, bro, you niggas don't have.
You probably snitched.
No,
you probably talked to law enforcement.
Now suddenly y'all got problems.
You probably talked to them.
Now suddenly y'all got problems with ICE.
When them come
you got black police officers, fam. Fam. You got black police officers. You got smoke for them.
Come on, man. You're not really not this, man. You just hate Mexican.
What?
You eat burrito.
I hear you, bro. So anyway, like I'm saying,
eat burrito and taco.
Hey, fam, will you let me talk, bro? God damn. You niggas shouldn't be crashing like this for Mexicans.
You used to over talking niggas.
You shouldn't be crashing like this for Mexicans. This is fucking crazy. Why are you crashing like this for Mexicans? Why are you crashing like this for Mexicans, bro?
Every time y'all talk, say
this is sad. Ah, this is so sad. The black community is in a horrible state. The black community is in a horrible state because I truly cannot understand how you can join the military, you can join the police force, you can work for the government, but you can't be an ICE agent. Oh, you crossed the line if you're an ICE agent, but you niggas that sit up here and support a nigga who went and put his life on the line for the whole white man. But now you want to talk about the white man.
Nigga, I live in this country. I put my whole life on the line for the fucking country I live in. What we talking about?
We talking about the same shit.
What the fuck we talking about?
You want to police the world for the white man, but ICE can't police the border?
Millions and millions of black men went into service before you was born. After you die, there's gonna be millions of black men that serve this country. Millions.
Yeah.
And they don't have to be ICE agents. They can be
coons,
military people. They can
but
be police.
Though,
they
right?
don't have to be ICE agents. They're not coons.
No. Them ain't cool. Do you don't hear yourself, bro?
Bro, like you ain't none of them.
Police.
You ain't none of them.
You can be a military police, like you can stand on. Y'all don't stand on nothing.
You're supporting.
Y'all don't stand on nothing.
Some shit. You're supporting some
y'all
shit.
Don't stand on nothing.
You're supporting some shit where you should just stand on the sidelines and let it be what it is.
Really?
Yeah, like you an agent. You an agent for them, bro. Like you always cheering on they fuck shit instead of just saying mind your fucking business.
Did you do that when you went and signed up to fight for his military?
I didn't go in there to fight for nobody. I went in there for a college education, which I got. Everything I went in there to get, I got.
Now you don't want to get on the battlefield no more.
Everything I went in there, I got.
Get on that battlefield.
Everything I went in there, I got.
You want to cut grass instead of getting on that battlefield to help with these ICE agents, nigga.
Why the fuck would I help somebody get rid of motherfuckers that?
You've been a tool of white supremacy.
Why don't you do it? Why don't you go help them?
I've never
Why
been a
don't
tool.
you go be an ICE agent, nigga? You the only one. You the only one supporting them.
I've never been a tool of white supremacy. You have.
You are
That's
a
your
tool of,
history.
you are why you are
That's
a
who
tool
you
of white
are.
supremacy. That's why you come on here and do what you do. You support him. You
I'm
work
just
for
having
him.
a conversation.
Bro, this nigga is an agent for
I'm
white
just
people, yo.
talking.
This nigga is an agent
I'm
for white
never
people.
going to sign up to
This
work
nigga
for
is an
no
agent
white
for white
people.
people. You don't
But
have
you
to.
did.
You're their best
But you
propagandist.
did.
You're your best propagandist.
Did I
You're their
make you
best
go? I
propagandist.
made you go to the
You're their
military.
best. You're their
My
best
propaganda
propagandist.
made you sign
You're
up for the
their.
white
I'm
man's
talking about
military.
presently. You're their
That
best
was my
propagandist right now.
propaganda. That was
You're
my
their best
propaganda. That was me.
propagandist right now.
That
You're
was
the
me.
nigga that said though. This nigga said that the Holocaust wasn't that bad. This
It
is this
wasn't.
nigga.
It
This
wasn't.
is this nigga.
It wasn't.
This is this nigga.
Find somebody to debate it.
Compared to the transatlantic slave trade, no, the
I'm not
fuck it
comparing it
wasn't.
to anything, nigga.
No,
This
the
nigga
fuck
don't
it
know
wasn't,
nothing
though.
about the motherfucking. What he
there's
know about the
bleeding heart.
Holocaust, man? What the fuck do his
I
black
know
ass?
they had.
What
I know they had a soccer team.
what about the
I know they had a soccer team. I know they had a
Man,
football
y'all
team.
niggas are the
I know they
fakest
had a
pro-black
number
niggas I've
for
ever
soccer
met in
team.
my
I know they
life.
lied about the number.
You niggas are the fakest pro-black niggas I've
the
ever
way
met in
they
my
have always
life.
felt about black people, I don't
You
give a
want no
fuck what happened to
motherfucker
them. The
smoke for
way
me,
they've
Bro,
always
bitch.
felt
let him
about
You
us.
was in
stand
the
on his own.
military,
He
nigga.
don't need you. He don't
You're
need you to
dumb.
back him up.
Whether
He
it's
don't need you to back
you
him
want
up. This
you want
nigga
to do
has never done
Dachau?
anything
Do
of
you want to do
significance in life.
Dachau or
This
Auschwitz?
nigga has never
You
done
want to talk about
anything of
Dachau or
significance in life.
Auschwitz? Do
Like
you
he's
want to
just
talk
a
about Dachau or
commentator.
Auschwitz?
Yeah,
Do you want to?
commentator.
Hey, fam.
And he's saying it
Do you
wasn't
want to
that
talk
bad
about
because he's
Dachau?
supporting the Nazis.
Do you want
He's
to talk
not saying
about
it that bad based
Dachau
on the death
or
or based
Auschwitz?
on how many. He's saying it because he's
Listen
saying
to
what
him.
they did wasn't that bad.
No, I'm saying that
That's
because
what
they
he's
lowered the numbers.
saying. He's
They
a
lowered the
propagandist
numbers.
for the Nazis, and he's
Hey,
still
fam.
doing it to this
Hey, fam.
day.
Hey,
Come
fam. They
on,
said
y'all.
at first they said it
Come
was
on,
6 million.
y'all.
Now they
Come
say
on,
it's
y'all.
4 million. I can
When are we
show you
gonna
that.
call a spade a spade?
When you pull out your
A
cards,
nigga went to
put your
Mexico
cards
and
on the
he's mad
table.
at Mexicans.
Put your
This
cards on the
nigga
table.
moved to their country and
Put
now
your
he's mad
cards
at
on the
them.
table.
Come
Put
on,
your
y'all.
cards on. I ain't mad
When
at
are we
shit.
gonna call?
I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at him. What are you talking about? Just because you want to lay your life on the line for him don't mean I'm mad at him.
Like,
They
I'm
don't
not talking
belong
about
here.
white people. I'm talking
They don't
about
belong
Mexicans.
here.
I'm
They don't
talking.
belong
You
here.
didn't belong in their
They
country,
don't
but you
belong
went
here.
there.
Why
You
didn't
didn't belong in their country, but
Why
you went
didn't I?
there.
Why didn't I?
Because it's
Why
theirs.
didn't I?
So why they don't belong here? So so you can go to Mexico, but they can't come here.
Yeah,
Explain that dumbass logic.
I didn't sneak across
Explain
the border
that.
illegally.
Make that make sense.
I didn't sneak across the border illegally.
Come on.
I went right across the border, dealt with their border patrol, and moved to their country. That's a lot different than cutting up a fence, jumping over a river, sneaking into the country. But you're fucking remedial. So being the white man's bitch, I
Think
don't
about
understand.
this.
I don't
This
expect more out
motherfucker's
of
not
you.
a law enforcement officer. This motherfucker
Watch, he
committed
hurt.
crimes in his life, and
hurt.
now he's
hurt.
above the law.
He hurt.
Now I'm on board with law.
You
What are we
motherfucking right,
talking
nigga.
about? These
You
niggas are
motherfucking
hypocrites.
right. I am
And
above
y'all
the
allow these
motherfucking
fucking
law.
hypocrites to say this
You
fuck shit, and
motherfucking
then
right,
y'all give
nigga.
them credence, and they still criminals.
You
And they
motherfucking
still
right.
fuck niggas. And y'all give them credence to say
But
this
you won't
fuck
call
shit.
them Mexicans. But you won't get no Mexicans that. You ain't gonna call the Mexicans criminals. You call the black man a criminal.
Listen.
Did y'all
for
see it?
the
The
10,000th
bitch won't even
time.
call a Mexican a
I
criminal.
don't give a
But he'll
fuck
call
about
a black man a
I
criminal.
don't give a fuck about
He'll call that
nobody
black
that white
man a
people
criminal.
invited. That white people
He'll
open a
call that
Snapchat
black
up
man a
so that they
criminal.
can come over here
Nigga, ain't
and do
nobody
what the
fooled
fuck
by
they
these
want to do.
tactics, nigga.
You niggas want to
Nobody's
ignore
fooled by
that
your
white people
tactics, bro.
invited these motherfuckers in. Y'all want to ignore that part. Y'all want to ignore the part that the white people is the one that's employing them. Y'all want to ignore that part and talk that fuck shit. The white people invited these motherfuckers in, and now that they overtaking them, now we supposed to care. I give a fuck about either group. Fuck the Mexicans and fuck the black.
So be quiet.
And fuck the niggas who aren't voting. And fuck the niggas who choose the white man's side.
So be
and
quiet.
fuck you niggas too. And fuck you cracker-loving niggas too.
So be quiet.
Fuck
some
you
of us can stand on
cracker-loving
what we
niggas
say.
too. And nigga, you ain't gonna get no Mexican out of here.
You're not
You ain't gonna
standing
get
on
not
it.
near one out of here.
Fucking be quiet.
And after they finish getting the Mexicans out, they coming to get you.
If it's fucking be quiet.
And after they they come get the Mexicans, come to get you.
Fucking be quiet.
What are we talking about, man? You niggas are
If it's
frauds.
fucking be quiet.
You niggas
If it's
are
fucking be
frauds,
quiet.
man. This shit is sad that you grown ass men are
You
such
would
fucking
never see
frauds.
me fighting for some
Nigga, you
people
are
10 minutes
fraud,
after I
nigga.
said fuck.
You are a fraud, nigga. You're that check that they send in the mail that you can't take to the bank, nigga.
Fam, I
You
can
are
show
a
you me
fraud.
saying this 10 years
You
ago.
are a fraud, nigga. You are the
I
check
was
that
saying
they
this
send
10
and say you
years
won
ago.
the sweepstakes and you can't cash it. You
Hey,
have
little
no
nigga,
value, nigga.
I
You're
was
just a
saying this
mouthpiece.
10 years ago when
You're
you was
just a
chasing
mouthpiece,
DA
nigga.
benefits,
You're
nigga.
just a. I never chased that shit a day in my
When you was running
motherfucking
up
life.
to the Veterans
I've never
Affairs
ever
office,
chased that
nigga.
shit a day in my
I was already
motherfucking
saying
life.
this.
Never in my motherfucking life, nigga. Never in my
When you got out the
motherfucking life.
military, I was already on this, nigga. I've been on this. I'm not from the West, nigga. I'm not from the East. I'm from the Midwest. We don't fuck with foreigners, nigga. What do you mean? What are you talking about, nigga? We don't fuck with foreigners like that. Y'all niggas do. Y'all niggas brought up around foreigners, not us. So yeah, our blackness is kind of rooted in being around other black people because we didn't grow up around Mexicans.
Yeah, y'all see he let the white man pass for bringing them in. Y'all see they do that. Well, they don't say nothing about that. They don't say nothing about the fact that the white man brought these Mexicans here to work in their businesses. They don't say nothing about that. You don't hear nothing about that.
Well, what should I say?
You should say that. You should say, hey, y'all guys created this motherfucking shit, so y'all deal with it on y'all own.
Well, shit, I can't say that about the wars. Niggas like you went and fought in them.
Right. And they created that shit on their own. They created that shit.
Right, and they sent you to fight it.
Are you jealous of us that we went in the service? Does it bother you that we went in the service? What? Let me ask you a question. What going in the service did? What us going in the service? How does that affect you? Me going in the army and going to the Gulf War and going to Bosnia. How does that affect you? How does that affect your life? How does that affect your life in any way? And the crazy part about it is, I was in there with niggas that you grew up with. I was in there with niggas that you actually went to high school with and grew up with. Niggas from your town that you know personally.
I'll explain it to you.
Right? Am I wrong on that? Am I wrong on that? I was in there with niggas from your town that you grew up with personally, right?
None of my niggas went to. None of my.
So Greg and them ain't your niggas. So Greg Sims and them ain't your niggas. So the Sims brothers ain't your boys. They not your boys.
No, not Sims. Simpson.
Simpson.
Greg Sims. I don't even know who that is.
Oh my God, Taz, we talked about this, my nigga. The one whose son went to Purdue to play basketball. Is it Sims or Simpson? It was Sims.
Greg went to West Virginia and Ohio State. Simpson.
No, which one went and played Purdue? One played for Purdue, played basketball at Purdue. Or Iowa, not Purdue, Iowa.
Yeah, I don't know nobody who played at Iowa.
His son. Yeah, well, niggas that you grew up with, that you hung up with me in the military, with me in combat, with me in.
Yeah, I don't know nobody who went to military, bro.
Bro, you grew up, man. You talked about these niggas for like 20 minutes. You know these niggas personally.
Yeah, as basketball players, not as no fucking military. I don't know niggas who went to the military, bro.
Bro.
Like, that's no cap. I don't know niggas who went to the military.
You know
the streets.
Bro.
Yeah, I ain't hear somebody loud as hell. Yeah, that's sad though, fam. Y'all niggas is y'all killing me with this. You can work for law enforcement, you can work for the government, you can do whatever you wanted to do in your life, but now a nigga want to go work for ICE and hit cool. No, bro, it don't work like that.
We're not talking about the people that go and work for ICE, bro. We're talking about the people that's cheering on ICE, chasing down Mexicans. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about black people that's standing on the sidelines with their pom-poms, cheering on ISIS as they hunt down Mexicans. What we're saying to y'all is, that's not our fight. We didn't create that. They did. So why are we wasting any energy on their battle?
They're not making the fight though. Like a person saying I support ICE ain't them being part of the fight. That's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit. God damn.
So everybody's morning going all right? Got two New Jersey Rutgers players drafted in top 5. Shout out to Jersey.
All right. Now again, I'm trying to figure out how a nigga that, like, cause Art, I get your gripe, but you cannot go into the military and then come out and say somebody else is a coon, bro. Somebody else is working for the white man. And then you got this other foreigner. I mean, I ain't seen his green card, right? I don't know if this nigga even supposed to be here. But he's willing to fight for Mexicans, who we don't know if they supposed to be here. That's what I'm saying. Like, I get it. And I understand when you say, well, you only beat up on red pill. Nigga, I will embarrass you. Hop your tether ass in the ring with me. So I can show the people why we should not support dirty, raggedy, random ass tethers. Maybe you should be back on your homeland with the other tethers. Because when you come here, you're not in position to talk shit to niggas like me, bro. You're a tether, a foreigner, barely here. Donald Trump then might send your bitch ass home tomorrow. So I know why you mad at ICE. But Taz don't have that issue. I'm actually American. So I get it. Like, it's just fucked up. I have to bring it to you like this because you want to ride with Mexicans. Well, I don't have to. Right? Niggas got kids by these motherfucking foreigners. I don't have to ride with them. Y'all do. Y'all run in circles with foreign people. So I get why you feel like that, but all of us ain't gonna feel like that, fam. All of us ain't with the Mexicans. Some of us only know black people.
You do realize,
you only know black people.
You do realize, like, where we live at, right? Like, we don't even know, like, Mexicans don't really exist like that, right? And if they do, they're in their own enclave, and, like, that shit don't interfere in our lives, bro. It don't. It don't.
So why speak on the people who in their lives they do interfere with?
Then that's your fight, but stop cursing us out that don't want to join that shit. We don't give a fuck. Stop telling us that we wrong and we support them because we don't want to support what y'all doing.
So you
and
finna flip this shit around. That's crazy. So now you finna flip this shit around and make it seem like...
No, I'm not flipping it around. I'm speaking to my brother because me and my brother talk about this all the time. We talk about this all the time. And what I'm saying to you is, I get it, that's your fight. And I even said this to you 2 weeks ago. Like, sometimes I think about it, but at the end of the day, it's just not my fight. It's just not my battle. And if it ever becomes my battle, then that's when I deal with it. But it's not my battle, and I'm not going to pick a battle when I already got shit going on in my life that I got to worry about. Especially some shit like that, where
so you don't think you picking and choosing?
Where I know who started this shit. Where I know
you don't think you picking and choosing, bro?
No.
Because again, the same group that starts shit every time is the group that's starting shit. It's the same white folks who go around the world fucking with people.
But you're on their side in this argument.
Who? How? You. Based on what?
Based on them saying, oh yeah, let's get the Mexicans out. They brought them here.
Yeah, but brother, you're still not getting it. I don't give a fuck about what happens to them. I'm not going to ask them to keep them here.
I'm not either, but I'm not going to join them, bro. You're joining them. You're putting your voice behind them.
Bro, I don't work for ICE, bro. Quit saying that. If you can't deal with being in the military, I didn't work for ICE, nigga.
I'm not saying that you're working for ICE, but you're very vocal and very, very, very serious about the getting the immigrants out and calling them criminals and all that. You're standing on that, bro.
Yes,
you're standing on it.
But Art, I've been standing on it since 2014. Since Obama was in office. He's the one that started this conversation. I've been standing on it.
I don't care about none of that, bro. That's what I'm saying.
But that's the problem. You don't care about it.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not questioning your bona fide in it, bro. I'm not questioning your bona fide in it. What I'm saying to you is, I'm not joining that battle because you did. And calling me and telling me because I'm not joining the battle, I'm on their side is wrong.
But you said I'm on their side.
You are on the white man's side,
yes,
bro.
I'm saying, bro, like, that's crazy. You don't want me to say it to you, but then you can say it to me.
But no, you're saying I'm on the Mexican side. I'm not saying that you're wrongful saying that I joined the white man's army. You're saying I'm on the Mexican side. You're saying I support the Mexicans.
Because there's no reason to attack nobody black for their stands.
I'm not attacking you. I'm saying it's not my fight. But you're attacking me for not joining the fight.
No, I'm questioning how you can say one part of America's issues ain't your fight, but another one is.
What other issues is my fight?
Come on,
the ones bro, that deal with me personally.
Right, but when we stay going into the military, that is taking up the white man's fight, is it not?
Bro, I'm 51 years old. I went in the military when I was 18 years old. We're talking about something that happened 35 years ago. I was 17 years old. I made a decision at that time that I thought was a good decision for myself. And it was.
That don't change the fact that it happened.
Okay, but I'm not going to let anybody else tell me that I was wrong for making that choice. Nobody. You can't. There's nothing you can do to tell me that I was wrong for what I did. I met amazing people. I did amazing things. I changed my life for the better.
Yeah, that's not really the goal. The goal is to make sure you understand that you joined law enforcement, that you went and worked for the white man, that you became the white man's son. All the things that
for
you're
5 years,
implying.
and I did it for 5 years, and it's over. And that was a chapter in my life.
Right. So
But
again, if somebody else,
that 5
right?
years in my
So
life
listen to what I'm
don't
saying,
determine
though.
who I am in that whole. It
But look at
doesn't,
what I'm
right?
saying, though, bro. But look at what I'm saying. So if a young black man wants to go to the military today and do his 5 years, or go work for ICE for 5 years, how are you in position to call him a coon?
When did I call anybody who joined ICE a coon? What are you talking about?
That's what you're doing.
That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not talking about ICE agents. I'm talking about people who are not federal police officers, not federal agents, just motherfuckers on the internet talking, screaming the loudest about getting the immigrants out of here. That's what I'm talking about. My context is very clear here. I'm talking about people with no police action, no ability to do nothing, screaming the loudest. And they're black. Hey, Pookie, how many times have I said fuck the Mexicans and fuck the crap? What is wrong with y'all? Nigga, I'm a grown-ass man. I don't gotta think about that, Pookie. I would never say, well, Pookie, let me hear you say fuck them then. I would never ask you to do that. You're a grown man. You make the choices that you want to make. I ain't no cult, nigga. You ain't gotta think about what I say. You ain't gotta lie with what I'm thinking. I ain't no cult, nigga. You sound crazy. Well, Arthur, say fuck them then. Y'all sound nuts.
Now I want you to stand on what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, 'cause again, I just don't believe you.
I'm standing 10 toes down on what I'm saying.
You can't be. If
I'm standing. Listen, you niggas have a problem with people that don't want to adhere to what y'all saying, and that's what y'all got to deal with. That's what y'all got to deal with. Y'all got to start understanding that people are their own people, and they're gonna think and say how they feel, and it don't have to be what y'all say. No one has to agree with y'all. It's not our life mission.
Wait, so why do you think that applies to me?
I'm not asking you to agree with nothing that I'm saying, bro. Nothing.
Well, no, I'm saying because I don't have a problem.
Nothing. I'm not asking you to agree. I'm not asking you to conform. I'm not asking you to believe. Nothing that I'm saying. Nothing.
I prefer people to disagree. I like to debate, so I prefer disagreements.
Yeah, like I don't. You don't have to agree with nothing I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't. I said we can't be out here fighting and windmilling for Mexicans and then trying to shit on black people. That's crazy.
Okay, show me where I'm fighting and windmilling for Mexicans, and that's what. And you keep doing that fuck shit, and that's what I'm saying. You keep doing that fuck shit. You keep trying to play that game and sneaking that fuck shit in there, like that's what I'm saying to make these stupid motherfuckers think that that's what I'm saying. So show me where I'm swinging and fighting for Mexicans, bro. Show me that.
Because again, when I came on,
no. Show me where I'm doing that.
I'm trying to. So the topic for me, and again, if you don't hear what I'm saying, it's because you just arguing. But
no, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm all ears.
Is about why some people can go and work for the post office. Some can work for the military. Some can be a security guard. Some can be a full-blown police officer. But now we're talking about ICE as if that's not a government agency. There's no reason for you to act like you weren't part of the government structure.
Bro, what are you talking about? My argument has nothing to do with ICE, and I wish you stopped doing that. Not one time did I say anything about ICE agents, none of that. I'm talking about you niggas. You non-police niggas who get on here and scream, get them out of here, blah, 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 blah. I'm talking to you niggas.
Get them go.
I'm not talking about nobody that works in ICE, none of that. And I done said that shit 5 fucking times. 5 times.
Right, but when it's time to say get them up out of here, you're the first one to say, well, why do you care? Why do they gotta go? Why?
And that's not that why do they gotta go? Why do you care? Why are you putting yourself in a fight where you know the motherfuckers brought them here to hurt us, and now that they're hurting them, now they want them gone?
Well, so what about those?
If they never hurt them, if the shit only hurt us and it never started getting to them, they wouldn't want them out of here.
Right. That's what happened in the 90s. That's what happened in the 90s.
90s with what? What correlates to that? What other group came to this country and put white people on in a tizzy? Please show me that group.
Bro, the 1990s is what I'm referring to.
Show me the group. My bad.
Then you can go literally look at the reports from the 90s of black people going on the media saying, no, these Mexicans, these
No, I'm not talking about blacks and Mexicans. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about show me in this country where an immigrant group came and put white people at a disadvantage, how the Mexicans are putting them at a disadvantage right now. They're only getting rid of them because they're hurting white people. They're not getting rid of them because they're hurting black people.
Okay, but again, I'm not even arguing that because I'm telling you they've already hurt black people.
I understand that. I understand that. That's what I'm saying. But they brought him here to hurt us.
Right, but
the white man
point
brought
is,
him here to hurt us.
But I'm trying to make sure you understand the point is that they did hurt us, not
I
indirectly.
get that. I'm with that. I'm with you 10,000%. And that's double reason why I'm not gonna help the white people get them out. Because if you brought the rats here to infest my crib and fuck me up, now you want me to help you get them out? No, I'm not doing that.
So you want the black people to just live with the rats?
Nigga, you're trying to be fucking you're trying to be fucking what's the name? Obtuse on purpose. You hear what the fuck I'm saying? You're trying to be obtuse on purpose. You are.
I'm not, bro.
You are, bro. You are. Because nothing that I'm saying is continuance of anything or stopping. What I'm saying to you is I'm not helping the nigga who wanted to poison me get rid of the poison that he tried to use on me because it's now hurting him. I'm not cheering him on. Fuck him.
Hear you.
So what's the problem? What's the problem?
The problem is then his rats.
Like y'all don't even make sense what y'all saying.
His rats are still in your neighborhood.
Right, and it's up to him to get the rats out. I'm not helping him. Point blank.
Right, so you're not helping us.
And if I catch a rat in my house, I'll kill the rat on my own.
You're not helping.
So if I run into the rats and I have a problem with the rats, I'll kill them on my own. I'll take care of myself. What? He's on his own. He did it, so you fix it. You niggas sound nuts. You're saying, this is what you niggas are saying. Yes, I know you brought them here to poison me and fuck me over, and they did it. You did a good job. So now that he's fucking you over, I'm going to join forces with you to help get him out. Even though I know for a fact that you brought him here to help me. You niggas sound nuts.
So again, you don't.
You niggas sound absolutely fucking nuts.
You don't leave them in your community just because. It don't matter how they got
here.
I'm
not, listen, I'm not joining the battle of motherfuckers who tried to harm me. I'm not helping them, Taz. I don't give a fuck how you try to twist this around. How you try to say, I'm not helping the motherfucker that set out to harm me. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Again, but the Mexicans came and they started harming black people purposely. I don't know how
where you live at. Where you live at. Not where I live at. Where you live at. Not where I live at. So that's your fight.
So we're not a community no more.
That's in my community. You don't. In my community, they don't exist. And they don't give us a problem in my community. We don't have a problem with it. We don't. There's no fighting over them. There is no. My community is still majority black, and it's been majority black. And the crazy part about it is, when I did see the uptick in Mexicans, that shit just dropped off, and they were replaced by Africans and Haitians.
Right.
So now my community that 4 years ago looked like it was about to turn Latino is now fully African and Haitian and reestablishing itself as a black Mecca.
And that's what's up. I have no issues with that.
And Joe and I got Joe Fuckett on here, and I wish what's name was here, and they could tell you that what I'm saying to you is legit.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that. I'm not. There's no reason to push back against that. I'm questioning how black people who are living around these people. Black people who do suffer because they have never gotten the same benefit that these illegals got, the same benefit that Mexicans got. I'm not willing to ignore that, bruh. There's been a long line, many years of them benefiting from the government, from the system, from the LA City Council. Everybody turning a blind eye. And now you telling us that we don't know what we saw.
What are you talking about? Nobody's telling you that I don't know what you saw, bro. Like, y'all gotta stop doing that, bro. I'm very articulate, Taz. You can hear what I'm saying to you, bro. And no way am I telling you what you saw. I'm not even having that conversation that you having right now. I'm very clear on what I'm saying. And like, and then when you say that, can you change the government officials that's there? Then you vote in the people that will understand that they're what's the name towards us? They're destructive towards us, or they're a deficit towards us. Then you put the people in place that will change that. But if you're talking about the LA City Council, that's going to be a bunch of Mexican people.
Now, yes. Now it is. Now.
And before that, it was white people.
No, it wasn't.
It was a bunch of black people on the LA City Council?
Yes, bro.
So it wasn't no white people, all them white. Bro, I've been to LA. All them white fucking, so the Brentwoods and the Sherman Oaks and all those parts of those people who in those districts, they wasn't white council. They didn't have white council. They didn't have white council.
Yeah, if you're going out to Brentwood and some of them places like that, then
yeah. Even if you go to city limits, even if you go to Los Angeles city limits.
No, when you start talking about Compton and places like that, though,
Compton is not a part of LA. Compton is its own separate entity.
Black community.
Compton is its own separate entity.
No, it
Compton
was
is not
not.
part of LA proper.
South Central, Compton, all these places were Watts, all of these places were literally on the same radar in the conversation about where black people live. They don't live there anymore.
Right, because the Mexicans, because the white businesses and the white government entities brought the Mexicans in to replace them. That's why.
Right, and the gangs. They brought the gangs in too, right?
Right, to replace us, to terrorize us, just like no different than the Klan. So why would I help him get rid of the people that he brought here to hurt me? You're making my point for me.
Because they terrorized us.
You're making my point. So I'm gonna help. I'm gonna help the person. I'm gonna help the person who brought people in to terrorize me. I'm gonna now help them get the terrorists out because now the terrorists is terrorizing them.
Yes, fam, they terrorize.
Nah, I'm not fucking with that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm definitely not doing that. I'm definitely not helping them do that. I'm definitely not helping them do that. Now, and if you want to create a separate entity to fight them outside of the whites, then we can talk about that. Then I'll consider that. If you want to create something that you don't got to align with whites to fight it, then I'll consider that. But if you think I'm going to align with the white people who sent them to hurt me, then we're just going to be at this impasse, my brother.
It's not about aligning with anybody, because again, we're just talking about an intellectual argument. Like, I'm not gonna go work for ICE. I'm not gonna go round nobody up. When I'm talking to my people about it, I'm not gonna act like what happened didn't happen. And that's what you're doing.
Hey, yo, and to all y'all be like, they're taking landscaping jobs. Let me explain something to y'all. I hire black guys, right, to come out here and do landscaping. And I pay these guys $125 a day. And these motherfuckers don't want to do shit. These motherfuckers are lazy, right? But I still keep them on. I still rock out. They're not hurting me, gentlemen. There's plenty of grass to cut. And the problem is, it's not enough of us that's willing to start landscaping businesses to do it. Well, if you come out here and you start a business, you'll find out that there's plenty of work to go around. Plenty. Like, you niggas just be talking from uninformed positions. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Let me show you something, bro. That way you'll stop saying this type shit to me, because I'd be fucking with you. Let me show you what the yards look like out here, nigga. This is what the grass look like out here, nigga. I don't know what type of landscaping you can do with this shit, okay? These are 3 yards I'm walking past, right? Do you see anything you can do with that?
Nah, nigga. Desertscape is desertscape. And it stays desertscape.
Look, and then look, we go up the street, it is just more. So,
desertscape is desertscape.
I only be talking shit about it because it's funny, but like, no, nigga, there's no grass out here to cut. I don't see nothing wrong with a landscaping business. It just ain't no grass out here. I be talking about shit, but you ain't no grass, bro. No grass to cut.
Yo, I'm gonna mute up, man. I'm gonna just listen from the sidelines, man. I gotta get to work, man.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, who up here to fight with? Anybody left? Stu Peas, you want to fight?
I just figured out today, you know.
I think it was a fight in the beginning, but I think we kind of had a good quality conversation towards the end, bro.
No, you guys came to amicable disagreement. I wouldn't say agreement, amicable disagreement. That he's holding on to his own. But it's not the fentanyl and crack debate. When crack was in the black community, I tell everybody, my father was a crackhead. He sold everything. As a child, you come home ready to turn on the TV. Right? When I say fentanyl now, and people crying, oh fentanyl, oh fentanyl, oh opioids, oh opioids. I don't give a flying fuck. Because crackheads were treated like shit. And now these zombies are people because they're white. It's the same argument with the Mexicans. When they expose...
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Right. When they expose poison to the community to kill black people with the Mexicans, all of a sudden now these Mexicans become fentanyl. I'm not sorry for no white person on fentanyl. I'm not fucking sympathetic, and I'm not even going to try. What I'm going to warn black people is, don't fuck with that fentanyl. Don't mess with that fentanyl. That fentanyl is not good for you. Let it kill them 300,000 a year. Crack never killed 300,000. I have never seen a crackhead overdose. Never.
Never.
Right? Never.
I never heard of no crackhead overdose.
I've never heard of a crackhead overdosing. But yet still, crackheads get, dealers get 30 years because they're black. people on coke. The sentencing was different for crack versus coke because it was white people that was taking coke. I understand where the brother is coming from. I am not helping you with this fight. I am not helping you with this fight. And the Jamaicans who come on here and saying, "Oh, anti-immigrant, I'm anti-immigrant," I wish God choke you with an oxtail bone. Any child of an immigrant who is anti-immigrant, I wish God, Jamaican, I wish God choke them with an oxtail bone. The next time, the big one too. Right? That's my belief. Now the Mexicans, I live in Florida, and the Cubans are some of the most racist people in the world. I am glad that they get what they're getting. I'm happy. Now those people I might call ISON personally. But yeah, black Cubans like sit down and don't say anything. But it's the same poison. Take your poison. When we sort it out in the end. Take your poison. It's like Israel went and jumped down Iran's throat. And when Iran started bombing them back, now all of a sudden, oh, we're the victim, we're the victim. White people, white women and white people cry victim. I want everybody to come save them. Want black people to come save them. Black Americans, you're not tired of saving white Americans. You saved them during the Civil War when all they joined the army. You saved them during World War II when you went to England to fly the bombers, when you saved Patton's ass in with the tank brigade. You're not tired of saving white people. Now you're jumping up again and trying to save them again. And these ungrateful bastards, when you save them, when you came back from World War II, did you get access to the GI Bill? No. Right? When the Buffalo Soldiers saved the Civil War, did they get good treatment? No. So disagree with me on that. I'm tired enough for black people. So when I hear you with your argument, it sound like you want to save white people again. I have a problem with it. You're not tired. Your back not bend. You gonna carry white people water some more? You carry white people water some more? You're not tired to save them. That's my 2 cents.
So what part of the country you live in, Stupies?
I live in Florida.
Okay, you live in Florida. Yeah,
I live in Miramar.
So yeah, that's one of them places that you. So you do. Mexicans are down there though. Used to be.
No. All Florida, you have Mexicans, but the Mexicans that are down here are more like laborers. What you have down here is the rich Venezuelans and the rich Cubans. They're poor. They're poor Hispanic too, but the ones you in the limelight.
You in South Florida?
I'm in South Florida. I'm like
that's the difference. Yeah,
30 minutes from Miami on the turnpike.
You popping out some guy?
No. I live in Miramar. I live in Miramar.
Miramar. Okay.
Miramar. Oh.
Yeah. I live in Miramar.
You got Cocoa Fusions in Miramar.
Huh?
We used to go to Cocoa Fusions in Miramar, the restaurant.
Yeah. Oh, the restaurant down for 441.
Yeah, man. Me know it.
Yeah, man, you want to renovate now. You want to renovate.
Yo, 2 P's, I want to ask you a question though, serious. So,
yeah.
Because my argument is don't defend police aggression. Me not there upon the side of whatever going on in certain people community, because that's what going on in our community, and like you said, them have to take them lit, you understand? But set way, I'm not gonna sit up here and defend what police do, because we know what police do when them get authority, the type of aggression, the type of misuse of power, and them something there. So when people is reacting to that, me can't sit here and have a judgment about how the people are react to that. You understand? So I'm not gonna sit here and defend the law enforcement in total. No. Whatever going on in them community is what going on in them community, but set way, I know what police do. It's human nature. once you get certain power and you go in our community and you have a directive and an objective.
No, but the reason why I will agree with you on that is primarily this. Studies have been done that show the close relationship to the American police force and white supremacy. You know that, right? That's a significant proportion of white police officers in the United States have direct ties with white supremacist groups. No, you're giving the slave catcher, because from your ties to white supremacists, I can call that slave catcher. True or false? Because that's what you primarily is. You're giving this person too much authority now to live out his fantasy. I used to watch the videos on YouTube with the police officers, how they approach minorities. And you can see in these people's faces that they're getting their kicks off this. It's almost like a turn on. And then even so much that black police officers who join the force sometimes get pulled into it. Look at that young man who got beaten to death by those 5 black police officers.
Tyree Nichols.
Yo, you know what? Where I see it, you know I'm watch all the while up on YouTube are the addict videos. You ever see them on there? The addict?
Yeah, but look at the police.
Look at the man there going defending, you understand? The man that, and you see it in the police, the man name is them angry the fuck.
Yeah, but look at the police.
Like any constitutional law and you trying to inhibit him from doing what they want to do, the man them go a rage. Allow me at that?
No, them get
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think you're standing on that. So if the police aggression is a problem, do you have a problem with police are aggressive with white people?
I couldn't mean
no, but by proportion, let's be honest. There's more white people than black people. White people is about at 160 million, 200 million. Black people is at 40 million. So you'll find cases, but as a percentage, right? As a percentage, if we look at percentage, black people get fucked on more.
There's no doubt about that, but I'm saying this though. If you're telling me that your consistent conversation is going to be across the board about the police, then it has to be across the board. You can't say, well, you can't do that to blacks, you can't do that to Mexicans, you can't do that to Asians, but you can do it to whites. That's inconsistent, bro.
No, I'm not inconsistent, sir. I'm talking about you can't do it none at all. I believe that you shouldn't do it none at all. If you're in the force and you're a security cat.
I'll give you a response to that, Taj. May I tell you, most of the other videos me watch is by white people. And when you see what the police do to them and how aggressive they are and what they do, I see what them do to us. That's why I always say everything get intensified with we. Because them don't treat certain people in the white community with respect and them something there. Trust me, my God. When police will pull you over. And if you don't submit, if you act any type of constitutional, you show any type of resistance, yo, you're a criminal. It's going down. Straight.
Yeah.
No, but let's be honest. Let's be honest. How they view people. When most white people that police treat like shit, it's people that they view as less than. Because white people view some white people as less than. Can we agree with that? Right? Some white, right? Right? White have them own strata, how they set things up. And this is some white people as less than. When you see police in certain neighborhoods and the white man go for an AR-14 out there arguing the police with an AR-14 and no police officer pull his gun, you realize that he's the era that he lives in. So when you use the argument, what about white people? Which white people they treat like shit? What white people they treat like shit? They treat the crackers, the crackheads, and the junkie, and the fentanyl addict, and the poor white trash as shit.
And the biker them, they shoot the biker them all the time, because the biker them know how to shoot them.
Yeah, because them see them as less than. So, because all the set up the community. So when they use the argument, what about white people? You look and say, which white people are treating like shit? Even what I realize now, living here, like in certain communities, in certain black communities, white police officers approach the black people in certain communities down here different. Because certain communities where the houses are $700,000-800,000 houses, they're not jumping off on those black people.
No, man. When them from the hood and them in the hood and them get to know people in the hood, them approach you different. Them jump out the car, them know say you know one to do this and that, them pin you up. But when you're in a rich neighborhood and them some there with upper class black people, them know how to do that. Cause sue them and get sued.
Right, and I see that. It's like it's different. It's different. They're not rushing to kick him in the face. Because when you have a black mayor, a black XYZ, or a black police chief, and the people that they live over that part of Pembroke Pine, 33025 and 33026 and 33027 with the $800,000 homes. And the ton load of nurses and doctors and x-ray technicians and school teachers who live over there. They're not quick to go kick them in them face. They're very selective. You might not agree with me on it, but I see it. And also, you need black police officers that is not susceptible to the bullshit. Your community needs to be policing itself. You need to get some of your best and brightest and say, listen, join the force. Join the force.
You know where I'm going with that, Stoopy? Let me show you where I'm going with that. When you
Go
study American history, when them did that, the people in it was them people was too friendly with the police then, so it allowed corruption. You understand? That's why the police, in your community, gone for your community. Because they don't want you too friendly with the man them that patrol the community, because they feel like you can compromise them in the job because they had this problem. So this is why you get people from other community to patrol your community. And most of the time, the people from outside of your community are a different race of people.
So what y'all think about this, right? So I'm sitting here looking, about to get my news and shit started. And the vice mayor of California said that these Mexican gangs should be fighting ICE. What about
fighting what?
What?
The vice mayor in Southern California is calling on gang members to fight ICE. She's calling on the cholos. She's literally, I'm looking at 4 news stories about it. She is calling on gang members to attack ICE. What are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking? Like I say, these are communities with black folks.
What are you talking about? Every Mexican is not a gang member.
Listen to what I'm saying.
That's why you bring up Mexican gang, because I can barely hear what you're saying. Can you turn up your mic or something, Taz, for real? I can barely hear one.
Ah, goddamn.
No, it's loud. It was loud. You don't sound muffled. You don't sound muffled. That kind of phone very close. But
you hear me now?
You're not like me, Taz. You need to turn up your mic, man.
Yeah, I gotta switch when I give me a second. I'll switch in a second. But no, I'm saying the mayor out in California is telling gang members to attack ICE. That's not a problem.
Yeah, fundamentally that's a problem.
I never heard that. Yo, read that article. You mean the black mayor? But you know the mayor is a black woman.
She's the vice mayor, and she's Latino.
Oh, the vice mayor is a Mexican woman?
Yes.
And she's telling Mexican gang members to attack ICE?
Yes.
Yo, read that article. Let me see that. Come never see that. Man, see that.
I don't know if that's misinterpreted, but you can't tell people you should not tell people to do a criminal act. But at the same time,
you can't tell criminals to engage as a politician, to engage.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that.
Let me see.
The boss have to lose her job. Some reprimanding.
I don't say a politician at that level making such a statement.
Yeah, man.
This often aimed at Mexican men. She further referenced the 18th Street in Florence infamous street gangs and questioned why gang members are not protesting and speaking up against ICE raids. We're out there fighting our turf, protecting our people, and where y'all at? That's what she said to
No, but that's different. She didn't say attack.
That sounds like a political spin on it. It sounds like she was using irony or hypocrisy to motivate people to come out on the street.
Yeah, she wasn't telling them to attack anybody. She said, "Where are you?" She wasn't telling them to attack anybody.
Yeah,
she did.
Are y'all serious?
I'm saying you guys is killing each other because more Mexican kill more Mexican than black people.
Yeah.
And are the
Right.
and
Yeah, it's the same argument that would have happened with the Bloods and the Crips.
Here in the streets. And it seemed like that was twisted in our political argument.
Yeah, it's like you listen to the Bloods and the Crips. Where's your political voice? What is their agenda? Is their agenda only out there to fight and kill each other? She never said attack.
Y'all saying this shit, bro.
Yeah, because you say to the Bloods and the Crips also, when black people time come to fight, I'm going to question the Jamaicans if they're not in the fight. I'm going to say, where are the Jamaicans? I'm going to question the Africans if they're not in the fight.
She didn't.
Where the rude boy did there?
No.
Yeah,
where the rude boy did there?
When black people time to fight, I'm going to question, where is some people if they're not in the fight?
Where are the gang members? Wait, you gonna say where are the Bloods and Crips as a politician?
We say where are the Ku Klux Klan when they come out to protest? Why people say that? No, because they're there. Because they're there. All of the groups represented when they're representing their own interests. So if she wanted the gang members to represent the Mexican interest, and she said, "Where are you?" She never called into violence.
Wait, so you would be fine with a black mayor going up and saying, "Hey, where the GDs and the BDs and the Crips and Bloods at?
Yes,
we need y'all to hit the streets."
If Chicago is falling apart, if Chicago is falling apart, and the mayor come and say, "Listen, the GD and the viceroy and the gangster disciples have a role to play and change."
No,
we're
not gonna tell. Bro, we not telling black people to go out and fight federal agents, bro. What are you talking about?
Protesting.
Why would we tell black people to go out and fight federal agents, bro?
When Martin Luther King had all of those 14 and 16-year-old high school students in the streets, you prefer us to send more children in the streets than grown-ass men who are accustomed to fighting? If the Bloods and the Crips existed when Martin Luther King was doing the civil rights protest, he'd ask them to come in also. Stop it, man. He'd ask them to come in also.
The Bloods and Crips?
Yeah, he'd have asked them to come in also. Yes.
Nah, but we've never seen that.
When Elijah Muhammad was recruiting, one of the major places that he recruited people from was where? Where was the major place he recruited?
From the jail, but what he
from the jail and the prison.
Right, but he cleaned those men up though. Those men weren't out on the streets gangbanging. He wasn't unleashing those men onto police officers. What are you talking about?
Of course he did.
No, bro, you have to show me the NOI fighting the white man, bro.
They protested. They showed the numbers by the presence when they came out in full regalia, in the bow ties and the suit, in the hundreds in the streets. It was a protest. They didn't have the physical fight because they showed that they had the force. You're actually thinking that these people need to go up there with fisticuffs or sticks and battle and fight. Sometimes a show of force change the conversation, change the approach. When the NOI went on the street in the hundreds and the thousands, it was a protest. It didn't need words. It didn't even need action. It was a show of force that, listen, you can F around and we will let you find out. Don't ever think that it was just men acting like. When Marcus Garvey had all of those people marching in the streets, it was a show of force. So when she asking those people to show a show of force, you can't tell her not to. She's not telling them to fight. When the white people come out in khaki pants and white shirt with tiki torches, singing blood and soil, blood and soil, the Jews will not overtake us. It was a show of force. When the Ku Klux Klan march in the street in the full regalia, it's a show of force. So when white people take other people's argument and say, Michael Smith called on the Bloods to come out in LA and just stand on the sidewalk. Thousands of young, strong black men who are able to fight. They don't have to fight because of show of force. You agree or disagree with me on that?
No, I can't disagree with that.
So what I disagree on is the fact that when black people are criminalized, we don't like somebody would lose their job if they went out and told black people to get together and not just regular black people, the criminal element of the black community. Okay, you're saying that Mexicans can galvanize the criminal element of their black community and tell them to go fight federal agents. I'm saying
she never said to fight. She never said to fight. She never said to fight.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Their side is that has to fight, but she did not tell them to fight.
The 92 troops, the
What
92
do you mean she didn't tell them to fight?
was a show of force in Los Angeles.
No, she is telling them to fight. What are you talking about?
They was there to fight, but it was a show. The same way the school
This union is asking her to resign.
Hey, Taz, let me ask you a question.
That's political motivation. Yo, hold on, Marley, before you go on that. Let me show
This is
you
not Marley. This is Art.
Taz, I'm sorry, Art. Taz, I wanted to tell you something earlier because every time you talk about how the Mexican took over communities, you got to remember at the time the Mexican them started buying them houses because I was out there. A lot of black people was selling grandma house. And they moved to Rancho Cucamonga. They moved to Lancaster. They moved to Palmdale. They moved to these new development properties in Pomona and all over the place. They started selling their house for cheap because that was the thing to do because the community was so ravaged by crack and gangbanging that when grandma died, a whole lot of black people in Los Angeles sold them house. And once the house was on the market, the Mexican them bought the house. It wasn't like them just rushed niggas out of the community. That's a false narrative.
No, I can show you where black people were firebombed and ran out of their communities, and then they went to city council begging for protection. City council wouldn't protect.
We already had an argument about Big Hazard, and that was in the housing project. That wasn't something niggas own. That wasn't Compton. That wasn't the places you're talking about. That wasn't the same time period when black people started losing their actual property and homes. 1990 ran out of projects by gangbangers. We're talking about the homes, and I'm telling you what happened. And you always want to argue about things and not mitigate it. I'm not telling you that Mexicans didn't have anything for an objective, but they took advantage of the situation when black people started selling their homes. And this was the big thing.
It sounds like you're arguing that black people did it to themselves, which I would never agree to. That's not true.
Yes. Black people set up situations for other people to take advantage. We do miss opportunities.
Yeah, but that's not what happened in LA though.
We didn't own grandma's house to this day. It's certain people that can drive around the house they grew up in and a Mexican family or immigrant family living at the house.
It was black flight. It happened in Ireland too.
Because somebody back in the day saw the house. And now them people live someplace outside of the community.
No, but it happened in Brooklyn too. You had black flight. When in the 80s, a lot of black people moved from Brooklyn and went to Florida. They sold all of those brownstones and houses that they had. It happens all the while. White people first leave the community, and black people took it over And when the community start to break down, black people run back to community also. Yeah, black flight. Don't deny that black flight existed. That black people left communities because of crime and violence.
It's not black flight. Again, they were being attacked. They're
No,
being
not in all cases. Don't do that, man. You know, go and look at grandma
Yeah, I
house.
know people that sold grandma house to get rich. What the hell y'all talking about and move out of the community?
Grandma
again,
house
you
value
are
$1
blaming,
million
you are blaming black people for being
Grandma
attacked.
bought the house for $6,000. The man
You're
that said the
blaming
house for
black people for
300,000.
being fam. You're blaming black people for being attacked.
Just like we had black flight, white flight, had black flight from certain communities. Everybody there know that.
Attacked.
I'm blaming black people for being enticed. You really said that. Yeah, I'm blaming you for being enticed. How the fuck was you enticed?
Attacked. You're blaming that they were attacked and they moved.
You shouldn't have been enticed. You shouldn't have been manipulated. It's like you being enticed and manipulated is an excuse. Like white people somehow just controlled the black mind. Like the black mind didn't have no independence.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
We gotta stop.
He's talking about black flight. You had black flight from certain communities. You had black flight.
From Los Angeles Mexican gangs attacking black people. Innocent black people.
No, you can only do that in the project. You cannot do that in certain neighborhoods. Niggas defended their neighborhoods. You're disrespecting the gangs when you do that. For real. You're saying the gangs were pussy and the Mexican gangs pushed them out of the neighborhood. That's not what happened in Los Angeles. You need to stop that, my nigga. You need to stop that.
I'm not talking about no fucking
You're talking
gang.
about one group of projects when you bring up the hazard and the firebombing. When nobody firebombing nobody in fucking Compton. Because if the Compton CV 7Os did that shit, all of them would be murdered. What the hell are you talking about? I can name the hoods. I can name the gangs. You don't know the city, and you always bringing this up, my yard. I talked in the city. When I immigrated, my family didn't want to go to New York. They didn't want to go to Florida. I LA them come. You understand? So when you talk about
I understand that you're defending them again.
I don't know how you talk about it this way, and you
I understand that you're defending them again.
You discredit what the black people was doing in the city, the actual resistance, the actual.
You motherfucking right. I'm discrediting it. Yes.
Mexicans had this overwhelming power. That's not what happened, B. We share the hood with Mexican. Mexican been in Los Angeles before black people.
You don't share shit. They ran them out. They ran niggas out.
They didn't ran them out. They didn't run them out. Most black people sold the house, man.
No. They ran black people out with tactics.
No, they didn't run black people out, man.
Like
real. All the story you can give about them running black people out is one project. You're talking about a project where people couldn't even own a house.
Bro, I can show you 20 places that this happened in LA County.
No. Nobody else got firebombed by no Mexican in fucking
bro.
Stop the fuckery, man.
From 1990 to 2010. This is unreal. From 1990 to 2010, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? 20 years of attacking black people.
1990 to 2010.
Yes. Attacking black communities. What are you talking about?
No. You're gonna talk about a war between the East Longos and and the West Side Longos and the Long Beach Crips. You're gonna talk about the Harvest City Mexicans and the war with the Alameda Crips and the Bloods over there. You're gonna talk about the Highland Park and the Avenue Pyrus. I mean the Avenues, the Mexican gang, the Avenues, not the Avenue Pyrus, excuse me. And you're gonna talk about them and their war with the niggas up north, and you're gonna talk about Big Hazard's war with the First Street, East Coast Street. That's all you can talk about. And these is gang wars.
I'm talking about innocent people who are not.
The majority of the Mexican criminal violence amongst Mexican gangs is amongst
innocent people who are not in gangs.
Okay, B, you don't know.